Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Becomes Shadow Monarch? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Her bubbly nature was sometimes too much. It was amusing to see her reaction when Izuku mentioned he was now 17. Having celebrated his birthday during the summer holidays. Shock turned to surprise, followed by late birthday wishes, as they laughed together atop the cold Mount Fuji. As you know, I have keys for some gates. This is one of the two I plan to explore this summer, he explained. Nijire raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Will it be similar to the scary gate we went to? Will there be scary monsters? This gate is called akitsuki, whatever that is. And honestly, I don't know about the monsters, Izuku replied. She nodded as he retrieved the key from his inventory. Item: Akitsuki Gate Key. Item class is Collection 1/ Key to an Akitsuki Gate. Location: top of Mount Fuji. With that, a blue gate appeared, and they both jumped into it. What greeted the two was not what they expected. It was a clear night with stars shining like what Izuku saw in Canada, but there was a difference. The moon was red. All around them were cliffs with a body of water circling the duo. They stood under an old Japanese-style hut with a statue in the middle. The wooden statue was covered in moss and vegetation, depicting a woman with long hair, 2 horns on her head, and what seemed to be a third eye on her forehead. There was something unsettling about her that both noticed. A smirk was etched on her face. Nijire, Izuku said, drawing her attention. We have 11 opponents that we need to defeat. I can feel them, but I can't pinpoint their locations. She gulped, and the statue's smirk widened in response. Meanwhile, Star and Stripe was eagerly anticipating Izuku's arrival in the USA. Izuku is coming to the USA. I need to tell my brothers. She had kept in touch with them after Island, but she had forgotten to inform them about Izuku's part-time internship. Her brothers, who were older and experienced in handling aircraft, treated her like a little sister. Now, feeling stressed, she declared, "New law, the air in front of me will have no resistance while I travel." With that, she sped off to her agency, forgetting that she could have called them. In another part of the city, the granddaughter of All for One was thrilled to be transferring from Shiketsu High to UA. Her grandfather had advised her to wait for the right opportunity, but she was ready to carve her own path. I will see you soon, Izu, she said, kissing a photo of Izuku before placing it in her drawer. Just then her friend Cammy entered the room. Yo girl, I heard what happened. Congrats. Cammy hugged her and she returned the gesture. I also heard that the hottie you've been crushing on is there. A teasing smirk appeared on Cammy's face. The granddaughter of All for One blushed and stammered, What do you mean? Don't lie to me. You've been hot and bothered by that haughty monarch. Cammy was playfully kicked out of the room, and she laughed it off. Sliding down her door, the granddaughter thought, I cannot act like this when I meet him. With blonde hair and light blue-gray eyes, she stood at 5 feet 8 inches. She had always dreamed of being a hero, driven by her longing to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Her original quirk allowed her to amplify her abilities by 120%, enabling her to throw a car with ease. With her grandfather's enhancements, she had developed a quirk that prevented others from using their powers temporarily. This combination made her one of the strongest students in Japan, and now she was determined to win Izuku's heart. Back with Izuku and Nijire, they prepared themselves as the statue's smirk widened, signaling that the challenge was about to begin. A massive water attack surged from all sides, with what appeared to be sharks floating among the waves. Pushing Nijire behind him, Izuku activated his gravity manipulation skill, pushing the water away. Suddenly, 100 puppets resembling white humanoids emerged. Nijire widened her eyes and unleashed 20% blasts, while Izuku used fire manipulation to launch a massive fire blast, destroying some of the puppets but causing the flames to be absorbed by a single body. From behind that body, a blue figure emerged, accompanied by a shorter figure with red eyes marked by 3 commas. The blue figure charged straight for Izuku, while the other advanced on Nijire, attempting to separate them. Izuku summoned his dagger and handed it to Nijire, saying, "Come forth." The two adversaries jumped back, revealing other members of their group, along with bodies connected to one member. Izuku and Nijire gulped at the sight. The power and killing intent radiating from all of them was terrifying. Izuku thought even All Might would struggle against such foes. "A normal calm S-rank gate, and this is what we get," he muttered. Nijire nodded silently, feeling the weight of the situation. With all 11 members positioned on a cliff, Izuku and Nijire faced a daunting challenge, 17 opponents at once. Izuku had only Burrow and Mikao with him, leaving Gabriel at the dorms for backup. Although one shadow was absent, the strongest one could prove useful. Orochimaru unleashed a wave of fire, amplified by Itachi's Amaterasu, creating black flames further enhanced by Pain's wind. The water-using shadows attempted to counter the fire attack, but to no avail. Izuku grabbed Nijire and jumped back, while the shadows retreated to avoid being drained by the flames, except for some lower-level shadows that were caught in the attack. Kisame, Orochimaru, Haiden, and several puppets from Sasori advanced to confront the two heroes. Amidst the chaos, Izuku faced Kisame, while Nijire battled a puppet controlled by Sasori. When Kisame lunged at Izuku with a sword made of gills, Izuku drew his spear and the two clashed. He felt energy being drained from him into the sword. Realizing the danger, he jumped back and used gravity manipulation to pull Kisame toward his spear, impaling him. However, the body transformed into water. Kisame performed a series of hand movements, and a smirk spread across his face as multiple water sharks leaped from the waves toward Izuku. Using Sprint, Izuku dashed behind Kisu, who was momentarily stunned, and slashed at his back with the spear. Izuku sensed energy flowing from the sword into Kisame, leading him to believe that disarming Kisame was key to victory. Just as he reached for the sword, paper shurikens struck the ground where he would have been. It was Konan, the only female member, hovering above without concern for the surrounding chaos. Nijire, feeling overwhelmed, had to use her full strength against the relentless puppets. Each time she destroyed one, another took its place, indicating a MSTR controlling them. She dodged silver sand by rolling aside and slashed a white figure in two, realizing they were clones meant to tire her out. As she fought, she noticed Izuku's predicament. Two bodies of pain appeared. The animal and Azura paths. Izuku cursed his curiosity as a multi-headed dog, a centipede, and a rhino were summoned, all rushing toward him and the larger shadows nearby. The rhino engaged in a pushing contest with a larger shadow, while the dog battled another. The intensity of the fight escalated, and both Izuku and Nijire prepared for the challenges ahead. The centipede charged at Izuku, but with his skill in gravity manipulation he pushed the shadow away, knocking aside some white zetsu and a bomb. Igris was engaged in battle with Haiden and growing increasingly frustrated. Attempts to cut off Haiden's head, smash his body, or even explode it with his Dominator's touch had all failed. At one point, before Fluffy took on the rhino, the tall bear even sat on Haiden. Meanwhile, Burrow, who was dealing with Zetsu, noticed his fellow captain's predicament and rushed to help. Burrow's fight against Zetsu was tedious. The Zetsu could produce white clones of midnight strength and had wood-based attacks. The challenge lay in locating him, as Zetsu could move underground faster than his liege. Ignoring the pest, Izuku and Nijire needed to eliminate an Akitsuki member. Using all his speed, Izuku charged at Haiden, biting off his head and swallowing it. It might have seemed gruesome to others, but it was the only way to defeat him, even if he was likely the weakest of the 11. Haiden, the Jashinist, has been defeated. A small smirk appeared on Izuku's face upon witnessing this. The Deva path he was battling was an annoyance, producing weapons that would have intrigued him before his coma, but now he was focused on defeating the Azura path. Though he took a bullet to the shoulder, most of the damage was mitigated by his armor. He kicked the Deva path away while throwing his spear at Konan, who dissolved into thousands of pieces of paper. Dyed Era was engaged with Mikao, whose three faces partially neutralized the bombs. The poison reduced the explosions, which explained why Dyed Era had already lost an arm. Itachi jumped in to assist after defeating Dracula, or so he thought, until the Grand Elder Vampire re-entered the fray, creating a 2v2 scenario. Itachi hadn't anticipated Dracula escaping his Tsukuyomi so quickly. Kakuzu was being confronted by most of the other shadows not occupied with the puppets or white Zetsu clones. His 4 black-threaded shadows, each with a heart, could use different elements, showcasing impressive teamwork. Izuku was losing significant mana in this battle, but a stuck vampire managed to defeat the Wind Heart with a clever tactic. This frustrated Kakuzu, but he pressed on. When the Earth Heart was destroyed, anger surged through him. It was meant to be the strongest in defense, but Uriel's concentrated blast penetrated it, killing the heart. Orochimaru and Tobi were dealing with Baruka and Raphael, who surprisingly coordinated well, exploiting their opponent's weaknesses. When one shadow attacked, the other would dodge, using deception to land a blow. Human Path Body was defeated 1/6, defeat all 6 bodies to defeat pain. The beast, aided by 2 elder vampires, was likely the weakest body. None of the 3 knew its capabilities, but its hand-to-hand combat was formidable, taking roughly 2 minutes to defeat. Afterward, the 3 joined other fights, with Beast assisting against Orochimaru and Tobi. Izuku noticed Pain was the only one not engaged in battle, leading him to question why Tobi, who seemed stronger, was toying with Beast, Baruka, and Raphael. He launched a kick at Kisame while unleashing a fire wave at Konan, only to be met with a flurry of papers marked with a symbol. Realizing the danger, he activated his sprint skill to evade an explosion that engulfed the area in dust and debris. He recognized the energy signature on the papers and noted the old-style Japanese kanji. Sending out multiple black WHPs, he ensnared Samehada along with Kisame. He hurled Kisame toward Deidara while grasping the sword, countering the Azura paths. Attacks. Samehada chose its owner, feeding off the power of one individual, whether it was Izuku's mana or Kisame's chakra. The fact that the sword didn't sever Izuku's hand was something Kisame noted. As Izuku clashed with Azura, debris fell around them. The animal path summoned a panda with eyes identical to the other summons, a result of Fluffy and the other shadows finally dispatching the rhino. Seeing the predicament, Izuku formed Blue on his finger and shot it toward the panda, but it hit Preta Path's barrier, which absorbed the attack. Widening his eyes in surprise, Izuku leaped upward, catching Konan off guard. He slashed downward with Samehada, cutting through some of her skin as she attempted to transform into paper. Nijire, armed with the dagger Izuku had given her, slashed at one of the white Zetsu but was suddenly pushed back. Gulping slightly, she sent a 60% energy wave at the Deva Path body, but it evaded her attack effortlessly. Frustrated, Nijire took to the air for a better position, only to be shocked when the Deva Path mirrored her movements. Multiple ant soldiers rushed at the Deva Path, but were easily repelled back onto the cliff. Sending out multiple 10% beams at the Deva Path, she started to breathe. One of the beams hit the body but was surprisingly healed by the Naraka Path. That path restored the Deva Path as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred near Nijire. It was Deidara who had created one of his explosive clay structures. Mikao was annoyed. The blonde didn't have many opportunities to get closer, and the wind and bullets did nothing to him. The only thing that worked was the poison produced by the high end, but that explosion took out half of the shadow. It only took 10 seconds to return to the original position, but it was too late as Deidara escaped Mikao's reach. Looking around, the shadow saw that Nijire was in trouble and rushed to help her with the 2 bodies and the puppet that could control the silver sand. The magicians shot multiple fireballs at the approaching white Zetsu clones, while one of them began using a location spell to find the main body of Zetsu. Fisher was just behind them, waiting for their help in locating the body. When they found it in the water, Fisher smirked. Using his control over water, the shadow condensed it around Zetsu and brought him to the surface, where he was crushed by the pressure. Zetsu Wicked Tongue has been defeated. They knew that Zetsu might be weak, but his cloning technique was formidable. They may not feel tiredness, but they needed to help their beloved liege and his friend, as they could tire out. With the original Zetsu defeated, all of the white Zetsu clones dissolved into the ground. This allowed the shadows to help defeat the rest of the Akitsuki and the puppets. Now, the magicians were looking for the puppet Emhar. Sasori of the Red Sands was using all of his power to control 30 puppets and the third Kazekage. With precise control over his chakra, he sent out more strings, making 69 puppets rise up. He was using a technique that could control 100 puppets at that moment but was shocked when a leshy smashed into his body, causing his original modified body to fly away. Orochimaru saw this and broke off from Tobi, who understood what he was doing. Tobi, in the meantime, said, "I am a good boy." Baruka and Raphael growled at that, and the Seraph sent out a light WHP, but it went through Tobi. They needed a method to subdue Tobi, who was currently toying with the two shadows. The Sannin then slashed his Kusanagi blade downwards, cutting off the Leshy's hand while sending snakes from his hand toward Fisher. A Gothic vampire tried to attack from behind, but the Kusanagi expanded its length, cutting the shadow in two. The chicken cottage shadow then pierced Orochimaru, who underestimated the building shadow. Expecting a pained frown, all they received was a smirk, and then a new body was burped out from Orochimaru. The shadows widened their eyes at this. Fluffy was the largest in the army of his liege, but now dealing with the rhino and the panda, who were both smaller but hit hard, was a challenge. Fluffy caught a centipede and used it as a WHP from its mouth. Even though his intelligence was low, he understood that the body of the animal path needed to be destroyed for those summons to leave. The multi-headed dog was facing the scorpions, with the number of dog heads rising to 4, but the movements of the summon were slowing down due to the toxins in its system. The Deathstalker scorpions had the second most powerful toxins in the army, and it showed. The ogre boss, riding on the Siberian bison, smashed his club, destroying some puppets. With the speed the bison managed to create and the smirk on the ogre, they charged at the dog, creating a hole in the center of its body. Izuku was shooting his shadow towards Conan while dodging the Azura path. The animal path was at the back, guarded by the Preda path. Occasionally, one of the Alkanost would perform a distraction attack, while another shadow tried to destroy the animal path. Itachi had an idea. Using his kunai and shurikens, he threw them in a specific pattern, making the strings on the end join together. He left Deidara alone, knowing a massive explosion would occur. The one in the center was actually Slimy, the slime nomu, who came to deal with Itachi as he couldn't defeat his opponent, so he swapped places. That was also another reason why Itachi was fighting the nomu. Slimy was caught in the middle, and Itachi used his fire chakra to start burning the nomu. To his surprise, the nomu went through the strings while sending an elongated hand with slime to capture Itachi. Thinking quickly, he used Amaterasu to turn the shadow into goop. As that happened, he used his crow Shunshin. Slimy did indeed go into his smoke form but reformed quickly, catching Itachi off guard and covering him in slime. With this action, the clan slayer was no more. Itachi clan slayer was defeated. With that said, Slimy went to help Nijire. The girl was breathing, having been treated like a toy by the Deva's path power, and spat out a small glob of blood. "Minute, why am I weak?" Nijire thought as she observed Izuku being pushed back by the Azura path. She noticed that all his attacks were absorbed by the Preda path, and now he had to contend with Kisame and Conan. They were fortunate that 4 had already fallen, but many challenges remained. Nikeo and Slimy stood in front of her while an angel descended to help heal Nijire. Smiling slightly, she stood up and addressed the shadows around her. "The Deva path has gravity control, and the other one can heal, but I swear there's more." The shadows nodded and rushed in. Nikeo attacked from above while Slimy approached from the right. A few shadows took different routes to defeat as many Akitsuki members as possible. Nikeo was pushed back, but Slimy managed to get close, as the Deva path couldn't push them back yet. Seizing the opportunity, Slimy maneuvered around the Deva path and began to crush its body until the 5 seconds expired, forcing Slimy back into a wall. Suddenly, the King of Hell was summoned by the Naraka path, crushing some shadows. It attempted to grab one, but they evaded its grasp. Taking advantage of the distraction, Nijire fired a 100% energy beam at the Naraka path, destroying it. She smirked at her success. Naraka path body defeated 2/defeat all 6 bodies to defeat Pain. Izuku noticed that 1/3 of Pain's bodies had been defeated. using this as motivation to throw his spear at Kisame and slash at him with his sword. However, fate intervened as Deidara rushed in with clay bombs, targeting Izuku's location. Dracula, who had been dealing with the Mad Bomber, redirected his attention to the other Akitsuki members. Orochimaru struggled against his opponents, and now faced Burr. The ant charged in, slicing through what turned out to be a rock clone. Orochimaru unleashed larger snakes from his arms, but Burr consumed some while dispatching the others. From the Jashinist, Burr gained a more resilient body and improved regeneration, while the snakes provided smoother skin that was harder to pierce. Rushing in, Burr attempted to slash with his claws but was blocked by the Kusanagi. Two virtues attacked Orochimaru from behind with lightning, piercing the snake Sannin, but he expelled another body from his mouth. The battle between Izuku and Kisame concluded when Izuku exploited Kisame's reliance on his sword. After tiring him out, Izuku stabbed his spear through Kisame's mouth, destroying his brain before he could launch a water attack. The body slumped downwards. Kisame's tailed beast defeated. Izuku dodged paper and metal projectiles from the Azura Path and Konan, then pulled his spear from Kisame and hurled it at the animal path. The Preta Path struggled to stop the spear, but Izuku reinforced his throw with fire manipulation and bloodlust, causing the Preta Path to falter. The spear pierced the Animal Path's head, smashing its body against the cliff. Animal Path body defeated 3/defeat all 6 bodies to defeat pain. With the summons on the field disappearing, 50% of the shadows, including Fluffy, the Angels, and the Ogre/Bison duo, were freed. The Akitsuki appeared to be on the losing side as more of their members fell. Sasori and Orochimaru were finally separated, with Burr not allowing its prey to escape. Sasori faced Fisher, who was backed by Uriel, ready to unleash light magic. Sasori's Kazekage puppet was destroyed, and with no way to win, he began firing poisonous weapons, but Uriel's light barrier blocked them. Fisher retaliated with multiple condensed water ball, cracking and splintering Sasori until the heart of the Red Sands was no more. Sasori of the Red Sands defeated. Uriel moved on to assist against Toby while Fisher aims to help defeat Kazu. Speaking of the immortal, Kazu had 5 lives with his 5 hearts, 2 of which had already been destroyed. As more shadows approached, the Ice Elves shot ice-enhanced arrows at Kakuzu's lightning heart, which retaliated with lightning, taking out a few lower-level shadows. The ice slowed Kakuzu down, allowing Tsadkiel to slash and kill the 3rd heart. Only the fire and water hearts remained. Fluffy swooped in, crashing into the fire heart, leaving Kakuzu to fend for himself. Despite his impressive defenses, Tsadkiel dealt the final blow with a diagonal slash. The immortal has been defeated. With 6 of the 11 Akitsuki members defeated and 3 of the 6 paths down, the tide of battle had shifted. Now the shadows with the 2 humans faced 8 opponents from the 17 they had at the beginning. Nijire felt a surge of hope. With the concentration of the 8 Akitsuki villains, the shadows had gone to help defeat Toby, while some attempted to confront Pain but were quickly overwhelmed or came to assist Nijire. Izuku employed the same strategy he used to defeat the Animal Path, throwing his spear downwards while airborne, targeting Konan. The spear pierced through the defenses as the Preta Path rushed toward the Deva Path. Once again, the spear broke through and defeated the Preta body. Preta Path body has been defeated 4-6. Defeat all 6 bodies to defeat Pain. Now only the Deva and Azura paths remained. Igris seized the opportunity to rush at Deidara, who was still engaged with Mikao, and charged toward Azura. The body anticipated this move, leading to a fierce sword battle. However, with the use of Dominator's touch, Igris managed to damage the body significantly. This opened a chance for an angel to swoop down and bombard Azura with light projectiles. To end the battle swiftly, Igris delivered a decisive blow, slashing off Azura's head. Azura Path body has been defeated 5-6. Defeat all 6 bodies to defeat Pain. Konan was desperately dodging the black WHPS and fire attacks from Izuku. She noticed that Deidara was somehow holding his ground against the strongest shadow in Izuku's army, but she failed to see Fluffy rise and strike her where the original Pain's body was. Izuku took this moment to move toward Orochimaru. Nijire focused her energy on the final Deva path, realizing there was a 5-second delay between its attacks. She tried to use this to her advantage, but it was still challenging. As she was being pulled in, she drove the dagger Izuku had given her into the ground, channeling energy through her feet to resist being drawn closer to the Deva path. Nijire had to evade the black rods, which caused some cuts on her body. Recognizing that this was the last path body, she summoned all her strength, and with the knowledge that a 10-winged angel was behind her, she shouted, 120% Nijire wave. As she fell back to be healed by the angel, the wave surged forward, too massive to dodge. It was unleashed during the 5-second gap, and the Deva path, unable to evade, was destroyed. Deva path body has been defeated 6-6. Pain can be defeated now. Dara was on his last leg, literally, as Mikao had severed his left leg. The blonde revealed a mouth in his chest, feeding it clay and preparing for a massive explosion. The blast resembled a cartoon character, prompting Dracula and the surrounding angels to raise their strongest barriers to protect their leader and his allies. Their defenses proved effective against the C-0 bomb. Era, the Mad Bomber has been defeated. Pain, Orochimaru, Konan, and Tobi were all that remained. Nijire began to wake up from her healing as Izuku consumed a fatigue-reducing and mana-replenishing potion. All of Izuku's shadows, except for Gabriel, who was in the human world, surrounded the 4 opponents, exuding a menacing presence, alongside the ogre on the bison's back. Izuku noted the bond formed between them, recognizing that despite their appearances, they were among the weakest shadows. Izuku looked around at the devastation caused by their battle. What was once a place of worship had become a war zone. A smirk crossed his face as he shouted, "Arise!" He recognized that Pain and Tobi were the strongest among the remaining akitsuki, and summoning more allies would give them an advantage, especially since Tobi had been toying with them. Shadows began to rise, revealing the white Zetsu clones, while the bodies of Pain remained unsummoned. Izuku hoped to bring back Pain as a shadow. He named their first shadow, Sasori, simply as Sasori. The positive aspect was that the shadows retained their skills and equipment from the start of the battle, meaning he wouldn't need to provide Samehada to Kisame or gather all of Sasori's puppets, as they would be restored by his mana, evidenced by the 3rd Kazekage standing behind Sasori. Kisame grew larger, adopting more shark-like features, with dark blue shadow skin and black shadow armor adorned with red clouds. He wielded a shadow version of Samehada, which was entirely dark blue. Itachi appeared with a lighter skin tone, his red Sharingan spinning, and he too wore black shadow armor with red clouds. Dara had yellow shadow hair and light blue skin, showcasing both of his additional mouths. Haiden remained mostly unchanged but was quieter, with silver shadow hair, light blue skin, and a 3-bladed red shadow scythe. Kakuzu's appearance differed significantly. He had 5 masked faces on his body, each representing a different element, and his size had increased like Kisame's, with green shadow eyes. Sasori was in a shadowy version of his puppet, his red shadowed eyes glinting, while his puppets floated menacingly behind him. Zetsu had a black shadow side and a light blue side, with a green shadow flytrap and only green shadow eyes as facial features. The addition of these 7 high-ranking shadows pleased Izuku. Nijire would stay back to provide support while Izuku and his shadows engaged the group. Facing 4 opponents with over 500 shadows was a daunting task, but Izuku respected their strength. Itachi, Burrow, and Slimy led the charge against Orochimaru, who had to employ all his tricks to evade and counter the 3 captain-grade shadows. Fireballs and snake summons were quickly dispatched, and Itachi, free from worrying about eye damage from his Manjikyu Sharingan, summoned a Susanoo, using its special ability and the Yata mirror to seal Orochimaru swiftly. He left a small piece of Orochimaru for his liege, a smile appearing on the clan's killer's face. Meanwhile, Dracula, Mikao, and Deidara faced off against Konan, with other shadows like Raphael providing aerial support. The back and forth of their attacks was intense, showcasing Mikao's struggle against a formidable opponent. Konan's paper attacks had a weakness to Mikao's wind, while Deidara bombarded her with flying explosives. She had to dodge multiple Eastern European bird women and angels trying to overwhelm her. Pain, unlike his original form, was muscular, with red hair revealing his original Rinnegan and a physique similar to the Deva body. He sent out the 6 bodies to test the abilities of his opponents and gather knowledge about their fighting patterns, preparing to utilize the powers granted by the eyes of the Rikudo Sannin. Toby, on the other hand, was initially playful but soon became serious, causing Nijire to sweat drop as she observed him. Baruka was present for a rematch, alongside Fisher and the rest of the Akitsuki. Though she was too exhausted to fight, Nijire, known for her stamina reserves, felt the effects of her previous battle and the mental energy expended in shooting at the Deva path. She fired a few 10% energy rays at the masked man, but they passed through him effortlessly, frustrating her as it reminded her of Mirio's ability. Inside Nijire's mind, memories surfaced. As part of the Big Three at UA, she was recognized as a high A rank to low S rank hero in training. It was widely believed that upon graduation, the 3 of them would quickly rise to the top 10 heroes in just a few years, a sentiment echoed by figures like Ryukyu, Nizu, and even Recovery Girl. There was one problem: at the end of their second year, Nijire, Tamaki, and Mirio were all around the same level. During spring break, Mirio suddenly surged ahead of her and Tamaki, who also increased in power. Nijire wasn't jealous, but she sometimes wondered if she was enough. Would she be forgotten again? Would the 2 leave her behind? As the months passed, she realized that the 3 of them were not as close as they used to be. One evening, when she went to Mirio's room to ask him and Tamaki to train, she overheard a conversation. "So you have one for all, so what?" Tamaki asked. "Yeah, All Might gave me the quirk because he believed I was worthy as his successor," Mirio replied. Nijire was shocked. That explained the golden aura around Mirio sometimes. "Are you going to tell Nijire?" Tamaki asked. Nijire didn't see it, but Mirio frowned at that. "I won't. I promised All Might that I wouldn't say I have owed to anyone except you, Tamaki." At that moment, Nijire walked away with a downcast expression. She was fortunate to leave when she did. If she had stayed, she would have heard Mirio's next words. "And she would spill it if I know her." Tamaki just shook his head at his friend's foolishness. After that, Nijire focused on getting stronger, gaining more stamina and experience. Ryukyu even mentioned that she was probably the most well-known of the Big Three in Japan, which brought her some happiness. She didn't let the OFA talk bother her and continued on her path. Then she saw Izuku Midoriya on a massive shadowy bear. In that moment, she realized Mirio would have competition for the number 1 spot. Her first gate experience with him and the 2 top 10 heroes may have been intimidating, but it was one of the best and most enjoyable times she had in a long while. She grew in power to become a higher A rank, bordering on low S rank from that gate alone. She occasionally tackled weaker gates like the E and D rank with some other sidekicks to practice her energy manipulation and noticed the difference. During the fight with the Deva body, she discovered she could exceed 100%. Now she had a new attack to train for, all thanks to one person, the one facing off against the red-haired man with the strange eyes. A small smile crossed her face as she thought of her crush. Meanwhile, Izuku was dealing with pain. He didn't want to become overly reliant on his shadows and aimed to grow his skills. While having his shadows assist him in clearing dungeons was helpful, he was determined to become stronger after being punched by All Might months ago. All Might was slowly retiring, focusing on helping the next generation of heroes and his secret successor. Fighting one-on-one against a mid-level captain would surely improve his skills, and he hoped for an evolution as a bonus. Jumping forward, he activated the skill, sprint, and rushed toward Pain's original body. The red-haired opponent anticipated the move and began gathering his power to form a protective barrier. After holding for 2 seconds, Izuku unleashed shadow tendrils that formed spikes beneath Pain. Pain absorbed the energy attack and countered with an almighty push. Izuku, using his control over gravity, pulled Pain toward him. Meeting halfway, they engaged in a fierce exchange of fists and kicks while Pain infused himself with Azura powers. Grunting, Izuku jumped back and unleashed his bloodlust, then used black WHP to grab Pain and swing him face-first into a cliff, causing rocks to tumble down. Not giving up, Pain summoned 3 creatures: an ox, a rhino, and the bird he rode. Fluffy and the scorpions were dealing with the land summons while Izuku soared into the air using the skill Float to confront the long-necked bird. This was the perfect opportunity to employ some of his less-used skills against Pain. Preparing his dagger, he rushed into the bird's airspace and executed the skill Vital Strike 3 times, stabbing the bird and causing it to begin falling. Pain retaliated by sending out 5 black rods, one of which struck Izuku's cloak but failed to pierce it. Using fire manipulation combined with bloodlust, he unleashed a fiery wave infused with his intent, costing him 500 MP, but it was worth it to see some of Pain's hair singed. Conan was on her last breaths, finally defeated when Uriel approached with a specific light-based attack capable of dealing continuous damage. With that attack, she was shot in 2 locations, her wings and her arm. If she tried to reform now, she would have been without her legs and arm. She wanted to attempt her final technique of splitting the land and causing an explosion, but sadly, it didn't work due to Uriel, the smartest angel in Izuku's army. Now she lay waiting for what awaited her in the afterlife, secretly hoping to be turned into a shadow, realizing that the personalities remained the same, but different loyalties existed. With that, she breathed her final breath with a small smile and a tear escaping from her right eye. Uriel confirmed her passing by checking her pulse and then gently closing her eyes. When Izuku saw the message that 2 of the 4 had fallen, he backed off while sending some black WHPS at Pain, who dodged. With a mental command, Burrow and Slimy went for Pain alongside Uriel and Dracula, while some other shadows targeted Pain as Izuku approached the fallen bodies. "Arise," he muttered twice, and both shadows rose from the ground. Orochimaru had a light gray tone of shadowed skin with slitted yellow shadowed eyes. He noticed that Orochimaru had the Kusanagi, but the original Kusanagi lay on the floor nearby. The difference was that Orochimaru possessed a black version of the sword. Conan had light blue skin and purple hair, with a darker purple tint to her rose. Now, she had legs and wings made of paper, allowing her to retain her legs while gaining wings. The 2 Akitsuki members rushed towards Pain. Izuku noticed that the redhead was having a bit more trouble when he introduced his old friends, Conan and Orochimaru. The teen rushed at Tobi with a skill, Sprint, surprising the ninja and allowing him to hit Tobi's face, cracking the mask slightly. During the ordeal, Izuku realized the same thing as Nijire. Tobi could only attack when he was solid, meaning that was the only chance to strike. A smirk appeared beneath Tobi's mask, his red eye spinning wildly as he awaited the next move. When nothing happened for a couple of seconds, he began. Tobi went through some hand signs and shot out a massive wave of fire towards Izuku and Nijire. Kisame and some water spirits countered with water, dousing the flames and allowing Izuku to move through the mist with heightened senses. When Tobi appeared next to him, he used the skill, Gravity Manipulation, imbued with his mana, to form his finishing move. Whispering, he crossed his middle finger over his pointer finger and said, "Domain Expansion, Total Darkness." Tobi found himself inside a black void, his Sharingan failing to work properly, trapping him in that prison. The taxing attack was both appealing and deadly. Inside, Tobi was consumed by the shadows surrounding him, with more WHP-like structures present. He thought he was trapped for 3 days, but in reality, it was only a few seconds of mind-breaking torment. A limp body was the result. No Izanami or Izanagi could save Tobi, also known as Obito Uchiha, from Izuku's final technique. There were 2 variants of the technique, one for humans and the other for monsters, rendering them unconscious or defeating them, respectively. Now, Izuku was breathing, as this technique drained both his fatigue and mana. Looking over at Pain, he saw all the shadows starting to tear the last monster apart. Izuku smirked, pleased to see that all the original shadows had improved well. Quest: Defeat the Akitsuki, Part 1 of the Key Collection. Completed. Rewards. Gate Key 2/. Random skill from the opponents. Do you want to collect the rewards? Yes/no. You leveled up 9 times. You are level 154. Special reward for reaching LV 154. Do you want to receive it? Yes/no. He wobbled towards Nijire and sat next to her. We did it. She smiled and leaned over, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. He ignored all the messages and glanced at Nijire. We sure did. A smile was etched on her face as she boldly moved her hand towards his and held it. This surprised Izuku, but he squeezed her hand in comfort. Thank you. I should be saying thank you, he replied, genuinely grateful. Without her, the battle would have been different. She shook her head lightly. I should be thanking you. Because of you, I am getting stronger and discovering things I never knew about myself, like pushing to 120%. You believe I am strong but know my limits and gently push them for me to grow. You are one of the strongest in the world, yet you are not like some of the top heroes. You don't inflate egos, not even your own. Now, Nijire took her chance. Since I saw you in the sports festival with Fluffy, I knew I had to meet you. Meeting you with Ryukyu-sensei was a boon. Getting to know you has been a joy, Nijire said, her eyes shining with determination and affection, catching Izuku off guard. He smiled gently, appreciating her words. You are compassionate, helpful, and honest. You speak your mind without fear. Nijire continued, I admire your strength and courage. You rise to help those in need. At first, I thought it was just a crush, but after spending time together and creating cherished memories, I realize I want to be more than friends. If you would give me a chance, I would love to be your girlfriend. I understand about Rumi and Gabriel, and I'm willing to talk to them. Earlier, before the Akitsuki gate, Izuku was on the phone with Rumi. Hey Bun Bun, what's up? He asked, having just stepped out of the shower. Rumi, noticing his defined physique, replied, I'm dealing with a case in South Japan. There's a gang trying to take control there. You said you're going to a gate today, right? She continued, her concern evident. Both Rumi and Gabriel knew they would have to share Izuku, despite wanting him to themselves. They understood his past, growing up alone after his mother's death and facing bullying for being quirkless. After waking from his coma, Izuku was treated like a celebrity at school, and they recognized his need for love. Yeah, the Akitsuki gate. Why? He asked, sensing Rumi's worry. Are you going with anyone? She inquired, her tone hinting at concern. Although she knew he could handle an S-rank gate, she couldn't help but worry as his girlfriend. I don't really know. I'll be leaving Gabriel with me since she's the only one who can talk without scaring people, he replied, patting his shadow aunt, Burrow, who looked a bit sad. Gabriel and Rumi exchanged glances, nervous about something. Gabriel and I have talked, and how should I put it? Rumi began, her demeanor shifting. Gabriel chimed in. What Rumi means is that if you find someone who wants to be with you for you, and we approve, you can be with them. Izuku's eyes widened. I thought the two of you were enough for me? The girls smiled slightly. Rumi said, we know you can love more people. Izuku frowned, then sighed. I won't be actively looking. If someone asks me out, I'll consider it, and then you two can weigh in. That is my only deal. The girls nodded in agreement. Gabriel smirked. I hear the blue-haired girl is interested in you. I approve. Izuku spluttered, frustrated that the system doesn't help him with relationships. Rumi added, I approve of her too. But they still needed to discuss the three girls from Class 1A. It was going to be a long summer. And a flashback. After Izuku explained this to her, he continued, I've never been good with love, but I would like to try. You are strong, appealing, powerful, kind-hearted, cute when you ask those questions, and funny. It would be foolish not to consider it. How about we go on a date first and see what happens? He gently squeezed her hand. Nijire listened, pleasantly surprised. This was going better than she expected, and she was excited for her first reel. Thanks, Zuzu. She felt genuinely happy at that moment. No big three, no hero name, just her and her crush holding hands near the untouched statue of the horned, three-eyed woman. The duo sat in comfortable silence while Izuku quietly looked at the screens in front of him. He first checked his new stats with the addition of the 9 levels. Izuku realized that his level growth was slowing down considerably, but it was still increasing. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The one who overcame adversity, +4. Level, 154. Feet 0. HP, 38,320. MP, 30,880. Strength, 323. Agility, 314. Sense, 329. Vitality, 322. Intelligence, 452. He noticed in his inventory 2 swords, Samahata and Kusanagi. Now he had 2 powerful swords that could help him. The last sword he had, Michael's long sword, was given to Igris as a present. Item, Samahata. Item class is Attack, +400. Sentient sword wielded by Kisame Hashigaki, made from chakra-infused shark fins with some fuinjutsu. It shreds, not cuts. Can be equipped or stored. Effect, absorption. It absorbs energy from attacks and opponents when touched. Item, Kusanagi. Item class is Attack, +550. Wielded by Orochimaru, the grass cutter can cut through anything if imbued with energy. It has a paralytic poison that paralyzes weaker opponents. Effect, Perfect Cutter, can cut through anything if MP is added. Effect, Paralyzer. Opponents without a regenerative factor may be paralyzed at the area of impact. Smiling at that, he looked over at his skill section, and a grin appeared on his face. Skill, Weapons Expert leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. Skill, Hand-to-Hand leveled up from LV.1 to LV.2. Skill, Sprint leveled up from LV.7 to LV Max. Skill, Fire Manipulation leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. Skill, Gravity Manipulation leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. Skill, Shadow Manipulation leveled up from LV.5 to LV.6. Skill, Float leveled up from LV.4 to LV Max. Skill, Float evolved into Skill, Flight LV.1. Skill, Black Whip leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4. He was pleased with that. Even if his level wasn't rising quickly, having his skills evolve and level up was always a good thing. Now he looked at the window regarding the Akitsuki quest. Quest, Defeat the Akitsuki, Part 1 of the Key Collection. Completed. The Akitsuki was originally a group of 11 S-class missing ninjas from a universe far away. Defeat the 11 to continue your collection. Rewards. Reward 1. Gate Key 2/. Reward 2. Random skill from the opponents. Reward 3. Killed. 11 out of 11. Do you want to collect the rewards? Yes/no. Thinking yes, Izuku accepted the rewards. Reward 1. Bijou Gate Key 2/. Item class is Collection 2/. Key to Bijou Gate, location to Ji Temple in Kyoto. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. He remembered that Bijou were some kind of monsters with multiple tails. Reward 2. Random skill from opponent. Randomizing. You received abilities of Tobi, the masked Uchiha. Randomizing. Nijire Hado has received the abilities of Dura, the Mad Bomber. Nijire seemed to realize something was off, but Izuku cut her off before she could say anything. How should I put this, Nijire? You got the abilities of the yellow-haired bomber. Was it from the quests? How did I get it? How do I use it? She was quieted by Izuku placing a finger to her lips, causing a little blush to appear on her face. Chuckling softly, he squeezed her hand gently and explained, "You know the explosions? I'm pretty sure that instead of clay, you can channel the explosions into your energy waves or put the energy waves inside something like a ball, then after it hits something, boom." He explained dramatically. She laughed at him. "What about you? Apparently I got what Tobi has. But together, we can become the strongest in Japan." He extended his fist for a bump, and a happy, genuine smile appeared on her face as she bumped his fist. After explaining Tobi's abilities, Izuku and Nijire explored Daidara's profile. Izuku shared what he had learned about Daidara's skills. Explosion release allows the user to manipulate inner energy to create explosions. By infusing energy beams with explosive power, the user can cause an explosion upon impact. Additionally, one can store explosive energy in solid objects temporarily, leading to a delayed explosion when thrown. Deidara also developed the Illusion Destroyer, a technique to spot and cancel illusions through sight, smell, hearing, or other senses. This ability ensures that the user cannot be mind-controlled or manipulated externally. Nijire was in awe, realizing the implications of this skill. Wow, I didn't know about the possibilities with illusions. Now I need to worry about external manipulation rather than internal, she said, her shock evident. Izuku smiled at her reaction. Next, Izuku moved on to his abilities. The Sharingan is an ocular power that enhances perception, allowing the user to predict and copy movements while casting illusions. The Mangekyo Sharingan, a more advanced form, grants unique abilities to each user. Izuku noted that he would inherit Tobi's powers, including Kemi, a teleportation technique that also allows intangibility, and Susanoo, a protective skeletal figure made of mana. However, these abilities require mana to use. Izuku also had access to Hashirama's cells, which were originally taken to prevent blindness from using the Mangekyo. Now, they enable the use of wood release and can help evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into its final form. DMN would release? I wonder why he couldn't use it, Izuku mused, and they both laughed, enjoying a moment of camaraderie. Okay, last reward for this quest, Izuku announced, revealing a piece of a puzzle. Item name, the puzzle of the elementals PT. Collect 4 pieces to solve it, and a surprise awaits you. Nijire looked at the paper curiously, noting it was split into 4 pieces with unfamiliar writing in the center. She remembered, you reached level 150? What did it say? Smiling at his friend, Izuku read the message aloud. Special reward for reaching LV. Do you want to receive it? After confirming, the screen displayed new information. Well done for surpassing level 150. You are now a high international level hero. Not many can defeat you, but remember, being careless is the quickest way to danger. You will gain 3 rewards similar to those at levels 50 and 100. The rewards included additional points, a gate key, and a new skill called Infinity. Izuku's eyes widened at the unexpected bounty. He allocated points to intelligence, agility, and strength, aiming to enhance his shadow skill to capture B-rank gate monsters. The gate key, named Truth Gate Key, required him to venture alone, promising secrets that could not be shared. That is pretty far, he remarked, with Nijire nodding in agreement. The Infinity skill allowed him to distort space and time, creating an area where nothing could touch him, though it was mana-intensive. Nijire was impressed but also felt a twinge of envy at Izuku's luck with his quirk. They both shook off their thoughts and approached Pain and Tobi. Arise, Izuku commanded, and both emerged from the shadows. Pain had deep purple eyes and shadowy hair, while Tobi's orange mask revealed a red eye surrounded by shadows. With their new allies, Izuku used Kemi to return to his room, where they collapsed onto the bed, ready for the next day at UA. Gabriel observed them, a gentle smile breaking through her earlier frustration. She quickly got under the blanket and hugged Izuku, who unconsciously hugged her back. Izuku's strength was notable. He was ranked above captain, which was the 5th rank out of 10. As he continued to grow stronger, he would face new challenges, including villains inspired by solo leveling. His abilities included fire manipulation, allowing him to coat his sword or fists in flames. This technique, while powerful, required careful management of his energy and stamina. He also possessed gravity manipulation techniques that could absorb or repel everything they touched, depending on the mode he chose. One of his most formidable techniques was called Total Darkness, which could either incapacitate or eliminate targets within its range. This ability combined shadow manipulation, bloodlust, and gravity manipulation, making it a complex and powerful move. Izuku's stats reflected his training and experience. He had high strength, agility, and intelligence, with a variety of skills that included elemental resistance and shadow manipulation. His shadow army consisted of various creatures, each with unique abilities, further enhancing his combat capabilities. His armor and weapons were equally impressive, providing him with significant advantages in battle. Each piece contributed to his overall defense and attack power, allowing him to face formidable foes with confidence. As he prepared for the challenges ahead, Izuku was determined to harness his abilities and protect those he cared about. Your stats increase proportionally to your missing health. You have earned the title, Zombie Slayer, which boosts your stats by 20% when facing undead opponents like zombies, and grants you 40% more experience for defeating them. The title, Mammal Slayer, similarly increases your stats by 20% against mammal-like opponents, also providing a 40% experience boost. The title, All-in-One, enhances your stats by 20% against nomu opponents and by 30% against their creators, with the same experience bonus for defeating them. As an Angel Hunter, you gain 40% more experience when battling Holy-type monsters. Skills. Sprint LV.8/max. Active uses 10 MP to start and 1 MP per minute, increasing speed by 50%. Weapons Expert LV.3. Passive grants 60% more experience with weapons and a plus 5% speed boost in combat. Hand-to-hand LV.1. Passive provides 55% more experience when using only hands in combat against villains or monsters. Bloodlust LV.7/max. Active costs 5 MP to intimidate an opponent, reducing their stats by 50% for 1 minute. Fire Manipulation LV.3. Active A0 mana skill that allows fire to be used for attack, defense, or support, with a maximum temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius. Vital Strike LV.4. Active a dagger-only skill that costs 40 MP to deal critical damage to an opponent's vital area. Stealth LV.7. Active requires 170 MP to activate and 4 MP per second to maintain invisibility, erasing sound, smell, and presence. Gravity Manipulation LV.3. Active no mana required for the previous form, but adding mana creates both negative and positive energy. Spear Throw LV.5. Active deals damage by throwing a spear, with increasing damage and accuracy as the skill levels up, costing 35 MP. Healer LV.8. Active heals advanced injuries and can regrow some missing organs and cells, costing 15 mana per second. Shadow Manipulation LV.6. Active no mana required, allows control over shadows for various purposes. Elemental Resistance LV.5. Passive provides protection from different elements and resistance to extreme temperatures, ranging from -90 degrees Celsius to 2000 degrees Celsius. Flight LV.1. Active, evolved allows the user to navigate through the air, costing 1 MP per second. Black Whip LV.3. Active no MP required, produces a shadowy substance for capture and swinging. Shadow Exchange LV.1. Job-specific no mana required, exchanges locations with a selected shadow soldier, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Infinity LV.1. Active distorts space and time, creating an area around you that cannot be touched, costing 500 MP to activate and 100 per second to maintain. The next day, Izuku found himself in bed, flanked by Nijire and Gabriel, both hugging him. He smiled lightly, shaking his head at the situation. He didn't mind, but felt it was a bit unconventional. With about 10 days of summer, before UA officially started, the hero students of Year 1 would be busy during that time. Gently waking the two girls, he noticed Nijire's bed hair and a bit of drool. She mumbled, "That was the best sleep I had," before realizing where she was, causing her to blush deeply. Gabriel chuckled at her reaction. Izuku sensed the energy building up in Nijire, likely from the explosion release she had gained during their last adventure. He shushed her and explained, "Last night, after we came back from that dungeon, we both fell asleep instantly." He rubbed the back of his head, hoping Nijire wouldn't accidentally use her gift to cause chaos in his room. After a moment, Nijire yawned and muttered, "I want the warmth," clearly wanting to go back to sleep, as Izuku's body radiated a comforting warmth. Izuku shook his head, "Sorry, Sensei wants my class in our homeroom soon. I'll make breakfast." He sat up and headed to the kitchen. The mention of breakfast fully woke Nijire, and she quickly hugged him before heading to the shower. She emerged 15 minutes later, brushing her hair and wearing Izuku's baggy black shirt and shorts. Izuku found it surprisingly endearing how his clothes looked on her. After drying her hair, she sat at the kitchen bar, engaging in idle chatter while Izuku prepared breakfast. Gabriel could eat but decided not to, as it wasn't necessary for her survival. After saying goodbye to Nijire with a hug, he changed into his uniform while Gabriel relaxed on her bed. Nijire went downstairs, forgetting she still had Izuku's clothes. She greeted everyone, noticing a new face among them. "That was Nijire-senpai, right?" Denki asked in surprise, not expecting a member of the Big Three to be coming down in the morning. Katsumi replied in a monotone voice, "She is wearing Izuku's clothing." This revelation shocked everyone, especially the new girl. She had moved in the day before after being tested by Nizu and was living in the dorm under Katsumi's room. When she was introduced to most of Class 1A, except for Izuku, she was taken aback by their kindness, especially since she had taken Tsuyu's seat. Tenya then gathered everyone's attention. "We must be going. Izuku will be coming shortly." He knew his friend wouldn't miss a day of school. Momo added, "He was clearing some gates yesterday, which is why he isn't here yet." Ejiro asked, "With Nijire-senpai?" Kyoka replied, "I mean, they are friends and work together during the internships." With that, they headed to class, and the new girl glanced back, hoping to see Izuku. In Class 1A, everyone was feeling the pressure, even Aizawa. The reason? Izuku's aura. For some reason he hadn't toned it down and was approaching their class. Heian remarked, "He sure did get strong during the summer." She had a keen sense for detecting strength, and Izuku was radiating an impressive energy. When the door opened, most students felt overwhelmed by the intensity of Izuku's presence. Aizawa managed to say, "Can you lower your aura?" It was now more powerful than All Might's at full release. Izuku, surprised, toned it down. "Sorry, I was excited to try out some new moves later." After the shock wore off, Aizawa announced, "Firstly, we have a new student. Can you come forth and introduce yourself?" The new girl, Chika Ashigaka, stepped forward. She wrote her name on the board and explained, "My hero name is the booster hero, Bia. I came from Shiketsu High, and my quirk boosts my strength, flexibility, speed, and more. I hope we can become friends." Her gaze lingered on Izuku for a moment before she returned to her seat. Izuku was taken aback. He had forgotten about the new student. He recalled that Sakachi had conducted a test to ensure she wasn't a threat, and the results indicated she was not. What surprised him most was her surname, Ashigaka, a name associated with a powerful clan from Japan's history known for strength quirks and blonde hair. When Chika sat down, Aizawa continued, "Until the school officially starts again, we will focus on ultimate moves. Change into your P uniforms and meet me in Gym Beta." With that, Aizawa left. Izuku radiated excitement, which was contagious, making everyone else feel more energized. Chika glanced at Izuku, her expression showing interest, while in her mind, a chibi version of herself was excitedly imagining her future with him. Chika had a plan: befriend him, get him on a date, marry, and have a lot of kids. It was a foolproof plan that she clearly didn't take weeks to devise. 10 minutes later, everyone was changed and standing in front of 4 teachers: Eraserhead, All Might, Ectoplasm, and Cementos. Aizawa continued where he left off. "As I mentioned earlier, you will be developing or mastering your ultimate moves. Before anyone asks what an ultimate move is, let All Might explain." Looking slightly apprehensive, All Might spoke after a moment. "Ultimate moves are unique abilities that a person can perform with their quirk, which are difficult to replicate with other quirks. I name my attacks after US states because they have different percentage outputs." Cementos added, "Some of you already have ultimate moves. Tenya has his Recipro Burst, for example. Ingenium's little brother beamed with pride. Izuku has his Total Darkness, and I believe red and blue are also included, right?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, red and blue are part of my super moves, as they require more energy than normal gravity attacks." Ochako asked, "Can you show it?" Like many of their classmates, she was curious to see one of the strongest students demonstrate his moves. Izuku looked at his teachers, who nodded, with Cementos creating two pillars. Blue and red are completely opposite. Blue absorbs everything while red repels everything. Izuku shot out a small blue and a small red blast at the two pillars. The blue absorbed some concrete, leaving nothing behind, while the red created a trench with debris scattered everywhere. Those attacks are mainly for monsters in the dungeons, but the energy I used here is nothing compared to my normal output. I'm sure this gym will be fine. He rubbed his head, while some students looked at him in disbelief, impressed by his abilities. They learned that Izuku wore glasses to reduce sensory input, making fights more manageable. Other students watched in awe at the display. Aizawa then spoke. It may not be as destructive as Izuku's, but you will need to develop an ultimate move that will help you against villains or monsters. They remembered the recent news about gates appearing and how Izuku and his shadows often assisted heroes in defeating them. Ectoplasm will help you, while the rest of us will be moving from student to student. With that, Cementos created Gym Gamma, featuring multiple flat tops for students. Can I go outside? Some techniques I want to practice will definitely be more destructive, Izuku asked sheepishly. Suddenly, his skill, Limitless, activated, surprising everyone. This led to Katsumi trying to get his attention, much to the astonishment of their classmates. Nerd, what is that? She poked at him but couldn't touch Izuku. He deactivated his Limitless ability, allowing her to make contact. She exclaimed, falling into his arms as the technique was deactivated. I discovered a new use for gravity. It's tiring, but I can surround myself with it, he explained, placing Katsumi back on her feet, ignoring her flustered expression. Anything trying to reach me will slow down significantly. Izuku smiled lightly, while Katsumi muttered, overpowered nerds. Did you need something? He asked, though internally he thought, I just jinxed myself, haven't I? As his skills grew, so did his confidence, but his quirkless upbringing kept him humble, knowing that one stray knife could be dangerous. Remembering her request, Katsumi asked, Can I borrow one of your shadows to practice on? Izuku raised an eyebrow, allowing her to continue as the rest of the students began to leave with an ectoplasm clone. I have a move in mind, but I need one of your shadows to see if I can work it out. Nodding, he suggested, Can we go to one of the outdoor training areas? Aizawa sighed. Sure, go to training field Zulu. Thanking him, the two were teleported with Izuku's secret power, Kamui, shocking everyone who was watching. What was that? Someone asked, but no one answered. Training field Zulu was special for multiple reasons. It was a new training ground sponsored by Izuku, who had converted his system's gold to yen for the funding. Nizu was thrilled with the mysterious donation, creating a training field for a national-level hero in training, making it Izuku's private training ground until he secured his own place. The area featured meter-thick walls made of mana crystals, thanks to Meihatsum, and was mostly flat land with grass underfoot. A small river ran through it, and there were large rocks scattered around. The training ground was expensive because Nizu had to acquire additional land to make it 4 times larger than any other training ground. It also had a system that restored the area each day, and the walls were designed to withstand one of Izuku's punches at minimum. What was that? Katsumi shouted, her voice lowering as she asked, Also, where are we? Welcome to Training Ground Zulu, Izuku replied. This area allows us to go all out, and it will be as good as new every day. That is also a semi-private training ground for me, Izuku said sheepishly at the end, then he got serious, which Katsumi noticed. Kaken, do not tell anyone what I will show you. Only Nijire knows as I got them yesterday, but Rumi will know soon too. Katsumi nodded as they sat down on the grass near the water. He activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning lazily. These are called the Sharingan. The next level up is the Mangekyo, and that is why I could teleport us here. He then showed her his Mangekyo Sharingan, shocking her. Was it the S-rank gate yesterday? How was it? Katsumi asked, curious about the details. Izuku nodded and said, Akitsuki, come forth. With that, 11 shadows emerged from his own, most looking human, but she could feel their power. She doubted she could defeat any of them. Now tell me what you want to train in. I may help you more if you explain it, She sighed and nodded. I have a way to localize my explosions into a small shot for long distances. So far, I have my normal explosions and the larger ones with my gauntlets. I also have my stun shot, which stuns the opponent, but that's it. She lay down on the grass, looking at the clear sky, frustrated with herself. She had thought she was strong until UA, where she saw the real difference in strength. Even though Katsumi relied on her quirk, she had little else but some kickboxing skills. Another reason for her frustration was that she couldn't spend time with Izuku during the summer, but she was happy he was here with her now. Truthfully, I don't know what to do. I wanted to spend time with you since we didn't get to during summer. Izuku lay down next to her, looking up at the sky as the Akitsuki members returned to his shadow. Let's start with your idea first. You need to have all areas covered. Your explosions can allow you to fly and shoot from close range, and your style is deadly too. This made a small smile appear on her face. She wasn't in the mood to be her angry self, but a more relaxed version. Your collection of sweat is good for mid-range attacks, and now with this new technique, you are covering all ranges. What I would advise is a small change in your hero costume. This got her full attention. What about grenades? You could fill them up with sweat, and even if your quirk is cancelled somehow, you will have a way to continue even in a tough situation. Katsumi smiled lightly. Thanks, Izuku, this means a lot. He smiled back at her. Okay, I will leave you with Gabriel and Uriel to help you out. Uriel is smarter than I am, and Gabriel can help translate for you. While you do that, I have some things I need to check out. She nodded gratefully as two shadows appeared near Izuku, and the trio left for the rocks. Izuku then muttered, I need to see how to activate Susanoo, do with style techniques, and probably combine red and blue. He summoned Tobi and Zetsu, the perfect infiltration specialists in his army. Tobi, Zetsu, I want you to look around for a woman called Nana. He then summoned a magician and asked the shadow to project an image from his memory. I don't know where she is, but can you two please find her? If you can, place her in the shared storage, but if not, notify me, please, as you two are the best infiltration specialists. The two nodded, and Tobi vanished with a swirl while Zetsu created 100 clones that all went underground to search for the woman. He then summoned more shadows who were Captain Grade. Baruka, I want you and Raphael to pair up and check on some gates. Put any bodies in the inventory, but if there are heroes at the gate, protect them from the shadows. If they leave anything, take crystals or bodies to be sold. I want the same with Mikao and Itachi pairing up. Baru, you can go with Orochimaru. The rest of you can relax, okay? With that, the 6 shadows left to complete their duties. With Nijire, after she left the 1A dorms, she went to her own room, saying hi to her friends and other members of the big. Nijire, where were you yesterday? Mirio asked, noticing she hadn't returned to the dorms last night. I was in a gate with Zuzu yesterday. When we teleported to his room, we were both tired, so we slept there. Tamaki asked, stuttering a bit, doesn't he have a girlfriend? Nijire smirked. He has 2 actually, Maruko and Gabriel. They didn't mind if I got into a relationship with him. Anyway, we will have a date soon. With that, she left the 2 shocked teens behind, unable to respond. The date was indeed true. In the days before you, Izuku had promised to take her out. After getting to her room, she changed into her training clothes to practice with her new ability. Now she also needed to control her emotions a bit more until she understood how the new skill worked. In her PE uniform, she started jogging to 3A's private field, training ground Echo, designed to resemble a ruined city after an earthquake or a massive villain attack. Warming up, she began to stretch her body, preparing her muscles for controlling the energy blasts. If she thought about it, her abilities were somewhat similar to Katsumi Bakugo's, but with a different application. Nijire started on the ground, pointing her left hand out, concentrating the energy she had felt earlier. A wave surged forth, and when it hit a building, a massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying and flames bursting from the structure. She stared in shock, realizing that a full-power shot would have created an even larger explosion. Her eyes widened as she looked at her left hand, astonished by the power she wielded. Nijire felt she could create both larger and smaller explosions if she focused enough. Kneeling on one leg, she placed both hands on the pavement, infusing her quirk's energy into the ground. Suddenly, she sensed when it would explode. Jumping back, she watched as the pavement erupted upwards after 5 seconds. Breathing slightly from the exertion, she thought, "Wow, I really need to train more. I might need to ask Izuku for help." With that, she went to a nearby bench and took a drink of water. Meanwhile, at training field Zulu, Izuku and Katsumi had been there for 2 hours. The other trainees, not searching for Nana or looking for gates, were either relaxing or engaging in mock battles. Katsumi noticed Izuku meditating and, feeling exhausted from using her quirk, walked over and sat next to him, leaning her head on his shoulder. She didn't mind that he had a girlfriend. Instead, she asked, "What are you doing, nerd?" Smiling lightly, he replied, "I'm trying to figure out how to use wood. I want to have the wood release, Kamui, Susanoo, and purple completed before I go to the USA." Katsumi shot up from her leaning position, surprised. "Why are you going to the USA?" "I'm interning under Star and Stripe for the first 2 weeks of our second term, then 2 to 3 days a week after that," Izuku explained calmly. Katsumi huffed, feeling a blush rise as her stomach growled. She glared at Izuku, but he just offered her some food. As she dug into the spicy katsudon, she found it hard to stop. Izuku had his classic version of katsudon with tea on the side. After lunch, Katsumi began training her long-distance shots while Izuku moved to an unoccupied area, thinking, "I forgot to do this yesterday." He summoned the shadows from his inventory. "Arise." With that command, 30 shadow soldiers emerged. While they might not be the strongest, they were useful for evacuations or dealing with low-level villains. Among them was a large white tiger transformed into a black shadow tiger with white eyes, 10 armored horses, 8 monkeys with swords, and 11 wolves. Smiling as he petted a couple of wolves, Izuku was soon surrounded by the new shadows eager for attention. After 5 minutes, he allowed them to explore the surroundings, noticing that Conan had bonded well with the white tiger. "Okay, I think I may have an idea for using wood style." He knelt down and placed both hands on the ground, attempting to command the wood style through him. Suddenly, trees over 130 meters tall grew from the ground, complete with leaves and branches. Smirking, Izuku activated his eyes into the Mangekyo form and pushed more energy into them, similar to the Kamui, causing a structure to form around him. Ribs began to take shape, followed by arms, and as he channeled more energy, a head and legs started to grow, elevating Izuku higher. Finally, muscle and skin started to form around the bones, and armor along with a weapon materialized alongside Izuku. He felt an exhilarating sensation, as if he were flying, though he couldn't see the wings yet. On his right hand, he noticed a massive spear with an unusually long tip. Looking back, he finally saw the wings on his back. Izuku made them rise and began to fly, getting a feel for his new abilities. With his spear, effortlessly cut the tops of the newly grown trees. Katsumi watched in awe, her eyes wide open. She never expected the Susanoo to manifest in such a way. The towering figure made of MP was larger than the trees Izuku had grown, and she wondered if he could even be defeated anymore. With all his skills, especially if he mastered infinity, she was relieved that he chose the path of a hero rather than a villain, as no one would stand a chance against him and his army of the undead. Meanwhile, Nizu observed the training ground through the camera and nearly dropped his tea. He saw Izuku growing tall trees and thought, climate change could slow down if he planted more. Then he caught sight of the tall, flying figure and nearly fainted, pondering, "What can you not do yet?" He sighed, noting that the hpsc was being more troublesome than usual. They had control over one S-rank hero but significant influence over others, like Hawks and Endeavor. With the latter, the hpsc was hiding his family issues for some favors. As the old national rank hero began to reduce his activity, they aimed to control the newer heroes, but Nizu was blocking their attempts. They wanted to meet him after Izuku returned from the USA. After 10 minutes of flying, Izuku landed and dropped to the ground, breathing heavily. It had been exhausting, the Kamui and Susanoo abilities of the Mangekyo reduced his MP quickly, and he still needed to refine his wood style. He drank some water and contemplated combining red and blue. The name was obvious, purple, but the proportions were tricky to manage. Shaking his head, he approached Katsumi to help her with her training. 10 days later, at Tokyo International Airport, Izuku could have teleported but chose to travel like everyone else since he didn't have travel rights for the USA yet. Waving at some fans, he headed toward his plane, a private jet arranged by Star and Stripe. Gabriel emerged from Izuku's shadow and sat next to him, gazing out the window at the scenery below. As the engine roared to life, they watched the cars shrink to the size of ants. Izuku reminisced about his fun days at UA, knowing that the rest of Class 1A would soon begin their classes and take their provisional license exams the next day. He started chatting with Chika, unaware that their interaction had been orchestrated by her. He found her to be a nice and outgoing person, reminiscent of Kyoka but with a more pronounced figure. Izuku smiled, recalling the date he had with Nijire. They had received permission from Nizu and he teleported them to a private beach on the southern coast of Japan, where they spent the day swimming and playing games. After enjoying the water, he set up a barbecue, and they relaxed and had fun. Nijire had loved the experience, preferring it to a traditional restaurant date. As the plane neared the USA, Izuku fell asleep with Gabriel resting on his shoulder. The two Kwami emerged and settled in his hair. A few hours later, they woke up as they began their descent, excited to see a new part of the world. Gabriel returned to Izuku's shadow for a while as the plane landed. Stepping off, he spotted Kathleen with some of her employees, whom she referred to as her brothers. Izuku waved at them, and when the #1 hero of America approached, they embraced, much to Kathleen's surprise, as Izuku wasn't crunched up like last time. "Welcome to America, Izuku," she said, and he simply smiled in response. Class 1A, along with Rumi and Nijire, bid farewell to Izuku as he left for his internships. It surprised many to see Rumi and Nijire hug him, but they soon returned to UA for their first lesson, which started a little later than usual. Once in class, all 19 students were present, prompting Aizawa to begin. "As you know, your provisional exams will be later today. Hitoshi Shinso will be joining us at the exam site and will likely take the 21st seat in 1A. This announcement excited many, as their relationship with Hitoshi had improved since the camp, despite his earlier kidnapping. Hitoshi, however, preferred to keep to himself most of the time. He entered the classroom and was told, "For now, you can sit in Izuku's place. A seat will be assigned to you soon." Hitoshi smiled gratefully and nodded. "We will leave at noon, so don't put on your hero outfits just yet." Tenya raised his hand. "Sir, I have a question." Aizawa nodded for him to continue. "What will the exams be like?" "There will be 2 parts, usually a team activity followed by a rescue. However, with the emergence of the gates, there may be a new component or a slight change in format," Aizawa explained. As knowledge of the gates spread, new laws and regulations were implemented. Izuku had sent measuring devices to all hero embassies, making it safer for people to enter the gates. The Japanese hpsc allowed individuals with licenses to enter gates, categorized into 3 types: a civilian license for E and D rank gates, a provisional license for hero-level access, and a special license for hunters, or heroes who could access higher-ranked gates as support. An exception was made for Izuku Midoriya, who could enter any gate due to his national-level status. Consequently, the exams needed adjustments as gates appeared more frequently, with reports of some being hazardous to nearby humans. At the exam center, Class 1A, accompanied by Hitoshi, disembarked from the bus with their hero suits in hand, supervised by Aizawa and, surprisingly, Nijire. The bubbly brunette wanted to observe how Izuku's friends performed during the exam. As they waited for Aizawa to exit the bus, they were approached by students from Ketsubutsu Academy High, particularly a black-haired boy named Yo Shindo. "You must be from UA. I'm a big fan," he said with a forced smile. "It's a shame Izuku Midoriya isn't here, you're nothing compared to him." Instead of being provoked, the UA students laughed. "Oh, we know, but at least he's helping us get stronger," Shoko replied unexpectedly, surprising everyone with her boldness. Yo then approached her, holding her hands. A beauty. I'm Yo Shindo. What's your name? With a sweet yet chilling smile, she replied, Shoko Todoroki, and began to freeze his hands. Startled, Yo jumped back and used his quirk to shatter the ice. Shota, he said, catching Aizawa's attention. Let's get married, he joked, causing a collective sweat drop among the students from both schools. Aizawa shot him a serious look. No joke. Shoko raised an eyebrow. You don't look dead, let's get married so you won't look dead. Aizawa face-bombed. I may not be as tired as before, but still no. He turned to his students. Get inside, change, and follow the instructions. Just as they were about to leave, Class 1A was halted, particularly by Chika. Chika girl, how you doing? Chika turned around and smiled. Hey Kami, good to see you again. The duo hugged, causing some confusion among Class 1A. This is my friend from Shiketsu, Kami. Kami, these are my new classmates at UA. That's rad. Where's the guy you've been talking about? Izuku, right? Chika quickly covered Kami's mouth, not wanting her to reveal anything she wasn't ready to share. Nijire raised an eyebrow, no longer surprised that more girls had a crush on Izuku. Katsumi's eye twitched at the mention of his name. Kaminari laughed. I wonder when Izuku will realize that. He's pretty dense if a girl doesn't ask him out. The girls interested in Izuku froze, realizing the truth in his words. Nijire playfully boinked Kaminari on the head. You guys should start going. I'll be cheering you on, Nijire said as they nodded and began to leave. Bye, Nijire-senpai. Most of Class 1A called out as they departed. Emi then looked at her old friend. Did you not tell them about the exams? He quirked an eyebrow. You know, UA crush. Shota chuckled. If you expect my kids to be the same as at the sports festival, you're mistaken. They will crush their competition. With that, Aizawa headed to the viewing area with Nijire, followed closely by Joke. So where is Monarch? Joke asked, curious to see him in person. He went to America for internships. He'll be back in about 3 weeks, Aizawa replied nonchalantly. Joke pouted at that. I wonder how Zuzu is doing? I think he's still on the plane, Nijire thought. With Class 1A. They donned their hero suits and stood among around 2,000 other students in a massive rectangular room. Yakumura Mera, the organizer of the exams, approached the stage, and the participants fell silent. The man looked more tired than Aizawa, some of Class 1A mused. Good afternoon, I am Yakumura Mera, and I am the overseer of this exam. His disinterested tone raised eyebrows among the participants. Welcome to the provisional exams. As you may know, gates are appearing more frequently, meaning more heroes will be needed to counter them. Even though Monarch is handling most of them at the moment, we still need more heroes. However, the standard has dropped. We only want the best of the best. Out of over 2,000 of you, only 150 will actually get the license. This shocked many participants, but they understood the underlying truth in his words. Usually, we would have an elimination round for the first phase, which is everyone against everyone, but this time you will have to deal with fake monsters. Don't worry, they are programmed not to kill you, but they can still injure you. Some shouts were heard, but Yakumaru ignored them. For this round, you will need to have 3 special pods placed visibly on your hero costume or body. Behind him, an image showed the allowed locations for the small circular disc placements. You will be given 2 ball each, and with those 3 ball, you will need to eliminate 3 opponents. The discs will turn red if a ball touches them, and when all 3 discs are hit, the one who got the last point receives the pass. If all 3 discs flash red, you are out, but if yours flash green, then you pass. Only 150 people can pass. Good luck and make it quick. With that, he yawned and walked away. Let's do this, one explosive blonde shouted, her fists igniting with energy. Heian nodded. If we pass, then we can go into gates with Izuku. Ejiro joined them, exclaiming, we will win. Manliness. Others from Class 1A chuckled at Ejiro's uplifting spirit. This was just what some of the class needed. They weren't unprepared, but they needed more confidence. Some even wished Izuku was there fighting alongside them. After everyone received their discs and 3-ball, the box opened. A voice over the speaker announced, "You have 5 minutes to get into a favorable location." Most of Class 1A stayed together, while a small group led by Katsumi, including Shoko, Heiin, Ejiro, and Denki, moved to a location resembling a town. Go! With the final announcement, chaos erupted. With Katsumi's group. After walking for some time, with Katsumi arguing with Denki, they heard the word, "Go." And robots the size of the 2-pointers she faced during the entrance exam jumped out of their hiding places. Using a move she had learned recently, she shot one in the head, destroying it. The group soon realized there were 3 types of robots: speedsters, tankers, and assassins. The one Katsumi just defeated was an assassin, known for being silent and agile. Tankers had shields and delivered powerful punches, while speedsters were fast but had low defense. Heiin threw one of her swords at a tanker, distracting it while she materialized another sword for a kill. Going to the left, she stabbed a sword imbued with fire, destroying it. The group of 5 then encountered a group of 20 students in colorful ninja outfits. Katsumi snorted, "Wannabe ninjas." "Oi, give up and we won't rough you up that badly," one of the wannabes called out, tossing metal nuts up and down. Ejiro took a step forward, "That isn't manly enough for us." With that, Shoko froze the whole floor, trapping some of the ninjas. Denki, supported by Ejiro and Heiin, rushed towards them, with Ejiro taking a blow from an enlarged nut. Heiin jumped above Ejiro, wielding a sword made of electricity to knock out one of her opponents, while Denki approached from the side with his disc shooters. A purple ninja and a black ninja dodged the attack, but when they tried to taunt Denki, Kaminari shot electricity, knocking both unconscious. Katsumi aimed at a blue ninja, who prepared to unleash a water attack. Thanks to her training with Izuku, she dodged at the last second, then unleashed a massive explosion that sent the blue ninja crashing into a white ninja, rendering both unconscious. "They are weak," she remarked, but when she looked around, she saw that all 20 ninjas were down. She then eliminated 3 more while the rest of the team took care of the others. Heiin approached and said, "Izuku taught us. We may never rise to his level, but our skills are no joke either." Denki nodded. With his idea of making a metal disc fly out and this new armor from the mana crystals, I don't get brain fried that easily. Ejiro added, "He is the manliest man of all men, but with his help, I can go ultra hard." An awkward silence fell over the group as the others looked at Ejiro, then laughter erupted. "Yeah, he is amazing. I wish he could see us in this exam," Shoko said, and the others agreed. Aizawa and the group watched as the speaker announced, 5 students from UA passed the first test. "Yay, 15 more and it's barely been a couple of minutes," Nijire exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed," Aizawa replied, feeling proud of his students, especially Izuku. Though neither showed it much, they both cared for each other, knowing they would have each other's backs in the field. A few days earlier, Aizawa walked to training field Zulu to check on his students. Massive trees loomed, and Izuku was seen producing shadows from a large skeletal figure. His favorite bison was playing with other animal shadows nearby, and a massive white cat caught his attention. As Aizawa approached, he was intercepted by the bison and the white tiger, both asking for scratches. He obliged, and when Izuku came up and sat down, the bison leaned against Aizawa. The cat lay next to him while wolves and horses surrounded Izuku and Aizawa. "I see you have more shadows. Planning on getting more?" Aizawa asked. "Yeah, even if I have shadows and gates, I don't think I will be raising them," Izuku replied. "How much space do you have left for the shadows?" "About 20, give or take. I'm happy with them for now. Some are relaxing, some are training, and some are on missions," Izuku explained cheerfully. Aizawa smiled, enjoying the moment as he patted the tiger's head. "Can I have the bison and the tiger?" Izuku looked at the 2 animals and asked, "Do you 2 want to stay with Sensei?" The animals nodded. "What are you naming them?" "The tiger, Luna. The bison, Donald." "Great, now you 2 have bodyguards," Izuku joked. They continued discussing Izuku's progress, and Aizawa thought that if he ever had a child he would want them to be like Izuku. Back in the present, Aizawa patted the heads of the bison and the tiger. Nijire squealed and started scratching the tiger. You two can get out if you want, Aizawa said. To the shock of Ms. Joke and some spectators, the tiger and bison emerged and lay in front of the teacher and student duo. Luna stunned. You too good? Aizawa asked, receiving nods from both shadows. When did you get your own shadows? Ms. Joke asked in surprise. Aizawa chuckled. I started to like them. They're my bodyguards, or something to cuddle. No fair. I want to cuddle with you, she pouted, and laughter erupted. Unbeknownst to them, the reason the two shadows emerged was for Izuku to see what was happening with his friends during the flight. It took another 20 minutes for the rest of the 1A students to finish the first test. With no mass eliminations, competition was fierce. Aizawa felt proud of Aoyama, who had shown remarkable improvement. Now, there was a 30-minute break for all of 1A to relax while waiting for the second part to be prepared. Somewhere beyond human perception, a bearded old man observed through a mist that revealed an image of 8 individuals sitting around a table. The man sadly couldn't hear the conversation, but let us delve into it. The atmosphere around the 8 individuals sitting at the table was charged with an overwhelming sense of power. One figure among them radiated more strength than the others. He initiated the discussion. The one who possesses this power is still weak but has developed other skills. The only woman in the group blushed at the thought of the man she loved, now transformed into a new being. My, still handsome as ever, my love, she murmured. A blue figure smirked. Why aren't we attacking him now? It takes time to get our armies to this planet. The creator is complicating our plans, the de facto leader replied. That old man is getting weaker, one of the figures remarked arrogantly. The leaders shook their head. We stole power from him. Even if he retains most of it, his earthly body is still not strong enough to concern us. Meanwhile, Class 1A was waiting for the next part of their training to be explained. They overheard comments from other participants, particularly Kyoka and Mezu, whose quirks were useful for gathering information. We're lucky the Monarch already received his license, otherwise, we would have been in trouble. I swear UA is riding on the Monarch's success and power. Monarch is so cool. They knew Izuku disliked the media, and it was mainly due to the League of Villains that he had become well known. However, their underestimation of him had allowed them to succeed. Yuga Aoyama, one of the weaker students due to his low stamina, had high pain tolerance. He admitted it was easier to fool others when they were stressed. During a week with Shota Aizawa, he learned not to rely solely on his quirk and expanded his battle capabilities, improving his combat style. He teamed up with Tenya, Hanta, and Koji for the first part of the exam. Yuga shot his beam upward, attracting other participants who rushed to score points but were caught by Hanta's tape. With Tenya and Koji's help, they immobilized the group, allowing them to succeed. Chika thought, he is in America. I'll have to wait 3 weeks. What should I do? Yes, some stress-relieving punches would work. She had been one of the first in her class to pass, likely due to her enhanced speed. Villains have attacked City X. Civilians are in dire need of rescue. Save them, the speaker announced. Some students muttered, last part, yay. The box they stood in opened, revealing a destroyed arena. Oi, what are you doing standing there? Save us, shouted a member of the civilian rescue simulation. Though some grumbled, they complied. Class 1A was relieved it was a rescue mission. During their 10 days of training, they had practiced rescuing civilians from a collapsing mall, similar to what was happening now but with more casualties. A handful of students began setting up a medical area while others searched for civilians. Momo took charge, assigning tasks. The plan was running smoothly, except for Katsumi, who was shouting at some people she needed to rescue. The remaining Shiketsu students cleared a helicopter landing area. Other schools joined forces to help rescue civilians, and this time they didn't have to compete to pass. Alarm! Villains have entered the premises to reclaim City X, defend the civilians and counter the villains. The so-called villains were members of Gang Orca's agency, with the number 10 hero himself standing proudly alongside MT Lady, who had been invited for several reasons, including a boost in popularity and a chance to see Izuku, though she had forgotten he already had his provisional license. A massive smirk appeared on the heroine's face as she grew to her giant size. Gang Orca sent out a sonic wave towards the students, causing some to stumble back. You, a student of Ms. Joke, rushed forward, making the ground shake with his quirk. Empty Lady jumped toward the students, aiming to distract them while Gang Orca dealt damage to their opponents. Shoko quickly created a massive ice wall to block Empty Lady's path, but it was soon destroyed by her giant legs. Meanwhile, the remaining 150 participants continued evacuating civilians, with some branching off to help defeat the sidekicks and the two pro-heroes. They still had a good number of people to rescue. Heian used a water-type sword to help civilians trapped in the water. Mizo employed his dupli arms to carry 3 injured individuals to the relocated medical center. Chika was pushing debris aside to help an elderly woman escape from the rubble. Katsumi, one of the defenders, aimed an explosion at MP Lady's face. Pops echoed as she prepared for her attack. MP Lady began swatting at Katsumi like a fly, but with her mastery of aerial movement, the ash-blonde girl dodged each strike. Stun grenade! Katsumi shouted, disorienting the large woman. She followed up with a powerful attack, howitzer impact. A massive explosion occurred, knocking MT Lady back several meters. Gang Orca was struggling as well. The added weight from his gears slowed him down. Despite this, he was still considered an S-rank hero. Shoko launched multiple ice shots at him, which were countered by the sonic blasts he produced. Fumikage stepped forward with Dark Shadow, which had grown larger than usual, relentlessly attacking Gang Orca and exposing his slow movements. Kyoka and some students from Shiketsu sent long-range attacks at the sidekicks wielding cement guns. The students held their ground until an announcement broke through the chaos. All civilians have been evacuated. The exam has concluded, the speaker announced. Please wait for the final results. With that, Katsumi fell onto her back, breathing. Who knew MT Lady was an A-rank hero? I need to get stronger. For Izuku and myself. She was eager to gain more experience, especially against villains, as that was what she felt she was missing the most. Nearby, a smaller version of MT Lady, slightly soot-stained from Katsumi's attack, looked tired but otherwise unharmed. 20 minutes after the end of the second exam, the proctor stood on a stage with a massive screen behind him. Well done for coming this far, he yawned. Behind me, you will see who passed the second round. You need more than 50 points to pass, as it was a reduction system from 100. The names appeared on the screen. You will receive a sheet detailing what you did right and wrong, along with your scores. If you don't see your name, don't worry. We will have remedial classes allowing you to pass in 3 months, or you can retake it in 6 months. The tired man left the stage, and the participants felt pity for him, especially Hitoshi, who noticed how overworked he looked. To everyone's surprise, all of Class 1A passed. Hitoshi, who had been training diligently for a couple of months, was happier than ever. When they received their papers, Katsumi was sweating. She had scored 51, just 1 point above the passing mark. She realized her foul language might have contributed to her low score, but now she didn't care. She could spend more time with Izuku. Heian received an 84, while Shoko scored. The students chatted excitedly, and after getting their licenses, they sent a class photo to Izuku, with some individuals sending him private messages to thank him. Class 1A knew they owed their success to Izuku, who had helped them gain experience with his various fighting styles, even if he had held back. Aizawa and Nijire approached them. Well done, everyone. You did great, Nijire said cheerfully. Despite not spending much time with them, she felt proud of Izuku's classmates. Aizawa nodded in agreement. I concur. Now let's head out. He wasn't as tired, thanks to Izuku's energy drinks, but still looked forward to some private time with his bodyguards. Before they could leave, Ms. Joke attempted to hug Aizawa but was blocked by Donald and Luna. Aizawa wore a smirk. Thanks, Donald Luna. Ms. Joke pouted but added, don't forget, we'll meet in 4 weeks for joint training. With that, she waved and jumped away. Where is Izuku when you need him? Aizawa muttered, feeling happier knowing his favorite problem child would be back from America soon. When they arrived at the dorms, They were greeted with an abundance of pizzas, chips, fizzy drinks, and other fast foods. A letter rested on top, reading, "Well done, everyone. I saw your messages, and I'm proud of you. Train hard, and I'll arrange a class dungeon for you to complete." Momo read the letter aloud, and the rest of the students cheered, knowing who had sent it, as most had only messaged their parents and Izuku. The next day, Tuesday, school life returned to normal until the afternoon when Aizawa announced, "Now you will be having guests. You already met the big three, but they will be telling you about internships," Ejiro said. "Is it the same as what Izuku is doing?" He received a nod from the teacher until the door swung open, revealing the big Mirio, the de facto leader, stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with Shota. Getting permission, he began, "Hiya. As you already know, we are the Big Eye Mirio, the shy one is Tamaki, and this is Nijire." "They don't look like potatoes," someone muttered, prompting the class to ignore Tamaki, who was used to such comments. "Now, tell me, what does the future look like?" An awkward silence fell over the classroom. "Grim," Denki finally muttered, and everyone nodded in agreement. The class vice president added, "That's why we are here, to increase everyone's safety." Mirio's sweat dropped, thinking that if he hadn't introduced himself during the final exams, the reaction might have been different. Anyways, internships are basically being a sidekick to a hero. They help you get stronger and teach you how to become a better hero. It's better to show you than just talk about it. He turned to Aizawa, asking, "With your permission, can we go to Gym Alpha?" The Erasure hero nodded and instructed the class, "Get into your P uniforms and meet in Gym Alpha in 10 minutes. With that, everyone left, with Nijire being the last to exit. Gym Alpha. The gym was a massive enclosed area where students could train. Mirio stood in front of Class 1A, all dressed in their P uniforms. "Okay, now you 20 will be facing me." "Are you sure, Senpai? Wouldn't that be unfair?" Hanta asked. "Indeed, those odds don't seem favorable for you," Fumikage added. Mirio simply smirked. "Anyways, ready? Go!" Class 1A quickly arranged themselves into front fighters, mid-range, and long-range support. Everyone was shocked when Mirio seemed to vanish into the ground and reappear near Hitoshi, hitting him in the stomach. "Always deal with those with mind-type quirks," he advised. Mirio disappeared again, and students near him attempted to attack, but their strikes passed through him. "Now that I think about it, Izuku has a similar ability thanks to his quirk," Nijire mused, thinking about her boyfriend and their upcoming date. While Nijire was daydreaming, Mirio took out the long-range attackers. Using 5% of One for All, a nearly invisible golden aura surrounded him, enhancing his speed and surprising Shoko, who nearly froze in place. Mirio struck her stomach, sending her to the floor. Katsumi charged forward, but as her explosion passed through him, she instinctively propelled herself upward, narrowly missing a punch from Mirio. Mirio continued to dominate Class 1A. Heian tried to block him with her sword, but he phased through her defense and landed a punch. Izuku can't do that. He can only fully permeate or not at all, unlike Mirio, Nijire thought with a frown. Noticing her expression, Aizawa leaned closer and asked, "What's wrong?" "Izuku has a similar skill, but the difference is that he can only do it fully or not, unlike Mirio," Nijire explained. Aizawa nodded in understanding. Tamaki overheard and wondered, what does she mean about Izuku having a similar ability as Mirio? It was strange. He thought Nijire would share everything rather than keep secrets. But he and Mirio were also keeping secrets, so he couldn't blame her. However, Mirio was close enough to hear Nijire's comment, causing him to lose focus on both One for All and his permeation. This allowed Katsumi, the last one standing, to launch a massive explosion at Mirio, knocking him off his feet. "Ha, got you," she smirked, jumping back. Mirio, realizing he had used his current maximum of 37% and rushed at full speed toward a wide-eyed Katsumi, intensified his aura significantly. Time seemed to slow down as Katsumi, who usually relished a challenge, began to shake, closing her eyes and raising her arms to guard herself. Nothing happened. Aizawa and everyone in the gym watched as Mirio unexpectedly released his aura and intensified his One for All usage. They saw Katsumi trying to protect herself, and Shota noticed some students attempting to intervene. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku had left a night-level shadow with every Class 1A student, except for Katsumi, Shoko, and Heiin, where he placed an elite knight just in case. What stood in front of Katsumi was Beast, the nomu that Izuku had defeated during the USJ incident. The shadow, resembling a bird-like nomu, caught Mirio's fist effortlessly, thanks to its shock nullification and increased regeneration. Beast used his strength to throw Mirio to one side of the gym, then stood protectively in front of Katsumi. As she opened her eyes after the impact, she realized it was Izuku's first shadow from the outside world. "Beast?" she asked, a light smile forming on her face. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she felt grateful to Izuku for placing a shadow with her. This gesture indicated that he was concerned for their safety, but she also knew he believed she could protect herself. Aizawa approached Mirio and asked, "What was that about? That attack could have caused serious injuries. My students may be strong, but that was overkill even for you." Mirio, shaking off his annoyance, replied in a feigned sincere tone, "Sorry about that, sensei." He bowed to Aizawa and then to Katsumi. Seeing this, Beast returned to Katsumi's shadow. "So, what do you guys think?" he asked. The responses came quickly. "Your quirk is amazing. Internships will help us grow. You need clothes so you won't end up exposed. You have a strong quirk." Mirio shook his head. "Originally, my quirk was weak. I learned to control it properly during my first year with my teacher, Sir Night-Eye. It was called permeation, but it evolved last summer into permeation and body weight, allowing me to become stronger and faster." Aizawa then spoke up, "Mirio here is one of the strongest students and an applicant for the #1 hero in Japan." A student chimed in, "Wouldn't Izuku become #1? He's a national-level hero, helping many countries with the gates, and his shadows are reducing gate-related deaths." Surprisingly, it was Mina who said this. Everyone missed Mirio's twitching eye, except for Aizawa and Nijire. "We still don't know about his situation as he is still a first year. But yes, he is one of the strongest." Inside, Aizawa thought, if he masters Infinity and other skills, no one will be able to defeat him. With that, the students began to leave with Aizawa's permission, but the big three stayed behind. Before Class 1A and their teacher could fully exit, they were halted by a conversation behind them. Nijire asked Mirio, "Are you okay?" In an annoyed tone, he replied, I was meant to become the strongest, but now with Izuku." The rest of his words were barely audible. Nijire raised an eyebrow but kept her composure. "Mirio, you still have time to grow. As you said, you can nearly control 40%. Imagine your power at 100%. Tamaki flinched, though Nijire didn't notice. Frustration clouded Mirio's mind. After Sir Night-Eye's predictions about his future, he believed he would become the 10th national rank hero, the #1 in Japan, and possibly the next All Might. With All Might's accidental comments about a protege, people began to assume it was Mirio, especially since he worked closely with All Might's sidekick. He felt bitter knowing that Izuku was getting closer to his crush, Nijire, while he struggled with his feelings for her. The pressure from others criticizing him added to his stress, and something inside him broke. So what? Izuku could beat All Might and Miruko. He's grown so much. He was once seen as the weakest national rank hero, but now people say he's on the same level as All Might even without his shadows. Mirio's rising tone caught the attention of Class 1A and everyone watching. Aizawa observed Mirio with newfound concern, sensing a change in him since spring break. "Mirio, calm down," Nijire urged, trying to defuse the situation. "Calm down? Sir Night-Eye predicted I would be the strongest, the light of the future, but he didn't see Izuku. I am All Might's protege. He trained me and expected me to fill his shoes. Now everyone looks down on me. I wasn't there to help my MSTR defeat All for One. I wasn't there to prove my worth. It's all because of Monarch." Anger seeped into Mirio's voice, his aura rising. Nijire, typically non-confrontational, felt protective of her friends. Her aura intensified, reaching mid-S rank levels. It wasn't my fault that Izuku is out there helping people. He isn't receiving anything but thanks from everyone. Now you're here complaining because people are upset with you for not protecting them from the gates or helping All Might. The power you possess is getting to your head, Mirio. You think you can become the #1 hero, but so far, the people don't see that. It's mostly Night Eye and possibly All Might who care about it anyway. She wanted to calm Mirio down, but in the back of her mind, she doubted her words would have any effect. Not protecting them? That's what you're saying? The people should be grateful. An S-rank hero like me protecting them is a bonus. No harm will come to them, but everyone seems to ignore that. I'm overshadowed by your precious Izuku. The tension between them was palpable. Grateful? Wasn't your goal to save 1,000,000 people? Heroes are meant to protect the innocent, the civilians. What have you become, Mirio? She whispered, her hair shadowing her eyes. This was the last straw. Mirio charged at Nijire with full force. Luckily, she dodged and flew up with her energy waves. Mirio jumped up, aiming a punch at her stomach, but was met with an energy wave that exploded upon contact. In his current state, he didn't have his permeation activated and was hit hard. The shock sent him crashing into a wall, his eyes wide as he took in her newfound ability. How? He managed to say. Nijire shot him a disappointed look. Everyone keeps secrets. Don't badmouth Izuku Midoriya, he's more of a hero than you will ever be. With that, she walked off to Izuku's room, leaving Class 1A, Aizawa, and the remaining members of the Big Three in shock. No one expected to see this side of her, especially Tamaki, who had always thought of Nijire as a happy and peaceful individual. Nijire felt tears welling in her eyes. Izuku had told her that if she ever needed to go to his room while he was away, she could. When she arrived, she went to the bed, but before she could cry, she was hugged by Izuku. The walk from the plane to the agency wasn't long. They were at one of the 2 agencies that Star and Stripe operated between, one on the outskirts with a landing area for planes and the other in Washington. Kathleen, known as Star and Stripe, was showing Izuku around happily while he greeted everyone with a smile and a wave. And now, finally, this is the area where I do my paperwork, Kath finished her speech. Izuku nodded in wonder. This is one of the 2 agencies, right? The other one is in Washington. I swap between them every week, so next week we'll be working there. She continued, today, get some rest. You may experience some time differences since the USA is a few hours behind Japan. With a hug, the 2 separated. Izuku's room was cozy, featuring a double bed, a closet, and a private bathroom. He had a view of the landing area for jets and planes with hills in the background. After chatting with Sass and Kaki for a while, he fell asleep, sending some of his shadows around the area to report their findings. The next day, it was Monday in the USA while it was still nighttime in Japan when Izuku woke up at 6 a.m. After showering and preparing for the day, he headed to the food court for an American-style breakfast. He chatted with some of Star's sidekicks, asking general questions about the gates. At 7 a.m., he donned his hero suit, black trousers, a white shirt, and a black cloak, adorned with a yellow crescent moon on one sleeve, symbolizing his internship under Star and Stripe. Looking good there, Izuku, or should I call you Monarch? Kath teased. Izuku smirked. I don't mind, Kath, or should I call you Star and Stripe? Her aura demanded respect, but Kath preferred to be informal with her friends, even at work. Only hero names in public, huh? Izuku nodded, then asked, so what's our plan while I'm here? Due to the emergence of the gates, we'll be handling those and patrolling the surrounding states. Later today, we have an A-rank gate to deal with, and we'll be taking some of my new recruits to supervise, Kath explained. She often dealt with gates in her spare time, ensuring any monsters that escaped were taken care of. The crime rate is slowly decreasing as villains are now allowed to use their quirks or meta abilities without needing to attend hero schools. We will also be on the lookout for an anti-quirk group. Reports indicate they may become bolder soon, and with the minor chaos from the gates, that could be problematic, Kath explained. Izuku nodded, listening intently. The group is called the Human Liberation Front, and they are gaining negative attention. People around the world are beginning to see that quirks can be used for good, especially since conventional weapons are ineffective against the monsters emerging from the gates. I remember Nizu mentioning that the government is trying to address that group. They have developed a machine designed to eliminate people with quirks, Izuku said, frowning. Star nodded sadly in response. Kath understood the gravity of the situation. If Izuku were harmed by that group in the USA, the repercussions would be significant, as he had become a symbol of hope for many. Monarch, as he was known, had helped lower casualty rates, and the public had come to appreciate the efforts of a young hero in training. If something were to happen to Izuku, it could lead to international consequences. Other countries might view the USA as unsafe, jeopardizing trade and diplomatic agreements. Conversely, if Izuku remained safe, it could open doors for him, as Japan had yet to formalize any contract with him. This meant he could potentially be sought after by other nations, which could lead to a stronger national hero presence. National rank heroes are recognized by the public, and there are certain expectations and unwritten rules that come with that status. While All Might was considered one of the strongest heroes, only a few others, like Kathleen from the USA and Vladimir from Russia, could contend for the top spot. With Izuku's growing reputation and friendships worldwide, it would be increasingly difficult for anyone to harm him without facing serious consequences. However, Japan's hpsc and government had not yet established a solid relationship with Izuku. If he chose to, he could leave Japan and potentially cause economic harm or misuse his powers. Fortunately, Izuku had loved ones to protect, and he was wary of the hpsc's intentions, as Nizu had indicated they initially wanted to control him. The benefits of being a national rank hero included greater freedom, a voice in political matters, and partial control over military resources. While there were financial incentives, Izuku was focused on more pressing concerns. Over the next 4 hours, Kathleen guided Izuku through paperwork, routines, maintenance of the base, and familiarizing him with the surroundings. At 4 p.m., Izuku, dressed in his hero suit with Samehada on his back, stood beside Kathleen as she addressed the new recruits. "Hello everyone, this will be your first A-rank gate. Monarch and I will accompany you for your safety." They checked the gate measuring device, which confirmed it was A-ranked. Experienced attendees could often sense the strength of a gate, a skill Kathleen had developed over time. "Both of us won't interfere unless necessary. Now that everyone is prepared, let's head in." The group consisted of 15 recruits, 8 A ranks and 7 B ranks, organized into tanks, mages, damage dealers, and support roles. Tanks provided protection with defensive quirks, mages offered long-range support, damage dealers wielded specialized weapons, and support members assisted with healing and equipment. Interestingly, the public had begun referring to those who entered gates as hunters, while still recognizing their heroic status. There was also a requirement for each hunter to carry a cutting weapon for their safety during these missions. Looking around, they found themselves in a large dungeon that could even fit Fluffy. Old-fashioned torches lined the walls every 20 meters, providing the only source of light. Suddenly, they heard movement ahead and saw a pack of 4 jackals running toward them. One of the heavy hitters frowned and waved his hand, using his wind-type quirk to swiftly take them down. Kathleen frowned and asked, "Why is a C-rank monster in an A-rank gate?" Izuku stepped forward and knelt down. "They have been kept here and most likely trained." Sensing they would have company soon, Izuku added, "They are probably from a hunting party trying to check us out." He returned to the back, receiving nods from the others, recognizing it as valuable information for the recruits. One of the supporters then spoke, "I can feel 5 presences. They are low A-rank level monsters." The group nodded in agreement. The female hero had a quirk that allowed her to sense vibrations through her feet, making her a key player in the group. The 5 monsters approached, appearing quite tall. Izuku recognized them as orcs and noted their intimidating presence, which caused some of the weaker B ranks to sweat. Shaking off the shock, the group began to attack the orcs. The one with the wind ability used it to injure one of the orcs, while a woman with a long sword rushed in, leaping and striking down a monster. Her name was Zest, a high A rank with the ability to manipulate earth. Izuku thought to himself, "She isn't wearing much protection, but her agility is higher than most. she is probably in high A rank. With one of the high orcs down, another A rank female shot an arrow, piercing its shoulder and allowing a B rank support to finish the job. In no time, 2 more high orcs were defeated, but the last one, standing at the back, said something shocking: "Mortals, follow me. I want to see you." Everyone realized the monster was being controlled to say that. "Should we kill it, boss lady?" one of the hunters asked Star and Stripe. "Not yet, it will show us to the main area. If anything goes wrong, Monarch and I will protect you," Kathleen replied. The group nodded in agreement and continued traveling for around 8 minutes, engaging in light conversation. Zest slowed down to speak with her boss and a friend. "You must be Monarch. Nice to meet you." Her voice was friendly, and Izuku nodded in response. "Nice attack. I'm pretty sure you could take down a low S-rank monster with that." "Thanks," she replied, and an awkward silence fell between them. Kathleen, noticing this, shook her head and said, "We will be reaching the place soon." As they entered a massive room that could fit Izuku's army with space to spare, it resembled an arena. In front of them sat a large high orc on a throne, flanked by 4 bodyguards. The orc that had led them here joined the group. Izuku noticed some hunters shaking, but he understood their fear. He sensed 150 high orcs, with 5 at a higher level than the others. Kathleen surveyed the 155 monsters, confident but aware of her limits. Her quirk allowed her to become a national-level hero, applying it to herself and others. However, the gate was a weakness for her, as she couldn't use her quirk on the monsters. "Welcome to the arena, mortals," the one on the throne boomed, his voice carrying a sinister tone. In a distant realm, the creator, known by many names, had grown bored over eons. To alleviate his boredom, he created the monarchs and the rulers. Initially, the 2 groups fought for his amusement, but when the rulers discovered the monarchs were exploiting innocent beings, they took action. Using all their might and a stolen artifact, the rulers sealed the monarchs away for ages. However, 2 miscalculations occurred. Ashborn, a monarch, was absent during the battle, and Antares, the strongest of the monarchs, inadvertently disrupted the sealing process. What the monarch did was weaken the seal, allowing it to break at some point and permanently diminishing the absolute being. This is why the old man with a beard could only watch. If he exerted more power, he would be helpless if something similar happened again. The creator sent the essence of Ashborn, his most loyal child, to Earth to find someone worthy of receiving his powers. He was building the human resistance against the energy the gates produced to minimize casualties and hoped that the new Ashborn would be enough. Using a viewing portal made of mist, he gazed into the abyss of space to locate his other children. They were on par with monarchs and rulers but had a different role: to maintain peace while the absolute ruler rested. These beings had the power to destroy a planet in an instant if they wished, but they too entered a deep sleep. Before their eternal slumber, they managed to reproduce, allowing their offspring to fulfill their duties, though they were weaker. Frowning at the sight of one of those beings headed toward Earth, he hoped that Izuku could handle it in time. It is said that orcs have a scar for every battle they won, and the high orcs around them bore multiple scars. Izuku was the only one who noticed this, as the others were new to the gates. "Greetings, humans, I am Kargalgan," the high orc great sorcerer announced, raising his hand. Suddenly, most of the group in front of Izuku, except for him, coughed up blood, shocking even the 2 national rank heroes. Kargalgan smirked, "My magic can't be dispelled by you mortals." Seeing 9 of her subordinates on the floor coughing up blood, Star frowned and stepped forward. "Why did you call us here and what do you want?" Kath asked, realizing the threat they faced. Izuku thought, this is definitely a high A-rank boss, even I shouldn't underestimate it. He looked around, noticing bones littering the walls, overwhelmed by the sight of the high orcs. "Do you not fear me, humans?" Kargalgan roared, his white tattoos glowing ominously blue and his red eyes radiating power. As he raised his hand, every hero felt the magical energy he wielded. The difference between aura and magical energy is significant. While aura indicates general strength, magical energy suggests proficiency in spells rather than close combat. One of the male A-rankers, a tanker, asked repeatedly, "Why did you ask for us?" Kargalgan replied, "Even if my brethren were killed by you humans, they were only 4, while here you have the full might of the high orcs." After a pause, he added, "For entertainment." "What?" the A-ranker exclaimed. "During our remaining time here, we'll kill you one by one for my men's entertainment." A roar of approval echoed from the high orcs. "However, there seems to be something odd among you humans." His penetrating gaze landed on Izuku. "Entertainment?" That thought resonated with most of the party. "We are not toys to be played with." Star shouted, charging her quirk to the fullest and rushing toward Kargalgan with unholy speed. No one expected Star's attack to be blocked by a blue dome that pushed her back. "Foolish human. Even with your strength, you will be nothing in front of me," Kargalgan taunted. Gravitation magic. The team watched in horror as Star was lifted against her will, a red aura surrounding her, smashing her into the ceiling. As she fell, Kargalgan spoke, "Gravity acceleration." Before Kargalgan could crush her, Izuku activated Sprint and caught Star in a princess carry. He glared at the boss with his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Next time, try not to let your anger affect you in a fight," he whispered to Star, a gentle smile on his face as he set her on her feet. Cracking his neck, Izuku spoke to the orcs around him with a massive smirk. He had already started healing the others, as the curse from the boss had caused significant blood loss. One of the bodyguards attempted to take Izuku down, but with his skill in gravity, Izuku effortlessly threw the orc aside. "You have quite an amazing talent for a mere human, but how long will that last against all of us?" one of the orcs taunted. "What weak energy you are producing," Izuku replied, ignoring the comment about the army. "You insolent human," Kargalgan growled. "However, this is a terrible matchup." With his Mangekyo Sharingan glowing red, he continued, "For you, I mean. Come forth, my shadows." The commanding voice Izuku held was impressive. Around 500 shadows emerged from his own, ready to battle. Some were flying while others stood at attention. Zest, grateful for Izuku's healing, stood behind him and his shadows. "This energy is far more powerful than the boss's," she thought. "He could take over any country if he wanted to, and the rumors say he continues to grow with every fight." Izuku's eyes remained red as he faced the boss and his minions, who continued to display false bravado. "Trying to pick a fight with my warriors using shadows?" Izuku smirked. "If you look down on us too much, it'll be disastrous." A wider smirk appeared, revealing his teeth. "I wanted to test this out. It may be overkill, but trying new things won't hurt." Domain of the Monarch. A skill he received as a mystery prize from the Heaven's Gate, he activated it knowing he would need it against the 155 visible orcs and the 265 hidden ones. This job-specific skill increased the stats of his shadow soldiers by 50%. A large circle of shadow spread around Izuku, enveloping his entire shadow army. Each shadow had a tint of purple, indicating their enhanced stats. "What just happened?" Zest asked, confused. "I can't believe it. He still has a lot more tricks up his sleeve," Star muttered, watching in awe. "Still, that is a lot of ominous energy coming from him," the B-rank censor commented. "What are you all doing? Destroy him already!" Kargalgan yelled at his subjects. With a mighty roar, the orcs and shadows clashed. Deidara unleashed his skill, sending multiple small clay bombs that blew the orc ranks away effortlessly. It became clear that the normal high orcs stood no chance. "Come in the rest," Kargalgan commanded as the remaining 265 high orcs jumped down from hidden compartments. Izuku rushed toward the boss, leaving the 20 bodyguards to his captains. Using Samahata in his right hand and Kusanagi in his left, he executed the same attack as Star, with the same form of protection. Samahata absorbed the power from the barrier, while the grass cutter sliced through it effortlessly. Kargalgan's eyes widened in shock as he received cuts, with part of his body being shaved off by Samahata. "This may be overkill, but it will help them raise their level," Izuku thought, using his Kamui ability to evade a fire attack from Kargalgan. "Hymn of the Fire Dragon," Kargalgan shouted, summoning a dragon's head above him. He threw his spear at a bodyguard who was too close. Some of the knights and most elite and normal have been destroyed, but I still have more than enough MP to keep them going. The numbers on the opponent's side were dwindling, which Kargogam noticed. Growling, he said, "Those puppets of yours are not as useless as I thought." Izuku smirked, sensing a plan formulated by one of his shadows. "If I have enough energy, they will continue to regenerate." A massive smirk appeared on his face as he waved goodbye. "Can it be, is he the—" Kargogam started but was cut off. Kargogam, the High Orc Great Sorcerer, has been defeated. It was Toby who used his Kamui ability to appear behind Kargogam, slashing him in the neck. A shame that not many opponents were national level, Izuku thought, shaking his head, knowing something would happen next. Looking back, he asked the others, "Everyone good?" He noticed the High Orcs were being finished off with ease. "Yup, my quirk isn't the best with the gates but works well against human villains." "We should start heading out," Star suggested. They all nodded, and Izuku simply said one word, "Arise." With that, Kargogam, the 20 High Orc bodyguards, and the other High Orcs rose, transforming into shadows. The party group stared in disbelief. The High Orcs shared the same traits: black shadowy hair, red skin with pink teeth and tusks, white eyes, and blackened scars. "I will be changing your name, you will be called Tusk from the tusks you have." Izuku thought, "So this A-rank gate is around a level up for me? It will be slow, I guess, but I still have some other keys." He caught up to the group as Zest, standing near the two national rank heroes, asked, "How come you were not affected by the curse?" "Both of our power levels are high enough to have some kind of regeneration factor. Izuku's is faster than mine at the moment, but that's it," Star and Stripe explained to Zest, who nodded in understanding. But all 17 members of the party were being debriefed by Star. That while we knew that this gate was on a higher scale than an average A rank, if anything happens and you know you can't defeat it, run. I don't care if the gate is still open, collect your comrades and run. "Hi, boss," the others shouted in appreciation, while Izuku simply nodded at Star's words. She smiled at everyone. Due to the gates, she had to employ more sidekicks to help deal with them. Now she had 3 gate parties, 1 in Washington and 2 at this base. 10 minutes later, Izuku was eating dinner when Zest sat in front of him. Quirking an eyebrow, he asked, "You okay?" "Yes, thank you." Her voice had a hint of happiness now, and although her outward expression didn't change, Izuku sensed a smile forming. "How is Japan compared to the USA?" he asked. "Not that different, surprisingly. I still need to see how the patrols differ, though," he replied, looking at the ceiling. After a few spoonfuls of her meal, Zest continued, "So, anything interesting happening with you in Japan?" Izuku thought, I could mention my relationships, but instead he said, "I just started my 2nd term at UA. My classmates just got their provisional licenses yesterday." Zest nodded. "So tell me about you, Zest, right? We barely know each other." A small quirk of her lips appeared as Izuku remembered her name. She spoke while nodding. "What should I tell? I am 20, and I just started working here before the gates appeared. I have a sweet tooth, but I also recently found a fascination with swords." Izuku nodded. "What about you?" "I only know the bare facts that the media presents." "Sure. I met Star and Stripe during summer at I-Island, and we became friends. I am 17, and I like to discover new things, like the abilities of my quirk or the world. I don't really like reporters, and I have 3 girlfriends." A small smile appeared on Izuku's face when he mentioned his girlfriends, indicating to Zest that he truly cared about them. "I see, so," she began, but was interrupted by Kathleen entering the dining area. "Ah, Izuku, you are here." "Hey, Zest," Star greeted them like old friends. "If you don't mind, can I steal Izuku from you?" "Hi, boss," Zest agreed, though Kathleen could hear a hint of sadness in her voice. "Sure, I will just put my tray away." With that, Izuku left, whispering to Zest, "Don't worry, I will help you out," and winked. In Izuku's room, an hour later. An hour after speaking with Zest, Kathleen wanted to ask him some questions, but Izuku had gone to his room to relax. Laying down on his bed, he noticed Sass and Kaki eating nearby while he tried to expand his senses. As he used the skill, Shadow Exchange, he hugged Nijire while Uriel dealt with the Kwamis. "It's all right, Nijire. I am here," Izuku said as she hugged him tightly. "Do you want to talk about it, or continue hugging?" "I don't mind as I am free." "Hug at the moment," she replied. Izuku nodded, understanding that even a usually confident person could have moments of vulnerability. He looked outside and saw it was still daytime while it was nighttime in the USA, continuing to hold her until her soft cries turned into small snores of contentment. Izuku whispered to a shadow, "Wake me up if anything happens in the USA or after 3 hours." The angel on guard nodded and returned to his shadow. 2 hours later, Nijire began to wake up, recalling what had happened between her and Mirio in the gym. She found herself hugging Izuku, who was radiating warmth. "Hey, Nijire, feeling better?" Izuku asked, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her head back onto his chest. With a small smile, she replied, "Yeah, feeling better now. Thanks. Want to talk about it?" Izuku asked softly, aware of the situation. Nijire began to share what had happened, speaking in a low tone as they continued their conversation. From the fight between 1A and Mirio, where Mirio nearly shattered all of Katsumi's bones but was protected by Beast, to the confrontation between herself and Mirio, the tension was palpable. Mirio attempted to land a hit on her as she revealed her explosive abilities. Izuku listened intently to her words, holding her close as her tears soaked into his chest. One thought resonated in Izuku's mind. Since the sludge villain incident, he had learned that family and friends were the most important, even beyond hero duties. He tried to cheer Nijire up, despite the fierce thought of protecting her lingering in his mind. Given that he only had his father after his mother passed away, he cherished his family and friends deeply. Seeing Nijire, someone he cared for, feeling down stirred his protective instincts. "It will be all right, I'm sure of it." Ignore Mirio's words. "If you want to talk or just cuddle, send me a message, and I'll be there as fast as I can. You can keep using my room like it's yours," he reassured her. They chatted as Izuku prepared sushi for them to enjoy while watching a movie. Nijire's mood lifted, and they shared a mini date night, cuddling, watching a film, and savoring one of her favorite foods. A couple of hours later, Izuku had to say goodbye as he was needed in the USA. They shared a passionate kiss, with Izuku lifting Nijire to deepen the embrace. After parting, Nijire thought, "I need a cold shower." Meanwhile, Izuku and Star were having their morning talk when Kathleen asked, "So what do you think of Zest?" Caught off guard, Izuku stammered before composing himself. "Zest seems nice. She has a good head on her shoulders, and I predict she'll break the S-rank barrier soon with her sword techniques. I'd like to be friends with her." Star nodded. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing really. Just get ready, we're heading to the city for some patrolling," Kathleen replied. Izuku nodded and prepared to meet Star and Stripe on the helicopter deck. Later, Kathleen approached Zest with a smirk, handing her a recording. "Here's an answer. He has 3 girlfriends and maybe you'll become his 4th. Zest's eyes widened. "Why do you want to help?" Kathleen smiled. "He's like the younger brother I never had." Then her expression turned serious. "If you harm him, I will end you." Zest gulped. "Yes, I understand, ma'am." Izuku and Kathleen discussed the differences in patrolling systems between the USA and Japan. In the USA, many people can own firearms due to laws from centuries ago. This has caused many new heroes to face challenges in their careers. Luckily, the support department makes all suits bulletproof to a certain extent. She handed Izuku a mini camera. "You need this while patrolling. It provides evidence if someone tries to sue you." Izuku nodded, placing it in a hidden pocket. "I assume you speak from experience?" Kathleen sighed. "Yeah, early in my career, an actor tried to claim I trashed his house. It was actually a villain, and I showed the recording in court. That was one of the tamer cases." With the 2 national rank heroes patrolling, they quickly made an impact in a California city, stopping 5 crimes in the first hour. Afterward, Kathleen summoned shadows to assist, leading to 23 more crimes being thwarted. Izuku was astonished by the difference in crime rates between Japan and the USA. They continued their work, and the highlight of the day was stopping a small forest fire caused by a child accidentally burning a tree. News spread that Monarch was interning under Star and Stripe. Throughout the day, Izuku and Kathleen grew closer, developing a sibling-like bond filled with playful teasing and competitive spirit. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a creator reflected on his oldest creation, the one who had remained loyal until his death. Ashborn, I hope your legacy brings you pride. The boy is making waves on Earth, but soon he will learn about you and the gift I have given. After the defeat of AFO, Shigaraki and his group went into hiding, trying to level up, as Tamura liked to say. The doctor, who had been AFO's right-hand man, had not contacted them yet, leaving them to fend for themselves. They entered the dungeons, and it was quite a sight to see the members of the League of Villains free. Their use of quirks to adapt to the monsters was impressive, even if their attempts to befriend some didn't go well. Tamura sighed as he read an article about his rival, Izuku, in the USA. He couldn't help but smile at what Izuku had given him. Flashback. While Izuku and All Might faced off against All for One, Tamura and his group watched their sensei battle. When AFO activated Kurogiri's quirk, Izuku seized the opportunity to make a node invisible and used gravity manipulation to place it in the pocket of the new leader of Love. After a chair turned to dust, he noticed something in his pocket and read it. Tamura Shigaraki, I am sorry about your sensei, but I hope we can still be rivals. I know I was holding back whenever we met, but I hope you train and become the strongest villain. I want to have a rival. I am bored limiting myself. You might ask why I would want a villain to become strong? It is simple. I know All for One helped you expand your hatred, but life isn't fun with only hatred. So instead of focusing on destroying the world, train and become stronger so when we clash, our battle will be told to future generations as the battle between the gods. Izuku, hey Monarch. It was surprising that a hero wanted to help a villain become stronger, but Tamura smirked and placed the note in his pocket. He was determined to become stronger, and one of the two gods Izuku mentioned. In flashback. Since AFO's defeat, Tamura had continued to train, but he sighed as his meeting with Overhaul had not gone as planned. Twice brought him to their current hideout, and after some discussion, tensions escalated. The bird-faced leader wanted to merge Love with his group of Yakuza under his name, not Tamura's. A small battle ensued, resulting in Mr. Compress losing an arm and Himiko's equipment being destroyed. Now, Tamura had to think of a way to turn the situation in his favor. Chapter End. Monday, second week of internships. It had been a fun week for Izuku, as his relationship with Kathleen had grown into a stronger sibling bond. Izuku leveled up 2 of his skills, Black Whip and Infinity. Watching Star go face-first into the barrier during a spar was quite amusing. He summoned most of his shadows and gave the Orb of Liberation to Tusk, the main heavy magic user. The magicians were technically stronger but harder to defeat compared to Tusk. Now, the duo was in Washington, D.C., accompanied by Zest and another A-rank hero. Being Monday during a school week, the streets were less crowded than during rush hour. On his day off, Izuku told the others he would explore this part of America, having never been there before. Wearing his usual glasses and a surgical mask to avoid recognition, he changed out of his black and white outfit into black jeans and a green oversized hoodie. With earphones in, he walked toward the Washington Monument. First, he entered an alleyway, used his skill, stealth, and took out a black key, placing it in front of the monument. Item name, Truth Gate Key. Item class? This must be done alone. Secrets will be revealed that cannot be told to anyone. Location, Washington Monument. Without anyone noticing, he was SE'd in, and the gate closed shortly after he opened it. What he saw was darkness. Then suddenly red eyes began to appear all around him. You have entered a gate. Torches illuminated the cavern, blue flames spaced just a meter apart but higher than even Fluffy could reach. The light cast shadows of monsters, dimming the red glowing eyes. Izuku saw warriors and musicians made of stone surrounding him. In front of him sat a large figure with a crown made of stone, and next to the man on the throne was a stone angel with a tablet, its hood obscuring its face. All the statues were covered in moss and cracks, but Izuku wasn't fooled by their appearance. It all began here. A voice echoed around the hall, and Izuku stepped closer to the center, feeling an unfamiliar sense of fear. These statues are not monsters or even living beings. As he approached one, he noticed its towering height. Are they merely puppets? The power in this room comes from one source. He spoke to the statue. You are the true source. Won't you say anything? His Sharingan began to spin in his eye. For some reason, I feel I recognize you, but I don't know how or when. At last, you have made it this far. The statue's eyes widened, and a grin spread across its face, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. As it spoke, 3 pairs of stone wings sprouted, cracking as they unfurled. The stone tablet behind it began to fracture. Finally, you have arrived. The tablet shattered into hundreds of pieces. He broke it just like that? Izuku wondered. So the rules I just read meant nothing, huh? Oh, they mean something. But now it doesn't matter, the stone angel replied. Are you the one who called me here? Izuku asked. With a creepy grin, it answered, yes. Are you a monster? Izuku had to ask. That is the wrong question, the angel said, still grinning. Rather than asking what I am, you should be asking what you are. It clapped its hands, causing the other statues to start moving. This will be your test. If you can stand on your own 2 feet at the end, everything you've wished to know will be revealed to you. That will be my reward. With that, the stone statues began to march toward Izuku. Come forth. Shadows appeared beneath him, ready to summon his army. Not that way. This is the place of testing. With a snap of its fingers, Izuku received a notification. For the duration of the final test, all of your class-specific skills have been sealed. The only thing I want to test is you. I am not curious about the capabilities of your servants. A frown crossed Izuku's face, but he kept his Sharingan activated, knowing he needed every advantage. Usage of various potions and the store's functions have been disabled. The status recovery effects from leveling up and quest completion bonuses will be inapplicable during the duration of the test. What? Izuku's eyes widened. You cannot exit this chamber until the end of the final test. So you want to play it like this? I will show you why I am not called one of the strongest for nothing. He cracked his neck and activated his Mangekyo Kamui, becoming permeable. A sword passed through him, shocking the angel. What? I did not plan for the system to allow other skills than Ashborn had, the angel thought, panicking. Summoning his spear and Kusanagi, he threw the spear with a skill called spear throw while elongating Kusanagi. It cut through one soldier while the spear crushed another's head. Using his free hand, he caught another sword with a minor application of the skill Limitless and crushed it in 2. He threw his sword at another warrior, using his enhanced strength to smash a soldier trying to escape. The sword didn't kill the soldier, so he used gravity manipulation to push it further in, creating a red ball of energy that he sent out, crushing the soldier with immense pressure. Jumping away from an axe, he blocked it with his daggers in an X shape to conserve energy. Forget it, he thought, unleashing a massive wave of fire that formed spikes, impaling several soldiers. Using Black Whip, he sent 2 tendrils at 2 opponents, causing them to collide. With gravity manipulation, he summoned Kusanagi and the Lance of Longinus back to his hands. Jumping again, he sent out 2 red ball of energy at a group of moving soldiers, destroying them. Just used 1600 more MP for those 2 attacks, he noted, still having over 25,000 MP left. Using stealth, he snuck up on the last remnants of the stone army, using Vital Strike to eliminate the final 3 soldiers. You've grown a lot in this human body. It is impressive growth. However, the angel frowned internally. How did this human obtain this much strength? He is nowhere near him, but it is impressive nonetheless. However, this was too easy for the test to end. Izuku grumbled, "You like to talk," but his attention shifted to the massive statue observing the battlefield. A white crack appeared on the angel's face. Now, it's time to worship God. More statues began to move under the supposed god. Is there no end to them? Then the eyes of the largest statue began to glow, shooting 2 lasers directly at Izuku. Using Spring to get away, he was able to push some of the soldiers into the line of action where they eventually disappeared. Wait, what? The warning he received allowed him to dodge a spear thrown from behind. A new skill had been discovered, Danger Sense LV.1, passive. This subconscious ability, a gift from All Might's predecessor, warned him of impending danger. I need to deal with the giant. A smirk appeared on his face. The best way to deal with a giant is to be one yourself. He declared, Susan. With that, a black ethereal figure began to manifest, consuming 5,000 MP. Growing as tall as the statue, Izuku used his feet to crush the remaining minor statues and prepared a punch that the large statue attempted to block. Cracks started to appear as Izuku applied more pressure, pushing the large puppet backward. Finally, using the spear he manifested, Izuku stabbed it in the chest and pulled it down, claiming victory over the so-called god. How? The angel thought, bewildered. Izuku felt a surge of power. This power, it's just a little bit, but I can feel it. I think I'm growing several times faster than normal. With false bravado, the angel stated, so you've countered my creation in such a way. Incredible. It began to clap. Keep your promise, Izuku said, walking up to the angel. The test isn't over yet. Look, I'm still standing, aren't I? It replied. An emergency quest began. I am the final test. The angel spread its arms in a beckoning motion, a notification appearing before Izuku. Your heart will stop if you do not defeat the enemy in the allotted time. Time remaining, 10 o'clock. Who are you? Izuku asked, frowning. I told you that was a silly question. Fine, I'll answer you. I am the creator of the system. This was echoed by a message. I am the creator of the system. Are you satisfied with my answer? The angel asked, its face beginning to crumble, revealing a smoother, whiter face beneath the stone. Outside at the monument in Washington, D.C., shivers ran down everyone's spines, like a chilling embrace. Mama, what is this feeling? A young child asked, trying to stay calm. Her mother replied, I'm not sure, honey. It would be better if we leave this place. She picked up her daughter and hurried away, others following suit. One civilian shouted, someone call the heroes, this feeling isn't good. Inside the secret gate, the wings of the creator began to retract, transforming into 3 additional pairs of arms. With incredible speed, the creator rushed at Izuku, attempting to strike him in the chest with 5 hands. Fortunately, he had activated his limitless ability, otherwise he would have been severely injured. The force of the punch still pushed him back slightly. With limitless still active, Izuku engaged in a rapid hand-to-hand fight with the creator. Not wanting to lose the upper hand, he summoned Samahata to absorb energy from the creature. Quickly turning off Limitless, he used some of his MP to grow trees that blocked the creator's movements, using fire manipulation to burn everything ensnared by the trees. Due to the strain of maintaining perfect Susanoo and Limitless for an extended PRD, he had to rely on skills that required minimal MP. Using basic gravity manipulation, he pulled himself out of harm's way while sending black WHPS to ensnare his opponent. You are exceeding my expectations. Izuku used Sprint to dodge just in time to avoid a devastating punch. The red of his Sharingan began to merge with the blue of his system eyes, creating a deep purple glow. With this unexpected boost, he landed a punch on the creator's face. It doesn't matter whether you kill me or not. The answer you will receive has already been decided. The figure stretched its arms, grabbing 8 weapons ranging from axes to swords to spears. How were you able to plan everything? Were you the one who sent gates to Earth as mere keys? He summoned his spear and the vampire killer into his hands. It wasn't me, actually. I am simply the designer of the player leveling system. My plan was perfect until that gate. The almighty creator helped you out, which my calculations didn't account for. Let us fight to the utmost in the remaining time. A purple sheen enveloped the designer as all the weapons hurtled toward Izuku. He jumped back, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the designer leaped straight toward him. What's this? My senses are sharpening? I can do this. This battle was taxing for Izuku. His HP dropped significantly, and he was bleeding. Sword, spear, club, axe, hammer. I can feel it. He stepped back, realizing his movement. So this is the power of the Sharingan. The designer thought with growing concern as cracks began to form on its body. He is getting faster? The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as Izuku severed an arm from the architect. Ugh, his opponent groaned, struggling against the pain. To make me struggle even with this fake body. The architect locked eyes with Izuku, noting not the Sharingan but the passion, perseverance, and strength within him. There's a reason why you were chosen. Just a little bit, but you have it. Another arm was cut off. You're just a mere human. How dare you? Suddenly, the bodies of all fallen soldiers began to rise, including the larger figure Izuku had previously defeated. Total pressure. Izuku shouted, using gravity manipulation. Everything within a 200-meter radius collapsed to the ground except for the ex-angel, who remained unaffected. Using only 2,300 MP for the attack, he charged at the angel, cutting off 2 more arms with his elongated kusanagi. The architect retaliated, pushing Izuku back against the wall. Izuku quickly rolled out of the way of a spear and activated the Manjikyu permeation technique to dodge a sword strike. With a swift jump, he elbowed the head of a soldier reanimated by the architect and hurled his Longinus at the mastermind, severing 2 more arms. A massive collision resounded as Izuku pointed the kusanagi at the architect's throat. I lost. The test is over. The answer is inside you, the architect said, gesturing toward the one who had defeated him. Inside me? Izuku asked, confused. I will give you the choice. A creepy grin spread across the architect's face. The data stored in your memory will be retrieved. Will you accept? Izuku's expression turned neutral as he considered it. Yes. I accept. A golden light emanated from the architect as Izuku's hair blew back from the intensity of the pressure. Memories. Purple skies loomed overhead, dark clouds on the horizon. The earth was barren, devoid of greenery, with monsters marching in unison. A translucent figure of Izuku hovered above them, thinking, there are so many monsters gathered here. Suddenly, the monsters looked up, and Izuku's eyes widened as massive white portals opened in the sky, one after another. On the ground, there are monsters like elves, orcs, goblins, and giants. If they all emerged at once, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. But the ones they faced were not humans. As cracks appeared in the portals, white feathers fell, and thousands of angels descended. One faceless angel led them, while others wore metal masks. More types of angels? Izuku thought. The monsters combined their strength to fight back, but the angels were too powerful. As the monsters faced annihilation, their advance faltered. A man in black armor approached on a shadowy horse, commanding, "Arise." With that, the monsters rose again, forming a new army under the monarch's territory. He is the previous Shadow Monarch? Izuku pondered. The immortal army. A voice echoed around him. The monsters' sacrifices did not end with death. Their blood was transformed into power. This is incredible. I am nothing compared to him. The monsters surged forward, refusing to be killed, turning the tide of battle. Once again, the command, "Arise," was issued, and the fallen angels rose to fight their former comrades. The gravitational pull Izuku wielded was evident as the previous monarch crushed enemies beneath his power. In the end, no angels remained, and the faceless mask retreated. Outside the gate, authorities felt the buildup of immense power emanating from the memorial. Star and Stripe arrived, having been alerted by Izuku, but she couldn't reach him. Her allies, including Zest and the Playboy hero, Captain Celebrity, also appeared. What's this? A voice boomed, freezing everyone in place. I don't remember inviting humans here. Of course, this is an external affair. A massive blue portal opened, and a figure emerged, instilling fear in the onlookers. Monsters can talk? Some whispered, sweat beading on their brows. Hush now. You'll interrupt the king's slumber, the architect teased, a frightening grin on his face, finger raised to his lips in a shushing gesture. King! Kathleen asked. Come in if you dare. You will see the king soon awaken. With that, the monster entered the gate, leaving the onlookers confused. Where is Izuku when you need him? Kathleen muttered. To her surprise, Gabriel answered, Darling is inside already. Gabriel, the only shadow who chose to explore rather than stay with Izuku, frowned. I couldn't sense Darling. Even if he is in a gate, I could usually feel him, but I couldn't find him this time. With that, Gabriel stepped into the gate, followed by Kathleen and Captain Celebrity. Some people shrugged and followed them inside. Monarch? What is he doing over there? One hero asked, noticing Izuku standing with a purple glow around him, gazing down at a crater. When they looked into his eyes, they realized he wasn't fully present in the real world. Darling? What did you do to him? The angel asked the monster. Suddenly, a slash came from the architect but was blocked by Gabriel's sword, preventing anyone from being harmed. You are a strong servant. You will be a fine use for the king, the architect said, but Gabriel only frowned at the remark. With Izuku, he thought he could see the previous life, or the origin of the power he held in the figure before him. Dark gray metal armor with purple tints shimmered in the light. Then, two portals of red and blue appeared. Demons? Is this the opposite side of the angels? Did they have a tower too? After the demons emerged, a large white wolf with red eyes appeared, towering 3 times the height of Tusk. In front of the white wolf stood hordes of animal-like monsters. For some reason, the army of the white wolf faced Ashbourne. What is happening? In the formed gate, Star shouted, Gather all of your power. Move the injured to the back of the ranks. Moments after the architect's declaration, chaos erupted. Fortunately, no heroes were killed, but many were injured, primarily due to Gabriel and Kathleen slowing the monster down, with Captain Celebrity providing long-range support. Suddenly, the broken figures of the armored statues began to reform into warriors. Sheet, the statues are coming closer. Captain shouted. I will give you all a chance to witness the glorious king's BRH, the architect proclaimed as the massive throne statue stood, ready to attack. This will happen once all of my puppets have been destroyed, assuming any of you are still alive by then. A grin spread across the largest statue as its eyes began to glow. Everyone dodge. Kathleen shouted. They tried to move, but with Gabriel's protection spell, Guardian Mirror, most of the death rays were redirected. Meanwhile, Zest attempted to punch one of the statues, but it had no effect. It's stronger than I thought. These BSRDs, their physical resistance isn't normal, one of the elemental heroes exclaimed. Everyone be careful. Kathleen barely managed to shatter one statue, realizing she had poured a lot of power into that attack, yet it barely broke. The only shadow produced thousands of light rays above her, shooting down at the stone statues, including the architect. Some statues crumbled, while others were maimed, but it only provided a brief respite. As the battle continued, all but Gabriel began to tire. I hate to say it, but we will need Bro to help us. I cannot put more strain on my muscles, Kathleen thought, still seeing Izuku's body standing in front of the crater. Is he under some control? Zest wondered, muttering, We need you awake. She sent a stone boulder at Izuku, but it was blocked by the architect. You dare attempt to interrupt the king's slumber? The statue challenged. Zest, get Darling awake. I will use my full power to keep the statue at bay. Gabriel's voice rang out, sounding different. Her true form emerged, revealing her full power, though a minor illusion obscured it. 12 wings spread wide, and she held a sword in one hand, ready to fight for her darling. Her true form, capable of accessing her full power, was briefly obscured by a minor illusion, preventing anyone from seeing it clearly. The 12 wings spread wide, and she held a sword in one hand, ready to fight for her beloved. In the present, Gabriel wore a blank mask and white and black robes with some metallic protection. Her wings had taken on a slight metallic tint, and the power she radiated was formidable. Pushing off the ground, she collided with the architect, cracking some of his arms. Zest rushed closer to Izuku, reaching her hand out. In a flash of Izuku's memories, he wondered, why are the monsters fighting against the shadows? It seemed Ashbourne had enemies on all sides. The shadows keep resurrecting even after being torn apart. If it were my current self, the magic would have killed me. He couldn't even sense Ashbourne's power, that was how strong he was. Is there some internal conflict? Then he heard Ashbourne speak to the leader of the defeated side. We could have ended the fighting today. Why have you chosen to betray me? An ugly smirk appeared on the opponent's face. What a waste. I could have ended you. I asked why. Ashbourne narrowed his eyes, looking straight into the other person's soul. Ha, wingdings. Ashbourne raised an eyebrow. Wingdings? Growing frustrated, he used his gravity power to seize the opponent's neck. The final word from the soon-to-be-dead opponent was, wingdings. Then death came to Ashbourne's enemy. For some reason, Izuku's perspective shifted to Ashbourne's. Why didn't I notice until now? Izuku's hand slowly moved to his chest, where he felt a strange beating. He looked back to see 4 angelic figures. In the gate, the architect complimented Gabriel, "You are fun to play with, very fun." Just as he thought Zest would go to Izuku, she turned back and placed her hands on the floor, causing pillars of earth to shoot up at the architect, nearly crushing him. A puny trick? When will you finish? Humans are no fun at all. My design predicts and responds to any result. Star was catching her breath as she created a vacuum area in front of her, trying to affect the monster but to no avail. These small attacks have no chance of breaking my design. Zest took this opportunity to try and wake up Izuku, but the monster was fast enough to catch her, even with the distance to Izuku being only 2 meters. Luckily, Zest managed to jump away from the descending arm. You're pretty good. Avoiding it all. Then his eyes widened as he sensed something, more shadows. So the king assigned a soldier to her? How did this one find this place? Ignoring Gabriel's presence, he focused on Zest. What is your relationship with Izuku Midoriya? Friends, she replied, wiping blood from her face. We are friends. I'm here to save Izuku. Was that not the king's intention? Fine, I will give you a chance. Today, one of the great monarchs is going to descend upon this world. Izuku's aura began to grow, purple wisps of energy leaking from his body. I will give you the chance to witness this glorious scene. But for everyone else, chaos erupted around them, especially for Gabriel, who took the front of the attack alongside Star and Captain Celebrity. They will all die where they stand. According to whom? A voice spoke out. The architect looked confused. Then a powerful fist of energy descended upon the architect's face. What did you do to my body? Purple smoke billowed from Izuku, his eyes deepening in color with occasional rings appearing. Everyone's eyes widened at Izuku, but most smiled, relieved they would live another day. Izuku was crushing the architect's face under his foot. You're not the king. How could you stand in that place instead of the king? How can you maintain your ego while having a black heart? The architect asked. Black heart? Is this incredible magic thanks to this heart? Izuku thought. The conditions have been met. You have remembered how to defeat both heavenly and demonic armies. The power has acknowledged you as its owner. Effect: Black Heart plus 100,000 MP. MP 131,310. It is obvious from his reaction that he didn't mean to bring out the Black Heart, and the Black Heart isn't supposed to make me stronger. The data he recalled didn't answer my questions. I still haven't heard everything. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he asked, You said you were opposed to choosing me as a player? But what exactly is a player? What were your intentions? No. Shadow Monarch. Do you think the other monarchs will just stand by and watch? The architect shouted. The only response was Izuku summoning all his weapons and pointing them at the architect, his gravity powers on full display. Just answer my questions. It wasn't supposed to turn out this way. I think I know why you were chosen. The others in the gate looked around at the statues. What? The statues? Then someone exclaimed, the statues that were still are starting to move. If you kill me, no one will be able to stop my puppets. Will you still kill me? The architect's confidence returned, but Izuku's next words shattered that belief. What if I kill you first and then your puppets? If you kill the creator of the system, I could go back to being a quirkless person, huh? I've thought enough about that too. But even if the system's creator disappears, the system that's already been created won't fall apart. The architect's eyes widened at what he was seeing. How can the system? This was bad news for the system's creator, as now he had no control over it. Yes, I've thought about that too. I said I'll devour the system, but it seems that your design had flaws. No. It screeched, but all of the weapons started to slash and stab at the architect. Prediction. The prophecy. When the pillars of fire are built, an inevitable death shall find you. With that, the architect met his end. Outside of Washington Memorial, a B-rank hero stated, "They have been there for over an hour." A policeman asked, "Just what happened there?" Then a group started to emerge from the portal. Before Gabriel left, she kissed Izuku's cheek and slipped into his shadow. "Can you help us?" "A lot of us are injured," Star asked the medic team on standby. "Injured?" "Yes." "Yes, of course," some officers replied. Izuku thought, the system that architect built is gone, but now the system is under my ownership. I still don't have all of the questions answered. He walked out of the portal, his shirt torn and a little blood on his head. 60% of the top-ranked heroes are injured, some nearly on their deathbeds. Luckily, our staff is healing them up. If this was a dungeon break, the extent of the damage would be unimaginable, Star informed Izuku. "And you tried to stop this all alone?" "Luckily no one died, but I still must become stronger so this won't happen to anyone close to me." Izuku spoke to his boss from the past 3 weeks. "I only survived thanks to your help. We're lucky no one died here." Kathleen nodded. It was surprisingly Gabriel who ensured no one died, but how did you find this particular gate? Sighing, Izuku explained, "The dungeon summoned me here." "Did it summoned you here?" she asked, unsure what to make of it. In a quieter tone, he said, "Yes, I received a message telling me to come here." "Can we view the message as well?" "I'm sorry, it's a message only visible in my head," Izuku replied. Kathleen just sweat dropped. He isn't lying or doesn't seem to, at least. Zest approached and asked, "Are you all right?" She had a small blush seeing his figure. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you." "No, maybe just a little tired." "Monarch." Voices called around the plaza as Izuku fell, but luckily Star caught him. 3 days later, Izuku opened his eyes and felt something next to him. Moving his head, he saw Gabriel hugging him. "Is this a hospital?" he asked while looking around. "Darling!" Gabriel exclaimed when she felt Izuku moving. He smiled and she jumped on him, giving him a kiss. "I missed you." "Thank you, Tenshi," Izuku replied, continuing to hug her. "Anything interesting happen?" "Except the news about the gate 3 days ago, nothing," Gabriel answered, omitting the waves of messages Izuku received. She had to deal with her rival and her darling's other girlfriend, who was worried. The anger on Rumi's face after Gabriel mocked her during the phone call was amusing to see. "So I was asleep for 3 whole days?" Izuku asked, knowing the answer. "I was worried sick, darling," Gabriel muttered, pushing herself closer to him. 3 days. Seems like the mental fatigue had accumulated a lot. I also didn't rest for a long while. I can't shake off what the architect showed me. Getting focused, he asked, "What about the others and Star?" "Ah, well, they were treated by myself after you became conscious. Other than that, most of them are on leave for a small PRD." Izuku nodded at the explanation. 30 minutes later, a nurse came in and gave Izuku breakfast. After that, she notified Star, who sped toward Izuku's room. Kathleen nearly broke the door down and crushed Izuku in an embrace. He patted her back and made small talk. "You feeling better?" "Yeah, I think I needed the rest. Now I am ready for action." Kathleen shook her head. "Today, you will continue to rest. We have 3 days left in Washington, D.C., and we will be patrolling and closing some gates, but that will be it. Nothing too strenuous." Chuckling, Izuku nodded. Kathleen left soon after to do some paperwork, while during the day, Izuku got out of the room and conversed with other members of the raid, thanking them. The next day, Kathleen explained, we will be doing a B-rank gate. With the both of us, it should be easy. 10 minutes later, the blue gate turned red with only the two inside. Izuku gave her a deadpan expression. I jinxed it, didn't I? Sighing, he cracked his back, ready for action. At least I can use my shadows for this gate. Outside, one of the government workers shouted, for heaven's sake, Star. You jinxed it and now it's an S-rank gate. Others sweat dropped. They should be fine, right? Zest asked. One of the sidekicks replied, Monarch and Star and Stripe will be fine. What will an S-rank gate do to them when both don't need to look out for any casualties? The realization made them all sweat. This could go really well or terribly wrong. Inside the gate, Izuku felt the energy around him and sighed. So, an S-rank red gate. The last one was low to mid-S. I wonder what strong opponents will be here. Star looked at him. Yeah, my luck is terrible. So this is a red gate, a proper wasteland. Izuku nodded, observing the desolate landscape filled with fires and lava. Let's find the boss and get out. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here for days. Isn't a day here an hour outside? Izuku nodded again. The duo walked for 20 minutes until a group of unidentifiable monsters approached. They wore black garbs that concealed their appearances and carried weapons, exuding the aura of a rank monsters, though they appeared light gray to Izuku. So, the protectors of Limbo are here? I guess we're in the 8 circles of hell, with the first being Limbo, Izuku remarked, startling Kathleen. The monsters rushed toward them, but facing 2 national rank heroes was a daunting task. Star took down 13 while Izuku handled 12. However, when Izuku attempted to make them his shadows, a notification appeared. You cannot save the shadows. The energy they are producing is corrosive. I guess I can't make them into my shadows. Oh well, come forth. With that, shadows emerged from Izuku's own shadow and bowed to him. Clear the path for the second circle. Kath shook her head, realizing that with his army, it would be as easy as cutting a pie. They continued onward, battling more protectors of Limbo. Despite being A-rank monsters, their teamwork was impressive, capable of taking down an S-rank hero. Eventually, they saw a light at the end of the tunnel, the entrance to the first circle of hell. I don't think anyone would survive this except national-ranked heroes, Star commented, punching one of the monsters. Izuku nodded and used his black WHP to make 2 of them collide, allowing a shadow to smash them into pieces. He realized Igris was far from them, fully utilizing his sword's potential. This made Izuku's eyes widen. His spear granted an extra plus 200 against divine enemies, allowing him to cut through hordes of monsters. Igris, the 6th strongest shadow in his army, preferred to be near his liege's side and was leveling up quickly. As they approached the entrance to the next level, the duo and their shadows encountered tornadoes of fire with devils flying around. These devils, both male and female, had minimal clothing but were of S-rank strength. The scene shifted as Izuku kept the system in mind, now navigating a red gate. Who are you two? Madara quirked an eyebrow. Are we interrupting something? Izuku looked around and noticed most people sweating nervously. No, you are not. We are definitely not in the middle of a war, Kiba Inuzuka yelled out. Both Rumi and Izuku blinked. How did you teleport us here? Izuku asked defensively. Oi, Whiskers, who is the guy in the red armor? Rumi shouted, eyeing the brightest uniform in the Shinobi Alliance. Who are you calling Whiskers, you rabbit? Naruto shouted back. That was a weak comeback, Izuku remarked. I agree with you. What is your name? Madara asked from the top of the hill. I am Izuku, and this is my girlfriend Rumi. Who may you be? I am the ghost of the Uchiha Madara Uchiha. He then revealed his red eyes, similar to Izuku's. You have those eyes too? Cool, Izuku said, showing his own Sharingan. Why don't you two join me? I want to create a world without wars and suffering, but the people in front of me don't want the same, Madara explained. Another pair of Sharingan and strong allies wouldn't hurt. Naruto then shouted, we want peace, but why are we fighting again? He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sakura chimed in, so you won't have that fox ripped out of you, and then they will have all of the bijou. Izuku and Rumi exchanged glances, then looked at Madara. We are in. I need to fight the bijou anyway, so when you get them out, can I fight against them? Madara's mouth dropped open. It was easy to get two strong people on his side. I will make them merge into one, creating a 10-tailed beast. After that, you can fight me while I have the 10 tails inside me. Sure thing, I can't wait to dance, Izuku replied, sharing a smirk with Madara. Oh, but first, come forth. The next moment sent many shinobi into a panic, while Madara felt relieved to have them with him. A massive wave of shadows surged against the shinobi alliance. 20 minutes later, Madara remarked, Okay, now we have the 9 and 8 tails. That was simple. He nodded as he surveyed the defeated foes. It was a fun day for Rumi and Izuku. Madara got his wish to fight someone strong, and now Izuku and Rumi were exploring different universes. As the duo with the Shadow Army clashed, more shadows needed to be reformed, but many devils were being taken down. The main weapon of the Lust Devils against humans was their ability to attract them, giving the devils full control. This was something the system couldn't fully protect Izuku from, but Star was using one of the slots of New Order to resist this power. In it, why am I feeling attracted to them? Izuku muttered. I have the same problem. This is really getting on my nerves, Kath grumbled. Ignoring the physical strength and might of their weapon style, the duo had to concentrate while resisting the lustful urges. Luckily, the shadows stepped in, especially a furious Gabriel who wanted to confront those harming her lover. Moments later, Igris, clearly annoyed, unleashed a blast of power with Michael's longsword, cutting through the enemies. Skill, hand-to-hand combat leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4. Smiling at his progress, Izuku continued forward. While the visit to the USA seemed hectic, he was learning about running an agency properly, which was beneficial as he planned to open one with Rumi in the future. More Lust Devils appeared, but they were soundly defeated by Izuku's shadows, and both he and Kathleen were gradually becoming resistant to the lustful urges. After over 7 hours, they found their way to the next circle of hell. Resting before entering, they drank some water and had a light meal that Izuku prepared. Neither was tired, so they decided to finish the 3rd circle of hell before sleeping. So you are saying that a lot of dungeon breaks are occurring due to the shortage of heroes? Star sighed and nodded. Most of them are happening in secluded areas where monsters roam and threaten humans. Island is in the process of developing a way to locate gates around the world. But how did you do it before South Korea announced it? One of the characters asked. Before the S-rank gate, there weren't that many in the world. It was pretty simple. Most of them were D-rank gates, so I could send one of my stronger shadows. I mostly dealt with the higher ranks but occasionally went into the lower ranks, Izuku explained. Although I feel bad about Vladimir, Russia has a lot of unoccupied areas, and gates tend to spawn and break there. Russia will have a monster forest from the seams of it. Not only Russia, but Brazil and other countries with vast land masses have a low number of heroes, the character replied. Izuku nodded, adding, It also SCKS that over 15 million people have died from the gate breaks already. It was a sad fact. Due to the hero shortage, civilians were now able to help in lower-ranked gates, but it was sometimes not enough. Imagine the number of casualties if you hadn't helped the gate readers. A lot of heroes would have died. Izuku nodded again while sitting on a rock, looking at the dark sky. Yeah. The sky had a purple tint, and the stars shone brighter than they had during a previous date he had on a secluded mountain in Canada. Good night. The shadows will keep us safe. With that, Izuku took out his sleeping bag and gave a larger one to Star before falling asleep. Next gate day. Izuku woke up, blinking the sleep away, and was surprised to see a notification, you leveled up. He noticed that his HP now increased by 250 per level, compared to 200, while his MP rose by if his stats increased by 1, he gained an additional 40 HP and 30 MP, compared to the previous 20 HP and 10 MP smirking. He began to prepare food for both himself and Kathleen. After about 30 minutes, they continued toward the 3rd circle of hell, known as the Circle of Gluttony. As expected, they encountered devils with a rounder appearance, wielding clubs and shields. Devil of Gluttony, they were easy to defeat, though they had some form of nullification. Burrow was gaining more physical nullification from it. The Angel Squad seemed happier, especially Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, and Satkiel. Izuku theorized it was because they were fighting against devils, their supposed enemies. It took them only 6 hours to reach the next circle, as both Izuku and Kathleen wanted to get to the outside world without staying longer than necessary. During this time, Igris and Baruka were leveling up at a higher rate, likely due to their competitive nature. When they reached the gates of the next circle, they were blocked by a large devil. It was slightly smaller than Tusk, but Izuku and Kathleen quickly defeated it. Skill: Shadow Manipulation leveled up from LV.6 to LV.max skill. Black Whip leveled up from LV.4 to LV.max skills combined and evolved into skill, Darkness Overlord LV.1. With this new evolution, he could control a larger area, which he used to efficiently cut down the devils from the fourth circle. Devil of Greed, they wore more expensive armor and weapons, but they were no match for Izuku's power over shadows. During the fighting, he occasionally approved promotions for his shadows, some becoming knights, elite knights, and even captains. He started to become interested in the higher ranks. Burrow and Mikao, the three-faced high-end nomu, were competing to see who was better, similar to Baruka and Igris but in a more destructive manner. Luckily for Izuku, Gabriel could calm them down without his intervention. As in the previous circle, a large devil sat on a throne in front of them. Izuku didn't need to do anything as Star and Gabriel took the devil down after it looked at the two women as if they were prizes to be won. This day, Izuku learned about a woman's fury. Years later, he could still feel the shivers from the angry looks that Kathleen and Gabriel gave to the devil. The next circle was called the fifth circle of anger. This time, the devils were empowered by anger, giving them a boost in stats. Their names turned dark gray, but nothing too serious, completely ignoring that this was an S-rank gate where multiple S-rank heroes could have easily been killed. Izuku was still annoyed that he couldn't make any of the fallen devils into his shadows but knew that sometimes quality is better than quantity. The devils had a reddish tint to their skin, and their black bat-like wings had red veins running through them whenever they used the skill, Power of Anger. After defeating the large red devil with ease, the duo decided to call it a day. It was surprising that they finished 3 circles in one day, but not unexpected with over 500 shadows and 2 nationally ranked heroes. The Monarch mostly ignored the notifications, enjoying the time spent talking to Gabriel and Star while they defeated the devils. Izuku was surprised to see one of his skills had leveled up. Skill: Fire Manipulation leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4 during the fighting. He had exchanged the Rock Gut Gauntlet, C rank, for an A rank gauntlet. Devil's Gauntlet item class. A type, Gauntlet attack, plus 80 defense, 6% a gauntlet that covers the right hand, perfect for both attacks and defense. It grants the user the power to enhance their punch by 30% when fueled by anger. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Effect: Devil's Punch. When angered, the user can enhance their punch by 30%. The gauntlet was red with minor claws and featured a green gemstone on the dorsal side. With this upgrade, his lowest armor was now B-ranked, and he could consider investing in a higher set later. Kathleen, on the other hand, was treating this as a vacation, using the opportunity to release some pent-up frustration. She could go all out, and even Izuku had to admit that she was formidable due to her quirk. As she rested, she reflected on how her life had changed since meeting Izuku. From her initial assignment to recruit him for the USA to spending 3 weeks interning under her, she had grown fond of him. She smiled as she thought of him as a brother and vowed to protect him, even if he didn't need it. That was what big sisters were for. Next gate day. They had 4 more circles to complete, and so far, Kathleen's predictions had not come true. The 6th circle was the Circle of Heresy. Devil of Heresy: the devils wore cloaks, and elemental attacks up to low S rank were ineffective, but surprisingly, shadow attacks worked. This time, both Kathleen and Izuku began using their flying abilities to train in aerial combat. Izuku quickly leveled up his flight skill to LV.3, allowing him to maneuver faster in the air. Although the cost was significant, he didn't mind using 60 MP per minute, thanks to his High Magician's Ring, which regenerated 10 MP per minute. Skill Flight leveled up from LV.1 to LV.2. Skill Flight leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. With that level of MP usage, it was no surprise that his skill had improved. The final mini-boss was a devil, but Gabriel took it down with a group of shadows. In the 7th circle, the Circle of Violence, Izuku focused on improving his passive skills. He faced devils who were aggressive and used Samahata to defeat some of them. Devil of Violence, he utilized a spear to create a circle, using the skill Spear Throw against the mini-boss devil, who had MSTR control over demolishing their surroundings. After 5 hours of combat, only his hand-to-hand expert skill increased. Izuku wondered if all his skills had an experience bar to show how much experience was needed to level up. Skill, hand-to-hand expert leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. Now, the duo was resting for lunch. "Hey Izuku, what did you mean by the gate was calling for you before?" Izuku hesitated but decided to share. "What I'm about to tell you needs to be kept secret." After receiving a nod from her, he continued, "Only a few people know about it. Nizu, Aizawa-sensei, All Might, a detective, my girlfriend's roomie, also known as Miruko, and Nijire, along with 3 friends, Shoko, Heiin, and Katsumi." He explained how All Might's punch had awakened the gate and shared the truth about the gates, including his shock about the one in South Korea. He also mentioned that Gabriel was one of his girlfriends, which surprised Kathleen, but she respected him for it. They continued toward the 8th circle, the Circle of Frauds. The devils appeared friendly at first but soon revealed their true colors by attempting to attack them. Devil of Fraud, these devils acted like assassins, working in pairs, and it took the duo 8 hours to complete this circle due to failed ambushes. A surprise came when Gabriel approached Izuku asking for a promotion, which he gladly accepted, making her a general. Gabriel LV.1 General. Seraphim. With this new rank, Gabriel became the undisputed second-in-command of the army. She received a hug and a kiss from Izuku, which she cherished. "You have unlocked a new rank. You have unlocked 6 ranks. Normal, Elite Knight, Captain General. Normal, Strength is C rank, level cap is LV. Elite, Strength is B rank, level cap is LV. Knight, Strength is a rank, level cap is LV. Elite Knight, Strength is low to mid S rank. Their level cap is 40, and they need to upgrade manually. Captain, their strength ranges from high S rank to low national level. Their level cap is 50, and they need to upgrade manually. General, their strength is mid to high national level. Their level cap is 60, and they need to upgrade manually." Deciding it was best for them to rest, they had a late-night dinner and, after 30 minutes, prepared to conquer the last circle of hell. Last circle. It was freezing with ice all around them, much to their shock. They had expected it to be hotter than the other floors. Kathleen cursed under her breath upon seeing their lone opponent, Demon King Baron. Izuku opened his eyes slightly, recognizing the same monster he thought Ashbourne had defeated. This time, it was a demon riding atop a dragon-like creature. Kaizelin the Wyvern. "Oh, that is a wyvern. I wonder if my wish for a shadow I can fly on can actually happen," Izuku thought, momentarily distracted by excitement. The name appeared orange for Baron and gray for the wyvern. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kathleen gulp but prepared himself nonetheless. Demon King Baron is using the skill, Hell's Army. Dozens of black-framed portals with purple smoke emanating from the center opened. Devil soldiers have been summoned, repeatedly echoed around them. Soon, thousands of devils appeared, each bearing names like the Devil of Lust and the Devil of Greed. All of them are low S rank, and there are a couple of thousand of them. "We are lucky to have Izuku's army, as I am not made for a group fight," Kathleen thought, drawing her sword. After the system gate with Izuku, she realized she needed a new strategy to combat the monsters. "Just from a glance, I can see more than 1,000 devils," Izuku observed, noting that only Gabriel stood behind the human duo while every shadow of Izuku's was in his shadow. The devils rushed toward them. "Izuku!" Kathleen muttered. "Wait!" they continued to close in. Not yet. Then a large black circle began to spread from Izuku. Skill, domain of the Monarch. With that skill activated, he shouted, "Come forth." Every devil within the circle was cut down in an instant by the surprise attack of the shadows. Wow, Star could only mutter in awe. Fluffy, Tusk, the scorpions, and other large shadows appeared, taking down the larger devils. Igris competed with Baruka, but due to Pain's almighty push, 1/3 of the army was eliminated. Tusk is using skill, Hymn of Combustion. A magic circle appeared in front of Tusk, and with the orb of liberation in his hand, another segment of the devil army was burned. Suddenly, Baron's eyes glowed red, and electricity crackled from his mouth. He shot the electricity into the air while still riding the wyvern, creating a lightning storm that shattered much of the ice and some shadows in the process. This is no ordinary lightning, Izuku thought, preparing to remove Star's buff. Buff, status effect has been removed due to effect of immunity. The purple-tinted shadows continued to take down the army more subduedly while Izuku moved to confront Baron. Armed with his Kusanagi and vampire killer, he aimed for the wyvern's wing, but Baron's blade barely held Izuku back. Using the skill, Flight, he hovered slightly away from the Demon King. Using skill, Fire manipulation on his Kusanagi, he slashed again, cutting the sword by 1/3. Seizing the opportunity, he threw the dagger at Baron while drawing his spear and throwing it, piercing the wyvern's chest. With Kaizelin down, Baron had to face Izuku on the ground. The Monarch used skill, Sprint to land slashes on the monster, finally severing one of its arms. Baron concentrated electricity in his mouth and shot it toward Izuku, who jumped away just in time thanks to his danger sense. He chose the close combat route, but once again, Baron shot electricity at him. Fortunately, Tusk deflected it with his fire magic. During this time, Star and Stripe dealt with the grunts that could take down an S-rank hero. She glanced at Izuku and shook her head, seeing him toying with his opponent. Izuku, get serious." Hearing that, Izuku smirked. Using skill, Bloodlust and the pressure from his gravity manipulation, he could see that Baron was barely standing. Activating his sprint ability and infusing his sword with fire manipulation while activating his Sharingan, Izuku radiated power. Star watched in awe as his power output continued to grow. The Greenette used Darkness Overlord to create Shadow WHPS and activated his Mangekyo, summoning Susanoo, with darkness emanating in waves. To ensure an overwhelming victory, he summoned both Blue and Red to hover beside him. Now Star understood the magnitude of Izuku's power. It was immense, and the sight made her neck ache. Baron, on the other hand, was sweating. With a pointed finger, the Susanoo's spear ignited, and with all his strength, Izuku moved it at Baron, who exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, burned to ashes, and ultimately vanished from existence under the combined assault of Red and Blue. Kathleen stood in awe as the notification appeared before her. "You leveled up. You defeated Demon King Baron." She chuckled. That was probably overkill. As shadows began to gather the defeated demons for gold, she noticed an item. Discovered item, Demon King's longsword. "Darling." Izuku heard from a distance and smiled, though he sweat dropped when he saw his girlfriend bringing the wyvern's corpses to him. "Thanks, Tenshi." A proud smile spread across his face, causing a slight blush to appear on Kathleen's cheeks. "Arise." The shadow of the wyvern emerged, dark with a blue underbelly, claws, horns, and eyes. "I can never get enough of you doing this," Kathleen commented. "Was it Wyvern Kaizelian? Karkalin? What was its name again?" Kaisel." With that, the shadow's name changed to Kaisel, and a mighty roar erupted from the wyvern's mouth. "Great work, everyone. If anyone needs a promotion, please come forth." After promoting some of his soldiers, he took Star's shoulder and used Kamui to exit the gate where it used to stand. Outside, after a couple of hours, Izuku and Kathleen swirled into existence. Quickly deactivating his Sharingan, he waved at them. "Yo." Kathleen shook her head and quickly spoke to Zest and the others who were worried about the duo. Izuku checked his Shadow's levels and felt pleased. "Shadow Army. Ogre Boss LV.9, normal. Low tier nomu LV.14, elite. Armored horse LV.17, elite. Armored monkey LV.17, elite. Armored wolf LV.17, elite. Donald LV.18, elite. Great Siberian bison. Luna LV.4, knight. White tiger boss. High orc LV.9, knight. Four-winged angels LV.11, knight. Upper tier Noma LV.14, knight. Cherub LV.17, knight. Knight LV.21, knight. Power Angel LV.24, knight. Six-winged angels. High orc bodyguard LV.26, knight. Throne Angel LV.28, knight. Ringed angel with eyes. Ice bears LV.1, elite knight. Ice elves LV.1, elite knight. Kaisel LV.1, elite knight. Wyvern. Rusalka LV.2, elite knight. Female Slavic water spirit. Upper tier Nomo LV.4, elite knight. Eight-winged angels LV.7, elite knights. Tusk LV.8, elite knight. High orc boss. Deathstalker scorpions LV.9, elite knight. Chicken cottage LV.9, elite knight. Moving house. Magicians LV.10, elite knight. Alkanost LV.11, elite knight. Slavic bird woman. Castle dwelling vampire LV.12, elite knight. Illusion vampire. Ant soldiers LV.14, elite knight. 10-winged angels LV.15, elite knight. Vadianoi LV.16, elite knight. Frog Slavic water spirit. Virtues LV.19, elite knight. Two-winged powerful angels. Fluffy LV.21, elite knight. Alpha ice bear. Gothic vampire LV.21, elite knight. Weapon vampire. Dark vampire LV.22, elite knight. Bat vampire. Stuck sinning vampire LV.23, elite knight. Sadkiel LV.28, elite knight. Dominion 10-winged angel. Elder vampire LV.29, elite knight. Leshy LV.32, elite knight. Slavic forest deity. Beast LV.33, elite knight. Near high-end gnome. Izuku was surprised at the growth of Gabriel but shook his head, feeling happy about the day. He was ready for a proper night of sleep and some food. On the day of Izuku's departure, he was back at the main base with Kathleen, waving goodbye as he had to travel by plane instead of using Kaisel. He hugged Zest, Kathleen, and some others before sitting with Gabriel next to him. During their final week, the duo completed some small gates, and Izuku leveled up his spear throw during monster aim practice. After a couple of hours on the flight, the moment Izuku stepped off the plane, he was tackled by two figures, a blue and a white blur. Catching them, he kissed the heads of both girls and said, "Good to see you too." Both girls looked up at him, and Rumi exclaimed, "Finally, you're back. You know how much I missed you? You owe me a bunch of those carrots." She pouted but then grinned, her excitement evident. Nijire just nodded, "Huh?" Shaking his head in fondness, Izuku said, "Let's get home, then I'll make some dinner?" Both of them agreed. Since Rumi and Nijire were the only ones to collect him, Izuku decided not to take the train like they did. "Come forth." With that, Kaisel materialized beneath Izuku and the girls. Nijire and Rumi shouted in surprise, but upon seeing what they were atop of, a massive grin appeared on Rumi's face. Gabriel materialized next to Izuku, and the four of them flew towards Yue, ignoring the onlookers taking pictures of the wyvern. At Yue, an alarm blared. "Alarm! Alarm! Something is flying towards you." The staff received the notification and rushed outside, their mouths agape at the sight approaching them. "My, isn't it interesting? Izuku has a wyvern in his army," Nizu remarked. "Do you think it was a good idea for young Midoriya to come to Yue this way?" All Might asked. Aizawa replied with a relieved grin, "Finally, he is back." Midnight turned to present Mike. "Why is he that happy?" The energetic man replied quietly, 1A and Ketsubutsu Academy 1A will be meeting soon, and Ms. Joke will be there. A second later, the wyvern landed, and the four occupants jumped down. "Yo," Izuku waved at them. Good to have you back, problem child, Aizawa stated. Izuku tossed him a small box. What's this? Aizawa asked, opening it to find a cat version of Mount Rushmore. Thanks, brat, he said, and Izuku nodded, ignoring present Mick's mock disappointment. Would it be all right if I go back to my dorm? Izuku asked, receiving nods of confirmation. He walked towards the 1A dorms, the night cloudy, with Nijire on his back, Gabriel in his shadow, and Rumi holding his hand. 1A was relaxing after their first day of the week when they suddenly felt Izuku's presence. They sensed he was suppressing it, prompting everyone to step out of their dorms to greet him. It felt like they hadn't seen him in years, though it had only been 3 weeks. Koji was the first to notice the 2 girls with him. Isn't that Miruko and Nijire-senpai? Chika Ashigaka felt a mix of happiness and jealousy, but she smiled brightly. 3 blurs rushed past the rest of the class. 1 blonde with explosions, another with a sword-like shape, and the last with white ice. They all landed at Izuku, who allowed them to hug him and patted their heads. Hiya guys. After the excitement, Izuku sat on the couch in the main living room. How were the 3 weeks? I hope you enjoyed the gift for passing the provisional exam. They all nodded. Izuku sat in the middle of the couch with Nijire and Rumi on either side, while the rest of the class gathered around. Tenya started, I have the notes for you for the 3 weeks you missed. Some of us started our internships. I guess you are with your brother? Tenya smiled and nodded. What about you guys? Shoko and Katsumi both said, Endeavor. Izuku raised an eyebrow as Kaken explained, he's the highest-ranking hero currently, and who better to teach the future number 1? Oh, and Shoko has an ice teacher there. Hawks gave me an offer, Fumikage added, receiving a nod from Izuku. I'm with Wash, Ochako said happily, eager to become a rescue hero. Tsu is also with me, Izuku replied with a smile, glad to hear Tsuyu was doing well. Heian continued, I'll be starting my internship with Yoroi Masha. Izuku recalled, I cannot forget about how I killed his sidekick. Heian nodded with a smile. They continued to chat, with 1A updating Izuku about their plans to meet Ketsubutsu Academy for sparring sessions. After 2 hours, Izuku went to sleep to recover from the time dilation. Meanwhile, Rumi and Nijire were approached by 3 girls who pulled them into Katsumi's room. So will you tell me what this is about? Rumi asked, taking charge. Nijire was also curious. Taking a deep breath, Shoko bowed with the others and asked, We would like your permission to date Izuku. Nijire and Rumi exchanged glances. This isn't my choice, but you also need to ask Gabriel, Nijire said in a subdued tone. Heian and Shoko nearly broke their necks looking up quickly. Who's she? They asked, while Katsumi momentarily forgot about her. You probably haven't met her. She's the most human shadow in Izuku's army and the strongest, Nijire explained. Rumi added, I hate to admit it, but the last time we met, she was at a national rank level. But I promise to beat her one day. A small, determined grin appeared on her face. Aiming for the heavens, knowing you might not reach it. A shadow emerged from Rumi's, revealing the imposing figure of Gabriel with all 12 wings spread wide. Why would Darling even be interested in you 3? Rumi and Katsumi thought in unison, she seems even more intimidating than last time. Hey, Gabriel, Nijire greeted with a wave. Gabriel's intimidation lessened as she waved back, then resumed her game of intimidating the 3 girls in front of her. Miruko and Nijire exchanged worried glances while the teens struggled to maintain their composure. Heian stuttered at first but then found her confidence. It started because of how he smelled. You see, I can smell people, and everyone except Izuku has a scent. After spending time together, I saw his compassion and willingness to help. His kindness is something I really respect. Gabriel's glare shifted to Shoko, ignoring the snickers from Nijire and Rumi. He threw Endeavor out of UA on the first day. Rumi burst into laughter. From then on, he helped me in ways I didn't know I needed, like getting my mother back from the hospital and helping my father change for the better. He's warm and nice to cuddle with, until Miruko came and stole my warmth. She shot a playful glare at Rumi. Katsumi then spoke up. My plan was to become a hero while he became a house husband, but as you saw, that never happened. After he saved me from the sludge villain, I realized that even without powers, he has a heart of gold. I may not have been the best for him in the past, but I still love him. Katsumi fell silent after that. Gabriel moved back to the two women and began whispering with them. After a moment, she turned to the other trio and sighed. You will need to ask Darling if you can become his girlfriend. Other than that, good luck. With that, Gabriel melted into a shadow and left. I will be leaving too, Rumi said, and Nijire waved at them before going to hug Izuku. The trio of teens sighed, nearly collapsing from the stress. That was the most stressful moment of my life, Heian said, and the others nodded in agreement. Gabriel was usually calm and loving, but when it came to someone wanting her darling, she could be quite intimidating. That was also why Rumi liked to challenge her to fights. She wanted to be the boss in the relationship. I will ask him out this weekend, Katsumi declared confidently. Me too, Heian agreed. So, all of us this weekend? Shoko asked uncertainly, receiving 2 nods in response. In Izuku's room, he decided to take a shower, knowing his girlfriends were likely talking. He realized he had a small problem. Due to his high stats, he had been suppressing them except for intelligence, but the sense stat was bothersome. The only way to reduce it without getting a headache was by using SAS sunglasses, which helped filter the information coming at him. With them on, he could use 100% of his power. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the amount of gold he had accumulated, over 500 billion. The income from selling monster remains was substantial, and he occasionally sent shadows to clean up places like Dogoba Beach, earning him even more. The news had been buzzing about the mysterious disappearance of one of the largest ocean floating dumps, which he had cleaned up with over 100 shadows during his last week in the USA. Reflecting on his time in the States, he felt happy. After completing his patrols and finishing some gates, he had free time. Zest had taken it upon himself to show Izuku around as they explored the area. Izuku also needed to discuss a plan with Nizu to see if it would be feasible. After his shower, Izuku was preparing for bed when his girlfriends entered his room. They all stopped in their tracks, seeing him in just a towel. Flop. Nijire fainted from shock. Blushing slightly, Izuku quickly used his ability to get dressed. He checked on Nijire to make sure she was okay, while Miruko and Gabriel stood dazed, having seen more than they intended. The next day, Izuku woke up feeling Rumi on his left, Gabriel on his right, and Nijire on his stomach. He smiled at them, recalling the conversation he had with Nijire about Mirio a few weeks ago when he had returned to Japan to comfort her. Although she hadn't explained everything then, she had shared more details the night before. The big three, meaning myself, Tamaki, and Mirio, went to explain about internships. Nijire's voice wasn't the happiest at the moment. It was more somber if Izuku had to place it somewhere. All was going well until Katsumi was the last one standing on 1A's side against Mirio. Izuku nodded, while Rumi and Gabriel, who didn't know anything, just nodded along. Izuku probably knows that, but for some reason, Mirio lost concentration, and Katsumi managed to hit his permeability. I still don't know why, but then he went from 5% of new power to around 37% of it. Rumi then asked, is it a power scale or something? Izuku's eyes widened for a second. Mirio's new power has something to do with strength and speed, right? Nijire nodded, and a grin appeared on Izuku's face. I have a theory, but let me give you some history. When the 3 girls nodded, Izuku continued, during the summer exam when I faced Bun Bun and All Might, I used my ultimate move, Total Darkness. All of you know that it is a sphere with myself and my opponent in it. The girls nodded. Was my first time using it on All Might, and inside, I met some people other than him. The girls raised their eyebrows, intrigued. There were 7 individuals. Apparently, they were All Might's predecessors. One of them told me that All Might gave his quirk to someone, but the predecessors didn't like them and bestowed upon me their quirks for some reason. Rumi then asked, so float, Black Whip, right? Izuku nodded, showing Nijire the Black Whip, a new skill. I unlocked a 3rd one, Danger Sense, which gives me the ability to tell when I or someone is in danger. Black Whip and Shadow Manipulation turned into the Skill Darkness Overlord. Shaking his head and ignoring their awe, Izuku continued. Continuing with the topic, one of them named Nana told me that she was alive but unable to do anything. Since then, I've been sending my shadows around Japan and its islands to find her, but still no luck. As I mentioned to Rumi, I was too shocked that they could move and talk, and when Nana kissed me, I presume it was to get the other quirks into me. He ignored the three girls saying they would confront her when they found her. So I guess All Might passed his quirk on to Mirio during the spring break. That is why Sir Night Eye and most probably All Might are invested in him. This explained a lot, and all of them went silent until Nijire continued. That is what Mirio meant when he said he had expectations to uphold. Rumi responded with an "oh," and Nijire continued. After Beast stopped the blow and threw Mirio to the other side of the hall, Aizawa-sensei stopped the mash. We talked about his quirk and internships, and that was when things started to go downhill. Mina complimented you for being one of the strongest, and Mirio didn't like that. I asked Mirio if he was okay when 1A was leaving, and he snapped at me verbally. We exchanged some words until he fully snapped and, with his full power, came after me. I was still getting used to my new explosion power and sent it toward Mirio, blasting him. Then I ran here. Izuku hugged Nijire, and everyone shared a group hug. Rumi then spoke. At least you kicked his butt. Laughter followed. Gabriel asked the next question. What did everyone say about your explosions? Nizu already knew. I occasionally train with Katsumi in Training Ground Charlie or Delta to control it. When my class discovered that, I told them it evolved during a gate raid, Nijire explained to the group present. Kissing the foreheads of the three, they began waking up as breakfast was served. Rumi had to leave to patrol, but luckily in the surrounding area for some time, while Nijire went to her class and Izuku to his. In class, everyone was talking when the door opened. Morning. I must inform you that the students of Class 1 from Ketsubutsu Academy will be here after lunch. Katsumi froze and leaned back toward Izuku. Didn't the two extras go there? It took Izuku a couple of seconds, and he too froze. You mean the one with the hairy quirk and that woman? Yes, that woman. I really dislike her, Katsumi whispered the last part. Time skipped to lunch. Katsumi and Izuku were both feeling down and sulking. At lunch, when meeting Mei and Nijire and discussing what happened, Katsumi growled out a response. We will be having joint training with Ketsubutsu Academy. 2 of their Class 1 students went with us to Aldera. Mei, being her innocent self, asked, what happened? One of them, the hairy extra, thought he was top dog. His hygiene was appalling. Shivers went down both Izuku and Katsumi's backs. The other one had a minor healing quirk, but she wasn't able to finish due to a screeching voice interrupting. Izuku. Everyone winced at her voice. It would have been better to listen to nails scratching a blackboard. I will be seeing you all. With that, Izuku used Kamui to teleport himself to Nizu's office. Safe, Izuku muttered. Nizu raised an eyebrow at him. I'm guessing you know her? I wish I didn't. I swear if she didn't have a healing quirk, I would guess she had a voice-type quirk. Nizu nodded in agreement. Izuku was watching the stars in Brazil, unsure of why he was there, but he knew one thing. Japan wasn't safe for him. Nana had awakened. She was fighting against Gabriel, Miruko, and Nijire, using her determination to overwhelm them, even Gabriel. The reason? She enjoyed her kiss with Izuku and wanted another, but his girlfriends were not allowing it. Japan was facing mass destruction, and Izuku felt helpless. He remembered All Might being thrown aside while trying to stop his emissary, and All for One being similarly defeated upon his release from prison. Even Tamura, who wanted to confront his grandmother, had been easily dismissed. All because of Izuku's lips. Suddenly, Izuku heard rustling nearby and saw Nana. Wait, Nana? He exclaimed, letting out a startled scream before teleporting to Antarctica, hoping his elemental resistance skill would increase so he could hide beneath the Earth's crust. I will be seeing you all, he muttered as he used Kamui to teleport himself to Nizu's office. Safe, he said quietly. Nizu raised an eyebrow at him. I assume you know her? I wish I didn't. If she didn't have a healing quirk, I'd guess she had a voice-type quirk, Izuku replied, and Nizu nodded in understanding. Please, Nizu, save me. With my heightened senses, I'll be in pain. Imagine Kyoka and Mizo too, Izuku pleaded with his headmaster. Nizu grinned and shook his head. Sorry, Izuku, but you have to attend. Even if the rest of the world is on fire? Yes, you will be attending, Nizu insisted, and anime tears welled in Izuku's eyes. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Midnight were waiting in the car park for the bus to arrive. The first to step out was Ms. Joke, who attempted to hug Aizawa, prompting Donald and Luna to rush out for his protection. Aizawa smirked as 20 students followed, accompanied by their teacher, the sulfuric hero, Chemic, who could manipulate liquid chemicals containing sulfur. As they prepared to speak, a girl with green hair in a ponytail, standing at 168 centimeters, bounced on her feet and asked Midnight, "Is Aizu here?" Taking an involuntary step back, Midnight replied, "You mean Izuku Midoriya?" Receiving a nod, she added, "Yes. That was a mistake." "Aizu," the girl shouted, searching for him. Both Shota and Nemuri felt sympathy for Izuku at that moment, unable to intervene. Emi looked at them sheepishly. "Sorry about that." At Training Ground Alpha, the Ketsubetsu students in their hero uniforms awaited Class 1A's arrival. The 20 students stood in front of All Might, Aizawa, and their two teachers when they heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, they saw Class 1A walking toward them with smiles. Izuku lingered at the back with Katsumi, trying to avoid attention. Izuku had been asked many times how his uniform could withstand so much punishment. The answer lay in the invisible armor he wore beneath his clothes, with his cloak absorbing most of the impact. While the other students' costumes had minor updates, Katsumi added shoulder protection for her explosions, Shoko equipped a first aid kit, Yuga's cape sparkled more and resisted the elements, Kyoka's speakers now had mana crystals, and Momo sported a red cape similar to Yuga's but less flashy. Denki upgraded his flying discs to have 2 modes, and Tenya's armor was now lighter and more resistant due to mana crystals. Seeing everyone, Aizawa began, "Okay, class, this is Ketsubetsu Class 1, and they will be joining today's training." He noticed a hairy student glaring at Izuku and decided against pairing them. According to reports from Chemic and Ms. Joke, everyone here is at least C rank in strength, combat ability, and mental ability. He glanced at Hitoshi, who was with Izuku, and smiled slightly. Despite being a new student, Hitoshi had a high B rank quirk, potentially an A rank once he mastered his voice changer. His combat ability was a solid C rank, but he was improving. Chemic then spoke. "Today, we will cover essential skills for anyone wanting to enter a gate. Even if your quirk isn't suitable, you must learn to handle monsters that may escape." The students nodded in agreement. Ms. Joke stepped forward, saying, "All heroes dealing with gates are known as hunters. Japan and other countries have agreed that all hunters must carry a weapon, such as a dagger or sword. However, laws for heroes have tightened. Weapons cannot be used against villains unless necessary, like for snipe and kamikaze." Taking a breath, she continued more seriously, "Today, you will learn to use a weapon like a sword to prepare for future encounters with monsters." The students nodded, understanding the importance of the lesson, especially those like Izuku and Momo, who already had experience with weapons. One student asked, "What if we can deal with the monsters with our quirk only? Wouldn't it be pointless?" It was a blue-skinned guy with blue hair who posed the question. All Might responded in a sage-like manner, "That is mainly for your safety. Imagine that the monster is resistant to your quirk, like fire. Endeavor would have a harder time with his quirk, but if he had a weapon, he could finish off a monster quicker, saving his energy." The students nodded. It made sense to them, even if some would probably never need weapons. "We have invited Kamikaze, Mihawk, Titania, and Zest." Upon hearing Zest's name, Izuku's eyes widened, and a small smile graced his lips. Aizawa continued, "Those 4 have agreed to train you today, and after that, 2 of them will be staying at UA while the other 2 will be going to Ketsubetsu to help you all train. I knew she would be coming to Japan for some time, that's what Kath told me last week, but I didn't know she would be here this soon," Izuku thought. "So these are the brats we will be teaching." Most don't look that tough, a man with a ponytail stated, a wooden splinter in his mouth. His name was Kamikaze, a high A-rank hero under the hpsc direction. A red-haired woman named Titania, otherwise known as Urza Scarlet, spoke next. Don't let your arrogance fool you, some of them have talent for the blade. A more serious voice from behind them spoke. I want to fight Monarch to test whose fighting style is better. That was Dracula Mihawk, who had become interested in Izuku since learning he could use a sword or weapon. How are you doing, Izuku? Good to see you again, Zest said cheerfully while waving at him. Then, in a colder tone, she addressed the rest of the students. Don't expect us to go easy on you just because you are still in high school. Some students wondered if she had a split personality. Izuku sighed, wishing not to draw attention to himself, but who would have thought Mihawk, a hero who worked at sea, wanted to challenge him? Aizawa had a similar thought. Since when did he know Zest? It took him a moment to realize, in America, that's why Star and Stripe recommended her. This is too troublesome. Ms. Joke continued. U40 will be split into groups of 10, 5 from UA and 5 from Ketsubutsu. You will be training for the next couple of hours with your instructors, who will decide how to teach you. Understood? All of them nodded until All Might stepped forward to call out the groups. Group 1, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Mizo Shoji, Tenya Ida, and Hantasiro from UA. He then listed 5 names from Ketsubutsu Academy. Your teacher will be Kamikaze. The samurai man took his students to a different field. Group 2, Ochako Uraraka, Koji Koda, Ejiro Kirishima, Fumikage Tokoyami, and Mishiro Ojiro from UA. The same process continued with Ketsubutsu. Your teacher will be Titania. This group headed toward a grassy field with some trees. Group 3, Yuga Aoyama, Denki Kaminari, Rikido Sato, Shoko Todoroki, and Momo Yaoyorozu from UA. Due to Aizawa's interference, he placed both the hairy one and the shouting one in this group. Nu Aizu, one of the students wailed, causing Mihawk to feel a sense of dread. Your teacher will be Mihawk. One of the Ketsubutsu students had to drag the green-haired girl along with them. Lastly, Group 4, Chika Ashigaka, Izuku Midoriya, Katsumi Bakugo, Heiin Cha, and Kyoka Jiro from UA. You will be joined by Sara, Temari, Mira-Jane Strauss, Genos, and Kir Hitechin from Ketsubutsu. Your teacher will be Zest. A grin appeared on Zest's face upon hearing that Izuku would be in her group. Zest took her group of 10 toward an empty training ground that had a table. I know some of you have weapons, but we will be using wooden ones today, she explained, pointing to the table. Go up to it and try to feel them out. After you find one that seems suitable for you, come back to me. The group nodded and approached the table. Chika, standing close to Izuku, asked, Which weapon will you choose, Izuku? Even she knew that Izuku often used various weapons. I want to improve my skills with a katana. What about you, Chika? Izuku held a wooden katana in his hand, feeling its weight. The woman next to him smiled and replied, Probably a dagger. Izuku nodded in agreement. What about you, Kyoka? He asked, looking over at the petite girl. A short sword, possibly. Due to my size, I probably can't handle anything bigger, Kyoka said evenly. You know that if mana crystals are added, it will make the sword or weapon lighter. With that, Izuku moved toward Zest, quickly joined by the other students. I see that most of you have different weapons, which is cool. The first day is meant to familiarize yourselves with them. Later on, I have some books that can help you, and I will assist with your movements. Now, go into pairs, but with someone from another school. To Izuku's surprise, Mira-Jane Strauss chose him. You must be Izuku. I am Mira-Jane, she said, bowing slightly. Good to meet you too, Mira-Jane, Izuku replied. Zest called out, Don't use your quirk yet, I will help with your stances. Go! Mira-Jane selected a kodachi as her weapon, and both grinned as they moved forward. They clashed their wooden weapons, and with his experience, Izuku easily capitalized on the mistakes Mira-Jane made. He kindly offered tips on improving her stance. Meanwhile, Katsumi was gritting her teeth. I wish I could use my quirk. You sure aren't calm, Kaoru said gently. This only frustrated Katsumi more. Die, UBC, she shouted, swinging her weapon at the boy, who easily dodged. Zest, observing, spoke up. Karu is right. You need a clearer mind to control a Tonto. Your speed is impressive, and there's power behind your strikes. I recommend working on your footwork. Try dancing. She then looked at Karu. Your stance is good, especially maneuvering around Katsumi's attacks, but you also need to learn how to block. Kyoka was enjoying herself, discovering her quirk had a passive ability to sense proximity, similar to a sixth sense. She practiced this ability to gauge the distance from her opponent while dodging Soma's strikes with his kodachi. When Zest approached, she smiled. Kyoka, I like how you can sense your surroundings with your earjacks, but you need more practice. Keep going, and nothing will come close to you. She turned to Soma. I see you have training with a weapon. After receiving a nod, Zest continued, when you block, your stance is a bit too wide, which affects your balance. In another corner, Heian was overpowering Genos, which was quite amusing. Despite Genos's metal body and weapon training, he struggled against Heian's skill. Zest commented, Genos, you need to work on your reaction time. Your strength and speed are impressive. Genos smiled and nodded. Heian, your quirk is sword-based, so you have more experience than most here. Focus on increasing your basic skills, like speed, and with more experience, you could become one of the strongest swordsmen in the world. Heian beamed at the compliment. In the fourth group, Temari and Chika were at a standstill. Temari wielded a zanbato while Chika had a dagger. The length of the wooden zanbato was challenging for both. Chika needed to get in close to deal damage, while Temari found it difficult to maneuver the zanbato in tight spaces. Zest broke their standoff. Not too bad, you two. You both need more experience. Temari, I recommend learning multiple styles. Zanbatos are easy to learn but hard to master. Temari nodded, barely understanding. Chika, I suggest increasing your speed without your quirk. If you do that, your speed while using your quirk will improve. Learn to move silently. Dagger users often rely on stealth. The last group featured Izuku against Mirajane. Even without using his quirk, Izuku was overpowering her. He eventually relented and started calling her Mira, while she called him Aizu. Mira had a solid stance and some experience, making it a relaxed spar. Zest approached and said, You both have good defensive and offensive moves. Mirajane, I recommend learning to be more fluid in your movements. Izuku, you need more experience, but even without your quirk, you're doing well. Try learning other weapons besides daggers. Izuku raised an eyebrow, smirking. You mean something like this? He summoned Kusanagi in his left hand and Samahata in his right, then called forth the Lance of Longinus and the Demon King's longsword. The sight nearly made Zest facepalm as the weapons floated behind him, accompanied by his two daggers, the T-Rex dagger and Vampire Killer. With a smirk, he added, Those are my weapons so far. I do agree I need more experience, especially with Samahata. Mira smirked back. Oh, now we are on. She transformed into a bat, showcasing her speed-type quirk. Now using all of her strength, Mira was trying to attack Izuku, but with just an unconscious thought, the weapons protected all of Izuku's sides. Sweat dropping, he said, Okay, I will leave the two of you alone. With the teachers, Chemic, Ms. Joke, Eraserhead, and All Might were sitting around a table. So our plan is for them to be split into 4 groups and enter a C-rank gate? Shota asked his fellow teachers. Chemic nodded. The gates will give our students the first-hand experience they need with weapons and dealing with monsters. They will have an S-rank hero just in case. All Might nodded. Some of our students have already been in a gate. You mean Izuku Midoriya? Joke asked. Aizawa sighed but nodded. He is the one who usually deals with the gates around UA and Tokyo. He occasionally takes Katsumi, but more often he goes with Nijire Heido or Miruko. What about the groups? Who do you think will be on each side? With that, the 4 continued to discuss which groups would work well together. So All Might, Miruko, Monarch, and the last group will be Mihawk. Each of them will have a sword teacher with them, while Mihawk will have a hero. A teacher will be going as well. It should be good then, Ms. Joke summarized. Later in the day, Zest addressed the students. Well done, everyone. You have impressed me with your determination. Even while using some of your quirks, you didn't give up and fought until the very end. She presented 10 small piles of books tied with string. Here is a small collection of books. It includes stances, footwork, counters, basic history, and anatomy of your weapon. I will be staying at UA with Mihawk for the next week, then you will have Titania and Kamikaze for the week after that. Every student bowed. Thank you for your help. Zest couldn't help but smile, thinking maybe being a teacher wouldn't be that bad. As she began to leave, she added, I guess I'll see you all soon. We will be completing a gate on Friday. Izuku smirked at the group. You being Nizu's apprentice is quite handy, don't you think? Kyoka chuckled. It was nice meeting you. See you on Friday, Izu, everyone, Mira shouted as their group was fetched by a teacher. Let's go to our dorm. He gathered everyone close, and using Kamui, he appeared in their dorm. He didn't realize that all of the girls had a slight blush from the closeness. The weapons choose you, remember that, Zest said as she stepped back. The students began to look around and touch each of the weapons. Heck yeah! Katsumi exclaimed, carrying an axe taller than herself. I can finally take you all down. She added some unhinged laughter. Izuku picked up a small knife, quirked an eyebrow, and said, Interesting. When Katsumi accidentally swung the axe at him, he blocked it with the small knife. How? Everyone asked, but Izuku just shrugged. Size doesn't matter. With that, he went off to train. On Wednesday afternoon, after training for both 1A and 1B, Dracula Mihawk confronted Izuku. We will be fighting. His red eyes bore into Izuku as he let his aura go wild. Quirking an eyebrow, Izuku asked, Quirks or no quirks? Not even affected by Mihawk's aura, he waited for a response. After a few seconds, Mihawk replied, Don't use your shadows. Other than that, we are clear. Rumi, who was there with Zest, started to snicker, much to the confusion of many. Sure. Let's go to training field Zulu. Even if we destroy it, it will be back to its condition tomorrow. With that, the two left. Nizu jumped in. I have drones, so you will be safely watching it. The TV turned on, providing the best view of training field Zulu. In training field Zulu, Mihawk drew his black blade Yor while Izuku took out Kusanagi and the Demon King's longsword. Both smirked, and with an unnoticed timer, they rushed toward each other with impressive speed, even though Izuku was holding back. Holding back is usually a way to measure an opponent's skill, while Mihawk tried to hold back from the start, finding it challenging. The first clash was explosive, rocks flew away, and the ground broke under the pressure they exerted. Izuku added some mana to Kusanagi to elongate it, forcing Mihawk to use a smaller sword to block. The pirate hero jumped back and began to power up one of his stronger attacks to try and break a sword or two. Realizing this, Izuku enhanced his sword with shadows and fire as they continued to clash, the backlash growing worse with each movement. Both knew that if they didn't try to defeat one another, Izuku could heal them fully, which is why Mihawk threw some small knives at Izuku to distract him and slashed through the air. Believing in the warning, Izuku used his Kamui ability of intangibility, allowing the attack and the knives to pass through him. Quickly looking back, Izuku saw the potential destruction if his attack connected. A massive slash was carved into the ground, at least 20 meters deep. Regaining his focus, he pushed his speed up, utilizing a 10% boost from his passive weapons expert skill. Mihawk struggled to keep up, seeing only afterimages of Izuku as he barely blocked an overhead slash from Samehada. So this is your game, confusing me with your weapons? Mihawk thought, impressed. Each of Izuku's weapons had a unique ability, so it surprised Mihawk when Samehada appeared in Izuku's left hand, making a small cut that caused Izuku to smirk. Cursing under his breath, Mihawk felt the paralytic effect of the blade starting to take hold. However, he was known as the strongest swordsman for a reason. Summoning all his remaining energy, he prepared a final attack meant for his student. An image of a cross appeared behind him, and with 2 slashes, a massive energy blast surged forward. Danger skill. Danger sense leveled up from LV.1 to LV.2. This skill, a subconscious ability gifted by All Might's predecessor, warn the user of impending danger, becoming more precise with higher levels. Not wanting to rely on his skills for defense, Izuku channeled his mana into his Demon King's longsword, slashing and releasing a gravitational push that completely cancelled the attack. Wow, that was something. When Izuku looked at Mihawk, he saw the man leaning forward on his knees. Walking over, Izuku began to heal him and said, "That was fun, we should do it more often." Skill: Weapons Expert leveled up from LV.4 to LV.5, evolved. This passive skill granted a 65% experience boost when using weapons and a 10% speed boost in combat. Those were the words Mihawk woke up to, thinking, "I think I may have found a rival." He then fell unconscious from exhaustion, but with a smile on his face. Although Izuku appeared fine, he had lost over 7,000 MP from the untrained techniques. The gravity attack from the Demon King's longsword had been an interesting move. Inside the dorm, everyone was in awe while Gabriel, Zest, and Rumi laughed. It seemed effortless for Izuku to defeat a near S-rank opponent. The only reason Mihawk wasn't considered S-rank was due to his hero work being primarily at sea. In one of the richest girls' minds, a thought emerged: mother and father still aren't over not getting the engagement. Even Izuku's dad is reluctant. However, witnessing Izuku easily defeat a strong opponent stirred conflicting emotions within her. Time skipped to Friday. The original group of 10 stood outside a blue gate, 4 meters tall, which Izuku sensed was a high C rank. Although he couldn't take his classmates to a stronger one, he had to act as the de facto team leader for the 9 other students, Zest, and Midnight. Looking back, he said, "This gate is of high C rank caliber. We don't know what lies inside, but the monsters will likely be a few meters tall. I want you to try and defeat them with your weapons, but if you can't, feel free to use your quirks. Remember, safety is the top priority, so work together." "Hi, boss man," some of them shouted. With a smile, Izuku continued, "For some, this is your first gate, but for others, it could be just another one. The formation for this raid is Chika and Genos at the front." Both nodded, equipped with shields. Just behind them, Kin, Katsumi, and Mirajin, you 3 will be the swords of this attack. No one laughed at this pun. The long range will be Temari and Kyoka. Additionally, Kyoka and Genos, please use your enhanced senses. Receiving nods, he continued, "Finally, Soma and Ku, you 2 are essential to this operation. Soma, if someone is hurt, your food can heal them, while care helps keep the hunters calm and rational. Zest, Midnight, and I will have your backs, and all of you have an elite night shadow hidden in your shadows." Izuku smiled. "So you gave us a personal S-rank shadow for protection. Aren't you overreacting, nerd?" Katsumi asked, tilting her head. "Anything can happen in a gate. It's better to be overprepared than underprepared," Izuku replied. A UA teacher thought to herself, he would be a good father. "Okay, guys, let's head in." With that, the 12 of them entered. Inside the gate, it was a typical cave system with holes. Smirking, Izuku thought, "What will you do?" "You have entered a dungeon." Kyoka then shouted, "Monsters are coming from all sides." Centipedes crawled out of the holes. Instantly, Kare used his quirk on everyone, which was a smart move. Cupping her hands, Katsumi shot a few explosions, blowing one centipede away. Another tried to get close but was blown back by Temari, allowing Chika to jump up and easily slash its head off. Mira Jane used her quirk to transform, sprouting bat wings, and wielded a long sword to slash down a couple of the monsters. Soma, lacking a combat quirk, relied on a long-range weapon, shooting one down and allowing Genos to rush in and finish it off. "Impressive, you guys," he whistled, prompting some cheers. However, Izuku shook his head. "You know this is just the start, right? They are low C rank." A smirk appeared on Izuku's face. "Continue this, and you'll finish this gate." Smiles spread across the group's faces. As they moved forward, taking down monsters along the way, Midnight and Zest approached Izuku. "I didn't know you could take charge this easily," Midnight remarked. Izuku replied, "It's pretty simple. There are no self-centered people in this group." The trio winced, recalling how impulsive some of Izuku's classmates and even some of Katsubutsu's students could be. Zest asked, "What do you expect from this gate?" After a moment's thought, Izuku responded, "Nothing special, honestly. I might revive the boss, but other than that, just insect types." Midnight sweat dropped. "You know that 43% of the deaths from gates come from C-rank gates." Izuku raised an eyebrow and revealed, "The reality, Midnight-sensei, is that those 43% were civilians who thought they were big shots and tried to enter a gate meant for E and D rank hunters." He continued, "The other reason is gate breakouts. Not many heroes want to deal with C ranks since they're too easy, which can lead to more casualties." Midnight and Zest nodded in understanding. Izuku then lit a small fire above his right hand. "It's getting darker. Get your torches ready." Light was projected by every group member. After a couple of minutes of walking, they reached a fork in the path. "Izuku, which way should we go?" Kaoru asked. Smiling, Izuku turned to the two sensors. "This will be a good opportunity to use your enhanced senses. So, Kyoka and Genos, which way?" Ignoring the pressure of the situation, Kyoka plugged in her earjacks while Genos scanned with infrared and night vision. "Left, forwards-ish left." They both said simultaneously. Kyoka elaborated, "The right has a dead end with no sound, while the left has much more noise." Genos added, "The left does have more monsters, but there's nothing in the right wing." Izuku nodded. "Good thinking, you two." A confused look crossed their faces. "But let me ask you a few things," he said, receiving nods. "What types of monsters did we face?" Centipedes," Kyoka replied. "How do they move?" Izuku pressed on. Genos explained, "By crawling or digging." Some eyes widened as they began to understand. So, the low C rank centipedes made barely any sound. If it were a high C rank, Izuku continued, it would be hard to find them. Kyoka started piecing it together. So, if they're making excess noise, they might be trying to lure us into a trap. Izuku patted her head, ignoring the looks from others. Monsters can be sneaky. Usually high D ranks and above have some intelligence that allows them to set traps. The centipedes are likely trying to protect their leader, the boss. The group responded with an "oh" sound. Even Katsumi, who had been through gates with Izuku, was surprised. They decided to go right, remaining vigilant. Cracking sounds echoed around them as a centipede rushed toward them, its body thick and armored. The pure white name seemed almost humorous to Izuku, but he let his classmates handle it. Katsumi jumped up and swung her axe down, making only a dent in its armor. Chika and Mirajane then used their enhanced strength to punch the monster backward. Seeing this, Kaoru and Soma shot arrows enhanced by Temari's speed, some puncturing the creature. Genos unleashed a beam of energy that allowed Heian to mask her presence while cutting 3 of its legs. Kyoka sent out sound waves, causing the centipede to crash to the ground. Thinking it was too easy, Katsumi raised her axe to decapitate it, but it lunged at her. Luckily, Temari blew the monster back just in time for Katsumi to dodge. Genos prepared a larger ray, using 40% of his power, and shot it, creating a hole in its side and defeating it. Boss monster defeated. Izuku and the 2 teachers clapped, smiling brightly. Amazing teamwork. This may not be the ideal group for gates, but you made it work wonderfully. Izuku praised them as the group of 9 enjoyed some of Soma's food to replenish their energy. "What do you mean by that?" Genos asked curiously. "The average group has 10 to 14 people. You had 9 active members, but the strategy is different. They usually have 3 tanks, 2 long range, for close range, and the rest are healers and support." With everyone's attention on him, Izuku continued, "We need to start moving. We only have 30 minutes before the gate closes." Receiving nods, they began walking as Izuku elaborated. The minimum group should consist of 10 people, with one of them being a rank above the gate. You guys are B and A ranks that will grow with experience, so this was supposed to give you a taste of how the gates operate. Usually, civilians with licenses can handle E and D ranks, with the occasional hero helping out. But for C rank gates, you need a structure, and having more people can be advantageous. However, Too many can lead to overcrowding and mishaps, Izuku explained. Chika asked, so, what about you? Don't you need a group of 9 S ranks and a national rank to complete an S rank gate? Izuku smiled and patted her head, a gesture that made her blush. There are only 10 national heroes so far. You might become the next one, but usually, if an S rank gate appears, the country calls for you to help out. Heian inquired, so that is why you go to different countries? Yes and no. Initially, I was helping countries adapt to the gates to lower the death rate. Now, I have contracts with 6 countries that allow me to assist them if needed or send some of my captains to help out. Temari, curious, asked, what countries? What about Japan? Why do you need a contract, and did Japan do something similar? Kyoka quickly followed up with, how strong is a captain? Smiling gently, Izuku answered, I will answer Temari's question first, then yours, Kyoka, okay? Receiving nods, he continued, a contract is necessary because national rank heroes, acknowledged by other countries, have certain privileges. One national rank hero or villain can cause significant destruction, so contracts help keep them in check. The only way to defeat a national rank is usually by another national rank or through clever strategy, which is quite challenging. Therefore, some countries have asked to form contracts with me, allowing me to stay and use my quirk whenever I want and travel there visa-free. In return, I help them out occasionally. He paused for a moment before adding, only France, South Korea, the USA, Canada, Denmark, and China. Ignoring Katsumi's surprised exclamation, how did you go to Denmark and China without me knowing? Izuku just winked and continued, Japan didn't have a contract signed with me, so I could freely go to the USA if I wanted, even if they were in trouble. The students and teachers exchanged glances, impressed by the arrangement. My shadows have 6 ranks, normal, elite, knight, elite knight, captain, and general. He summoned one of each rank. The ogre is my only normal rank but will soon be an elite. Normal ranks are C rank level strength, he said, fist bumping the shadow before it returned to his own. This horse is an elite, or AB rank monster. After petting it, Izuku pointed to a 6-winged angel. This angel is a knight, or an A-rank monster. He then pointed at a vampire, face-palming as he used his gravity skill to keep it at bay. This vampire is an elite knight, or a low to mid-S rank. As he continued, 2 shadows remained. A captain is a high S to low national rank shadow. Igris here was my first proper shadow, he said, patting the knight, who felt appreciated. Lastly, my only general, Gabriel. Katsumi and Heian realized the level of power they were up against. She is mid to high national level. But remember, the only proper way to defeat a shadow of mine is to defeat me. Chika realized that her future partner was stronger than her grandfather tenfold. Any more questions? They saw that they would be out soon. How many captains do you have? We know that you have 1 general, Soma asked, genuinely curious about his friend's quirk. 15. The room fell silent, with Zest nearly fainting, Midnight choking, and Gabriel laughing. The American teacher thought, if you cancel out Izuku's shadows, then he is just a high national rank, but with his shadows, good luck to anyone who faces him. In a different location, Tamura asked the masked man, so you want Kurogyri and twice? Yes. We would also like to have your name, but under my leadership, Overhaul stated. After a moment of thought, Tamura replied, we will see about your second request for now. I will give you a trial run with Twice and Toga. Kurogyri is on a mission looking for something the League needs. Nodding, Overhaul thought it was a good plan. If he could prove himself as a competent leader and if the 2 grunts were on board, then Tamura Shigaraki would work under him. That is a deal. They shook hands and Overhaul left, reflecting, interesting, he is different from how I remembered. After hearing the door click closed again, he asked, how are the monsters? Still being uncooperative. One of the 8 precepts of death replied, all of our experiments indicate that they are not cooperating. The only information we have is from a high A-rank gate where a talking one told us they have a voice inside their head urging them to harm humans. Frowning, he said, we will need them just in case. When we are far away, we can release them to cause trouble. Grins appeared on the faces of the members in the room. Izuku was once again transported, but this time to a different world. Where am I? Turning around, he saw a blonde figure attacking a brown-haired kid. Not liking what he saw, he blasted the figure with enough energy to make it disappear. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. With that, he teleported somewhere else, missing the announcement. Riser Phoenix has retired. The winner of this match is Rias Gremry. In the silence that followed, no one dared to make a move. Thank you, Greenakuen. I will repay you for sure, thought the winner of the rating game against the fried chicken. Gabriel asked Izuku after the gate on Friday, you have 2 gate keys, right? After getting a nod from Izuku, she continued, why not complete one of them this weekend? One of the keys is an S rank, the puzzle collection, but the other is the one I'm interested in. He pulled out a jet black key with golden lines. Item name? Item class? Type, key location. Mount Everest peak. Flying lizards may be present at the peak of the world. I need to go to Mount Everest and to the peak, Izuku told his girlfriend. The two of them were snuggling together, with Gabriel lying on top of him. Why not just you, me, and the army tackle this gate, darling? Gabriel whispered, a gentle smile on her face. Smiling back, he leaned in and they shared a kiss. Sure. I'm lucky there's no lesson on Saturday this week. They kissed for a few more minutes until they fell asleep, unaware of the wet spot that had formed. The next day, at 7 a.m., Izuku was in the office with Nizu. So you want to go to Mount Everest Peak, right? Nizu asked. After receiving a nod, he continued, this is where you will find the gate with the flying lizards, correct? Yes, but I don't know the gate's rank. I have a feeling the flying lizards are dragon-type monsters, and I'm not sure about bringing Rumi or anyone else with me, Izuku explained. Nizu nodded. You can go, and if the gate takes longer than expected, don't worry about your education. Thank you. I've written a note and made breakfast for my class so they know about it, Izuku said, and with a swirl, he left for Rumi's apartment. Meanwhile, in another part of Japan, a man with shaggy black hair lay in an alley, blood seeping from his mouth and wounds. I'm sorry, Izuku, I love you, he whispered before passing away due to a planned attack. Sorry, you didn't deserve this, Hisashi Midoriya. If your son weren't so powerful, all would have gone according to my MSDR's plan, a hooded figure said, revealing only burn marks and a red feather. Back with Izuku, for some reason his heart ached, but he pushed the feeling aside as he left Rumi's house and headed to Mount Everest. He was grateful for his elemental resistance as the temperature dropped to -50°C. Pulling out the key, he walked into the portal, ignoring the hundreds of flags representing different countries. You have entered a gate. Danger. Seeing the notification, an uneasy feeling washed over him. Activating his skill, he moved down the path. All around him were mountains and hills of different sizes, but when Izuku activated his Sharingan, he noticed barriers surrounding specific areas. So this is similar to the Angel Castle and the Circles of Hell? Gabriel appeared beside him, speaking softly, You feel it too, darling? Izuku nodded just as a thunderous roar echoed around them. Quest, Dragon's Kingdom, defeat the Great Eight. There are 8 different zones, and you need to go to each one to leave the gate. Rewards. 1, 2, 3. Defeated, 0 out of 8. So I will need to defeat the 8 dragons? Izuku mused as he deactivated Infinity. He smiled, noticing his MP was replenishing faster than before. Looking down, he saw a new addition, an S-rank item that cost 10,500,000,000 G. This was crucial, as he could easily lose all his MP against a strong monster. Ring of Magic. Item class is Type Ring. Replenishes 500 mana per minute. Item used by high-caliber magicians, it replenishes 500 MP per minute until the mana store is full. This item can be equipped, stored, or sold. Now, he could replenish 510 MP per minute, which would be handy in a bind. As he walked down a rocky path, he looked around, noting the freezing cold. You have entered the domain of the water dragon. Izuku could see rivers not frozen over, surrounded by piles of snow. Come forth. With that, All of Izuku's army emerged from his shadow to assist him. Ice lizards, water serpents, snow lizards. He raised an eyebrow at the 3 species, their names highlighted in yellow. Izuku pointed his hand, and the shadows clashed with the monsters. The ice lizards resembled lizards but had icicles for protection. The water serpents were blue with wings, mostly staying in the water or slithering through the snow. Finally, the snow lizards had white skin, camouflaging easily with their surroundings. With Katsumi, Shoko, and Heian, they all thought, "This is the day." However, when they got downstairs, they found a large buffet with a note. "I am out on business in Mount Everest. I don't know when I will be back, but hopefully by Monday. We are all going to a B-rank gate on Wednesday afternoon, so train well with your weapons. I have some books for basic weapon use here. Other than that, have fun. Izuku Midoriya. P.S. Enjoy breakfast." The girls were not pleased but enjoyed their breakfast immensely. When Aizawa entered the dorms at noon to talk to some students, he saw all but one downstairs, either relaxing or doing homework. "So, Izuku already left, huh?" Tenya observed respectfully. "Yes, he has, sense it. Is something wrong?" "There is a matter concerning him, but I will discuss it with him when he returns. By the way, my Hawk and Zest have gone to Ketsubutsu, and you will be having Titania and Kamikaze for the week. They expect you all to meet them in an hour at Training Ground B." With that he left. With Rumi entering her friend's agency, she was deep in thought when she spotted Hawks with Ryukyu. "Oh, am I intruding?" Hawks grinned. "Hey, Miruko." Ryukyu nodded. "Not really, Hawks was informing me of something." Rumi raised an eyebrow as she plopped down on a couch. "Can I know?" "The hpsc wants to talk to all S-rank heroes, including the provisional ones," Hawks replied. "So Izuku will need to be there? I assume Nijire-chan, Lemillion, and Sun Eater too?" Rumi asked, uncertain of what to think. Ryukyu nodded. "Yes, Hawks just informed me to bring Nijire to this meeting." "When was it again?" "It's this Tuesday." "I was actually about to meet up with you, Miruko," Hawks said with a grin. "Couldn't they just send a message?" Miruko asked impatiently. "They don't want anyone seeing this message, as it could cause more havoc," Hawks explained smoothly. "Is that all?" Ryukyu asked, wanting to spend time with her friend instead of being sidetracked. "My, what is the rush?" Hawks teased, making Rumi feel uncomfortable. Just then, a near high-end nomu crashed into the location of the 3 S-rank heroes. Somewhere nearby, Dabi smirked. He had been asked to test a high-end nomu infused with monster blood, making it wilder. The League of Villains was working with Overhaul, testing their acceptance. They knew the heroes wouldn't accept, but they needed to eliminate a player. The doctor had contacted the group with Kurogiri, presenting the nomu to test its new features. With Hawks on their side, even if they suspected him to be a spy, it was the perfect moment to take at least one of the S-rank heroes out of the game. Dabi wouldn't mind if Hawks was taken down too. He didn't like the Birdman and remembered what he had done to his sister's crush's father. Even he wouldn't go that far, as he respected Izuku for standing up to his father multiple times and easily defeating him on TV. Additionally, he wasn't petty enough to harm a hero's family member he respected. That would be too low for him. As Tamura said, Izuku Midoriya was different from other heroes, and he admired the way Izuku dealt with villains. A smile appeared on his face. Who knew that having a camera record the confrontation would be useful? Not only would it cast the hpsc in a bad light, but it might also bring some peace to the hero he respected. He released a nomu from a portal towards the dragon's agency. The nomu was 3 meters tall, with black skin and yellow eyes, featuring a long elephant trunk and claws capable of easily ripping through a person. The best part was that it only listened to him, and its regeneration abilities were remarkable. Dabi's eyes widened when he noticed that Miruko was also present. "This may be interesting, but Hawks lied to us. In another realm, not accessible to ordinary humans, factions like the Greek, Devils, and Shinto were aware of the supernatural entities emerging from the gates. Reports of devil monsters, angel monsters, and mythological creatures entering the human world prompted a meeting in the underworld among the 4 strongest devils. "We need to take action," Seraphal Leviathan stated clearly. Ajuka Beelzebub added, "We're fortunate it's only affecting Earth and not our dimensions, but it's still concerning." Falbim Asmodeus continued, "Our army is being trained more rigorously, and we've deployed more devils in our territories to manage the gates. However, we're losing 16% more devils than before the gates appeared." Frowning, the leader of the four Satans, Surzex Lucifer, remarked, "This is troubling news. If it weren't for Izuku Midoriya's help, we would have lost even more of our kind before we identified the gates." Seraphal chimed in, "Isn't he one of the strongest humans?" Ajuka nodded, "Our spies confirmed he is indeed the strongest human, though I'm sure he remains unaware of our existence." The only female Satan asked, "Should we make contact or let it happen naturally?" Surzex pondered before responding, "I may have a plan, but we need to involve Ku." The group listened intently as they refined the strategy to create a more favorable situation. With Izuku, he thought, after defeating over 100 of each of the three species, this is how long it takes to level up, huh? The three lizards, each only 1.5 meters tall, could defeat a knight but struggled against elite knights. After reviving them, he wasn't surprised to see them become elite knights themselves. 20 Ice Lizard LV.4, Elite Knight. 20 Water Serpent LV.4, Elite Knight. 20 Snow Lizard LV.4, Elite Knight. With the addition of his 60 shadows, he continued forward with his army of the path grew colder, and more water appeared, raising Izuku's guard. This time, he faced something unexpected, orange-scaled lizards with wings and ice-blue eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. The ice lizards could shoot ice spikes, the water serpents controlled water, and the snow lizards commanded snow. However, the opposing species could apparently do all three, and Izuku sensed that this wasn't the boss. Water manipulating Draco. The white-skinned Dracos unleashed various attacks, including ice needles, water cannons, and snow hurricanes. Pain used Shinra Tensei to clear the view, allowing the Shadow Army to march forward. Izuku flew on Kaisel while shooting arrows from the shadow-produced bow. He could create basic armor but preferred his current attire. He sometimes used shadows to shield Kaisel from incoming attacks. Igris was chopping down the Dracos, while Baruka, Rusalka, Fisher, and the Vodianois struggled as their attacks could be redirected. Deidara shone brightly with his clay attacks, bombarding the ranks of monsters and easily reducing their numbers. Danger! 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 The great water dragon was awakened. Izuku gulped, a red name. He hadn't seen that in a long time, but all he could do was level up. With Aizawa, sometime before the Nomu attack, he informed the class and then headed to Nizu's office. After knocking and receiving permission to enter, Nizu asked, "Is something wrong, Shota?" and offered tea. Nodding, Shota asked, "What will we tell Izuku?" The smile vanished from Nizu's face. He understood the gravity of the situation. He had been contacted by the police after a civilian discovered the body of Hisashi Midoriya. When will he be BA? Aizawa was cut off as one of the monitors turned red. Nizu's cup of tea fell as he rushed to the computer. Aizawa's worry grew. Nizu never dropped his tea. "What's wrong?" he asked. Nizu turned the monitor around, revealing a live report from Ryukyu's agency. A nearby reporter was broadcasting the chaos, and people were watching in shock. When the Nomu attacked, Rumi sensed danger. As she jumped back, she found a Nomu standing in front of the trio. Going forward, she kicked the Nomu, trying to push it back, but instead, it caught her leg and threw Miruko out of the window. She was fortunate to have some regeneration, as her cuts were healing. Ryukyu wasn't doing any better. After being pushed back from the explosion, she jumped out of the window and transformed into a dragon. The Nomu remained, watching as Hawks rushed outside, his eyes wide with anticipation. Izuku was walking down the street when he saw a portal form. Recognizing it as a D rank, he let Deidara out. Moments later, booms echoed as the Mad Bomber emerged with an innocent smile on his face. "How did I even hear it? Shouldn't gates be soundproof?" Izuku muttered. Deidara simply replied with a non-committal, Face-palming, Izuku suggested, "Why not blow up Antarctica if you want to explode stuff?" But it was too late to recall his shadow. Minutes later, an urgent news report announced, "Antarctica is now gone." Izuku's danger sense blared as he sensed a powerful being emerging from a cave in the mountain. The great water dragon Jormungand had awakened. Gulping at the sight of the dragon, Izuku recalled the last time he encountered such a formidable foe. Jormungand unleashed a freezing attack, and Izuku's shadows struggled to shield themselves. Infusing his fire manipulation skill with mana, he turned the flames black, clashing with the dragon's icy breath. All elite knights and lower, finish off the Dracos. Captains and Gabriel, please help me deal with Jormungand, Izuku commanded. The massive group separated, and Kisame surprised Izuku by attacking the dragon from behind. However, Jormungand retaliated, sending Kisame crashing into the shadows. The dragon spread its wings, revealing a light blue underwing and pure white feathers, and began launching water attacks to flood the army. As Jormungand took to the air, Izuku summoned his spear and threw it, but the dragon dodged gracefully. Using his float ability, he joined his allies in the sky. Pain, summon a flying animal. I will have Kaisel up here, he instructed. Pain summoned a bird with Rinnegan eyes, while Raphael and Gabriel launched a combined attack of light spears. Burrow engaged the dragon as well, and Izuku used his gravity manipulation to keep the pressure on. Despite Jormungand's attempts to evade, one final bullet struck true, crushing its wing. Desperate, the dragon unleashed a tsunami of water and controlled the snow around it to obscure itself. However, Izuku's sensing ability allowed him to close in. With all his strength, he punched the dragon upward, where Gabriel delivered a devastating blow, caving in the dragon's head and defeating the Great Water Dragon. Great Water Dragon Jormungand has been defeated. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Wow, that took longer than expected. Let's clear this area up and move on to the next. You have received Dragon Pass. All dragons will grow proportionally to your dragon levels, however, there are two stronger than most. Izuku raised an eyebrow but approached the dragon's corpse. Kneeling down, he commanded, "Arise. You have failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining, so this isn't as strong as the monsters can get. They can get stronger. Also, what's her name?" Izuku thought, then spoke again in a commanding tone, "Arise, Mizuchi." Black tendrils emerged from the body, forming a head. A larger, more imposing figure appeared, with Jormungand now taller and sporting 2 wings. The main change was her tail, adorned with ice spikes and ending in a club. She had white skin with black highlights that produced smoke, and when she stretched her wings, black smoke billowed out. Mizuchi LV.1, Commander. Mizuchi is a Japanese dragon found in aquatic habitats. Shadow Army. You have unlocked 7 ranks. Normal, Elite, Knight, Elite Knight, Captain, General, Commander. Wow, Mizuchi. Izuku patted the white dragon on the head. Can you talk? After a bow, the dragon replied in a gentle but powerful female tone, I can, my liege. Izuku smiled back. I hate to ask, but which dragon do you recommend I take on? I would recommend my brother, the Earth Dragon, my liege, Mizuchi said. Looking a little guilty, Izuku asked, I'm sorry to ask, but are you okay fighting your siblings? Worry not, my liege. After being reborn, I feel free, as if the shackles this world held are no more. My brethren will feel the same, Mizuchi assured him. After that, Izuku summoned 50 water-manipulating Dracos, changing their names and transforming them into light blue shadows, each 2 meters tall with wings and head flaps for enhanced power. 50 Water Draco LV.30, Elite Knight. Rumi. Jumping from building to building, Rumi spotted Ryukyu in her dragon form and hawks hovering above the buildings in front of the nomu. The elephant nomu sent a massive gust of wind through its nose, destabilizing Kigo while Ryukyu was pushed back slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Rumi leaped from a building, wielding the night killer Izuku had given her during their first accidental raid. She wished she were with Izuku, but she had plans with Ryukyu for the day, including discussing Sir Naitai's request and completing AB rank gate. A smirk crossed her face at the thought of Izuku taking down dragons. It would surely shock her friend. Ignoring that, her adrenaline surged as she anticipated the fight. As she jumped toward the nomu, Rumi used her telekinetic power to propel herself forward, ready to slash at its trunk. To her surprise, the dagger only penetrated about 3 centimeters before she was pushed back. Ryukyu seized the moment to fly toward the nomu, attempting to bite it in two, but much to everyone's astonishment, the nomu caught both jaws and swung her around, throwing Ryukyu into a building. Hawks sent out feathers to inflict damage while thinking, "This is getting worse than I thought." The nomu then moved behind him, smashing its trunk into the hero and causing him to cough up blood. Cursing silently, Rumi maintained her smirk as she dodged the elongated trunk of the nomu, trying to inflict damage with her dagger. She had to thank Izuku for the healing ability that made her stronger and faster, repairing her torn muscles. Dodging another slash from the trunk, she jumped upwards and executed her Luna kick, but the nomu raised its hand to block, forcing Rumi to use her leg power to leap away. Looking around, she noticed the other two S ranks starting to recover, while Ryukyu's agency sidekicks worked to evacuate everyone. Suddenly, she saw the building that Ryukyu had been thrown into begin to collapse. Spotting 2 young girls trapped inside, Rumi's hero instincts kicked in. Raising her hand, she caught the falling debris and pushed it away just in time for a sidekick to rescue the girls. However, a shadow began to emerge from her own shadow. Finally! With Nizu and Aizawa. Interesting, so this is exactly what Izuku meant. Nizu mused to himself as he and Aizawa watched the news coverage of the situation. Having a raised eyebrow, Shota asked, "Izuku gave her the power to use telekinesis?" "Not really. He found it in a dungeon, and since he already had a similar power, he gave it to Miruko when they entered the same gate," Nizu explained to one of his teachers. In Class 1A, everyone was quiet, watching the news. The news stations loved reporting on heroes, and many people were viewing Rumi in a new light. Most thought she was an adrenaline junkie, but that wasn't entirely true. "It looks similar to what Izuku and Star and Stripe had to face," Mina commented. Katsumi grunted in response, "This one looks weaker than the one at Kimono. It isn't as dark as the slime was, but it's darker than the USJ one." Shoko spoke up, "Izuku is probably in a gate, so he won't know about it." Denki offhandedly said, "Is it just me, or is Izuku the one actually keeping the peace in Japan nowadays? Look." He pointed at the screen showing Slimy, who had replaced the elite knight in Rumi's shadow earlier. "This shadow is dealing more damage to the nomu than the 3 S ranks combined." Everyone looked at Denki for a moment. Kyoka broke the silence, "I hate to admit it, but the idiot is right. All Might is mostly teaching here while Izuku and his shadows deal with the nomus, gates, and villains. I can only see Miruko and Endeavor being of any use. The other S ranks wouldn't be much help." The atmosphere was strange. All of them wanted to become heroes, but knowing there were threats that even most S ranks couldn't handle was daunting. Surprisingly, Chika continued, "We are becoming reliant on Izuku. Even if he's okay with that, he won't be everywhere at once." Hitoshi nodded, "While I may not be the best at fighting monsters, we all must help in one way or another." It was unusual to see the typically tired and unmotivated teen say such things, but everyone agreed, they needed to become stronger. Suddenly, shadow soldiers emerged from all of Class 1A's shadows, with Beast, the strongest, pointing at the screen and then at himself. Understanding the message, Katsumi spoke, "Go, help Miruko and the others." When the shadow emerged from Rumi's shadow, it was Slimy, the shadow soldier that Izuku had exchanged for Aleshi. Izuku knew that if anything came up during his absence, Slimy would step in. Now was the time. He allowed Rumi to see that she couldn't do much alone, but with him by her side, she would be safe. Slimy, made of slime, used it to his advantage, catching the trunk and wrapping around it. The nomu pulled Slimy in, trying to overpower him, but as always, the nomu had an ace up its sleeve, wind. The wind released from the nomu's body pushed Slimy's slime away, and they engaged in a fistfight. Slimy noticed Rumi was back in action. The rabbit woman shouted, "Luna rush!" Powerful kicks connected with the nomu's body, pushing it back and allowing the shadow to attempt to destroy the nomu's form. Rumi hated the nomu's regeneration. Despite their efforts to destroy its torso, it regenerated almost instantly. "We need some fire," Rumi muttered, and Slimy understood. Ryukyu attempted to claw at the nomu again to help her friend but was blocked and pushed back. This allowed Rumi to kick the nomu's head away, but to their frustration, the body regenerated from the neck down, indicating this would be a tougher fight than they had anticipated. Hawks tried to use his larger wing to create a sword and slash, but it backfired when the nomu caught one of his red wings and spun him away, tearing a wing from his body. Slimy sped toward the nomu and they engaged in a fistfight, with Slimy slowly gaining the upper hand. However, the trunk and wind powers kept Slimy from using its absorbing technique effectively. Suddenly, 20 shadows surrounded the nomu and the captain. Beast and 2 Leshy acted as elite knights, while the other 17 were 4-winged angels. The angels began shooting light beams at the nomu, surprisingly slowing its regeneration. Beast jumped in to exchange blows while the 2 Leshy held the nomu down, allowing Slimy to break down its skin. During this time, the angels continued to save civilians while shooting light beams to weaken the nomu. It took one of the angels getting up close and delivering a massive light beam to the nomu's head to make it fall. To everyone's surprise, the nomu's body disappeared thanks to the shadow's shared skill of shared inventory. While other shadows retreated, the angels remained to heal the injured. Sadly, they couldn't restore Hawk's wing, so he would need to let it regrow naturally. Slimy stayed with Rumi for a while to ensure the chaos was over. Then reporters began to approach, asking questions. With Dabi, a smirk spread across his face. He realized that without Izuku's shadows, the S-rank heroes were nearly powerless against a specialized nomu. Dabi's mood lifted after Hawks lost a wing and couldn't heal it naturally. Kurogyri opened the gate and entered to see his leader, Tamura. After hearing the news from Dabi, Tamura couldn't help but smirk. Dabi knew he had to leave. Slimy could defeat him without dying. Tamura thought, the infiltration into the Yakuza isn't that bad. Toga and Twice reported that they anticipate a raid from the heroes in the upcoming week. My strength is increasing, but Izuku won't like what Hawks did. This won't affect us anyway, just the hero community. He then spoke to Dabi. Contact La Brava and have her send the video to the TVs showing Hawks harming Izuku's dad. Dabi nodded and sent the video to their ally, awaiting the news. With Izuku in the Earth Dragon's domain, he found himself surrounded by rocks and lava streams. The sky darkened as 3 minor species with the power of an elite knight rushed in. The first species, brown and wingless, stopped first, sitting down and opening their mouths. Izuku recognized them as earth-shooting lizards, long-range attackers. The next species had orange cracks in their skin and sharp claws, preparing for an attack. They were lava lizards. The last group, resembling pangolins with rocky shells and long tails, were the rolling rocking lizards. Izuku commanded some of his shadows to create a wall just in time to block the rock's shot from the earth-shooting lizards. Mizuchi froze the ground, halting the lava lizards spat out. The giant dragon was intimidating, with Izuku barely larger than her eyeball. The rolling rocking lizards were easily defeated by the lizard shadows or magic, but the army of lizards kept coming. Soon, a new opposition emerged, earth-manipulating Dracos, standing on the mountains and shooting rocks that pierced some shadows. Izuku blocked a few with his dagger, relying on experience rather than danger sense. Infusing his mana into the ground, Izuku sprouted wood that pierced many of the Dracos. The brownish creatures attempted to block the wood but failed, resulting in most of them perishing. A few survived, prompting Izuku to wonder about their close-range capabilities. More Earth Dracos emerged from the earth, using their abilities to attack his shadows. Suddenly, the great Earth Dragon was awakened. Terrador, the Earth Element Guardian Dragon, stood strong, adorned with rock armor and red cracks. His piercing brown eyes met Izuku's green ones, and a smirk appeared on Izuku's face as he called out, "Domain of the Monarch." A black circle spread out, enhancing all summons with a purple tint that increased their strength by 50%. Izuku and Dracula created barriers of shadow, while Tusk and the water serpents provided additional protection. This tactic shielded them from the harsh sand and sneak attacks. Jumping onto Mizuchi, Izuku shouted, "I want to try something." "Go on, my liege," Mizuchi replied. With a smirk, Izuku jumped atop Mizuchi and placed his hands on her head, shouting, Susanoo. An ethereal figure enveloped the white dragon in black armor, granting her additional wings for faster flight. This feels amazing, my liege, Mizuchi commented as they charged through a wall created by Terador, shocking the other dragon. The two forces clashed, creating powerful winds that pushed all other shadows below captain rank away. Gabriel looked worried at Izuku, distracted while shooting down multiple Dracos with lightning magic. The two forces collided, and it seemed no one was winning until Izuku heard a crack, not from his construct, but from the other dragons. Stepping backwards, Terador revealed his wings and took to the air. Mizuchi unleashed her absolute zero ability, but the skill that the Earth Dragon produced left them both in awe. Terador's defense was impressive, forming a protective barrier in midair. Gabriel soared in, landing on Mizuchi's head, and asked, "What's the plan, darling?" "That defense is incredible." "Remember, Tenshi, the best defense is a strong offense," he replied. With that he called out blue, and a small blue sphere expanded to the size of a golf ball. Both he and Gabriel felt its pull, and with a flick, the so-called absolute defense crumpled, allowing Itachi to unleash Amaterasu flames enhanced by Mikao's wind. Gabriel further amplified the attack by sending concentrated light beams into the flames, masking their presence. A shout erupted from within the fire, but to their shock, lava began to spew out. Izuku felt a significant drain on his mana from the shadow regeneration as most of the team turned into smoke. Not wanting to lose more mana, he summoned his spear and threw it, creating a hole through the dragon's body. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku summoned Kusanagi, extending it to slash through the dragon's head, beheading it. Overall, this battle took Izuku and his group about 2 hours. Walking closer to the dragon's corpse, Izuku squatted down and said, "Arise and join your sister, Terador." A brown-black shadow rose, matching Mizuchi's size. The tail lengthened, forming a massive circular hammer with spikes, and the dragon lost its wings but gained the ability to travel underground. He then summoned earth-manipulating Dracos, renaming them Earth Dracos. They retained their shape but lost their wings, gaining 2 guns on their backs and extra spikes on their tails. The rolling rocking lizards and lava lizards kept their forms, with the latter now featuring orange lines through their skin. Izuku thought to himself, pretty simple, but for low elite knights, that's another 60 low S ranks. He smiled, promoting several shadows to a higher grade. "How did I level up right now?" Izuku asked, looking around. Gabriel approached and said, "Check your inventory, darling. Something's happening in the outside world." He discovered the body of an elephant nomu. "So a nomu was released, which explains the slow drain on my mana," he explained, noticing Gabriel's confusion. "As you know, I put Slimy into Rumi's shadow this morning and took a Leshy back just in case. When there was little fighting, my mana was being reduced at a concerning rate since the shadows here didn't take much damage." "Are you sure the rabbit is alright, darling?" Gabriel asked, concerned. Despite their differences, they had a healthy rivalry, and Gabriel respected Miruko. "There are some powerful angels with them, so Rumi will be healed," Izuku reassured her gently. "Arise, trunk." The nomu with the trunk rose and formed into one of his shadow soldiers, adding to his collection. Then, a gruff voice spoke from behind them, "My liege, I thank you for this opportunity to meet my sibling." Terador's formal language made Izuku smile. "I hope to reunite all of you. Which one of your siblings should we head to?" "Before we confront our elder siblings who control darkness and light, I recommend we fight our brother who controls wind. My prowess in water can counter fire, while Terador can block attacks," Mizuchi suggested. Izuku was pleased to have more shadows that could speak. Terador had a unique way of speaking, but at least he wasn't burrow, who wanted to eliminate anyone with even a hint of killing intent toward his MSTR. "Okay, Mizuchi. Let's go to the fire domain." With that, they passed into the fire dragon domain. In the real world, La Brava, also known as Manami Iba, was a devoted fan of gentle and possessed computer skills that would impress any hacker. When Dabi sent her a video and asked her to play it instead of the news, she complied for various reasons. She and Gentle had met Izuku by chance, and the gentle soul had shared tea with gentle, unfazed by his criminal background. He heard the story from both of them and helped them. Now La Brava was upset with the hpsc, particularly with Hawks, as it was well known that Hawks took orders from the commission. It was her turn to inform everyone about what the top hero organization had done. After 2 hours of planning and accessing some servers, she waited for peak viewership and then posted the video. All major news channels and popular platforms displayed the video with subtitles explaining the situation, featuring a close-up of Hawks. Monarch is probably in Nepal or China, so he won't know until much later, she muttered to herself. As everyone knows, big news travels fast, especially when someone hacks into the big leagues, making more people see what they want to reveal. La Brava theorized that the majority of Japan would know about it by the end of the day at the latest. The video began with a gray screen that seemed to be glitching, then adjusted to show the hero and a figure on the floor. A man in a black suit with red accents was Hisashi Midoriya, while the man standing in a cloak, with some of his wings visible, was Hawks. The hero had taken one of his wings from the body of Izuku's father, blood spraying out. Viewers could hear the man lying down say, "I am sorry, Izuku, I love you," before life escaped his eyes. Then a distinctive voice was heard, "Sorry, you didn't deserve this, Hisashi Midoriya. If your son weren't so powerful, all would have gone according to my MSDR's plan." The video zoomed in on Hawk's face before he left. Subtitles read, "The Hero Public Safety Commission ordered Hawks, the number 3 hero, to kill an innocent civilian. The man is Hisashi Midoriya, the father of Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Shadow Hero, Monarch. We believe the hpsc did this to demonstrate their control over Monarch." A storm was brewing. In Class 1A, everyone was relaxing in the common room, discussing the recent fight involving Miruko, Ryukyu, and Hawks against the Nomu, when the TV turned gray. "Hey, what is go?" Denki started, but then fell silent. Everyone looked at the screen, horrified. That's Uncle Hisashi," Katsumi whispered, her mind racing with thoughts of loss. "Izuku's father," Chika said in shock. If her grandfather got out of jail, she would ask him to take action against the hpsc, but only after getting his blessing to marry Izuku. "Izuku doesn't know yet, does he?" Shoko asked. Tenya shook his head. "No, he's probably in a gate, and we know there's no signal there." "What should we do?" Momo asked, her worry palpable. Mishiro spoke uncertainly, "What do you think will happen to Hawks and the hpsc? We all know how powerful Izuku is." Heian nodded. "He never had to go all out. The last time was probably during I-Island, but after discovering his gravity abilities, he doesn't need to against S-rank opponents." A shiver ran down their spines. In the teacher's dorm, none of the teachers had patrols that day, but they were discussing student progress and lesson plans with the TV running in the background. When they heard, "I am sorry, Izuku, I love you," they fell silent, watching the news about Hawk's actions. Aizawa and Nizu had already been contacted by the police, but Midnight asked, "Is this true?" Aizawa sighed and nodded. "We were contacted earlier today. Hisashi Midoriya is no more." A somber tone filled the room, mixed with anger. Hound Dog began barking, but everyone understood the underlying message. The hpsc will pay for this. Nizu addressed the group. "We have 2 options. Support Izuku Midoriya and release the post-mortem autopsy that shows evidence of Hawk's actions, but we would lose funding from the hpsc. Or we could support the hpsc." He was met with glares that made him shiver. "We will support the problem child. The funding is insignificant compared to what we earn without them. Plus, with the gates we close and the income we generate from those, money means little to us," Shota stated firmly. Power Loader added, "If income is a concern, we can find ways to support classes." "But I agree with Shota. What kind of teachers would we be if we didn't defend our students?" Present Mike nodded. "We took a vow to protect our students to the very end. If that means turning public support against the hpsc, so be it." All the teachers agreed, but it came down to All Might. "I have to agree with everyone, but imagine if we did nothing. Izuku would have even more reason to withdraw from helping Japan, and I'm sure his closest friends would follow him." All Might's words resonated, and the teachers realized the gravity of the situation. Izuku could indeed turn away, and Japan's trust in heroes would plummet. During this time, Nizu posted the results and some formal wording on the UA website. Evidence was mounting, and the public was beginning to realize that the issues at hand were not solely about heroes, but more specifically about one organization, the hpsc. With Rumi, some tears escaped her eyes. She had barely cried, but the loss of her boyfriend's father, who had acted like a dad to her, weighed heavily on her. Is that why the hpsc wanted the S-rank heroes to meet up? She wondered. Fueled by anger, she headed to the hospital where Hawks was being treated, wanting to confront him. To her surprise, a crowd had gathered outside the hospital, shouting for justice for Izuku. A small smile crept onto her face, but as she jumped above the crowd, she was met by men and women in black suits, guns pointed at her. What the hell is happening? That man should be in jail along with the hpsc. Rumi shouted, rallying the crowd behind her. One of the suited individuals responded, "This is not your problem. You should turn around and continue with your patrol." You're raising a gun and expect me to turn around? What would you do if someone killed someone you saw as a father figure? Rumi's voice grew louder. There is no concrete evidence that it was Hawks, the man began, but Rumi interrupted by tossing her phone to him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. A man from behind Rumi placed a hand on her shoulder. "Let me handle this, Miruko," he said, flashing a badge. "I am Detective Tsukachi. All Might asked me to manage this case. May I and my bodyguard pass through?" Rumi recognized him and played along, but the spokesperson for the black-suited individuals replied, "No can do. We have orders from MDM President, and we cannot allow anyone through." In the hpsc building, chaos reigned. An hour after UA's statement was released, the public was in an uproar. Izuku Midoriya was becoming a favorite among the people, and the hpsc was under scrutiny for their actions. They had special forces protecting Hawks, who was to be released into their care later that day, while simultaneously trying to prevent multiple break-ins, even from the police. Videos of their special forces pointing guns at heroes and police officers attempting to arrest Hawks for murder had surfaced, further fueling public outrage. The public awaited a statement and Izuku's return. MDM President was fuming, already plotting to shift blame onto another party, such as the League of Villains. With Tamura, he found himself feeling some sympathy for Izuku, but he couldn't help but smile at the hpsc's self-destruction. Overhaul, sitting beside him, smirked, though his expression was hidden by his mask. So not only did the nomu interfere with some S-ranks, making Hawks unfit for action for a while, but the hpsc is crumbling under their own weight, Overhaul remarked. Tamura frowned internally. He didn't like Overhaul but had to set aside his pride for now. "I actually feel bad for Monarch. The hpsc destroyed the last living part of his family. I wouldn't want to be against him if he goes all out." For the first time, Overhaul realized that his quirk might not work against shadows. "I may have a problem with destroying his shadows," he admitted. "You know I can disintegrate things, but his shadows are unaffected and regenerate," Tamura replied angrily. "We need to deal with Monarch then. Clearly, he is the source of energy." Internally, Overhaul thought, "I will need to get in contact with someone in America. They could handle Monarch for a while." With Izuku, he found himself in the Great Fire Dragon's domain. Everything was ablaze, from red-orange flames to bright white flames escaping from the mountain tops, accompanied by ash. 3 lizard species, each about 1.5 meters tall, began to approach the group of shadows. They still had yellow names, and Izuku guessed they would remain that way as the dungeon continued to evolve with him. The first lizard had an ashy appearance with wings, its throat larger than the others. The second was pure red, with red claws and eyes, the only contrast being the white around its irises. The last lizard was also red but sported what looked like a flamethrower on its back. What the heck? A flamethrower? What next, sword lizards? Izuku thought, bemused. I didn't expect to see this, darling. I thought they would be normal fire-spitting lizards, Gabriel commented. Izuku smirked. I can't wait to test my flames against the fire dragon. The army of lizards was being defeated quickly, especially with Trunks' uncanny ability. Summoning his fire, Izuku shot it at some of the lizards, only to be surprised when the ash lizard produced ash to protect its kin. "Tenshi, you ready?" Izuku asked, grinning. "Yes, let's kick some butt, darling." With that, they unleashed a fierce attack that was no joke. Izuku felt a surge of power as his skill in hand-to-hand combat leveled up. This was beneficial as the experience contributed to his overall level. A new notification appeared: "You leveled up." It was likely due to facing more opponents than before, but it could also be that Izuku was actively fighting, which accelerated his experience gain. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Izuku's mind. He quickly activated his ability and turned to block the tail of a new creature, a fire-manipulating dragon. He remembered when defeating an S-rank opponent would have been a challenge. Now it felt like child's play. Summoning a dagger, he executed a vital strike, taking down the fiery dragon. Izuku extended his hands and unleashed a wave of shadow spikes, eliminating dozens of dragons in the process. The shadows thrived in the absence of light, but the flames around them diminished that darkness. He retaliated with fire manipulation, incinerating some of the dragons. Konan swooped in, launching her paper shurikens at the remaining foes. Izuku smiled at her, causing a faint blush to appear on her face, unnoticed by him but observed by Gabriel. Suddenly, a powerful dragon emerged, the great fire dragon Kai. Its red scales flickered with flames, and its piercing eyes locked onto Izuku and his allies. A massive wave of blue fire surged toward them, clashing with Izuku's flames in the center of the battlefield. Mizuchi extinguished the flames while Terador launched earth spears at Kai. Gabriel added light spears to the mix, but the agile dragon dodged them all. Kai continued to unleash blue fire, causing shadows to flicker and fade. Pain absorbed some of the flames to protect the shadows, while others attempted to bring the dragon down. Trunk and Dracula joined forces to capture Kai, but they were engulfed in ash when the dragon unleashed a fiery explosion. Izuku took to the air alongside Terador, Mizuchi, and Kaisel, engaging in an aerial battle that was a sight to behold. Igris, grounded, wielded his angelic sword and cut down half of the remaining dragons, leveling up in the process. Just then, massive ice spikes erupted, piercing many monsters. Baruka appeared, smirking at Igris, who had unexpectedly become a fast friend. The air was chaotic, with two large dragons and a wyvern battling the formidable fire dragon above. Izuku, eager to end the fight, activated a specific skill, Domain of the Monarch, tinting the shadows around them with purple. The boost of power made the battle in the sky turn in Izuku's favor faster than before. Wanting to level up his third skill, he used flight and sword alongside the beasts, currently wielding Samahata. The sword was shaving off the skin from the area boss, and some blue blood leaked out. Quirking an eyebrow, Izuku used Infinity to block the blue flames that erupted from every cell of Kai. The flames did little to him, so he unleashed a burst of bloodlust, weakening the dragon by 50%. This allowed him to get closer, and with pent-up anger he activated the Devil's Gauntlet special ability, increasing his immense strength by another 30%. Punching the dragon in the head, Kai crashed into the ground, defeated by the shockwave of the blow. Great Fire Dragon Kai has been defeated, the system announced. Smiling, Izuku said one word: arise. With that, 60 lizards, 50 Dracos, and the boss all arose. Kai's form changed slightly with larger wings, while the lizards grew 20 centimeters taller. The Dracos now emitted more black smoke that contrasted with their orange shadows. But with the addition of the new shadows, a notification appeared in Izuku's sight. Skill: Shadow Extraction leveled up from LV.1 to LV.2. This skill allowed him to create shadow soldiers from lifeless bodies without using mana. The chance of failure increased with the target's stats and the time since death. Shadows able to be extracted: 914/1914/2500. Izuku felt a twinge of worry about not being able to gather more shadows. Skill: Save Shadow leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. This skill allowed him to absorb created shadow soldiers and save them for later use. Saved shadows: 914/916/914/2000. Now I won't need to worry about the saved shadow limit, but I like the 20/20/20/20/50 method so far, Izuku thought. Just imagine if I became evil, no one would be able to stop me. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. What am I thinking? There are more powerful beings in the world than myself. He hadn't yet encountered the full extent of the supernatural. His only saving grace against more powerful foes was his infinity, but it was costly. Izuku was a high commander grade himself and was on the verge of reaching the next rank. Although he was theoretically an international-level hero/threat, few knew of his true power, as he rarely needed to use it fully. Mizuchi, Terador, Kai. Who do you think we should go to next? Izuku asked his three commanders. Surprisingly, it was Kai who replied, "Our sister who can control poisons, my liege. Her ability isn't harmful to us anymore." Izuku nodded. "I too have resistance to all poisons, so let's go to your sister." With that, the army of 900 continued forward. Anyone who saw the army, with the three large dragons and their companions, would surely be intimidated. You have entered the great poison dragon domain. Immediately, the ground emitted green and purple smoke, identifiable as poison. One of Izuku's shadows touched it and, to their surprise, some skin corroded, but it quickly regenerated. The sky was a dark blue-purple, and Izuku spotted dozens of small lizards flying downwards. One species had no legs, only wings, and produced purple gas from their mouths. The next species exuded liquid from their bodies, lacking wings but possessing longer tails and thicker skin. Their tails wagged like excited dogs, spraying poisonous liquid at the shadows. The final species was significantly smaller, with fangs and bat-shaped wings, and Izuku noticed poison dripping from their fangs. As hundreds, possibly over 1,000, of these creatures surrounded the group, the shadows ranked lower than the LV.7 elite knights struggled, while the higher-ranked ones began to obliterate the enemies. After 3 minutes of chatting, the next wave of lizards and serpents appeared. Gabriel occasionally shot down a serpent with her light magic while Izuku continued his darkness overlord shadow training, aiming to level up that skill. Finally, some Dracos appeared, their purple skin showcasing characteristics of all three lizard and serpent types. That was a mechanism on its back that could shoot blobs of poison, with thicker claws and fangs that could produce poison, and from its mouth, you could occasionally see poisonous gas being emitted. Sending more shadow spikes that impaled dozens of the Dracos, the notification that Izuku was waiting for finally arrived. The combination of the skill, shadow manipulation and skill, Black Whip evolved into a superior control over darkness and its shadows. Now, Izuku could feel more from his shadow tendrils and the shadows around him. Using that to his advantage, spikes emerged from every enemy shadow within a radius of 300 meters, efficiently taking down 458 enemies. "Amen," Izuku muttered. "You leveled up," the notification chimed. "Impressive, my liege. I sense my sister will be coming soon," Mizuchi commented to her. The great poison dragon was awakened. The dragon, purple in color, began to emerge from her cave. Her impressive horns measured at least 2 meters long, dark purple at the core and light purple at the ends. Her wings released a purple gas, and her claws could dig deep into anything. Truly a deadly yet appealing combination, a poison named Jinx. Jinx shot straight into the air, followed by the purple dragon unleashing globs of poison down onto the soldiers. This poison acted more like acid, but nevertheless, the 3 shadow dragons and the wyvern shot upward to confront their sister. Izuku wanted to try something different. With Darkness Overlord, he covered himself with shadows, solidifying them into a protective armor. The shape doesn't look too bad. It gives me extra protection, he thought. As he moved with this armor, he noted, "I am slower by 10% than usual. I guess I need to invest in armor if I want my base protection to be higher." He swatted a glob of poison shot by Jinx aside and contemplated his next move. "What should I do? I could still level my other skills higher. I still have 3 more of All Might's predecessor quirks to receive." He slapped a lizard coming his way, defeating it effortlessly. On Wednesday, I am taking my classmates to a gate, and this Saturday, I have a meeting with chat. Izuku was unaware of his father's death or the S-rank meeting. Oh well, if I get stronger now, it will be a chill week. With that, Izuku used sprint, flight, and gravity manipulation to reach Jinx. Quickly summoning the Susanu's hand with a spear, he drove it through the dragon's heart, defeating her. Defeated, 4 out of 8. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. He looked around at the destruction caused by the 4 dragons and the wyvern. Sweat dripped from his brow as he spoke. Sorry, I was lost in thought. The others shook their heads at their liege. Shall not worry, my liege, Terador spoke formally. Using flight to lower himself, Izuku commanded, arise. With that, 20 of each lizard species, 50 Dracos, and Jinx arose, all resembling one another, with the poisonous fanged lizards being slightly longer with larger fangs. Yash, another domain completed. Which one should we go to next? Izuku asked his draconic friends. Jinx spoke up, her voice smooth. We should go to our wind brother. He can negate our lightning brother's attacks easier than we could. Izuku nodded, and the group headed toward the wind domain. With Nijire. At the beginning of the weekend, she was tasked to go to an island off the coast of Japan with 2 classmates. Luckily, it wasn't Mirio or Tamaki, but the duo was still a bit dull for her. The trio was assigned to assist with the multiple gates present, joining local heroes in their efforts. That was Nijire's Saturday, but after emerging from her 3rd dungeon that day, she checked the news. A lone tear fell from her eye as she read about Hisashi. Although she had only met him a couple of times, she felt it was too soon for him to go. She knew Izuku would probably try to bring him back for a final talk, but she also understood that he didn't like turning people into shadows. She recalled how he had barely turned the Akitsuki into his shadows, but he needed strong allies for some reason. Worried about her HRM sister, who had been in a fight earlier that day, she called Rumi to check on her. Nijire knew that Izuku was going to complete a gate from his system today, and since both were busy, they couldn't accompany him. Thinking about it, she overheard a conversation among 3 of Izuku's classmates. Too bad for them. Izuku always seems to escape when they try to ask him out. That thought cheered her up, momentarily distracting her from the sadness of her future father-in-law's passing. She sighed and started to stretch her muscles. There was another D-rank gate they needed to complete today before it closed on Sunday. I hope the teachers know what they're doing. With that, she went to grab a quick bite to eat. With Nizu, Aiza did mention that he would be gone for the weekend. He didn't know how long that gate would take him, Nizu thought to himself. It was 10 p.m. in Japan, and he was preparing for bed to keep his pristine coat shiny. Typing away on his keyboard, he reviewed some documents he had received earlier. So the hpsc is cutting funding completely towards UA for the stunt. More blackmail. He glanced at another. UA isn't doing that badly financially. Donations have increased, mainly due to Izuku studying here. Most of All Might's salary that isn't spent on Might Towers is also being sent here. Many UA alumni contributed to ensure the next generation had better equipment and facilities. Even the usually moody Endeavor was sending around 10% of his disposable income to support Shoko and Shoto. Overall, UA had plenty of funds to work with. Nizu was planning something with the help of Izuku and Power Loader that would require some of that money, but it would still take a minimum of 3 months to implement. With Class 1A, it was late at night when everyone was still downstairs discussing the recent hero fight with the Nomu and what had happened to Izuku's father. Denki chimed in, Izuku really has it tough. All because he became a national-level hero, his family is in danger, and he has all these responsibilities. Imagine the stress he's under. Denki had been getting smarter, as he didn't fry his brain as often anymore. Tenya continued, that may be true. Just imagine his reaction upon discovering what happened to his father. Does anyone know his schedule for next week? Momo asked the group. Katsumi recalled some details. He is going back to France on Saturday. On Wednesday, we are going in with him to a gate, but that's what he told me. Momo nodded. When he comes back, let's help him relax. That sounds like a great idea. What does he like to do to unwind? Ejiro asked, unsure of Izuku's preferences. Katsumi jumped in to help. since he lost his father, Izuku loves hiking. A somber tone filled the room. Ochako asked gently, "Since who?" She shook her head and shot a glare at Mina. "It's none of your business, pink cheeks." Watching the stars, Heian spoke lightly. "Cuddles," Shoko added, prompting several facepalms from the class. In Russia, two people stood before a gate. "It is reading S-rank, sir," the younger woman said, worry etched on her face. The man grunted, "Get Team Alpha. This is the first S-rank gate in Russia, so we need to handle it carefully." After a moment's thought, he added, "If anything goes wrong, I will be meeting Vladimir. I wonder who would win if Vladimir faced Monarch." A chuckle escaped him, one that was more fascinating than creepy. The woman was taken aback. Team Alpha was a group of 12 S-rank heroes known as hunters. They could do anything they wanted within limits, but when the government called for a mission, they had to comply. They had never failed before. As snow began to fall, the two vanished into thin air. With the creator, the power he wielded was weakening again, so he pushed a bit of his energy to gradually enter his system. This was why Izuku was leveling up faster than average now. "A couple of months is how long I can hold them. Please get stronger, my creation." It was windy, not the light breeze or tornadoes some might experience, but an annoying wind that made you want to close your eyes yet press on. While strong winds would try to knock you off your feet, here the breeze was trying to disrupt Izuku Midoriya's senses. The surroundings were the most appealing he had seen so far, with green fields and water running through them. The sky was a magical blue, allowing him to see some flying lizards. And again, that was Izuku's thought as he sent out a massive pulse of bloodlust, causing some of the lizards to fall to the ground. I wonder if that skill will evolve or something. With that, the chaos began anew, as the levels of the army grew, making it harder for the shadows to be easily destroyed by the wind attacks. As the battle raged on, the light blue wind blasting serpents, lacking feet, unleashed powerful wind attacks that affected a wide area. The wind-cutting lizards utilized their wings to create air slashes, effectively cutting down some of the shadows. Meanwhile, the mini-tornado lizards generated small tornadoes, becoming a nuisance on the battlefield. The poisonous and flame-type lizards struggled against the wind, forcing them to retreat behind the protection of the wind types. The waves of enemies increased rapidly, causing even some lower-level captains to sweat under pressure. However, the general and the commanders managed to take down waves of foes without sustaining any damage. Izuku, reflecting on his purpose, wondered about his father's well-being as they were supposed to meet that week. He crafted a bow and arrows infused with darkness but refrained from adding fire, knowing that wind could deflect flames. He unleashed multiple arrows at the enemy, though they failed to make a significant impact. Still, it provided him an opportunity to practice his hand-eye coordination. After an hour of battling, a new threat emerged, the wind-manipulating Draco. These light blue, slim dragons soared from above, attempting kamikaze attacks to inflict damage. Despite their sharp claws, the army had defenses in place. Izuku took to the skies, using gravity manipulation to pull the Draco towards a single point before crushing them. He realized he needed to enhance his hand-to-hand combat skills, especially against formidable foes. With a smirk, Izuku engaged in unarmed combat, relying solely on his armor for protection. He used flight to level the playing field, performing a graceful dance of destruction against the Draco, crushing bodies and snapping wings with ease. After a time, a moment of peace settled over the battlefield, allowing Izuku to appreciate the scenery despite the fallen lizards, serpents, and Draco. Just then he sensed a shift in the air, most likely the awakening of the boss dragon. He scanned the skies but couldn't yet see it. Suddenly, the great wind dragon, Aurora, emerged, and to everyone's astonishment, over 60% of the army, including 2 commander-class dragons, became shadows. With a surge of energy, Izuku activated his Sharingan and spotted the large light blue dragon, its wings shimmering like stars. Not wanting to waste more energy on shadow restoration, he focused on flight and shot towards Aurora. The dragon's speed was astonishing, rivaling Izuku's own enhanced speed. Determined to match her, he sent out a pulse of bloodlust to slow her down while dodging a wind slash aimed at him. He called out to his shadow soldiers, instructing them to focus on the remaining enemies while he confronted Aurora. He knew Gabriel, the fastest in the army, would want to assist him. As he flew, Aurora pursued him, launching another wind slash at the shadow army. Fortunately, Terrador blocked most of the attack, protecting many of the shadow soldiers. Izuku fired multiple gravitational blasts at the dragon, but Aurora dodged them with an elegance that captivated him. Realizing he needed an edge, he summoned his powerful skill, Domain of the Monarch, which enhanced his army's strength. With his spear in hand, he charged at Aurora, extending Kusanagi with mana just as the dragon narrowly avoided his strike. Being able to communicate mentally with his shadows was a boon. Aurora thought that no shadow would help Izuku, but the Greenette asked for a couple of seconds head start to gain an advantage. The one that arrived was Mizuchi and Gabriel. Mizuchi was the only useful dragon without any attacks. Terrador didn't have wings, and Kai's fire could have been turned back towards their allies, just like Jinx's. When Aurora was hit from behind with a large spear of ice and then had a wing slashed by Gabriel, her large eyes widened in shock. When she hit the ground, a massive crater formed. Seizing the opportunity, Terrador caused multiple earth spikes to impale the wind dragon, finally defeating it. With a smile, Izuku commanded, "Arise." Not only did Aurora rise, but a specific number of lizards, serpents, and dracos did too. Izuku decided to summon a higher number of the light and dark army compared to the elemental ones. Aurora had no more legs and seemed to have stronger wings on her back. The wind dracos had stronger wings but also sharper claws. The only serpent race among the low elites had longer wings, while the wind-cutting lizards had sharper wings. Finally, the mini-tornado lizards had slimmer bodies that covered a larger surface area for optimal wind use. "You sure were fast, Aurora," Izuku chuckled, patting the large light blue dragon's nose. Looking around, he asked, "We have the lightning one next, right?" He noticed some cuts on his clothes, likely from the wind attacks. "Yes, my liege, our brother who controls lightning is the last of the 6 younger siblings." "Then we have our older siblings," Kai replied. Izuku checked his fatigue level and nodded. It was at 9 / he wasn't concerned, as it would automatically lower by 10 per level. "Let's go to the lightning domain. After that we can rest." Receiving nods from his soldiers, the group of 1100 moved towards the last domain. Entering the Great Lightning Dragon domain, they found a chaotic scene. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with lightning strikes visible in the sky and occasionally hitting the ground. The dark atmosphere was enhanced by mountains devoid of life except for their enemies. Dark blue, dark violet, and dark purple figures approached them, with lightning already trying to strike the shadows. The front lines, made up of wind dracos and wind-type lizards, formed a wind wall, bolstered by the angels. Kisame shot a massive wave of water at the lizards, which Aurora then froze with a blast of cold wind, impaling some of them. The archer lizard was dark blue, the dark purple one was the fury, and the blasting lizard was dark violet. The 3 colors provided camouflage in this domain. Taking down the light yellow lizards was easy. Even Kaisel, who had a lower level, managed to claw some to death, though some injuries were sustained. Suddenly, the lightning fury lizards took to the air, their speed comparable to high elite knights. This caused some shadows to fall as the fury was covered in lightning, but its defense was the weakest of the 3 lizards, making them easy to cut down. Seeing many lizards fall, Izuku decided to act. "Arise." From the couple of hundred that had died, 60 of the lizards rose again at his command, their colors darkening to fit the shadow theme. Smiling at his lizard friends, the 60 joined the fight against their former brethren. This allowed Izuku to continue his training. Gravity manipulation proved handy as he tossed lizards that could trouble low S ranks with ease, making Gabriel giggle from behind him. "You are having fun, darling," she said, flying down to stand near him. "I'm trying to level my skills up. By the way, how do you feel about not being the strongest in the army, Tenshi?" he asked. A cute pout appeared on Gabriel's face. "I actually don't mind, darling. I am satisfied being near you. Although, we need to see what the deal is with Trunks' appearance. She didn't mention that she was also happy this was taking a while, as it prolonged the attempts of his classmates to ask him out. Suddenly, dark purple Dracos with sparkling skin descended from the sky, shooting gusts of electricity. Soon, the sky was filled with all the Dracos and angels battling it out. Sasori managed to make his puppets soar upwards and start to shoot some draconic energy down. More lightning began to cover the sky as Aurora, Jinx, Kai, and Mizuchi took to the air. Izuku, realizing what was happening, used his float ability to fly up, soon joined by Gabriel. Danger! The Great Lightning Dragon was awakened. Great Lightning Dragon Ashni, the lightning illuminated the bleak surroundings. A massive roar echoed, and the silhouette of Ashni appeared. Great Lightning Dragon Ashni is using the skill, Terror from Above. The clouds rumbled as lightning struck the ground consistently. Izuku activated his Infinity ability, which also enveloped Gabriel as he held her hand. Most of the lightning strikes targeted the 5 commanders, the general, and the liege. The 5 commander dragons barely took any damage, while Pain absorbed the lightning entirely. Great Lightning Dragon Ashni is using the skill, 1000 lightnings. He sure likes to use his skills, Izuku joked as the 1000 lightnings shot from the dragon's mouth, its shiny skin resembling a clear night sky. This time, the lightning strikes caused damage to the army, but the shadows moved, refusing to stand idle. Aurora shot a massive wind wall to block Ashni's lightning, while Terrador launched earth spikes from the ground. Izuku sent out a few red energy blasts to distract the lightning dragon. Kai flew forward, unleashing a massive wave of fire that clashed with Ashni's lightning attack, creating a spectacular explosion that left Deidara in awe. Seizing the opportunity, Aurora intensified Kai's fire with a gust of wind, while Jinx infused some of her poison into the attack. Ashni struggled and attempted to retreat, but Mizuchi intercepted, shooting spikes of ice at her brother. Roaring in pain, Ashni tried to gain altitude but was punched by Izuku towards Gabriel, who used her light magic to inflict further damage. Terrador shot earth constructs that resembled cannons, forcing Ashni to dodge as if his life depended on it. With a swift maneuver from Kai's fire launchers, one of Ashni's wings was burned, allowing Izuku to throw his spear through the dragon's body, defeating it. Defeated. 6 out of 8, the Great Lightning Dragon Ashni was defeated. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Lowering himself down, Izuku approached Ashni's body and commanded, "Arise." A shadow, sparkling and magnificent, emerged. Izuku named the dark purple shadow soldier Ashni, its electric blue eyes piercing through the darkness. Ashni LV.11, Commander. My liege, Ashni spoke while bowing. Izuku smiled and patted the dragon on its snout. Good to have you here, Ashni. Now arise. With the same command, 50 Dracos arose to join Izuku's shadow army, their color darkening to blend with the night while remaining somewhat visible. 50 Lightning Draco LV.39, Elite Knight. Let's rest up, guys. I would like to get some sleep. Izuku smiled at his shadows, who bowed and formed a protective perimeter. The next day, Izuku woke up with Gabriel by his side. Smiling lightly, he kissed her forehead and sat up. Looking around, he saw that all the bodies from the fight had been collected and placed in his storage area. Like in every other domain, Izuku had left a dozen shadows to gather the bodies for his inventory, hoping to sell them for gold. He still had no idea where the sold items went but theorized that the materials contributed to his stats. Seeing his girlfriend waking up, he spoke gently, "Morning, sleepyhead." "Good morning, darling," Gabriel replied, sitting up and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. They shared a light kiss before Izuku got up to stretch. "We have 2 more dragons to confront, the light and the dark ones, if I'm not mistaken." He turned to one of his commanders. "Which one do you think we should face next?" As he prepared breakfast, Gabriel joined him. Mizuchi answered, "I recommend we deal with our sister who controls darkness. I warn you, my liege, her army will be structured quite differently." Kai nodded. "The same goes for our other elder sister. They've lived much longer than us, giving them stronger armies at their command." Ashni added, "It's like yin and yang. It will be hard to defeat one without the other. But with the angel forces, we could deal more damage to the dark forces, my liege. Izuku nodded and smiled at them. Thanks, guys. Let's start heading to the darkness domain then. During the flight, Izuku ate the light breakfast he had prepared, readying himself for the next 2 fights. Smirking, he looked ahead, thinking, would you be proud of me, bro? His eyes sharpened as he focused on the area they were entering. He had shivers going up his spine. Everything was black. The waters were black, the ground was dead and full of skeletons, and the sky was cloudy and dark, blocking the moonlight. Looking around, Izuku activated his Sharingan and spoke to his army. Get ready, some are coming. Gabriel, the de facto leader of the angels, shouted, get ready, angels. With that, magic circles appeared around those she specified. 3 types of lizards emerged, darkness-bringing lizard, dark sniper lizard, and assassin lizard. They were light yellow in name, while the Draco was a solid yellow. The 3 types of lizards looked nearly the same, but the sniper had a tail similar to the earth-shooting lizard, and the assassin had sharper claws. Quirking an eyebrow, Izuku thought, are those the lowest of the bunch? The pure black scales that reflected no light were a scary sight to behold. The Draco stood 2 meters tall, with strong wings and spikes protruding from its back. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed dark yellow and light orange names on the ground. He knew that colors started to mean little, as defeating a red name in 5 minutes was nothing to him nowadays. He spotted serpents of darkness, a 3-headed serpent, and a black-eyed crocodile. The serpents were enormous, one of them having 3 heads. The crocodile type lived in the waters, but Izuku sensed they possessed skills that placed them in the captain class. It was strange for him to think that just a couple of months ago he could barely defeat a knight class, and now he faced monsters that could challenge even All Might. The barrage of attacks began, and it seemed both armies were at a standstill until the commanders of Izuku's army unleashed special moves, destroying 30% of the enemy forces. Some managed to escape or were protected by darkness, especially the captain-class serpents and crocodiles. The lizards were eliminating the weaker shadows, causing Izuku's MP to deplete faster than in any other domain. Meanwhile, the Dracos held off the 600 other Dracos in a stalemate. The captain-class shadows, numbering 26, had an easier time dealing with their counterparts. Izuku, Gabriel, and the commanders intervened when necessary. The crocodiles were particularly dangerous due to their strength, near impenetrability, and the dark mist they produced, which acted similarly to poison. The serpents lived up to their mythological reputation, boasting strength, venom, and intelligence that surpassed the captain level. Surprisingly, Burrow and Mikao were the main forces against them, along with a surprising ally, Diver, who attacked from within. Determined to turn the tide, Izuku concentrated, creating a red sphere in his right hand and a blue one in his left. Slowly, he moved them closer together to form purple. Realizing he had mixed them incorrectly, he flicked them away. The red sphere unleashed a gravitational force that shredded multiple monsters, while the blue absorbed 5% of the enemies. I guess I still have a long way to go, Izuku thought. As an assassin-class lizard approached, Izuku summoned a dagger and stabbed it through the monster's chest with a vital strike. Arise. With this command, a new force joined Izuku, shifting the battle in his favor. He hovered above the ground, his dark hair with green tips flowing in the wind. His eyes had a blue tint, with fog emanating from them. Using an overused skill, he declared, Domain of the Monarch. A sea of purple enveloped the battlefield, transforming all creatures with a purple glow. The addition of 260 new shadows allowed Izuku's army to thrive, ripping and slashing through their opponents. I wonder what is next? Izuku pondered as he launched his Lance of Longinus, enhanced with spear throw and fire manipulation skills. Usually, Dracos show up by now, but at this rate, only Gabriel, the dragon commanders, and some of my captains can survive this onslaught. Just then, a new species appeared. Danger! Izuku turned around and blocked a slash from a towering 3-meter monster. It was pure black, with only the whites of its eyes barely visible. Activating his Sharingan, Izuku noticed mist emanating from the dragon, unaware that he was in one of the enemy monarch's armies. Meanwhile, a bearded old man, looking even older, spoke to no one. You may not be able to defeat them all at once with your current skills, but defeating some of the armies of my children will surely slow them down. He felt a twinge of pity for Izuku's father, having witnessed everything happening in the world. This creator was the force behind the world and universe, including powerful beings like the sealed Trihexa, Ophis, Great Red, the monarchs, and even deities like the biblical god and Zeus. After a moment of amusement at his chosen champion's reaction to the existence of other species, the scene shifted back to Izuku. Seeing the name glow orange, Izuku drew Samehada, preparing to strike at the monster before him. To his surprise, the hatchling dissolved into dark mist. This is similar to my Kamui ability, he thought as he descended to earth, noticing his army was becoming overwhelmed. He placed both hands on the ground, channeling Abido's with style to create a forest filled with wooden spikes that eliminated more of his enemies. You leveled up. Using his infinity ability to dodge the sniper lizard's shot, he turned around and manipulated gravity to lift the enemy dragons, unleashing a powerful blue attack that took out many in an instant. He glanced at his girlfriend, who was battling several hatchlings. Recalling his spear, he launched it at one of the apprentices, successfully defeating it, but the others transformed into mist, only to reappear elsewhere. Thanks, darling, Gabriel smiled, forming a large magic circle. Izuku smirked back, no problem, Tenshi. The battle continued for some time. The apprentice dragon that could turn into shadows was a challenge, but the angels were gaining more experience due to their light magic being effective against the dark entities. If Izuku and his army ventured into the light domain first, only the vampires with shadow manipulation could pose a significant threat, which was much less than the angelic forces. Status: Name: Izuku Midoriya. Job: Shadow Monarch. Title: The One Who Overcame Adversity, +4. Level: 190. Feat 0. HP: 49,490. MP: 133,680. Strength: 367. Agility: 355. Sense: 365. Vitality: 359. Intelligence: 528. Remaining points: 0. Physical damage reduction: 15% plus 51%. Physical pain nullification: 40%. Passive: Muscularity, LV.1. Weapons Expert, LV.6. Evolved. Hand-to-hand Expert, LV.5. Elemental Resistance, LV.6. Danger Sense, LV.2. Active. Sprint, LV.max. Dragons Will Fire Manipulation, LV.5. Evolved. Vital Strike, LV.4. Stealth, LV.7. Gravity Manipulation. Peter examined his collection of powerful items, each one enhancing his abilities in unique ways. On his left middle finger, he wore a ring that boosted his intelligence and vitality. The High Magician's ring on his right middle finger provided a steady regeneration of mana, while the Ring of Magic on his left pointer finger offered an impressive mana recovery rate. His armor included a High Knight's chest plate that reduced physical damage, complemented by a cloak of protection that shielded him from attacks. The Trousers of Darkness enhanced his strength and agility, and the Red Knight's helmet further increased his damage resistance and physical attributes. His accessories were equally formidable. The Lord's earring and necklace bolstered his strength, vitality, agility, and intelligence, while the Lord's bracelet and ring added to his vitality and senses. Finally, his hero's boots improved his speed and damage reduction. In terms of weaponry, Peter wielded a variety of daggers and swords, each with unique enhancements. The T-Rex dagger was reliable, while the Vampire Killer was particularly effective against undead foes. The Lance of Longinus was a powerful spear designed to combat divine enemies, and Michael's longsword offered cleansing abilities. Samehada absorbed energy from attacks, and Kusanagi could cut through anything while adding to his mana. Peter also held several titles that reflected his accomplishments. The title of The One Who Overcame Adversary increased his stats based on his missing health, while Zombie Slayer and Mammal Slayer provided boosts against specific types of opponents. The all-in-one title enhanced his abilities against nomu opponents, and Angel Hunter increased his experience against holy monsters. His skills were diverse and powerful. He could sprint at incredible speeds, gain experience with weapons, and excel in hand-to-hand combat. The skill Dragon's Will intimidated opponents, while Fire Manipulation allowed him to control flames for various purposes. He could also heal advanced injuries, resist elemental damage, and even fly. Peter's job-specific skills included Shadow Extraction, which allowed him to create shadow soldiers from lifeless bodies, and Save Shadow, enabling him to absorb and summon these soldiers at will. Each skill and item contributed to his growing power as he prepared for the challenges ahead. The storage will increase at a larger rate. Saved Shadows, 1968/3125 skill, shared inventory job-specific skill no mana required. You and your shadows can use the inventory to place and take items. Skill, domain of the Monarch job-specific skill no mana required. Shadow soldiers fighting within the shadow of their summoner will receive a 50% stat increase. Ultimate boost. Attack, using fire manipulation to coat a sword/hand. Name, Hell's Punch/Hell's Slash. It is at the skill level where MP is no longer required, but the maximum temperature currently is 3000 degrees Celsius. The fatigue is due to the skill. Elemental resistance isn't high enough yet, reaching 2000 degrees Celsius. So Izuku must be careful, or he will end up like Dabi. Hack, Gravity Manipulation, Blue. MP, 1200. A technique that absorbs everything it touches and attracts more to it. The higher the gravity manipulation, the lower the cost. Hack, Gravity Manipulation, Red. MP, 800. A technique that repels everything it touches and its surroundings. The higher the gravity manipulation, the lower the cost. Hack, Domain Expansion, Total Darkness. Name, Total Darkness. MP, 18,000 kill/10, 000 unconscious. Fatigue, 25 kill/15 unconscious. A technique that has two modes, one that eliminates any target stuck inside due to the shadows, and the other, which Izuku used against All Might, knocks the person unconscious but may leave some survivors. The domain expansion is made by the infusion of shadow manipulation, bloodlust, and gravity manipulation. The cost will decrease slowly. Tech, Gravity Field Manipulation. Name, Total Pressure. MP, 500+. Fatigue, 2 per min. A technique that spreads gravity around the field up to a certain radius, allowing control over gravitational pull. Attack, Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui. Name, Himui. MP, 200 teleportation/20 per SEC permeation. FIFA 0. A technique for teleporting oneself or another object, granting a permeation ability for only 20 MP per second. Attack, Manipulation of wood and other plant forms. Name, Wood Style. MP, 5-. The more MP added, the larger or faster the wood or plant will be. It can be used for creating trees or for capture, attack, and defense. Attack, Mangekyo Sharingan Ultimate Defense. Name, Susanoo. MP, 1000 to 5000 to form and 100 per second to maintain. Fatigue, 5 per min. The strongest defense from the Mangekyo Sharingan can be formed as a ribcage for 1000 MP or full body for 5000 MP. Izuku's phone started pinging with messages, a tsunami of notifications from dozens of people. Gabriel glanced at Izuku and noticed his usual neutral expression turn cold, horror etched across his face. Instinctively, she felt his turmoil. Something terrible had happened. The earth began to shake, and the skies rumbled. She barely caught a whisper and saw a lone tear escape Izuku's eye. Dad's dead. Gabriel was at a loss for words. After a moment of processing the shocking news, she placed her hand on his, hoping to provide some comfort. How? She managed to ask. While she could feel Izuku's emotions, the shadows lacked the ability to see through each other. Izuku continued, Hawks was sent out by the hpsc to kill my dad so that organization could have some control over me. Gabriel's anger surged, but neither of them noticed the stir among the shadows, their beloved liege who had saved and strengthened them, a promise made between them, but something else was awakening. In Class 1A, the students gathered in the common room, reports of a massive pressure being released echoing throughout Asia and parts of Europe and Africa. Reporters and heroes scrambled to uncover the cause. Suddenly, all of Izuku's shadows emerged, seemingly without notice. Mashiro asked, "Guys, why are the shadows coming out? Is something happening again?" Toru added nervously. Nijire Hado and their homeroom teacher barged in, having been drawn by the commotion. "Does anyone know why Donald and Luna brought me here?" the teacher inquired, curiosity mixed with annoyance. "Shouldn't Zuzu still be in the Himalayas?" A moment of silence followed. Everyone except the teacher responded, "He discovered it?" The TV was on, showing Izuku and Gabriel atop Mount Everest, surrounded by shadows. "We see Monarch on top Mount Everest," the news anchor reported, zooming in on Izuku holding a phone. "It seems that Monarch has discovered the news of what occurred recently." As the camera zoomed out, revealing the multitude of shadows, a shaky tone filled the air. New additions to the army appeared. 8 dragons with hundreds of smaller species have joined the immortal army of the shadow hero, Monarch. Viewers watched in fear and admiration of the young man. Then they saw Izuku and his shadows leave. Dragons? Nijire squeaked in excitement. Ryukyu would be so excited to see them. All she received were deadpans from everyone, even the shadows. One of the angels began to write something in the air. "Stay indoors, our liege will be turning this country upside down." Most of the shadows retreated, but it was clear that many had left the 1A dorm. Within minutes, notifications were sent to the students to remain in their dorms until further notice, while they heard some teachers being taken away by shadow angels. At the hpsc, the president was preparing to address journalists when she suddenly felt a small poke in her leg. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to speak up, unaware that it was part of Izuku's plan to expose her. A few minutes earlier, Izuku had a plan. Instead of becoming like the hpsc, he decided to turn their tactics against them. For 10 million gold, he purchased a truth serum in a small syringe and had one of his shadow soldiers inject it into the president before her press conference. Now, in front of the reporters, the president stated, "Good afternoon, everyone. This is a meeting regarding the accusations against the hpsc and Hawks concerning the death of Hisashi Midoriya, the father of the shadow hero, Monarch. Questions?" A reporter asked, "So you are stating that you did not order the killing of Hisashi Midoriya?" To everyone's shock, the president replied, "No, we have ordered the murder of Hisashi Midoriya." The room fell silent, and security personnel froze, unable to react. Panicking internally, the president thought, "What is happening? Is this someone's quirk?" Taking advantage of the moment, the same reporter pressed on, "Why did you kill him, and what was your plan after that?" The serum compelled her to answer, "We plan to use Hisashi Midoriya's murder to gain leverage over Izuku Midoriya. He had become too powerful, and we wanted to monopolize him for Japan, making him sabotage other countries while we expanded our control, as we did with Hawks." The audience felt a surge of anger, realizing the hpsc's downfall was imminent. Another reporter, breaking free from shock, asked, "Were there other instances where you killed family members or used blackmail on heroes or citizens of Japan?" The president responded, "Yes, we have killed family members of heroes to control them. Endeavor is the biggest hero we have blackmailed." Suddenly, a black shadow appeared, revealing a figure who declared, "You have killed 683 heroes, villains, and citizens of Japan during your 4-year reign. The documentation is all here. You used blackmail on 856 people to gain favors, including using villains to elevate heroes' political power or eliminate others." He opened the conference doors, allowing multiple heroes and police officers to enter. Nizu will release all of these documents on the UA website. Additionally, you had Hawks infiltrate the League of Villains, risking the lives of Best Jeanist, Miruko, and Ryukyu, not to mention civilians when the nomu was released. The hpsc members remained frozen, unable to move due to Izuku's darkness overlord quirk. You didn't like that most top-ranking heroes don't follow you, so you sought to eliminate them. Finally, you sent Lady Nagant to Tartarus after torturing her mentally and physically, leading her to kill the previous president. Izuku looked at her and stated, "At this moment, the hpsc will be under the control of All Might." Shock rippled through the reporters, while heroes and police officers smiled, finally feeling hope. All Might entered as his name was mentioned. I knew that Nizu and young Izuku wanted to do this for some time, Toshinori thought, impressed by how efficiently Izuku had dealt with the hpsc. "Thank you, Monarch," All Might said, receiving a nod from Izuku. He approached the spot where the previous president had stood. As Monarch stated, "I will take charge not only as a national hero but as someone with around 40 years of experience in running an agency and being the #1 hero." The reporters were speechless, and all of Japan watched in disbelief at the smooth takedown. We will finish dealing with the rest of the hpsc today. Secondly, we will be renaming ourselves to the Hero and Hunter Association, allowing everyone to look forward to a better future. A moment later, All Might continued, "I promise you, Japan, that we will build a better tomorrow. This is a promise I made at the beginning of my career as a hero, and I vow to continue protecting you all. Thank you. We will have another meeting in 2 days." With that, All Might and Monarch bowed and returned to address the hpsc. One of the reporters, recovering from her shock, looked back at the camera and stated, "There is no more hpsc, but the Hero and Hunter Association, with All Might leading it. This is a promising future for us." Back with Class 1A, everyone in the common room was in disbelief. The 22 students couldn't comprehend what had just happened. In one swift move, Izuku, with the help of dozens of heroes and police, had arrested the hpsc. "So this is the power of the national rank?" Kyoka asked, adding, "That was smooth." Momo continued, "Izuku subdued the hpsc using shadows, and there were no repercussions." Shoko turned to Shota, "Sensei? Did you know this was happening?" Shota shook his head. "I knew that Nizu and Izuku were discussing taking over hpsc, but due to unfortunate events, the plans were pushed forward." Chika watched with wide eyes, thinking, "That was so fast." Aizu looked so confident, but his emotionless eyes gave me chills. The teacher interrupted, "Now head to bed, everyone. It's getting late." With that, he left, and Nijire headed to Izuku's room, hoping he would return that night. It was a night when Japan was turned upside down. With the League of Villains, shock, awe, and respect were evident among the remaining members. None held a grudge against Izuku, whose shadows had captured some of their missing members, but now they were all laughing heartily. Tamura said, "This was gold. The hpsc messed up, and with the documents out, they've lost credibility." Compress asked, "Wouldn't All Might leading this Hero and Hunter Association change much? Even Izuku was there, shouldn't that raise the spirits of the citizens?" Toga chimed in, lounging on the couch. Tamura smirked, "While I admit I dislike All Might, it's only because of the 2 national ranked heroes. The rest of the S ranks and below are ineffective. We must show Japan that without those 2 pillars, they wouldn't be here anymore. They're intimidating." "I completely agree," said Twice. The 2 villains had returned for their day off. Even villains need days off, he recalled hearing from Overhaul. Dabi, still chuckling, remarked, "It was amusing to hear that Endeavor was blackmailed. The #2 hero had no power. That shows how little the hpsc respected the S ranks." Internally, he felt relieved that Monarch and All Might had taken down the hpsc, as he still had painful memories from his childhood associated with it. Spinner added, "At least we now know for sure that Hawks was a spy." The other members nodded in agreement. Flashback. Hawks walked into a warehouse filled with purple tubes. In front of him stood Dabi, a patched man. "So you came?" Dabi said, tossing aside his cigarette. "I did," Hawks replied, scanning the area. "When can I join?" "To the point, huh?" Dabi paused for effect. "It's simple. You need to eliminate a top 10 hero and show me proof. There's a second part, but I'll tell you that after you complete the first." With that, Dabi stepped back into the shadows. Flashback end, just a week after that meeting, Hawks brought what appeared to be the body of best Genist to Dabi. Was it actually Genist in the bag? Himiko asked curiously. Tamura answered, according to our sources, there was a real fight between Genist and Hawks. However, best Genist escaped, albeit with significant injuries, and is currently hospitalized. This revelation left Spinner and Himiko wide-eyed. With Izuku, he felt mentally exhausted. After everything that had happened, all he wanted was to sleep beside his girlfriends. All Might looked over at him and said gently, "Go to sleep, young Izuku. Tomorrow, you can visit your father. Shota would want to accompany you." Izuku nodded. "I will, thank you." All Might side-hugged him, and Izuku returned the gesture. Suddenly, he sensed Nijire's presence in his room and used shadow exchange to pull her in. After a surprised yelp from her, he hugged her, with Gabriel joining them on the other side. The trio settled into bed, falling asleep soon after. Unbeknownst to them, Gabriel was communicating with the other shadows, and their transformation, for better or worse, would soon unfold. The mental conversation of the Shadow Army echoed, "We will protect our liege, ensuring nothing like this happens to him again." Ashni, the lightning dragon, spoke resolutely. While the dragon was part of the army, they all shared an unwavering loyalty to Izuku. "Agreed," was the consensus among them. Igris voiced his thoughts. "What about our liege's classmates?" Surprisingly, it was Gabriel who responded, "Darling wouldn't need them, they are too weak," her tone haughty. Burrow added, "Our beloved Emestir needs strong women. I don't like those three, they are nothing. Even Rabbit Woman and Nijire are strong." Everyone's sweat dropped, aware that Nijire often cuddled with Burrow, who acknowledged her not for her strength but for her affection. Finally, Pain spoke up, "Our liege needs only strong women who can take care of themselves if something happens. I hate to admit it, but we are not perfect, and dealing with weaklings poses a bigger risk." It was rare for any of the Akitsuki to speak, but Pain, being the 12th strongest, commanded attention. Gabriel huffed. "The only reason Rumi and I agreed to share him with Nijire is because he befriended her first and she is strong for her age. Now I need to talk to Rumi and Nijire to keep those three away." This marked a shift in the shadows. They were not only communicating but also growing more protective, not wanting their liege to be hurt emotionally. Rumi and Nijire were accepted for now, but the shadows were determined to keep others at bay. "Help me prevent the other girls from asking Darling out," she requested, and received agreement from all the shadows. Unexpectedly, Itachi, the most observant of the Akitsuki, spoke up. "Do not forget the others, Gabriel. If my memory serves me right, there are." The conversation continued for another hour before they concluded their discussion. The next day, Rumi found Izuku, Gabriel, and Nijire having breakfast. She jumped straight onto Izuku, who smiled and swung her around, her legs wrapping around his waist. "Hey, Izuku," Rumi greeted softly while hugging him. "Morning, Bun Bun," Izuku replied, setting her down. "Breakfast?" he asked, and she shook her head. "Why are you here, Rabbit?" Gabriel asked challengingly. Nijire, ever sweet, waved at Rumi, saying, "Good morning, Rumi." Ignoring Gabriel for a moment, Rumi waved back at Nijire and then turned to Gabriel. "Can I not meet my boyfriend? I haven't seen him all weekend." Gabriel's expression softened slightly. "It's good you aren't dead from the nomu." Rumi's expression twitched, but before she could respond, Izuku interjected, "I saw the recap of the fight. That nomu trunk is a captain-class shadow, which is high S rank to low national level." He hugged Rumi from behind. "I'm glad you showed others your real power, but how are you feeling after using your telekinesis?" He was proud of her. Although she hadn't defeated the nomu alone, she had held her own among the heroes present. He promised to help both Rumi and Nijire grow stronger. Calming down from Izuku's touch, Rumi murmured, "Reporters are more persistent than usual, but I used my telekinetic power to pull myself away, and it worked. The regeneration factor, small as it was, helped me a lot." She laughed, and the others joined in, even Gabriel. In a more serious tone, Rumi asked, "Are we visiting him today?" Everyone understood who she meant, and Izuku nodded. "Sensei is coming with us." We will meet him in an hour. After seeing the news and reading about the events, Izuku, with his army of over 1,900, approached the hpsc building. No one attempted to stop him. Those who did were dealt with swiftly. Outside the building, Izuku and his shadows evacuated the innocent. He then ordered his commanders to unleash their most powerful spells on the building. From that day on, no one, not even the villains, would dare stand against Izuku. Later that day, every villain organization took measures to avoid incurring Izuku Midoriya's wrath. Everyone knew what Rumi was talking about, and Izuku simply nodded. Sensei is coming with us. We will be meeting with him in an hour. This was what All Might had informed the Greenette after the hpsc had been turned upside down. It was just Monday morning, and the week ahead promised to be a long one. After breakfast, Izuku used Shadow Exchange to appear near Aizawa, following his instructions. The four of them stood outside the UA staff dorm, and when Izuku knocked on the door, it was surprisingly Kiyama-sensei, also known as Midnight, who opened it. "Oh, darling Izuku, are you all right?" she asked, her concern evident. No one could have predicted that Izuku, taller than Kiyama, would find himself in a situation where he was struggling to breathe due to her enthusiastic greeting. "Can't breathe," he rasped, momentarily forgetting his skills. Fortunately, Gabriel intervened, giving Midnight a gentle nudge to create some space. "Thank you," Izuku whispered, relieved. Midnight, now slightly flustered, lay near the communal kitchen on the opposite side of the dorm entrance. "No problem, darling," she replied in a warm tone. Aizawa, appearing unimpressed, came down the stairs. "Seriously, it's 9 in the morning. Shouldn't you be with your class?" He paused, remembering, "Today is a day off for the first-year hero students, so you don't have any classes until later." He wore a black suit with a white shirt, his hair in a bun and his beard neatly trimmed. "You ready?" he asked. "I am, sensei," Izuku replied. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Are those three coming along?" Receiving nods from Izuku and the three girls, he motioned for them to follow him to the car. The ride to the mortuary was quiet, with the five of them lost in their thoughts. Once they arrived and were identified, they entered the room where the casket awaited. They thought they were alone until a white circle with runes appeared, shocking all five of them. Luna and Donald emerged to protect Aizawa, joined by Mikao, Baru, Pain, Igris, and Baruka. Toby would have joined them, but he was still on a mission. The sight of an upper low-tier international hero, a high national shadow, 5 low national shadows, 2 S-rank heroes, and an A-rank hero could intimidate anyone, yet the circle continued to expand. The shadows emerged protectively, unwilling to let anything happen to their liege or his close ones. Meanwhile, Heian knocked on Izuku's door, sensing his presence in the dorm. When she found the door locked, she returned to her room, wondering if he had gone to the mortuary. Her room featured a yellow double bed adorned with plushies and a desk cluttered with schoolwork and paperwork from Yoroimasha. As she rummaged through her closet for training clothes, she prepared to head to the gym. "I know you are there," she called out. A young teen, the same age as her, stepped out from the entrance to the gym. "Sorry, I was trying to practice being unnoticed," the blonde girl said. Heian recognized her as Chika Ashigaka. "You here to train too?" Heian asked. Chika nodded and moved to a different part of the gym. Heian felt a twinge of distrust toward the new girl. From her training with Izuku, she had learned to sense when someone had multiple quirks, and Chika seemed to possess at least 2, if not 3. Shaking her head, Heian began her training, focusing on creating multiple swords at once. Currently, her limit was 4 blades of intermediate strength, but she hoped to increase that to 5, with at least 3 being of high strength before winter break. She wanted to be strong for herself and not be a burden to Izuku. In the mortuary, the circle of runes formed a pillar of bright light, revealing an angel with 12 white wings and a halo. "Good morning," the angel said, but suddenly found himself surrounded by weapons aimed at him. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, his voice firm. The angel, with a gentle smile, replied, "I am sorry for the intrusion. My name is Michael." Sweat beaded on the archangel's forehead as the weapons drew closer. After hearing his name, Gabriel began to release an intense pressure that only Michael could sense. Didn't I kill Michael, the leader of the angels? Or are you a different one? Izuku asked, recalling the previous encounter. No, my child, I presume you are talking about the gates? Michael responded calmly. Why are you here then? Gabriel interjected. Michael raised an eyebrow in surprise. You really do look like Gabriel. I am here to make you an offer, Izuku Midoriya. How would we know that you are not from a broken gate? Aizawa asked, protective of his student, even if he was the weakest in the room by rank. I assure you, I am not from a gate. Only a handful of humans know that not only humans live on Earth, Michael said calmly. What do you mean, and how did no one know before? Nijire asked, her curiosity piqued. You might call us supernatural. Not many know because of what happened just before the quirk era. The humans before that didn't have quirks but sacred gears. After we defeated Trihexa, those weapons disappeared, and we still don't know how, Michael explained, noting that the weapons had been moved away from him. A feminine voice spoke up, My liege, what this angel is saying is true. Trihexa is one of the strongest dragons. If memory serves, there are 4 other ultimate dragons. Michael felt a cold sweat trickle down his neck at this revelation. He knew of 2 other dragons besides Trihexa, Ophis and Great Red. Thank you, Lolu. Can we continue this conversation later? Izuku asked, still on high alert. So, what is your offer? As you know, gates have been opening and with them, many mythological replicas have appeared, like Gabriel or this Lance of Longinus. My offer is to revive your father to his original state, but he will be an angel, Michael stated. Izuku raised an eyebrow, and the others mirrored his expression. I will also help you stage his funeral. This wasn't just an afterthought, it was meant to give the group time to process. What's the catch and what will happen to him afterward? Rumi asked, stepping in for Izuku. He will live in heaven, and Hisashi will be able to come down whenever he wants. His heart is pure, which is why I am offering this, Michael explained. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I will agree to your conditions if you promise not to experiment on any of my shadows, and I will only help you if your faction is attacked first. However, Izuku's aura flared, revealing his power. If you do anything to my dad that he doesn't want, there won't be a heaven faction anymore. He ignored the shocked looks behind him and continued, Can we have a further meeting about the supernatural? Michael realized he couldn't defeat Izuku without significant losses to heaven. A smile crept onto his face as he recognized the truth in Izuku's words. That shall be done. He then produced a card with 2 spades. These are the Brave Saints cards, currently only available to the Seraphs. As the shadow soldiers retreated, Michael felt calmer, but he remained aware of the aura Izuku had released moments earlier. The group of 6 approached the casket, revealing a pale Hisashi Midoriya in a black suit. Michael stepped forward, while Izuku moved to the other side to ensure everything went smoothly. Hisashi Midoriya, awaken from your slumber and rise into the arms of the Lord Almighty. Become a follower of God and help those around you as you have done in your life. Michael's voice resonated with a tone reminiscent of Gabriel's final form, voices overlapping in harmony. With that, the 2 of spades entered Hisashi's chest, and a golden glow enveloped him, restoring color to his form. After 4 minutes, Hisashi began to twitch, signaling his awakening. Tears streamed down Izuku's face for the first time in ages as a small smile appeared, and he held his father's hand, squeezing it in reassurance. Will my dad be all right now? Izuku asked Michael. He should wake up in 3 hours and return to his former strength, so do not worry, my child, Michael replied, feeling joy at witnessing such a precious moment. This was why he continued as the leader of heaven after his father's passing. How will we handle the funeral? Shota asked, still processing the whirlwind of events. That will be simple. I will create a clone of your father. It will be identical but will never have lived, Michael explained, primarily addressing Shota. Meanwhile, Izuku held his father's hand, feeling happiness wash over him. He then felt 2 hands on his shoulders and a warm hug from behind. Thank you for being with me, he whispered to his girlfriends, causing smiles to bloom on their faces. Later, after Michael bid farewell to the group and took Hisashi's unconscious body, He promised to visit Izuku's dorm later that day. They decided to cremate the fake body and place it in the Midoriya grave, which unfortunately already held Inko. Not wanting to make a huge fuss over the event, Izuku invited family and his dad's friends, but to his surprise, only the Bakugos and 3 friends of Hisashi's from America planned to attend the funeral on Thursday. The 5 entered UA with some time to spare before classes 1A and 1B returned from training with Titania and Kamikaze. With Aizawa going to get some sleep, the other 4 headed to Izuku's room, using Kamui to get there. His room was fully soundproof, ensuring privacy from his classmates, and luckily, no embarrassing incidents had occurred yet. As they settled into the main sitting area, Izuku sighed. That was a lot to take in. To think there are more things we didn't even know, Rumi added. Whole new worlds to see, with different factions and religions, Gabriel chimed in. Let's explore those places. Some homes of the gods are apparently really appealing, Nijire concluded, and the others nodded in agreement. It was during their relaxation that Nijire started the conversation. I don't know if you know, Izuku, but Sir Night Eye was talking to Ryukyu about involving you and Rumi in a raid. Quirking an eyebrow, Rumi asked, Was that why Ryuko asked for me on Saturday? Nijire nodded. Yeah, apparently the target is named Overhaul. He's wanted for creating quirk-erasing bullets and using human blood in them. She didn't mention that there would be a meeting discussing the Overhaul raid on Wednesday. Izuku and Gabriel looked confused, while Rumi nodded knowingly. He's an S-rank villain, leading a Yakuza organization with over 200 members. His quirk can assemble and disassemble matter at the atomic level. There are rumors that the Shai Hasaikai are partnering with the League of Villains, Miruko explained. Can I eat him? Bru asked, tears in his eyes. Everyone's sweat dropped, and Izuku patted Baru's head. While I admire your determination, not every fight has to end with a kill. He then addressed his shadows. Muscular is an example. Ignoring the shock from Nijire and Rumi, he continued to comfort Bru, who was still upset. Wait, is that where the A-rank villain went? Rumi asked in disbelief. Izuku felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck as he noticed the cute yet angry look Nijire was giving him. He attacked the camp during summer, so Dracula dealt with him. Rumi nodded, while Nijire gave a slow nod of understanding. Speaking of which, Lolu, can you explain the 5 great dragons? Everyone knew the sound came from Izuku's shadow, as the size of the light dragon's head was too large. Yes, my liege. My sister Acnologia and I were told about them. Each dragon came from one of the 5. The creator, known as the One Above All, created 5 dragons to maintain balance. The Dragon of Infinity, Ophis, the Dragon of Dreams, Great Red, the Dragon of Fate, Fafnir, the Dragon of Apocalypse, Trihexa, and the Dragon of Salvation, Tianlong. These 5 are the most powerful, with Trihexa and Tianlong being similar to myself and Acnologia. 2 opposites that need each other, the yin and yang, Rumi murmured. Creation and destruction, Gabriel added, continuing the analogy. How can we defeat them if they turn against us? Izuku asked, concerned. The unknown nature of the 4 dragons was more dangerous than any other situation. Do not worry, my appealing liege, for I, Bru, will stand with you to the very end, the lovable aunt declared, with Gabriel squeezing Izuku's thigh. I agree, my liege, all of us will follow you, Acnologia said, with the other shadows expressing their support. Thank you, everyone. You are the best. A group hug ensued, with shadows intertwining. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku's room was filling with A-rank energies and hundreds of S-rank auras. Nijire and Rumi were accustomed to the national-level auras, but for UA staff and students, it was overwhelming, especially when some young hatchlings joined in. Izuku realized that the hatchlings were still young and unaware of the norms compared to the commander dragons. As the hatchlings approached national-level strength, students began to feel weak in the knees, prompting Nizu to call Izuku to lower the auras. Class 1A noticed Izuku had returned from his business and hoped to see him in the evening. Those weaklings will have to start getting used to our auras, Rumi joked, breaking the tension and eliciting laughter from everyone. Izuku wouldn't admit it, but the day had gone better than he expected. Not long after, Izuku's classmates began to arrive, and he greeted them with dinner ready. In the dorm living room, Izuku played Uno with Nijire, Rumi, Gabriel, Igris, Pain, Baruka, and Raphael, with Izuku currently winning. He had only one card left, while Rumi and Baruka had at least 20, and Pain had 2. The class watched the intense game, pride on the line, until Mina excitedly shouted, "I am joining in." With the ice broken, the class joined in playing Uno, and Izuku's smile grew just a bit larger. At the end of the massive Uno battle, it was no surprise that Izuku was the overall winner, with Pain coming in second. Rumi and Katsumi both sulked, having over 30 cards each. "How can I lose? I demand a rematch." Rumi and Katsumi shouted simultaneously. This is how the next 2 hours were spent among Class 1A, Izuku's girlfriends, and a couple of shadows. Pain POV. I neither know where I came from nor why I was fighting my liege at that gate. When I opened my eyes, I heard a feminine voice ordering me to eliminate the invaders. I theorized that the wooden statue near my liege and his girlfriend was the reason for my summons, but I had to fight nonetheless. It was the toughest battle I had faced. It might have been my first, but I was certain I had a life before being intertwined with the so-called Akitsuki gate. Unsurprisingly, I was summoned to join my liege's army, becoming the 12th strongest shadow, though 4th among humanoids if we didn't count the dragon commanders. I have a long way to go to become one of the strongest in the army, but my abilities are crucial to my liege, as everyone agrees. Despite my confusion, I felt happier than ever. Uno was a game that seemed simple enough, yet the humans struggled with it. While the outcome depended on luck, winning required strategizing which cards to play first. Regardless, I enjoyed spending time with my liege and felt blessed to be resurrected to be by his side. Now, I needed to grow stronger to reach the general class so I could start speaking with him. Normal POV. The class noticed that Izuku was feeling better after the previous day's challenges. Rikido made cookies for everyone, and the bonding session lasted longer than expected. Izuku remembered a meeting when he felt the same energy from Michael in his room, so he excused himself, leaving with his girls to his room. The shadows who had participated in Uno had left long before this. When Izuku entered his room, he saw 2 figures and rushed to hug one, who reciprocated. "Dad, it is so good to see you again," Izuku exclaimed while hugging his dad, with Nijire, Rumi, and Gabriel joining in. After catching up with his dad and ignoring Michael, the 6 returned to their discussions. Izuku was enjoying his holiday. After 4 weeks of school, internships, and battles, he decided to take a break. He invited Rumi and Nijire to a secluded island, with Gabriel joining them. Upon arriving, they saw 3 gates about to break, each at least S rank in strength. Izuku fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I just want to rest." He called out, "Lolu, Acnologia, please handle 1 each. Bru Mikao, take care of the 3rd. He knew it was overkill, but he wanted a break. After the shadows bowed, Izuku headed to the beach with the girls. While setting up a barbecue, he noticed a group playing football with a peculiar head that had only an eye and smoke rising from it. I don't even want to ask, he thought, unaware that this group were the villains from a different dimension. When Izuku entered his room, he saw 2 figures and rushed to hug one, who reciprocated. "Dad, it is so good to see you again," he said while hugging his dad, with Nijire, Rumi, and Gabriel joining in. They talked, with Hisashi asking if he was alright and if the angels were treating him well, catching him up on recent events. Michael started the conversation after they settled on the couch. "I am here to tell you more about the supernatural. Please hold your questions until I finish explaining." Receiving nods, the angel continued, "Supernatural is a general term for anything that isn't human, including various pantheons. Heat Henry is the Nordic or Germanic paganism pantheon. Hellenism is the Greek pantheon. Kemetic is the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Shinto is the Japanese pantheon. I hope that brings some context. The biblical pantheon consists of angels, fallen angels, and devils, with myself as the leader of the angels after our father, known as God, passed away after sealing Trihexa," Michael explained, ignoring the wide-eyed looks from everyone except Hisashi. From our research, you have 4 to 12 winged angels, but if my theory is correct, you have encountered single-set winged angels, right? He received a nod from Izuku, prompting Michael to continue. It's similar in our pantheon, but our numbers exceed 17 million. The fallen angels are those who fell from heaven by committing sin. Both of our groups share general powers of light, numbering around 8 million. Finally, there are the devils, whom you should be cautious of. He sighed. They have a similar ability to revive beings like us, but they cannot resurrect a human with a quirk factor. He noticed questions forming in the Villainous, Nijire, if he remembered correctly. Their population is around 25 million, primarily consisting of humans reincarnated as devils. Their powers are akin to your angels but also include bloodlines, ranging from high-tier destruction abilities to immortality, though they lack light-based attacks and can run out of mana. Michael maintained a smile. As I mentioned earlier, sacred gears were created by God to assist humans against the evil side of the supernatural. Most human leaders before the quirk era possessed some type of sacred gear. When they disappeared, those who held them lost their power, leading to a time when the Second Biblical War nearly erupted. He sighed, recalling the chaotic PRD. Most devils, barring the leaders, sought war with other pantheons out of jealousy and a longing to prove their power. During the first appearances of quirks, devils were the only race to experiment on humans, using them as slaves more than ever before. However, every existing pantheon united to prevent the devils from spreading across the earth, except in designated areas, and now they are monitored more closely than ever. The reason for our unity is that humans provide us strength. Through their prayers and thoughts, we can grow in power. Some pantheons even made oaths to protect humans. Michael refrained from mentioning that the devils had committed worse acts against humans at the beginning of the quirk era. After failing to resurrect them into their ranks, some devils attempted to breed humans with devils, but the offspring always became quirkless and rejected their devil heritage. Many people who lost their sacred gear were harmed for their perceived uselessness within the devil faction. The 4 leaders, Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium, almost faced a civil war but managed to quell the uprising by publicly executing the main leaders of the rebellion, including Zekrom Bale. This shocked all factions but solidified the trust in the 4 devil kings, as it was believed Zekrom held more political power than the others. After dealing with the resistance, the Devil Kings improved living conditions in the underworld, reducing the need for devils to venture into the human world except for specific locations designated by other factions. While some viewed this as unfair, the other pantheons assisted the devils with resources and manpower to create a better living environment. Wow, that is just the biblical faction, right? Rumi asked. Michael nodded. I will share more about the other factions shortly. But any questions? As expected, Nijire asked about the situation. Do the fallen angels have the same wing system as you? What about the devils? Can you perform elemental attacks like Izuku's shadow angels? With a flurry of questions, one stood out. How is heaven? Michael took a moment to gather his thoughts after the barrage of inquiries, then began to answer. Yes, the fallen angels have the same wing system as we do. While heaven has 4 12-winged angels, only Azazel possesses 12 wings. The devils typically have 1 pair of wings, though some families have unique types. Unfortunately, angels and fallen angels can only perform light attacks, although those from certain families can use elemental abilities, but they are limited in number. This continued for 10 minutes until Michael addressed Nijire's final question. Heaven is an appealing place, filled with greenery, and the nights are pure. I believe you would enjoy your visit. He finished with a beaming smile that resonated with the others in the room. The discussion continued for another 3 hours, with Izuku sharing his experiences with various supernatural gates, including the Heaven Castle, the Red Gate of Baba Yaga, and Devil Circles. He mentioned the Lance of Longinus, which the gamer showed to the Archangel, stating it was a superior weapon compared to the original Longinus held by St. Peter. With plans to visit heaven for a full day the following Tuesday, they bid farewell to Hisashi and Michael, looking forward to their upcoming meeting. Anyone want a late-night meal? Izuku asked, and the girls eagerly nodded, settling into high chairs as they watched him cook. Everyone was tired in one way or another, but they all had one thing in common. They were hungry. Did you know about the supernatural mullo? Rumi asked the miraculous mouse. The three kwamis were free to relax when no one else was in Izuku's room except for the four of them. Mullo spoke in her squeaky but adorable tone. We had an inkling that humans were not the only species, but we never saw any evidence of them. I believe they didn't know about us until Hawkmoth revealed us. Sass added, that is true, however, before Ladybug, we were rarely let out of the miraculous, so our knowledge is limited. I agree, but it is fun with you guys where we don't need to worry much about our safety, Kaki said, pausing as Izuku rubbed the top of its head. Got some food for you guys too, so eat up, Izuku said with a small smile. Minutes later, he brought out the rest of the food for the angel and three heroes. They later went to sleep with the three kwamis resting on top of Izuku's hair. Next day, classes returned to normal for the first-year hero students, with Izuku back in class. He greeted everyone as usual, and Shota started the class soon after his arrival. The afternoon hero training session involved weapons, led by Titania and a cheerful Kamikaze. Kamikaze apologized to Izuku for the actions of the organization he had worked for and thanked him for disbanding the hpsc. Izuku knew that the sword hero had been falsely coerced into working for the commission. The young monarch continued his training with both a katana and a long sword, often switching between the demonic and angelic swords with Igris. Urza Scarlet, a high A-rank hero with the potential to break into S-rank, had a dual quirk similar to Shoto's, allowing her to interchange armor and weapons. The drawback was that she could only have 5 different armors and 10 weapons stored at a time. Kamikaze's quirk allowed him to use vibrations through his body and sword, enhancing his speed and strength, which also applied to his swords. Izuku continued to analyze the two part-time teachers, shaking off his thoughts as he had to parry a sword strike from Heian. Kneeling down, he swept his legs, and the Korean student barely managed to jump over him, creating 2 swords aimed at Izuku. He blocked one with his kusanagi and pushed Heian off, causing her to flip in the air and land on her feet. She smirked and began to concentrate, and Izuku watched curiously as beads of sweat formed on her face. He noticed a sword being created every 2 seconds, with 7 already floating around her. Once the last one was done, Heian smirked as the swords pointed outward sharply and flew straight at him. With a smirk of his own, Izuku dodged the first 3, punched another, and jumped over the last 4, sensing that the remaining swords were following him. You have improved, Heian. Adding mana to his katana, he sliced through the remaining swords. Heian, breathing and with her hands on her knees, smiled. Thanks, I need to catch up, don't I? A somewhat cocky smirk appeared on her face, and she felt grateful for the time spent with Izuku. You are improving at an impressive rate. While this week is going to be busy for me, I can continue helping you next week, Izuku said, wanting the best for his friends. I would love that, she replied, happy at the prospect of spending more time with him. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, she saw Shoko flying towards Izuku after blocking a sword strike against Mizo. Izuku easily caught Shoko in his arms and placed her down gently. There, be careful next time, all right? He spoke softly, and the white-haired girl nodded in thanks, smiling. In front of the press, the Hero and Hunter Association building. The old hpsc building had been transformed into the HXHA, with All Might as president. Although he had full control, he sought the help of Nizu, Izuku, and Sir Night Eye to run it, with Nizu hiring additional staff to assist Toshinori. Sitting at a long table, 4 individuals faced a crowd of reporters. On the far left sat the head of Japan's police, a woman with dreadlocks whose quirk was a pressure similar to bloodlust but without the killing intent. To her left was the Prime Minister of Japan, whose quirk allowed for intermediate regeneration. In the middle sat All Might, the president of the new HXHA, and on the far right was Izuku, the youngest national-level hero, stronger than All Might himself. Behind them stood 8 individuals, each of the 4 having 2 bodyguards. After a couple of hours of discussion, All Might cleared his throat, quieting the press. Good afternoon, Japan. As promised 2 days ago, I will update you on the Hero and Hunter Association, what happened to the hpsc, and our plans for the future. He looked at the reporters. I am joined by Hirane Akuni, the Prime Minister of Japan. Onakiki Urawa, the head of the Japanese police, stood alongside Izuku Midoriya, the provisional hero known as Monarch. These names carried significant political weight, making people think twice before acting against them. Firstly, the hpsc is disbanded, Onakiki announced, with all the wrongdoings documented on the new Hero and Hunter Association website for those seeking evidence. Hawks was one of many heroes who were unable to act against the hpsc due to an explosive chip implanted in his brain, ready to detonate if he or another hero disobeyed orders. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Our medics have successfully removed these chips, allowing the heroes to retire or continue their work. Many wrongfully imprisoned individuals will also be released, as they were innocent victims used by the hpsc. Japan was in shock. While many had read the report online, the reality was still overwhelming. Our goal with the Hero and Hunter Association is to support Japan and its citizens. Times are tough with the rise in gate activity and ongoing villain threats. With Onakiki and Monarch, we will increase police patrols, heroes, and shadows to ensure your safety from both villains and gates. This also means more job opportunities for those who wish to assist on the front lines without facing significant danger. With Hirane's help, we will be opening positions in the Gate Monitoring Division, and more information will be available on our website for those interested. The mentioned individuals nodded in acknowledgement. We will also establish centers where hunters without higher licenses from hero schools can train and advance their ranks to access higher-level gates. Evaluations will be conducted, and if passed, you can progress to the next gate rank. This announcement brought smiles to many faces, as some felt that D-rank gates were too easy. Finally, we will implement a concept similar to Europe's quirk parks, where you can safely use your quirk for fun and training without fear of reprimand. Taking a deep breath, All Might asked, "Any questions?" No one shouted, but many hands shot up. All Might began selecting reporters to ask their questions. Hirane, Onakiki, and Izuku faced a barrage of inquiries, with the interview lasting over an hour. The questions ranged from weapons to quirk parks, and with calm and logical responses, it was clear that Japan was on the path to becoming a happier and safer place. Later, Izuku returned to his room where some classmates had prepared dinner, and the whole class gathered to eat together. He had reserved a low A-rank dungeon for them to explore the next day. With Gabriel absent, he turned to Tenshi. "Want to go stargazing on the roof?" It was a clear night, and Gabriel smiled in agreement. They teleported to the roof, where Izuku spread out a blanket. He lay down, and Gabriel rested her head on his chest as they gazed at the stars, the moon hidden from view. "It's nice," she whispered, noticing the unusually bright stars. "I agree." Izuku paused, and Gabriel sensed the shift in his mood. "I don't think I've told you why I love hiking and stargazing," he continued. Gabriel looked into his eyes, seeing the sadness reflected there. "I had a friend, my best friend. We did everything together, from camping to playing heroes. His temper was intense, but his heroic heart was unmatched." Gabriel felt concern grow within her. His favorite activities were hiking, stargazing, and exploring. "I think I inherited that love from him. These moments remind me of him, and I want to create good memories with the people I love." Izuku chuckled softly, and Gabriel hugged him tighter, sensing where this was heading. "He was like a brother to me. He never judged me and always tried to help. Unfortunately, life was not kind to him. When we were 11, doctors discovered he had heart cancer. Advancing to stage, he tried to stay strong, but it eventually spread to his lungs." Gabriel gasped softly. "He passed away just 6 months later. His last words to me were, 'I believe in you, Izuku. I know you can be the greatest hero in the world.' That's also why I have a healing skill." His name was Kei. Izuku's phone rang, interrupting him. He answered to hear Nizu's voice. "I'm sorry to ask this, Izuku, but can you handle a gate? It was neglected and is set to open tomorrow. It's located about 15 kilometers off the coast near Ise Bay and is classified as a high A-rank gate." Izuku sighed mentally. "Sure, send me the coordinates. I'll stay the night near Ise Bay." After hanging up, he turned to Gabriel. Want to complete a gate and then watch the stars on the beach? Though she felt frustrated at the interruption, she was glad for the extra time with him. Sure, why not? Izuku used Kamui to travel to Ise Bay, and the duo flew toward the gate on Kaisel's back. Flying straight into the gate, they discovered a cave system with water flowing from the bottom. A water dungeon? That's a first, Izuku remarked. Let's get this dealt with. He released his humanoid shadows, instructing, put the corpses into the inventory. The shadows moved swiftly, handling the monsters in every corner. The couple headed toward the strongest energy signature, which turned out to be a tall blue monster with a long snake tail and a dinosaur-like upper body adorned with fins. It wielded 2 tridents, and as they observed, it began to grow in size. A size-altering ability? Izuku noted. The monster's name appeared in pure white, suggesting it could range from E rank to mid-S rank, but Izuku's instincts told him it was a mid-A rank creature, Lord Naga of the Water Tribe. While I dislike that Nizu took us away, I believe it would be challenging for the heroes to clear this, Gabriel said, sending a light beam toward the monster, which deflected it with some difficulty. I can't fault him though. It's hard to reach this portal from the water, and if what Nizu told me is true, tomorrow the gate would have been broken, causing even more problems. Izuku used gravity to hold the boss in place while Gabriel unleashed a more powerful light beam, defeating it. Lord Naga of the Water Tribe has been defeated. With 60 Naga in his inventory, Izuku placed them in front of him alongside the Naga Lord. Arise. He realized he could name them and chose to name the Lord. Your name will be Jima. The level of your arisen shadows increased 60 Naga LV.15, Knight. Jima LV.1, Elite Knight. While on the weaker side of my shadows, their numbers should still help with gates and villains, Izuku assessed. In the entire world, only 4 S-rank gates had opened naturally, including those turned into red gates, Jeju Island, Washington Memorial, the Demon Red Gate, and a recent one in Russia. He didn't have many opportunities to acquire stronger shadows, mostly relying on keys and their leveling up. However, the world believed there were 2 more, one that Gunhigo claimed Izuku completed with the angels, and another involving dragons that he had recently finished. In Russia, 18 people gathered in one room, 12 of whom were hunters from Team Alpha. The other 6 represented the Russian Hero Association and the Monster Subjugation Team. Thank you for coming, a man at the podium said, capturing the attention of the others. This is the 6th S-rank gate to appear in the world. As you know, the previous 5 were mostly handled by Monarch from Japan, and each had levels and/or thousands of enemies, except for one. Jeju Island had swarms of insects. The Red Demon Gate that Star and Stripe entered had 8 levels with thousands of monsters, and the American Memorial had 40 monsters, but they were on par with national heroes. The 2 gates completed by Monarch, either alone or with Miruko, also had levels and thousands of enemies. Therefore, there is a high chance you will face thousands of foes. For your safety and that of Russia, you will be joined by Vladimir. Gasps echoed through the room as the leader of the Monster Subjugation Team handed the podium to Vladimir. A man in his 40s, strong and bold, stepped up. He was not only the strongest person in Russia but also the president. Good afternoon. As Maxim stated, I will be joining you. We never know what may happen in the gate. The respect for him was palpable, and some members of Team Alpha felt relieved. But this does not mean we will give in to cowardice. If we fail to complete this gate, the consequences for our motherland could be dire. The original participants nodded, loyal and devoted to their country. We will be going in tomorrow, so prepare yourselves and fight strong, my hunters. With this motivational speech, they were ready to tackle the first S-rank gate without Monarch's participation. Back with Izuku, after leaving the gate, the 2 flew toward the bay to rest for the upcoming day. Izuku promised to take his classmates to a gate. They both agreed that this gate had been too easy for them, but Izuku reminded Gabriel that even a stray knife could pose a threat. Izuku was patrolling the streets when he noticed something intriguing. Approaching it, he began to inspect the object. Soon, more people gathered to see what their hero Monarch was doing. After 30 minutes, nearly 24 heroes and police officers were also inspecting the item. The object in question was a manga bookstore showcasing a series released before Izuku entered UA, titled My Hero Academia. I might as well see what it's about, he thought, and ended up buying the entire collection, which told the story of one Izuku Midoriya receiving one for all while still having his mother instead of his father. This day marked a significant spike in the manga sales. After waking up with Gabriel on his chest in the hotel room they booked, Izuku and Gabriel got ready, with Izuku sending out 500 shadows to search for Nana. Despite months passing with no signs, he felt no rush, just curiosity. After enjoying hotel breakfast, the two leisurely traveled to UA on Kaisel. During the day, the class had regular lessons until after lunch when the 21 students and their teacher boarded a bus. As you already know, you will be going to a gate. I will allow Izuku to continue, Aizawa began while on the bus. I have booked us a high B rank gate that borders on a rank. Therefore, the boss will be low A rank at worst. Izuku addressed his classmates. The formation will be as we discussed. The 20 nodded in confirmation, understanding their roles. Izuku and Aizawa would observe, while the tankers, Rikido, Mezu, Edru and Kuji, prepared for battle. The mages included Mina, Ochako, Denki, Hanta, Yuga, and Shoko. The main attack force consisted of Momo, Katsumi, Fumikage, Heiin, Mashireo, Tenya, and Chika. Support roles were filled by Hitoshi, Toru, and Kyoka, with Mezu and Kuji also contributing to support. While it was rare to have such a large party, the group was ready for a gate that would feature larger monsters than usual. While future raids may present challenges with this group size, I believe we can make it work, Izuku encouraged them with a light smile. Light conversations sparked among the students as the bus continued toward the portal. This will be my second gate. The last one we did with Ketsubetsu was quite simple, Mina shared. Hey inside, Yoroi Musha is making every sidekick help with E and D rank gates, and I've already done over 5 with them. The Ice Princess nodded. Endeavor is making us do E to C ranks at least once a week, and he banned us from going into B and higher without an S rank hero. Doesn't that mean he cares about your safety, especially since you are his daughter? Kyoka asked. That old geezer thinks we are still too inexperienced, Katsumi replied, creating a moment of silence as many realized they were first-year students still learning to control their quirks. Tenya interjected, what she said is true, lack of experience can be dangerous. It's better for us to gradually increase the ranks of gates we can enter. Izuku added, what Tenya said is correct, Kaken. Even I started with E and D rank gates before moving to higher ranks. The first time I entered an S rank, I was lucky to survive. I trained more in the lower dungeons before attempting higher ranks. Katsumi nodded begrudgingly. Additionally, the HXH rule states that hero students with provisional licenses can only go to gates matching their rank level or serve as support for a higher rank. Since everyone here is at least B rank, with some in a rank, we can all enter this high B rank gate. Just then, the bus stopped near the gate entrance. Izuku clapped. Remember, Sensei and I always have your backs, so don't worry. After meeting with the gate control unit of HXH and completing the formalities, the group entered the gate. Inside the gate, Izuku and Aizawa moved to the back, where Gabriel emerged to greet them. Good morning, Gabriel, Aizawa said. Good morning to you too, Gabriel replied with a small smile. Izuku explained, from my research, this gate will be filled with snow golems. They may move as fast as a low B rank, but their resistance is higher, being at low A rank. Gabriel nodded and Aizawa added, and here they come. The long-distance attack group fired their shots, with Dark Shadow delivering the finishing blow. They are getting stronger. By the end of this school year, I believe everyone in the class will reach at least A rank, Aizawa complimented, smiling for once. Izuku nodded, I will also be summoning these monsters. How come, Izuku? Aizawa asked curiously. I have over 1,000 spaces to use, Izuku replied, ignoring Aizawa's surprised expression. These snow golems are good for protection and decisive finishes, as their strength is formidable. Arise. With that, a snow golem began to rise, catching the attention of some of Class 1A. The shadow stood about 5 meters tall, bulky, with arms reaching the ground, its color a mix of black and light blue where the snow spikes were. The shadow has been upgraded. Snow Golem LV.18. Understandable, I guess, Aizawa said, observing as Heian cut another snow golem in half while Kyoka sent out a sound wave, allowing Chika to toss Denki into the air to electrocute the monster. 2 Snow Golem LV.18. As time passed, more monsters appeared, and Izuku summoned additional shadows, ultimately raising 54 snow golems. They found themselves in a large room, the boss room, where the boss towered over the snow golems, producing even more snow. Be careful, this monster can control an element, Izuku warned his classmates as they faced the Lord of the Snow Golems, Golu. He estimated it to be around level 5, a challenge for his classmates but manageable for him. Izuku theorized that the shadow would be at a higher level, similar to the snow golems. The plan was straightforward. Momo created heat grenades to be thrown after the tankers blocked the initial attack. The strategy unfolded as expected, with Katsumi flying high to distract Golu while Hanta tied its legs. Mina and Shoko launched their attacks at the monster. However, when the heat grenades went off, Golu retreated, forming snowballs. Tenya and Rikidu shattered the flying snowballs, and Yuga fired his naval laser at the creature. Toru stealthily placed an explosive bomb on Golu's legs, and Tsuyu pulled her back just before the explosion. Amidst the dust and snow, Mezu and Kyoka sensed the monster while Mashru and Kuji prepared to block another wave of snowballs. Katsumi used her AP shot to distract Golu, allowing Ochako to touch it and place a metal disc on its body, which Denki then shot. Chika utilized her speed and a sword to sever one of its arms, enabling Hanta to secure its legs properly. With the monster immobilized, Fumikage unleashed Dark Shadow to punch it, and finally, Katsumi descended from the air, delivering a decisive blow that severed Golu's head. Lord of the Snow Golems Golu has been defeated. Izuku clapped his hands, praising his classmates. Well done. You didn't panic when your plan faltered and defeated the boss in just 2 minutes. He turned to Aizawa, asking, I think they can go into a low A-rank dungeon next time? Aizawa nodded in agreement. Approaching the fallen monster, Izuku commanded, Arise, Golu. A shadow version of the Lord of the Snow Golems emerged, confirming Izuku's theory. The shadow soldier entered Izuku's shadow and he added, I have the crystals and the bodies, so if you'd like, I can sell them and distribute the rewards. After receiving a nod of approval, the group exited, with Gabriel and Izuku chatting. In Sir Nightie's agency meeting room an hour later, the number of heroes present surprised many. Sir Night-Eye stood at the front with his 2 sidekicks, while his intern, Lemillion, sat on the table. Among the 15 local heroes were Rocklock, Fat Gum with his intern Sun Eater, Ryukyu with her intern Nijire-chan, and Miruko. The door opened to reveal Shota Aizawa and a shadow soldier named Burr. I apologize, Izuku couldn't attend as he has a meeting with the Prime Minister, Aizawa explained. Burr, it's nice to see you again, Rumi said, patting the ant-shaped shadow on the head. Sir Night-Eye sighed. I suppose that's acceptable. I assume Burr is here in place of Monarch. Burr had been instructed to be cooperative, nodding in agreement. My liege asked his servant to oversee preparations for taking down the villain, Burr stated, and everyone nodded, familiar with his role since the all-for-one fight. Continuing on, we have found more details. Fatgum, would you mind? Sir Night-Eye asked. Fatgum nodded. While patrolling with Sun Eater, we intervened in a small gang war. At the end, Sun Eater was shot with this. He displayed a small plastic bag containing a bullet. This is a quirk erasing bullet, effective for 4 hours. We found blood in the bullet, which we were already aware of. He produced another bag. A few days later we encountered another bullet, this time with effects lasting a full day. At this rate, they may develop a bullet that erases quirks completely. Gasps echoed around the table, but Sir Night-Eye continued, Thank you, Fatgum. We have located the residence and will be attacking this Sunday. He scanned the room. The reason for this timing is that everyone, including the 8 precepts of death and overhaul, will be present. Any questions? Burr asked, Does the leader's power work similarly to the student with the decay quirk? Sir Night Eye blinked, and Rumi translated. Burrow is asking if Overhaul has a quirk similar to Tamura Shigaraki. Sir Night Eye confirmed, that power does not affect the shadows. Burrow nodded, understanding that Overhaul's quirk would be ineffective against them. Izuku's POV. I sighed contentedly, having secured a contract with the Japanese government and the HXH, which was why I missed the meeting about the Overhaul raid. Burrow appeared beside me, saying, "My liege, the humans organizing the raid said it will commence this Sunday. May this servant join as well?" I smiled. "Sure, I don't mind." I patted Burrow's head, and the shadow soldier returned to my shadow. "Toby, Zetsu, did you find anything?" I asked the duo in charge of searching for Nana. They shook their heads, with Zetsu handing me a map of Japan. Over 2/3 of Japan has been searched, but the base where Nana is hidden must be very secretive, I thought to myself. Thank you, keep up the good work. Now I have to finish the preparations for the fake funeral. Russian S-rank gate. How could we deal with this? A person shouted. The Alpha Squad and Vladimir had failed to complete the gate. Out of the 12 Alpha Squad members, only one survived. She was the one who managed to get an unconscious Vladimir out. Her final words were, "Poison, it's poisonous, and nothing can protect us from it." Then she fell unconscious. The news spread quickly in Russia that the S-rank gate had failed, prompting multiple S-rank heroes who were not in the Alpha Squad to arrive. Medics began treating the president of Russia and the surviving Alpha Squad member. "We can only put them in a medically induced coma." "What is this poison?" a frantic medic said. Another medical staff member responded, "There are only 2 S-rank healers in the world. The Korean one is retired and won't leave Korea, and then there's Monarch. He might be able to heal them." Outside the medical unit, over 15 S-rank heroes and more than 50 A-rank heroes were on standby in case the S-rank gate unleashed monsters. "This is bad," one of the heroes said, as the Russian army stood ready for the worst. "The top squad in the country is taken out, and our president too? How does Monarch deal with these gates?" Frustration grew, but the heroes' respect for Monarch increased for successfully handling multiple S-rank gates. The vice president was heard on a call with the Monster Subjugation Unit commander. "I will contact the Hero and Hunter Commission of Japan to request Monarch's help, not only to heal our injured but also to deal with the gate." Izuku had just finished a gate by himself, but when he exited the portal, he found himself on a deserted road. Attempting to connect to the internet proved futile. What is happening? He wondered. Spotting a car, he waved for it to pull over. Inside were 2 men, one frail with glasses and the other with white hair and tinted glasses. "Excuse me, but which way is it to UA?" Izuku asked sheepishly. Both men blinked in confusion. "UA? What is that?" "A school?" the white-haired man asked. Izuku was taken aback. "Don't you know? It's a high school for training heroes to use their quirks," he replied uncertainly. "Are you all right there, young man?" the frail man asked. To both men's surprise, the white-haired man exited the car. "You're strong, but you don't have any cursed energy, just a different source." He pulled off his BLNDFLD. "What are you?" he asked, giving Izuku a sharp stare. Izuku blinked. "Cursed energy? I do have mana." He then used his ability to block the white-haired man's punch. "And now, what are you doing?" The man smirked. "You also have the same ability as I, Infinity. My name is Satoru Gojo, and you?" "Izuku Midoriya," he replied, smiling with closed eyes. Izuku anticipated what would happen next. When Satoru rushed forward, Izuku opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan in the Mangekyo version, and used his ability to evade Satoru's attack. Satoru, not wanting to lose, declared, "Domain expansion, unlimited void," trapping Izuku. To Satoru's surprise, Izuku countered with his own, "Domain expansion, total darkness." The 2 domains clashed, neither gaining the upper hand, causing both to break. "Want to finish?" "I still need to find a way home," Izuku asked. Sure, why not?" With that, Izuku Midoriya and Satoru Gojo became friends, bonded by their love of fighting and teasing each other. It was the day of the fake funeral for Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku was meeting 3 of his father's friends from America, accompanied by Nijire, Rumi, Aizawa, and the Bakugo family. In the morning, they said their goodbyes to the fake body of Hisashi, and Izuku shed a few tears. It took only 30 minutes for the body to be cremated by a quirk user. The ashes were placed in a vase and finally interred in the Midoriya grave, where Inko Midoriya lay. At the back, some of Izuku's shadows stayed to pay their respects at his father's memorial service. The ceremony was brief, but afterward, Izuku invited everyone for a meal to express his gratitude for their attendance. He also arranged hotel rooms for the guests from America, realizing they were his father's true friends. The next day, Izuku used his powers to travel to America for his internship. Kathleen planned to show him the differences between night and day patrols. Since it was nighttime in America, Izuku would miss school. "How's Zest? I haven't seen her since sword practice. Why didn't you tell me she was going to teach at UA?" Izuku playfully glared at his sister figure, who had a leshy shadow in her presence. The #1 hero in America chuckled. She wanted to try teaching and is considering it as a side job. "We'll meet Zest at the end of the patrol." With a serious tone, Izuku said, "I've placed an 8-winged angel in Zest's shadow and a leshy in yours." Kathleen flinched slightly, reminded of Izuku's recent loss. "If you're in a bind, the leshy will help, or you can call me for assistance. A leshy is a high S rank to low national level." Kathleen smiled. "Thanks for that. I'll let Zest know." An hour into their patrol, Izuku asked, "Hey Star, I have a question about the gates." They had just dealt with a robbery and finished with the police. "Is there an area in the USA where monsters have taken control?" Sighing, she replied, "Oklahoma and Kansas have areas overrun by monsters. Alaska, being the largest state, has many monsters breaking out of the gates." "Why do you ask?" "I was wondering if I could send my shadows to clear those monster-infested areas." Kathleen face-bombed, "I sometimes forget you have shadows. I'll call the president of the Hero Association to arrange that." As Star made the call, Izuku summoned his shadows. Mikao, Burrow, Pain, Igris, Baruka, Raphael. The 6 shadows appeared. "I'm assigning you to eliminate any monsters that have emerged and collect the bodies of B-rank monsters and above for our shared inventory." The only shadows not protecting his classmates were Toby and Zetsu, who were searching for Nana at incredible speeds. Kathleen interrupted, "Sorry Izuku, but can you also send shadows to Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, and South Dakota?" The president and the Hero Commission agreed, "And you can keep the monster corpses and stones if you handle the gates there too." Izuku nodded, muttering, "Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, and Alaska." He called out, "Conan, come out too." With those 7 shadows, all at the captain level, he instructed, "Tell the president I'll be sending shadows to those states and others around America to handle all gate breaches." Star nodded in thanks and shared reports of monster outbreaks. "I need you all to eliminate all monsters, complete all gates, and collect monster corpses and magic stones." He assigned tasks. Mikao, take the Nomu, Lightning Dracos, and Kuzu to Oklahoma. After they bowed, they left. "Burrow, you're going to Kansas with Ant Soldiers, Poison Dracos, Dark Vampires, and Haydn." That group bowed and departed. "Pain, you'll go to Colorado with Darara, Fire Dracos, Stuck Vampires, and the Vadianoi and Alkanost." They bowed and left. "Igris, command the Knights and High Orcs, including Tusk, along with Mages, Itachi, and Earth Dracos to Nebraska." After bowing, they departed too. "Baruka, you'll head to Iowa with Sasori, Wind Dracos, Elder Vampires, Ice Elves, Fluffy, and Ice Bears, including all Snow Golems." This was the largest group, and after bowing, they left. "Raphael, you'll take Orochimaru, Uriel, Sadkiel, Water Dracos, the Virtues, the Thrones, and the remaining angels to South Dakota." They bowed and left. "Finally, Conan, you're going to Alaska." Izuku smiled at her. "As the largest state, you'll be in charge of more shadows than the others." He thought he saw Conan blush, filled with pride at the trust he placed in her. You'll take both light and dark Dracos, Fisher, Rusalka, the last Leshy, and both serpents of light and dark. Have fun. With the largest group now numbering 240, they bowed and departed towards Alaska. Izuku ignored Kathleen, whose eyes were wide. Darkness and light hatchlings, power angels, cherubs, and four-winged angels, please go to the areas Starenstipe indicated but make rounds around the USA to ensure no monsters are out of the gates. With that, they left after bowing. Now, we need to make sure no gates appear at sea with monsters on the loose in the waters. Kisame and Dracula will take 30 Naga each and scout both sides of the American Ocean. The 62 split into two groups after bowing, with Kisame's group heading west and Dracula's group going east. I won't lie, you could easily take over any country you want, Star said. Izuku waved her off. Too much paperwork, he joked, and Star laughed. But I don't want to, even if I can, there is no point. The two were then joined by Gabriel for their night patrol in California. Nomu ranking system. Normal grade nomus are low-tier. Elite grade nomus are mid-tier. Night grade nomus are upper-tier. Elite night grade nomus are near high-end. Captain grade nomus are high-end. General grade nomus are upper high-end. Commander grade nomus are perfect tier. Hashtag grade and hashtag grade nomus are ultimate tier. Mikao team to Oklahoma. Mikao LV.47, Captain. 3-faced high-end Nomu. Kakazu LV.11, Captain. 50 Lightning Draco LV.3, Captain. Trunk LV.2, Captain. High-end Nomu. 3 near high-end Nomu LV.17, Elite Knight. 10 upper-tier Nomu LV.26, Knight. 8 upper-tier Nomu LV.6, Knight. Brew team to Kansas. Brew LV.47, Captain. Hayden LV.5, Captain. 50 Poison Draco LV.3, Captain. 31 Dark Vampire LV.34, Elite Knight. 24 Gothic Vampire LV.34, Elite Knight. 20 Ant Soldiers LV.25, Elite Knight. Pain team to Colorado. Pain LV.34, Captain. Dare LV.13, Captain. 50 Fire Draco LV.3, Captain. 4 Stuck Sinning Vampire LV.35, Elite Knight. 14 Vadianoi LV.28, Elite Knight. 46 Alkanost LV.24, Elite Knight. Igris team to Nebraska. Igris LV.32, Captain. Itachi LV.21, Captain. 50 Earth Draco LV.3, Captain. Tusk LV.25, Elite Knight. 6 Magicians LV.23, Elite Knight. 20 High Orc Bodyguards LV.10, Elite Knight. 33 Knight LV.3, Elite Knight. 20 High Orc LV.20 Tight. Baruka team to Iowa. Baruka LV.31, Captain. Sasori LV.11, Captain. 50 Wind Draco LV.3, Captain. 4 Elder Vampire LV.2, Captain. Fluffy LV.36, Elite Knight. 10 Ice Elves LV.13, Elite Knight. 20 Ice Bears LV.13, Elite Knight. Golu LV.20 Tight. Lord of the Snow Golems. 54 Snow Golem LV.1 Nate. Raphael team to South Dakota. Raphael LV.27, Captain. Orochimaru LV.20, Captain. Uriel LV.16, Captain. 50 Water Draco LV.3, Captain. Sadkiel LV.3, Captain. 7 Virtues LV.33, Elite Knight. 10 Ten-Winged Angels LV.29, Elite Knight. 28 Eight-Winged Angels LV.21, Elite Knight. 22 more are in Japan and 1 with Zest. 8 Throne Angels LV.12, Elite Knight. Conan team to Alaska. Conan LV.20, Captain. Fisher LV.16, Captain. 50 Serpent of Light LV.13, Captain. 50 Serpent of Darkness LV.13, Captain. Leshy LV.4, Captain. Starenstipe, Nijire, Shoko, and Heiin each have 1. 50 Darkness Draco LV.3, Captain. 50 Light Draco LV.3, Captain. 37 Rusalka LV.15, Elite Knight. Around the USA. 100 Darkness Hatchlings LV.26, Captain. 100 Light Hatchlings LV.26, Captain. 35 Power Angels LV.8, Elite Knight. 6 Winged. 30 Cherubs LV.29, Knight. 44 Winged Angels LV.26, Knight. Ocean. Kisame LV.21, Captain. Dracula LV.20, Captain. 60 Naga LV.15, Knight. Towards the end of the night patrol in California, Izuku and Kathleen split up, with Kathleen on the north side of California while Izuku was in the south, specifically San Diego. He was leisurely flying when something caught his attention. A spear. Gabriel, can you stay hidden on one of these building tops? If I think it is who I suspect, I will need you outside of my shadow, Izuku instructed. He caught the spear with his hand and crushed it. Sure, darling, Gabriel replied, hiding herself on top of the building. Izuku flew downwards to meet a man with a small smirk on his face. The man wore a black compress shirt, baggy tan trousers, and martial arts slippers. He had green eyes, black hair reaching his ears, and a scar at the corner of his right lip. A purple creature resembling an overgrown worm rested above his shoulders. Izuku recognized him. The hero hunter, Toji Fushiguro. You're the only man wanted in North and South America for killing 3 national rank heroes and 34 S-rank heroes. I see you've heard of me. Will you become my 4th national ranker? Toji asked. Why me? And why in San Diego instead of somewhere else? Izuku inquired. Some people want you dead, and they are offering a lot of money for your head. Sighing, Izuku responded, would you kindly tell me who I need to capture after I capture you? Toji smirked. You'll be dead anyway, it's a guy named Overhaul from Japan. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Ah, thank you. Just then he dodged a slash from a chain with a spearhead at the end. He jumped back but realized he couldn't summon his shadows. Ah, I see you caught on, Toji said with a smirk. All of your shadow soldiers in your shadow can't escape. My quirk allows me to nullify one ability of my opponent for some time, and your shadows are the biggest concern. However, Izuku smirked, knowing he still had hundreds of shadows out and about, awaiting his call. Whilst I love my shadows, I know I can defeat you. But first, let's get into a less populated area, shall we? Izuku smiled as he rushed forward and kicked the hero hunter in the side, sending him flying towards the beach. Gabriel, can you join in 2 minutes? Izuku asked telepathically, and she agreed readily. Toji stood up, stretched, and blocked Izuku's slash from Samehada. With a 3-section staff that emerged from the worm's mouth, he created a crater in the ground comparable to an all-might punch at 50%. Izuku jumped up, but to his surprise, Toji was behind him. Hundreds of basketball-sized flying insects tried to attack the Monarch. Quickly activating Infinity, Izuku attempted to block the inverted Spear of Heaven, but the spear nullified his ability, puncturing his shoulder and bypassing his cloak. In shock, Toji pulled the spear back and punctured Izuku 4 times in the chest, delivering a final stab through his neck, allowing the spear's end to be seen at the back of his neck. What shocked the bounty hunter was that even with the spear through Izuku's neck, Izuku held on to Toji, despite being punched back. The greenette fell to his knees, coughing up blood, trying to heal himself, but he saw Toji inject himself with a substance. I never used this, but you are the hardest target to kill, Monarch. Now all of your powers are deactivated. Sheet. Gabriel, help. Izuku barely dodged the playful cloud, unable to use any skills. How does his quirk work? The greenette thought, feeling his HP lowering and fatigue increasing rapidly while he held pressure on his throat, hoping to survive long enough. A small smile appeared on his lips as he saw Gabriel approaching, sending multiple light spears at Toji. Darling, Gabriel shouted in worry, you will be all right. Izuku wasn't sure if she was trying to reassure herself or him, but he allowed her to start healing him a bit. After his throat was closed, he said, his weapons. One of them can bypass my infinity. Gabriel continued healing the 5 other punctures, but they would leave scars until Izuku fell asleep. His quirk doesn't allow me to use any of my skills. Then Izuku saw Toji return with a weapon he didn't want tested on his shadows, so he pushed Gabriel away, resulting in his left arm being chopped off. Ugh. The split soul katana did exactly what its name suggested. If it cut a shadow, the shadow soldier would die. Huh, sacrificing your arms so your precious shadow wouldn't actually die, Toji laughed. Izuku felt light, beginning to understand. He could feel his skills slowly unlocking one by one, but he needed a new skill. A small smirk appeared on his bloody and punctured form. Smoke screen. Alarm. New skill has been discovered. Skill. Smoke screen LV.1. Active, the 4th gift from All Might's predecessors. It produces smoke around the user to negate any vision and hearing to everyone but the user. The higher the level, the denser the smoke screen becomes. 100 MP to activate, and 10 MP per second to expand the mist. A mist formed, made up of water. Izuku rushed in and continued the attack, with Toji barely beginning to block. Izuku sent out a couple of red blasts from gravity manipulation, feeling that skill activate. As Toji was momentarily blocked, Izuku used Darkness Overlord to hold him, while Gabriel went behind Toji and knocked him out with a chop to the neck. Thank you, Gabriel, you literally saved my life. Izuku stumbled towards Toji to tie him up and collect all the weapons to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Item, Split Soul Katana, rank SS. Item, Inverted Spear of Heaven, rank SS. Item, Chain of 1,000 Miles, rank S. Item, Playful Cloud, rank S. While Izuku was binding Toji and collecting the weapons, Gabriel approached the worm and defeated it with her heel, placing it in Izuku's inventory. Now standing with a missing left arm, 4 stab wounds in his chest, 1 in his shoulder, and a partially healed scar on his neck, Izuku thought one thing. Tobi, Zetsu. Every shadow in Japan. Drop what you are doing and kill Overhaul. With that, Izuku kneeled down as his fatigue reached. Tobi, Zetsu. Every shadow in Japan. Drop what you are doing and kill Overhaul. That was the order that Izuku Midoriya, their liege, spoke through his mind. Zetsu, Obito, 3 Leshy, Slimy, Beast, 22 8-winged angels, Luna, and Donald received the order and silently left the shadows of the people they were assigned to, moving towards the base that Overhaul was using. Shadows in Japan. Donald LV.2, Night, Great Siberian Bison. Luna LV.7, Night, White Tiger Boss. 8-winged angels LV.21, Elite Knight. Beast LV.3, Captain. High-end Nomu. Leshy LV.4, Captain. Zetsu LV.5, Captain. Slimy LV.22, Captain. High-end Nomu. Tobi LV.32, Captain. As darkness fell, the 31 shadows gathered in an abandoned building near Overhaul's base to strategize. Zetsu reported that the 8 precepts of death, along with Overhaul and his top 2 lieutenants, were present. They faced a troubling situation. An elderly man in a comatose state and a child who appeared to have been experimented on were also there. Izuku had commanded the shadows to clear the USA of monsters and gates. They understood that reaching their level cap would lead to immediate promotion, a rare occurrence that strained their liege's mind. However, with Izuku's intelligence reaching 528, he could occasionally issue commands automatically. Each group was assigned to their respective states, with some taking 30 minutes and others 2 to 3 hours. Once they completed their tasks, they were to move outward to states with fewer monsters. Mikao's team to Oklahoma. Mikao LV.47, Captain. 3-faced high-end Nomu. Kakazu LV.11, Captain. 50 Lightning Draco LV.3, Captain. Trunk LV.2, Captain. High-end Nomu. Near high-end Nomu LV.17, Elite Knight. 10 upper-tier Nomu LV.26, Knight. 8 upper-tier Nomu LV.6, Knight. Mikao, the 3-faced Nomu defeated by Izuku and Star and Stripe on Eye Island, received his orders and led 73 shadow soldiers to Oklahoma, arriving in under 30 minutes. They quickly assessed the situation. The countryside was overrun with monsters, numbering over 500, ranging from E rank to A rank. Mikao, eager to impress his liege, commanded the lightning Dracos to surround Oklahoma while he, Trunk, and Kakazu approached from different directions. In just 5 hours they cleared all monsters, including the gates, collected crystals, and dealt with any that had escaped. Mikao grinned, proud to be a general now, knowing his liege would be pleased. Bruce team to Kansas. Bru LV.47, Captain. Hayden LV.5, Captain. 50 Poison Draco LV.3, Captain. 31 Dark Vampire LV.34, Elite Knight. 24 Gothic Vampire LV.34, Elite Knight. 20 Ant Soldiers LV.25, Elite Knight. Baru led 126 Shadows to Kansas, a state larger than Oklahoma, taking just over 30 minutes to arrive from California. Their strategy mirrored that of the Oklahoma team, but with a stronger contingent, they completed their mission in 4 hours. Baru enjoyed the experience, consuming parts of monsters along the way, though he realized that the benefits were minimal compared to when he had consumed stronger foes. Payne's team to Colorado. Payne LV.34, Captain. Dare LV.13, Captain. 50 Fire Draco LV.3, Captain. 4 Stucked Sinning Vampire LV.35, Elite Knight. 14 Vodianoi LV.28, Elite Knight. 46 Alkanost LV.24, Elite Knight. Payne's team reached Colorado in just 15 minutes, having dealt with over 100 monsters from Utah en route. He found the Alkanosts more effective than his second-in-command, relying on their abilities to mitigate damage. In Colorado, Payne summoned additional creatures for support to handle the giants rampaging in the Grand Mesa. After 4 hours, he smirked, having achieved the rank of general, eager to report back to his liege. Igris's team to Nebraska. Igris LV.32, Captain. Itachi LV.21, Captain. 50 Earth Draco LV.3, Captain. Tusk LV.25, Elite Knight. 6 Magicians LV.23, Elite Knight. 20 High Orc Bodyguards LV.10, Elite Knight. 33 Knight LV.3, Elite Knight. 20 High Orc LV.20. Igris's team took 45 minutes to arrive in Nebraska. With fire in his eyes, he sensed over 300 monsters on the loose and more than 50 gates yet to be closed. Driven by the longing to surpass Baruka and grow closer to his beloved liege, Igris relied on the magicians to pinpoint the locations of the monsters, especially those that could burrow underground. Baruka's team was en route to Iowa, leading a formidable group of shadow soldiers. Baruka, an ice elf previously defeated by Izuku, commanded 141 soldiers, and after a lengthy journey, they swiftly cleared the area of monsters and gates. Baruka and Sasori decided to split their forces, with Baruka heading towards Minnesota and Wisconsin, while Sasori moved on to Illinois and Indiana. Meanwhile, Raphael led his team to South Dakota. Despite being the second most powerful angel in Izuku's army, he relied on the strategic minds of his younger brother Uriel and Orochimaru. After a quick planning session, they efficiently dealt with the threats in South Dakota and split into 3 groups. Orochimaru took some Dracos and 8-winged angels to Wyoming, Uriel led another group to North Dakota, and Raphael headed towards Montana with the remaining forces. Conan and her team took nearly 3 hours to reach Alaska. Upon arrival, she quickly organized her forces to surround and eliminate any foes. Conan was determined to upgrade her rank to general, hoping to gain the opportunity to speak with her liege. Reflecting on her past, she felt a renewed sense of loyalty, now directed towards Izuku. Her team completed their mission in Alaska in about 7 hours, aided by other shadow soldiers who joined them. In other parts of the country, a different group executed a reverse strategy to clear the remaining states. They spread out, with elite knights and knights filling in the gaps to defeat monsters. California was cleared in under an hour, thanks to the swift actions of Star and Stripe. The group continued through Arizona and Oregon, eventually joining forces with other shadows. The western side of America was cleared in 6 hours, while a small group of hatchlings headed to Hawaii to handle some monsters there. Texas proved to be the most challenging, taking 8 hours to complete due to the assistance needed from teams in nearby states. In the ocean, Dracula and Kisame led their teams without encountering much resistance, although they faced some challenges along the Oregon coast. Kisame's group took over 4 hours to reach the east side, where they met up with other shadows in Maine, having dealt with oceanic monsters that emerged from a gate in South Carolina. As the shadows sensed their liege calling for help, those remaining in Izuku's shadow found themselves trapped. The 8 dragon commanders rallied their forces, with Lolu urging anyone who could assist their liege. Burrow expressed his eagerness to confront the enemy, while Mizuchi noted their luck in having Gabriel stay behind to help. Wait, what? The water dragon sounded panicked. That human has a weapon that can breach all our defenses and has struck our liege in the neck. Aurora spoke with worry, as shadows surged from Izuku's shadow to assist him. Igris's deep voice broke through the tension. We are coming. I estimate 15 minutes for my team. Jinx added, Raphael, we need your healing. Silence fell among the shadows, who were not with Izuku, as the dragon commanders remained quiet. That human has a weapon that can kill us for good. Acnologia whispered, Our liege sacrificed his arm to save Gabriel. I will arrive in 10 minutes. I'm flying as fast as I can, Raphael announced, then commanded, The angel with Zest and Leshy with Star and Stipe, get them to our liege. His voice, though commanding, was filled with concern. Yes, Lord Raphael, replied an 8-winged angel and a Leshy as they materialized near the heroes. To their surprise, Zest and Star were already rushing toward Izuku's location. Lord Raphael, they are already on their way. Zest should arrive in 1 minute, the Leshy reported. Back with Izuku. After issuing commands to the shadow soldiers in Japan, Izuku knelt and coughed up blood, while Gabriel tried to heal him. Tears streamed down her face as Izuku lifted his remaining arm to wipe them away. Don't cry, Tenchi. I will be all right, he said, managing a small smile despite his condition. More tears fell from Gabriel's eyes as she looked at her lover in pain. Her gaze turned fierce as she glanced at Toji's unconscious body, trying to approach him. But Izuku gently grasped her hand. It's not worth it, he murmured, coughing up more blood as his stab wounds began to close. As people arrived, gasps filled the air. Among them were heroes from the Star and Stripe Agency, including Zest. Izuku, she whispered, horrified by his injuries. What happened? She asked gently, while other heroes worked to heal him and take Toji into custody. The commotion attracted reporters as well. When a camera zoomed in on Izuku, standing bloodied and missing an arm, the horror was palpable. But as the camera pulled back, it revealed Toji Fushiguro, a notorious villain, tied up. Shadow soldiers returned, and Raphael landed behind Izuku, beginning to heal him. Thank you, Raphael, Izuku said, his voice a raspy whisper. To his surprise, Raphael replied gently, Worry not, my liege. I'll always stand by your side. I'm glad you're better now. The healers stepped back, recognizing Raphael as the best healer in Izuku's shadow army. Izuku's eyes glistened with gratitude. I'm glad you became a general, Raphael. We can finally talk. He cherished his shadows like family, and with the exception of Gabriel, they were all like children to him. We should celebrate when this storm is over, he chuckled. Raphael smiled back. Thank you, my liege. However, your arm. I cannot heal it. The soul of your arm is missing. Gabriel whispered, It was a sword that severed your arm, darling. That sword could have killed us. A shudder ran through her. Pain materialized nearby, speaking with a mature, gruff voice. I'm glad you're better, my liege. We were worried about our connection. Izuku smiled weakly. I'm happy you're a general too, Pain. Let's talk later. We have more people here. With a nod, the shadows returned to Izuku's shadow, except for Gabriel, Raphael, and Pain. Zest stood in shock, recalling when Izuku introduced Gabriel and her rank during a previous training session. 2 more general-level shadows. They must be mid to high national level, she thought, overwhelmed. She hugged Izuku tightly after his wounds were mostly healed. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku groaned, "You're hugging me too tightly, Zest." He chuckled, wrapping his remaining arm around her. After a moment, they broke the embrace just as Kathleen rushed toward Izuku. He gulped slightly, preparing for a bear hug. The number one hero enveloped him in her arms, tears escaping her eyes. "Where is that guy? Can I take him out?" she asked, her protective instincts shining through. Izuku ignored Gabriel, Raphael, and Pain, who nodded to Kathleen's amazing idea. He sighed. "Toji Fushiguro is captured. The other heroes and police are taking him to prison." He pointed to the unconscious form of Toji. "Toji, you mean the high-ranking hero bounty hunter?" Izuku nodded, and Star and Stripe hugged him tighter. "I'm glad you won and are safe. Although what are you doing about your arm?" she asked, worried. "I have a way." Izuku smiled lightly as he summoned a bottle from his inventory and began drinking from it. Holy Elixir of Healing 4 of 6 item class, S-type, consumable. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease and heal everything from a missing limb to a failing heart. The effect only takes place when the entire bottle is consumed, restoring life energy. To everyone's surprise, the arm that Raphael couldn't regrow began to form, and all scars that would heal by the next day vanished. In just 30 seconds, Izuku looked as good as new, aside from his clothes, which were marked with punctures and slashes. "This feels amazing," Izuku exclaimed, feeling his body return to its pre-battle condition. The wording he used could be interpreted in many ways. Pain and Raphael chuckled, while Gabriel and Zest both blushed at his expression. Star and Stripe only chuckled at her younger brother figure. "Do you have many of these potions?" Kathleen asked. Izuku shook his head and spoke quietly, "Only 4 left. These potions heal the soul too, unlike my shadows, which only heal the body." Reporters rushed towards Izuku after recovering from their shock. "Monarch? What happened here?" one asked. Another followed up, "You captured Toji Fushiguro, a wanted criminal in both North and South America. Your thoughts?" Izuku raised his hand to quiet them. "I was patrolling the south side of California when a spear was thrown at me. I checked who threw it, and it was Toji Fushiguro. We battled, and in the end I won. His quirk was pretty annoying, but I'm glad we fought on the beach instead of in the city, as he originally wanted." Another reporter asked, "Why didn't your shadows help?" "I sent them all around the USA to deal with monsters that broke out of the gates and to clear the gates. I only had Gabriel with me," Izuku replied. Telepathically, he added to his shadows, "I'm sorry, but I won't tell them you were here. If someone breaks Toji out and gives him a trigger, we would be in bigger trouble." The shadows agreed, thinking their liege's reasoning was sound. Star and Stripe approached Izuku and addressed the reporters. "Toji Fushiguro will be heading to jail now, and if you wouldn't mind, we will be taking our leave." Izuku whispered to Kathleen, "Want to do something crazy?" She nodded and he called out, "Lolu, come forth." A majestic white dragon with 4 wings and black shadow mist emanating from them appeared, towering at 50 meters tall and stretching 360 meters in length. "Let's get on." Izuku used gravity manipulation to pull himself, Zest, Star, and Stripe up, while Gabriel flew alongside. Pain and Raphael returned to Izuku's shadow. "Let's go, Lolu." The dragon soared towards the agency of Star and Stripe. "What the heck? We knew you had dragons, but not ones this big." Zest shouted, hugging Izuku tightly as they flew. Kathleen laughed, standing confidently atop Lolu. "Instead of jets, a dragon is a great alternative," she mumbled in excitement. Gabriel rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. "This has been a tiring day. Isn't it nighttime already in Japan?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, it's Saturday. I still have to go to France after this." He smiled, knowing what his plans entailed. It was time for Izuku and Kathleen to finish their patrol. Back in Japan, shadows moved stealthily. Toby, the de facto leader, ordered every shadow present, "Our job is to be stealthy. We're getting revenge for our liege, but we don't want him to face consequences for our actions." Every shadow nodded. "Angels, you will use your magic to deal with the guards. I will handle overhaul. Slimy, you will take on chronostasis, with Donald and Luna as your backup due to his quirk. Zetsu, you can go underground. Mimic is your target. Beast and the Leshy will confront the 8 precepts of death. Zetsu, create clones to assist Beast and Leshy in defeating them quickly. We need them gone as fast as possible. The angels will continue eliminating the grunts. Toby took a breath. Then we will clean up the base, look for anything, and inform our liege about the little girl and the old man. With that, the shadows sprang into action. Surrounding the base, the shadow soldiers moved through the night, with the angels swiftly and efficiently taking down the guards and placing the bodies in their shared inventory. Zetsu created over 100 clones to help the angels eliminate the grunts, who numbered over 200. Meanwhile, Zetsu approached Mimic, a small black creature with a white mask adorned with stitches and 2 holes on the side. The general manager, a B-rank villain, was in his room reading when Zetsu attacked, ending his life. Zetsu, unlike Burrow, didn't possess gluttony but could digest humans to gain power. He placed the half-eaten body of Mimin into the shared inventory. Slimy, accompanied by Donald and Luna, made their way towards Chronostasis, another B-rank villain known for his arrow-shaped hair. As Chronostasis slept, he sensed something and woke up, using his hair to slow Slimy. However, before he could shout, Slimy covered his mouth, suffocating him. Donald and Luna nodded at Slimy and moved towards the other grunts. Confident Slimy could handle it alone. Chronostasis's body was soon added to the shared inventory. Meanwhile, in their private quarters, 8 bullets comprised of 7 C-rank villains and 1 B-rank villain were present. Beast and the Leshy emerged silently from the shadows. The nomu quickly dispatched Rikia Katsukame, while the Leshy used wood manipulation to strike Kendo Rappa, Didoro Sakaki, Hijiki Tengai, and Sorimitsu Tabe in the heart. Yu Hojo crystallized his body in an attempt to protect himself, but Beast pierced through, ending his life. Shin Nemoto and Toya Setsuno stood back to back, but their quirks proved ineffective. Before they could alert anyone, 2 Leshy extended their arms and killed them as well. All the bodies were placed in the shared inventory as the 4 began to clean up the scene. Toby appeared behind Overhaul, attempting to slash his neck with a kunai. Though Overhaul was considered a B-rank villain, his true rank was A-rank, and he was a high-value target due to quirk-canceling bullets. Kai transformed his arm into a metal spike, but Toby used his permeation ability to bypass Overhaul's defenses, stabbing him in the heart. With Overhaul dead, Toby placed his body in the shared inventory and began to clean up. One of the angels discovered a laboratory containing a table for experimentation and found 5 bullets that could potentially destroy a quirk factor. The child inside was still sleeping peacefully, so the angel, aware that the official raid would occur in about 30 hours, summoned food from the shared inventory and left it for her. The 8-winged angel ensured the child had everything needed to survive alone for over a day. Unbeknownst to the angel, the child had seen the food being placed and noticed her room was tidied, with access to the bathroom, more water, and some toys. "Thank you, Angel," she whispered, clutching a bunny toy as she returned to bed. The old man remained in a comatose state, but the angels ensured he had no life-threatening injuries and that his equipment continued to function. They continued to eliminate the grunts while making sure there were no cameras to capture their actions. Overall, the shadow soldiers dealt with Shai Hasaikai in less than 20 minutes, leaving the area spotless and without evidence of their presence. Satisfied with their revenge for their liege, they returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Izuku had just left the Dragon Gate with Gabriel, only to find himself in a place with purple skies instead of the Himalayan mountains. "Tenshi, where are we?" Izuku asked. "I have no idea, darling. This doesn't feel like the human world," Gabriel replied. They decided to fly leisurely until 4 beings appeared before them. Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus floated in front of the duo. "Names and tell why you are in hell?" the leader asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I'm Izuku, and this is my girlfriend Gabriel. Why are we in hell?" Gabriel nodded. "I wonder that too, darling. They seem like the demons we faced before, but not quite the same." Leviathan, the only female among them, spoke. "Gabriel? Why do you not look like an angel but a fallen angel?" Both Gabriel and Izuku blinked. "There are actual angels?" Not just monsters from gates. Asmodeus asked with a raised eyebrow, "What are the gates you speak of?" Izuku explained, "They are portals to another world or dungeons that appeared on Earth just 2 months ago. But who are you for?" With a mock bow, Lucifer introduced himself. "I am Lucifer. This lady is Leviathan. The one with the wings is Beelzebub. Finally, the lazy one is Asmodeus." Izuku and Gabriel nodded. "Nice to meet you. Do you know how we can get back to Earth?" Leviathan shook her head. "It seems you have come to a different plane of existence. Our Earth isn't as advanced as yours appears to be." Gabriel and Izuku exchanged glances. "It was nice meeting you four, but we will be trying to leave," Izuku said. With that, he used Kamui to teleport outside of Hell. Leviathan pouted. "I hoped he could have stayed. It would have been so much fun breaking him." Beelzebub snorted. "He would have folded you in too. Did you not feel the army he is hiding in his shadow?" Lucifer nodded. "I am glad we didn't have to fight, although I am more curious about what happened with Gabriel, as she was an exact replica of the angel Gabriel but smaller." The final devil nodded. "I agree, she was 106 instead of our Gabriel's 90. The two other males nodded with a knowing smile, while Leviathan brooded over not having a play toy. With everyone on Lolu, Izuku, Gabriel, Kathleen, and Zest continued to fly for another 10 minutes when the Dragon Commander lowered herself down. As she touched the ground, the four jumped off, with Zest kissing the ground. "I missed you, Earth," she exclaimed. The others chuckled lightly at the A-rank hero's affection for the ground. The #1 hero of America turned to her in turn. "I am curious why we are here, Izuku?" Izuku smiled gently. Although he had been healed by Raphael and a potion, he had a busy weekend, and his mental fatigue was rising. He had just returned from a national-level gate that the world believed was an S-rank, and he had to deal with his father's death immediately afterward. He took down the hpsc and rebuilt a new one with All Might, the Japanese president, and the head of the police over the course of 2 days. During this time, he had seen his father's body and dealt with the supernatural. By Wednesday, he had taken his classmates to a gate and finalized a contract. Thursday was his father's funeral, and the next day he was patrolling in the USA, with it being early Saturday night in Japan. During his free time, he sent out shadows to patrol Japan for villains and had angels and cherubs handle paperwork for the criminals caught, as well as sending shadows to take down gates. So yes, this week had been one of the busiest and most mentally exhausting for Izuku. Because of this. With that, he revealed over 1,000 bodies of monsters from his inventory. These are B-rank and A-rank monsters my shadows killed from the USA, and a minority were from Japan. I also have over 6,000 monsters from E to C rank in my inventory. Gabriel chuckled at the gobsmacked expressions of the two heroines. "I just needed to dispose of them, and I didn't want to deal with reporters, which is why I wanted to leave," Izuku explained, rubbing his left arm and chuckling. Zest teased, "You know that you will have more reporters on your back for capturing Toji and having Lolu fly us out. Oh, and don't forget how you cleared all of the USA of monsters for at least a week, giving the heroes a lighter time with new dungeons. Most are aware that you have dragons, as everyone saw your army on MT Everest," Kathleen added gently, noticing Izuku and Gabriel's surprised expressions. Neither of them realized that bit had been recorded. However, Star and Stripe were thankful that all the monsters had been cleared, as Zest thought it would be easier to oversee the situation, with gates occurring more frequently each week. The Monarch side, before that. Izuku pointed at Zest, who was looking at the corpses. Gabriel and Kathleen quickly understood and nodded, even if Gabriel did so reluctantly. Giving a nod back to the two, Izuku said, "Zest, I think it is time for me to tell you my quirk." The demon-looking woman raised an eyebrow in surprise but replied, "You don't have to if you don't want to." Izuku smiled as he explained, "My quirk is what I call a system. It's like a video game RPG. I level up, add points to my stats, and have a job as Shadow Monarch. I earn skills such as Fireball from quests, pure randomness, or if certain requirements are met." He had shared this with Kathleen too. "Because of my job title, I can raise shadow soldiers from monster corpses, as you saw in the High Orc dungeon." I also have an inventory system where I store the monsters, and I can do this. Izuku summoned a picnic table and some breakfast, as he was hungry too. I still don't know everything, like who the true creator of the system is. I thought it was the Stone Angel, but apparently it's the Almighty Creator. Everyone sat down around the table, listening and eating, while Zest's eyes widened. Izuku's expression turned serious. Additionally, I failed to mention this to you, Kathy, but only Gabriel, Rumi, and Nijire know, as I only found out recently. The gates are armies that are slowly entering Earth. During the gate where stone statues were the enemy, I was receiving memories, which is why I couldn't move. There were monarchs and rulers fighting each other, but I still don't understand why they fought and why Ashbourne, a monarch, was fighting against the rulers and some monarchs. Izuku sighed, producing a key. Originally, I could open gates, but after the report of the Jeju S-rank gate, which was the first natural gate, the rest is history. Questions? Izuku sipped his tea. Kathleen asked, so the 9 groups are the monarch's armies, with one being the ruler's armies, most likely? Izuku nodded. I know that rulers command the angel type. Gabriel here is an example. Gabriel nodded, contemplating. The other types, like beasts, demons, dragons, giants, humanoids, insects, and snowfolk, likely have a monarch controlling them. But I'm uncertain about the undead group. The memories indicated that Ashbourne was the monarch of death. Izuku didn't mention that the memories were Ashbourne's, which he had inherited. So, someone else is probably in control of the undead. Earth will likely become a war zone whenever the first so-called monarch decides to come down, or even the rulers? Gabriel mused. Most likely. That's why I'm increasing my shadow soldier numbers, Izuku replied as he began to eat a sandwich. I won't mention this to either of my superiors. We need to learn more before informing others. Kathleen added, Zest, you'll be going to Japan until the new year. I've asked Izuku to help you become an S-rank hero, and you can assist him with gates and patrolling. This was part of the plan Izuku had discussed with Nizu after returning from America. Zest was unaware that she would have a trial PRD, teaching 10 students for a week, which Nizu had requested. Zest had done splendidly. Gabriel nodded. That's the least we can do after you helped during the stone statue gate. Although she didn't like other women vying for Izuku's attention, she respected Zest for risking her life. So, what do you say, Zest? Do you want to come to Japan with me and Gabriel? Izuku asked after finishing his tea. A hint of red appeared on Zest's ears as she replied, only if I can train to become a teacher too. I enjoyed teaching the group for weapon practice. Secretly, she hoped to grow closer to Izuku. Izuku smiled warmly. That can easily be arranged. He took another bite of his sandwich. And if you want, you can join us after we finish the paperwork. We have to go to France first, then quickly to Denmark. Gabriel nodded in agreement. Zest bowed her head. Thank you for this opportunity. I promise I won't disappoint, Sensei, she added playfully, prompting a playful glare from Gabriel while Kathleen laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the monarch rested and checked his notifications. You leveled up X12. Skill. Infinity leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4. Skill. Darkness Overlord leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3. Skill. Hand-to-hand Expert leveled up from LV.5 to LV.6. Well done for surpassing level 200. You are now a low-mid international level hero. You are officially the strongest human. However, many supernatural beings can easily surpass you, so beware. Due to surpassing level 200, you will gain 3 rewards, similar to those received at levels 50, 100, and 150. Rewards. Reward 1. Increase of HP and MP per level and point. Reward 2. Plus 50 additional points. Reward 3. Plus 200 spaces for shadow extraction and save shadow. Reward 4. Plus 50 levels to 1 shadow soldier. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he thought, is it because of the creator that I am given these rewards? He decided, accept reward 1. Reward 1. Increase of HP and MP per level and point. HP will increase by 300 per level and 80 per vitality point. MP will increase by 80 per level and 50 per intelligence point. The greenette smiled internally, realizing that with his level at 202, Reward 1 was already integrated. Accept Reward 3, he thought, leaving Reward 2 for later. Reward 3, plus 200 spaces for Shadow Extraction and Save Shadow. Shadow Extraction, LV.2, 2085/4011, 2085 of 4211. Save Shadow, LV.3, 2085/3207, 2085/3407. I have more than enough spaces for all these monsters and the extra ones I occasionally collect from Japanese gates, Izuku mused, recalling that he had recently collected over 1,000 monsters, nearly 100 of which were from Japan. Accept Reward and place 30 into Sense, 10 in Intelligence, and 10 in Agility. He noted that his Shadow Save and Extraction limit increased with the 10 points in Intelligence. Reward 2, plus 50 additional points. Agility, 367 greater than 377. Sense, 377 greater than 407. Intelligence, 540 greater than 550. The conversation among the three women paused as they sensed Izuku growing stronger. Gabriel smirked, having an inkling of what her darling was doing. Accept Reward 4 and give it to Gabriel. Izuku smirked back at Gabriel, who widened her eyes in surprise. He communicated with all his shadows, except Gabriel, through their mind link, saying, "I'm sorry I didn't use it on any of you. I hope to lift Gabriel's spirits after seeing her anger at Toji." The shadows agreed, realizing that this was the best idea despite wanting the level increases for themselves. One reason was that Gabriel was smaller in size compared to the dragons, and secondly, all of them were scared of an angry Gabriel. "Well done for becoming the third most powerful in the army, Tenshi," Izuku said with a wink. He knew this might be a cheat, but he had to ensure that his strongest army members continued to grow. Gabriel's eyes widened, and a small smile appeared. Kathleen and Zest exchanged confused glances at the secret exchange but realized that Gabriel's power had surpassed that of Star and Stripes, as they had previously been on the same level. The only visible change in Gabriel was her wings becoming slightly larger. Thank you, darling," she whispered as she hugged Izuku's chest. Then, under her breath so the others didn't hear, she added, "I promise to become the strongest in the army and be worthy as your second in command and your partner." Izuku gently patted her head. In his mind, he replied, "You are already strong enough, and I do love you, Tenshi." Out loud, he explained, "I have surpassed level 200 in the system, and I receive rewards every 50 levels. This time, I got an additional 50 points for my stats, 200 more spaces for my shadow soldiers, and the ability to give one shadow soldier 50 levels." Zest looked like she might faint, while Kathleen laughed, clutching her sides. "I won't lie, I've already given up on understanding your quirk, Izuku, so nothing will surprise me. If you told me that all of the mythological legends were real, I would believe you." Izuku and Gabriel chuckled nervously. "I sometimes question if my luck is in the negatives," Kathleen grumbled. "I won't ask about them, but just tell me, will they be a problem or not?" Izuku shook his head. "They are not, so don't worry. And if they are, we can deal with them." He added with playful banter, "Who knows, we could become god slayers." Gabriel and Kathleen joined in the laughter. Zest looked overwhelmed, her head hitting the table as she murmured, "Information overload." Izuku chuckled and approached the monster corpses. "Arise." All 1,000 shadows began to emerge from the bodies, bowing or kneeling. "I am happy to have you all." The shadows stood before Izuku, upgraded to match the shadow level of their species. With 1,242 more shadow spaces filled, Izuku smiled. The rest of the bodies would be used to gather more resources. Oh, is that the worm that Toji had?" Izuku asked. Gabriel nodded. "It tried to run away, and it didn't feel like a human, so I dealt with it." Izuku shook his head in fondness. New shadows. Curse Worm LV.1, Normal, Toji's Curse. 70 High Orc LV.2, Elite Knight. High Orc Bodyguard LV.20, Elite Knight. boss of a high orc gate. 67 Knight LV.16, Elite Knight. 20 Assassins LV.10, Elite. 25 Archers LV.10, Elite. 10 Spearmen LV.10, Elite. Magician LV.35, Elite Knight, boss of the living armor gate. 44 Winged Angels LV.4, Elite Knight. 10 Cherub LV.10, Elite Knight. 15 Power Angels LV.18, Elite Knight. 14 8-Winged Angels LV.32, Elite Knight. 10 Winged Angel LV.39, Elite Knight, boss of an angel gate. 30 Ice Elves LV.24, Elite Knight. 45 Ice Yeti LV.1, Knight. Ice Yeti Boss LV.20, Knight, boss of the Ice Elves and Yeti Gate. 65 Stone Giants LV.13, Knight. Stone Giant Boss LV.24, Knight, boss of the Stone Giant Gate. 85 Poisonous Armored Flies LV.15, Knight. 25 Poisonous Mage Flies LV.15, Knight. Queen of the Poisonous Flies LV.1, Elite Knight, boss of the Poisonous Flies Gate. 15 Armored Horse LV.8, Knight. 18 Armored Monkey LV.8, Knight. 19 Armored Wolf LV.8, Knight. 22 Armored Rhino LV.7, Knight. White Triple-Horned Rhino LV.13, Knight, boss of the Beast Gate. 40 Cerberus LV.3, Knight. 40 Black Shuck LV.3, Knight. 40 Barghest LV.3, Knight. 5-Headed Cerberus LV.18, Knight. 55 Bigfoot Giant LV.7, Knight. Wendigo LV.15, Knight, boss of the Bigfoot Gate. 45 Kelpie LV.8, Knight. Blue Man of the Minch LV.18, Knight, boss of the Kelpie Gate. 80 Cyclops LV.1, Knight. 15 High Cyclops LV.10, Knight. Centaur LV.23, Knight, boss of the Cyclops Gate. 43 Bunyip LV.10, Knight, guardian of waterways. 35 Yarmaihu LV.10, Knight, Bloodsking Imp. Rainbow Serpent LV.25, Knight, boss of the Bunyip and Yarmaihu Gate. 50 Twin-Headed Ogre LV.1, Knight. 20 Triple-Headed Ogre LV.10, Knight. Chimera-Headed Ogre LV.20, Knight. Arch-Lich LV.5, Elite Knight, boss of the Different-Headed Ogre Gate. 30 Ghouls LV.10, Elite. 15 Mage Ghoul LV.15, Elite. 25 High Ghoul LV.1, Knight. 10 Ghoul Giant LV.1, Knight. 15 Dark Ghoul LV.1, Knight. One-Eyed Ghoul King LV.10, Knight, boss of the Ghoul Gate. 35 Ogre LV.12, Elite. 6 Snow Golem LV.11, Knight. 13 Fire Golem LV.4, Knight. 35 Skeleton Warriors LV.1, Elite. 18 Pegasus LV.8, Knight. 46 Vampire LV.5, Knight. Note, not all of the monsters have a boss because they could have escaped the gate, with the boss remaining in a gate that heroes completed later. The shadows are all B to A rank, but for simplicity, I upgraded the shadow levels. Izuku smiled as the new shadows merged with his own, then asked, "Hey Kathy, does your government want to buy any monster corpses? Do you have any powerful ones?" They only wanted high A rank and above, the hero explained. Izuku decided to sell all the corpses except for the Arch-Liches, the Queen of Poisonous Flies, a Centaur, and the 10-Winged Angel corpses. These 4 are high A to low S rank monsters. The others are mid A rank and lower, he clarified. They struck a deal where Kathleen would buy the corpses from Izuku in exchange for cash. The Greenette sold the remaining corpses, earning over 500 million gold, leaving only the 4 in his inventory. As he sat with the group, he noticed more corpses had been added, labeled Shai Hasaikai, but he chose to ignore it for now. Izuku then produced 2 objects, a ring and a container with 5 bullets. Zest asked, "What are those?" "These are what my shadows found," Izuku replied, passing them around. "The bullets are quirk-destroying bullets, and the ring is called Braham's Ring." He mused over their descriptions. Item, quirk destroying bullet, X5. Item class is a bullet that, upon hitting an opponent, destroys their quirk factor, leaving them quirkless. This works on all quirk types, including mutation, transformation, emission, and accumulation. Each bullet is a one-time use. Item, Braham's ring. Item class is type, accessory/ceiling. Plus 20% protection against mental attacks. Braham's ring can seal one entity, regardless of strength. The entity can be released, but the owner controls how much power is given to the sealed entity, provided the entity consents. Quirk destroying bullets? So they have succeeded? Gabriel asked knowingly. The two American heroes didn't catch the implication, but Izuku and Gabriel shared a glance that hinted at their understanding of the successful elimination of a Yakuza group. Yes, they did. I'll have a report from Toby later today, Izuku said. Although the raid is less than 30 hours away, I think we can manage everything before then. Gabriel nodded. I agree, darling. France and Denmark shouldn't take long. She then recalled something. What about the Russian S-rank gate? Do you know if they completed it? Kathleen, breaking out of her stupor, replied, You haven't heard? They failed. It was on the news less than 2 days ago. Her tone turned somber as she continued. Izuku and Gabriel exchanged concerned looks. We don't really pay attention to the news, we should try to keep up, Gabriel admitted. The #1 hero of America face-bombed. Figures, this week has been hectic for you. She explained. Vladimir and Team Alpha, a group of 12 S-ranks, went into the S-rank gate. A few hours later, an S-rank hero was seen carrying an unconscious Vladimir, claiming it was extremely poisonous. Russia has 15 S-rank heroes and over 70 A-rank heroes surrounding it. Poland sent 2 S-ranks and 10 A-ranks, China sent 3 S-ranks and 20 A-ranks, and Finland sent their S-rank hero specializing in barriers. Belarus sent an S-rank hero and 10 A-rank heroes, with other Eastern European nations sending more A-ranks just in case. The gate will open in the next 16 hours, and they have no way of protecting themselves against the poison. Izuku and Gabriel's eyes widened. I honestly thought you both knew. I was told the Russians sent a message to your Hero and Hunter Association, Kathleen said. Izuku sighed. We haven't received anything. All Might is the president of the association, and even with help, there's too much paperwork. Night Eye, our foreign relations officer, should have gotten the call. Doesn't he dislike you, or was it only Mirio? The strongest angel asked. Honestly, I have no idea, Izuku replied. In his mind, he communicated with his shadows. Burrow, one of the Yakuza members, has a truth quirk. After you deal with him, if the situation is right, use the ability on him. Yes, my beloved liege, I'll happily do so, the ant boss responded. Izuku felt a wave of happiness from him. Zetsu, I know you have a similar ability to Burrow. While you don't gain their quirks or knowledge, a part of their essence will transfer to you. Whenever you have the time, you can use the shared inventory and consume the grunts. Gabriel suggested, Darling, after we deal with France and Denmark, let's go to Russia. Zest can come too, as she's joining us in Japan. Kath, can you inform the Russian Hero Association that I'll be there in 14 hours? Izuku asked. I'll also send a message to Bun Bun and Nijire about my plans. He then addressed his shadows, Brew Conan and Itachi. Can I entrust you with the armored animals and horse-type shadow soldiers to handle the Shai Hasaikai if I'm delayed in Russia? As it's still around 29 hours until the start, Izuku commanded, can you patrol Japan until the raid starts, or until I come back? In his mind, he added, Dracos, you will go with them. As you pass through Africa, see if you can eliminate any monsters that are out. Make sure no one sees you. I want the Dracos to stay in Africa until Sunday evening in Japan. He knew that Africa had no national-level heroes and was suffering the most, so he intended to help them secretly. The 3 individuals mentioned, along with the rest, emerged from the shadows, while the Dracos bowed and then departed. Back to Japan team. Burrow LV.11, General. Conan LV.42, Captain. Itachi LV.35, Captain. 18 Pegasus LV.8 Knight, 45 Kelpie LV.8 Knight, 26 Armored Monkey LV.8 Knight, 30 Armored Wolf LV.8 Knight, 25 Armored Horse LV.8 Knight, 22 Armored Rhino LV.7 Knight. Africa Team. 50 Water Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Earth Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Fire Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Poison Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Wind Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Lightning Draco LV.17 Captain, 50 Darkness Draco LV.18 Captain, 50 Light Draco LV.18 Captain. I think they would be more than enough to deal with them, darling. But what does the Graham ring do? Zest asked, noticing the brown string that threaded through the center of the ring around Izuku's neck. The Graham ring can seal any entity inside it, and I can summon it while controlling how much power they can have, Izuku explained, glancing at the ring. Although their loyalty would be in question. Zest's eyes widened. So basically, you can easily seal one of the strongest beings without fighting it? Izuku shook his head. I need the being to agree to it first, that's the catch. Zest nodded in understanding. Kathleen returned from her call. The Russian Hero Association is really thankful. The gate is still locked, but they hope you come as fast as possible. Izuku smiled. Let's head back then. We can leave in 2 hours for France. Zest nodded, and as the Greenette stored the table in his inventory, he used shadow exchange with a shadow in the California base. Zest went to her room to pack, while Gabriel entered Izuku's shadow, and the two national heroes finished their paperwork for the night patrol. USA News. Good morning, America. This is John Clementine speaking on this appealing Saturday morning. Multiple events have occurred, and I am here with Charlotte Flog to explain. Thank you, John, Charlotte continued. In the morning in San Diego, California, a national-ranked villain named Toji Fushiguro was captured. A clip showed the villain being taken into custody. The one who captured him was the shadow hero, Monarch, who is interning with Star and Stripe. Reports indicate that Monarch only had one shadow soldier with him during the fight. The other shadow soldiers were deployed around the USA, but we will discuss that shortly, John added. Toji Fushiguro has the ability to cancel an opponent's powers, and a blood test revealed he used an enhanced version of a trigger, which boosts his quirk but shortens the user's lifespan. Unfortunately, an image of Izuku Midoriya appeared, showing him injured. Monarch was badly hurt, with significant injuries that prevented him from using his healing ability. He was fortunate that his shadow, Raphael, healed most of his wounds, and he drank a potion to regrow his arm. Monarch fought to subdue Toji, who was intent on killing. Toji has a history of defeating 3 previous national-ranked heroes from both North and South America. What are your thoughts on the healing, John? As you mentioned, we believe his healing was hindered by the lingering effects of Toji's quirk. Raphael, a 12-winged shadow angel, is known for his powerful healing abilities, even compared to Monarch's strongest shadow, Gabriel. However, it is puzzling why Raphael couldn't regrow Monarch's arm, as he is capable of regrowing anything. I suspect the potion Monarch used was a higher-level healing potion he can produce. I'm curious about how he creates them, as they are incredibly useful, John explained. Everyone speculated about Izuku's ability to create potions, a mystery that remained unsolved even after attempts by Chinese and South Korean analysts to study them. The remaining 5 unused potions are kept by S-rank heroes for emergencies or are still being experimented with in labs. Thank you for the explanation, John. Now, regarding why no other shadows were with Monarch, he sent them out across the USA. All monsters that broke out of the gates have been eliminated, and the gates that remain have been cleared, including the monster hot zone in the middle. For the next week, we won't have to worry about monsters breaking out, giving our heroes and hunters a much-needed break to address the newly appeared gates, Charlotte concluded with a smile. John continued, we also know that Monarch has dragons and shadow soldiers, which we believe he defeated in the Himalaya Mountain S-rank gate. A picture of Lolu was shown. After speaking to the reporters, Monarch summoned the shadow named Lolu and left. He took a breath. So this night behind us was good for the United States, as one of the most wanted criminals was captured, and there will be no monsters for a week. Charlotte then spoke. Continuing on, Thomas Andre, the #2 hero of America, has dealt with one of the major mafia organizations that was terrorizing Florida, Georgia, and Alabama for 3 months. The mafia organization had 2 S-rank villains and nearly 50 A-rank villains, with many more B and C-rank villains. The news continued, discussing Thomas Andre, other heroes, and various updates. Back with Izuku, Gabriel, and Zest, 2 hours later, after saying goodbye to Kathleen and the other sidekicks, the trio traveled to France using Izuku's Kamui. Now the 3 were standing on a rooftop awaiting a cat hero. "Good morning, you 3? Cat Noir asked in confusion. Izuku smiled and gave a fist bump, which the French hero reciprocated. "Zest is a friend from America who will be accompanying us." Cat Noir, also known as Adrian, had a video call with Izuku once a week, and they texted nearly every day, with Lila occasionally joining in. Both knew about Izuku having 3 girlfriends. "Nice meeting you again, Cat Noir," Gabriel said. With a nod. "I'm Zest, nice to meet you," Zest said in her cool but detached tone. "Nice to meet you, Zest. I'm Cat Noir. Monarch told me bits about you." The French hero's tone turned serious. "I am glad you are here, Monarch. Since the gates appeared, France has been having problems completing the higher-level gates." Izuku nodded as the 4 of them sat down on the chimneys on the rooftop. "I heard about it, that is why I am here." He rubbed his forehead. Compared to other European countries, France has only 6 S-rank heroes, with you and Ladybug technically being 2 of them. The technically part was due to the miraculous not being considered a quirk, making them the weakest S-rankers in France since they could only use their special ability once. "I was hoping to talk to the French hero president today and see if we can get Hawkmoth or some more miraculous." Zest looked lost, but Gabriel nodded, pretending to understand, as politics wasn't her strong suit. She preferred intimidation to discussions. Cat Noir nodded in thanks. "Hawkmoth isn't really a problem. He usually akumatizes someone once every 2 weeks. We only collected the dog and the fox miraculous since you were last here." He sighed. "Me and Ladybug are dealing with most gates in Paris, with the other local heroes helping too." Izuku nodded. 8 out of the 19 have been collected, pretty good. He smiled. The French hero shook his head. "Not really, the rest are in ringed forms, and it's nearly impossible to get any back since Hawkmoth doesn't show up." He sighed again. "Let's go to the hero president, and I'll help any way I can for the next 6 hours." Izuku smiled reassuringly. "Zest, if you are tired, I can get you a hotel room to sleep in." The American hero snorted. "I am more worried about you. You nearly died against a national rank villain." Cat Noir's eyes widened as he turned to Izuku, looking him up and down. "Who did you fight? Are you all right? Did you win?" he asked in quick succession. Chuckling, Izuku responded, "As you can see, I'm all healed up. It was Toji Fushiguro, and yes, I won." He got bonked on the head by Gabriel. "Darling, you had 4 chest stab wounds, a shoulder stab wound, a stab that went through your neck, and your arm was missing." The expression on Gabriel's face was a mixture of worry, anger, self-deprecation, and love. Izuku hugged her lightly. "I'll get some rest later." With Rumi, after the fight with the Nomu alongside Hawks and Ryukyu, she was often stopped by fans or reporters who asked, "How can you use telekinesis?" or similar questions. It was grating on her nerves. She had promised her love that she wouldn't tell anyone, and she kept her promises. So, whenever she patrolled, Rumi would use telekinesis to make her life easier while taking down criminals or monsters. Rumi was in her bedroom just waking up, mumbling, "I miss Zuku." After cleaning up, she received a message saying that Izuku would be going to Russia as the S-rank gate was about to break. Why does he have to deal with other countries' problems? She thought. While she understood that gates were an issue, maybe she could convince her boyfriend to start an agency with her. Going to the news section, Miruko read an article about Izuku in America, stating he had defeated a national rank villain, Toji Fushiguro. But as she continued reading, her face turned to one of horror. Her love had suffered so much, even having to use a healing elixir to regrow an arm that neither Raphael nor he could restore. Izuku told me he is going to Canada after the raid tomorrow. And on Tuesday we are visiting heaven. With a determined nod, she called Nijire. Oi, make sure you have free time after the operation on Sunday until Wednesday. That was my plan too, Rumi. I read what happened, and I also think that Zuzu needs rest. So I presume we are staying in Canada even after we visit heaven? Nijire asked. Yes. They talked for 10 minutes and said goodbye, planning to see each other in a video call later that day, which would also include Izuku. After demonstrating her explosion release, Nijire kept the infusion of explosions and illusion destroyer a secret. She and Rumi were tired of repetitive questions from others. She thought of Izuku, who had to keep his quirk hidden from the world, with only a few people knowing the truth about it. Her boyfriend faced daily inquiries about his quirk, how he obtained his potions, and received numerous letters about quirk marriages. Nijire used the excuse that her quirk had evolved and that she was now proficient in using explosions in her waves at under 50% of her power. She decided to ignore the questions, having promised Izuku that she wouldn't reveal the truth. She felt content with her boyfriend and her two sisters. While preparing breakfast in Izuku's room, she turned on the TV for background noise. Nijire nearly dropped her plate when she heard the news about Izuku's injuries and the villain he had captured. Shocked, she stood still for at least 5 minutes before formulating a plan to help Izuku relax. After returning from the dragon dungeon, he hadn't been able to unwind properly. Rumi called her, and Nijire agreed to take time off until Wednesday, even if it meant missing school. Nizu quickly approved her absence. Izuku had always supported Nijire, so now it was her turn to support him. In Paris, Izuku had just finished a meeting with the president of the French Hero Association. He smiled, having received the go-ahead to complete every gate in France and deal with any monsters that had broken out. He knew this would make more countries rely on him, but it was also to help reduce innocent casualties. Meeting up with his team outside, he nodded as they prepared to move forward. Poisonous flies, all dog types, all elite shadows, and all ghoul types. Uriel will lead you and Orochimaru. I want you to clean up France but also try leveling all elites higher. Collect all monster bodies and mana crystals. Izuku instructed gently, sensing the group leaving to surround France and work from the outside in. Gabriel spoke telepathically to Izuku. France isn't a big country, similar to a state in the USA. That is a good call, but you have less than 100 spaces left for new shadows. A hint of concern was evident in Izuku's mind. I plan on leaving the bodies in my inventory and reviving them when I have more space. Tenshi, Izuku replied with a small smile. I got my shadows to clean up France from all the monsters. So what do you say, Cat Noir? Want to patrol? The Black Cat hero responded, patrolling is a good call. Ladybug and I still needed to find a way to handle akumatized victims with miraculous powers. Even if they didn't attack, addressing petty crime, assisting civilians, and managing a gate or two would still be beneficial. Izuku nodded thoughtfully as he covertly summoned an 8-winged angel into Cat Noir's shadow. Sure. Want to join us, Gabriel? Zest. I will be in your shadow, darling. With a gentle kiss, the angel slipped into Izuku's shadow. I wouldn't mind. With that, the trio began to patrol Paris. Flashback to the Paris visit in summer. It was the last full day in Paris, where Izuku and Rumi were exploring museums with Hisashi. A relaxing day unfolded, with the three Kwami exploring the city alongside the two heroes. After exiting the museum, Cat Noir messaged Izuku, informing him that the French hero president wanted to meet. The Greenette quickly arrived at a building resembling a small palace and was ushered inside. In a circular room, a man in his late 50s spoke, "It is good to finally meet you, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku smiled and replied, "The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Valentine." They shook hands, and Izuku took a seat in front of the desk. As you might have guessed, I and France want to form a contract with you. A paper was slid in front of Izuku. We wish to employ you or your shadows to assist France with any issues we may face in the future. The elderly man sighed. Our country has the least number of S-rank heroes in the world, with only 6. 3 are in French Guiana maintaining peace, while another travels across France. Only Ladybug and Cat Noir stay in Paris, patrolling nearby cities too. We will need more help if something arises. Izuku nodded as he read the contract and signed it. If I cannot come, I will send my shadow soldiers. Cat Noir has my number, so he can call me any time too. He smiled gently, but I will happily help, Mr. Valentine. The meeting continued for another 40 minutes, marking Izuku's first contract not related to gates, as they had not yet appeared. Flashback and now the trio was jumping from building to building, with Izuku's shadows managing any gates they found in Paris. They entered a C-rank gate filled with demon-type monsters, quickly and efficiently taking them down. Do you think I should leave some shadow soldiers in France secretly? Izuku communicated mentally to his soldiers, seeking their opinions. I think that would be a good idea, my liege. The ones here can discreetly handle any gates, Igris replied first. That would benefit us in France, darling. They can also manage the aftermath for you, the strongest angel added. Izuku considered this and decided, I want all vampires to stay in France, with Dracula leading them. He felt every shadow vampire bowing down, including those already out. I will likely do the same in Denmark and the USA. Vampire shadows staying in France. Dracula LV.28, Captain. 4 elder vampires LV.14, Captain. 4 stuck sinning vampires LV.10, Captain. 31 dark vampires LV.7, Captain. 24 gothic vampires LV.7, Captain. 5 castle-dwelling vampires LV.23, Elite Knight. 46 vampires LV.6, Knight. End of French visit, 5 hours till Russian gate. Now the trio was saying their goodbyes. During their 6 hours of patrolling, they dealt with 2 more C-rank gates, stopped minor crimes, and assisted civilians. A hero's job isn't only to capture villains or manage gates, it's also about being present to help those in need. Izuku used Kamui to travel with zest to the next country. Denmark had 9 S-rank heroes, most of whom were rescue-oriented, with only 3 on the front lines. One such hero was Grab, who specialized in rescue with a quirk allowing him to manipulate up to 20 tons of non-living objects. It is nice to meet you again, Grab. Let me introduce you to Zest. Izuku greeted the hero with a handshake. The man in his late 20s smiled. It is good to see you again, Monarch, and nice to meet you, Zest. Grab looked at Izuku and asked, Are you sure you're okay helping us? Don't you need rest? Izuku smiled but shook his head. I will be fine and I'm all healed up. I was asked to help prevent the water from rising. He tilted his head, with Zest looking at him curiously, unsure of his claim. The hero nodded. If you're sure. We're having problems with rising water levels around the Vencisal area. Multiple cities have reported higher levels than in previous years. We want to prevent any issues when winter and spring come, as that's when flooding occurs. The heroes were already overwhelmed with villains and gates, and they aimed to avert additional casualties from natural disasters. Humming, the green-eyed teen spoke, I can help with that. I can grow trees that absorb more water, lowering the chances of flooding. Do you have any other ideas? Grab? Zest. I can use my quirk to adjust the earth, but my quirk is mostly used for support or attack, Zest shared her thoughts. Grab, on the other hand, widened his eyes slightly. Your quirk makes no sense, he grumbled, but that would be a good idea. The government suggested, if you agree, to allow Denmark to be the home for some of your water-manipulating shadows. Don't worry, Denmark will also compensate you for having them stationed here. 1 stone, 2 birds, Izuku thought with a mental smirk, but on the outside he nodded. That is fair. Fisher, Vadianoi, Rusalka, Power Angels, please come forth. With that, 102 shadows emerged and kneeled in front of the trio. Most of you please stay north of Denmark, but like with the French team, please deal with gates and monsters. Once again, the number 4 hero of Denmark widened his eyes. He knew from watching videos of Monarch's fights how strong those shadows were, especially Fisher, who was one of the 5 strongest shadows when Izuku fought All Might and Miruko. We are truly lucky that Monarch doesn't want to take over the world. Even with these 102 shadows, he could conquer every European country except the UK and Italy, the hero thought. Then out loud he said, "Thank you, Monarch. Let us go and plant those trees and see if we can adjust the earth." He smiled gratefully, as like many heroes, he didn't want innocents to suffer if they could prevent it. It only took an extra 3 hours for Izuku to plant more trees around northern Denmark. During that time, Zest spoke with some landscape architects, and with their help, she modified the landscape to prevent flooding. Fisher, Rusalka, and 25 Power Angels would stay in the center and north of the country at all times, while the Vadianoi and the remaining Power Angels patrolled around Denmark. The Danish government asked Izuku to do this now because, with the onset of autumn, the weather was changing and more rain was expected. Now, Izuku and Zest were joined by Gabriel for food, and the trio went to the city named Aarhus to eat. "We only have 2 hours left until we have to be in Russia," Zest said while eating a fish-based meal. "I guess we can leave after we finish eating," Izuku replied, munching on a burger. Gabriel, who had ordered the same as Izuku, nodded enthusiastically, enjoying her meal. Like requested, Izuku went to Moscow, where he met up with Maxim, the president of the Hero and Hunter Association, and the vice president of Russia. "Thank goodness you have arrived, Monarch," Maxim said, visibly relieved. "We can discuss business later, but please heal our president and Anna," Dmitri, the vice president, urged. "Lead the way," Izuku replied with a nod as they headed towards the hospital with the 2 important figures and some security. Inside the hospital room, Izuku and Raphael looked at Vladimir and Anna. "My liege, he indeed was poisoned. However, the poison isn't something we have seen before, it doesn't act as expected," the second strongest angel explained. The healer attending to Vladimir and Anna confirmed, "Indeed. We believe our president tried to help the 2, only lessening the effects." Izuku nodded. "I can heal him, but it will take at least 20 minutes to remove the poison. Raphael, can you heal Mr. Vladimir while I heal Anna? You have stronger healing powers than I do." Raphael nodded in agreement. Izuku approached Anna, the only surviving member of the Alpha Squad. Compared to Vladimir, her skin was lighter, leading Izuku to believe the president had tried to save the Alpha Squad. The next 15 minutes passed in silence between Izuku and Raphael, with some doctors and nurses observing. The 15-minute mark, Izuku received a notification. Skill, healer leveled up from LV.9 to LV max. Skill, healer evolved into 2 skills, regeneration and blessing of the healer. Skill, regeneration, passive. A passive skill that allows the user to regenerate both HP and MP. This is the evolved form of healer, at its final stage. The regeneration rate per minute depends on vitality and intelligence points. Skill, blessing of the healer, active. Can heal any injuries that do not involve the soul. This is the evolved form of healer, at its final stage. Costs 10 MP per second. With that, a greater potency of healing surged from Izuku, healing Anna in a minute after the healer evolved. "My MP is regenerating by 1160 per minute now, with 550 from intelligence and 510 from the rings," Izuku thought as he finished healing Anna and moved to assist Raphael with Vladimir. "All done," Izuku announced as both he and Raphael stepped back from the 2, who were beginning to awaken from their medically induced comas. "I am not dead," the president muttered, looking around and seeing only Anna. "Are we the only 2 who survived?" he asked as a nurse handed him water. Maxim and Dmitri entered the room, while Zest remained outside. The vice president spoke. "It is good to have you back, sir. Unfortunately, yes, Anna here escaped with you on her back." Anna, assisted by a nurse, sat up. "I'm sorry I couldn't get anyone else," she said, tears streaming down her face. They were too powerful. With her long blonde hair and light blue eyes, Anna stood at about 175 centimeters tall, dressed in her Alpha Squad uniform. "Do not worry, Anna. Their deaths will not be in vain. Did you at least contact Monarch?" Vladimir asked, noticing Izuku standing nearby. Maxim nodded toward Izuku. "I'm glad you're better now, Mr. Vladimir," the teen said respectfully. The 40-year-old man chuckled. Don't call me Mr. You healed me, and you too are a national level. Thank you for helping both Anna and me. Anna nodded in agreement. Izuku smiled and then turned serious. I'm here to help deal with the gate. I heard it's poisonous, but that's all I know. Can you tell me more about it? Anna wiped her tears and spoke first. It's an insect-type dungeon. Compared to the one in Jeju, all the monsters were at least low S rank and above. Vladimir continued, we faced over 1,000 monsters when the poison began seeping in through the walls. I used my quirk to protect everyone, but then over 100 high S rank monsters appeared, and that's when we began to fail. He sighed sadly. The poison was affecting us, and with the monsters overwhelming us, I was trying to help everyone. That was when we heard a female voice. My quirk allows me to teleport, Anna explained. When I saw everyone else getting killed and Sir Vladimir going unconscious, I took him and teleported to the entrance, where I later went limp. My plan was to at least inform others. Izuku sighed. That sounds similar to the dragon dungeon I completed a week ago. He thought to himself, while I have just over 2,000 shadow soldiers, this gate likely has a larger army. He then asked, what insect-type monsters were they? Vladimir, snapping out of his stupor, replied, the lower S-rank monsters were praying mantises, the mid-S ranks were mosquito types, and the high S ranks were similar to rhinoceros beetles. Sadly, I don't know more. Izuku nodded. Can one of you tell me where the gate is? I'll teleport there. He saw Vladimir getting up from his bed with Anna following suit. I'm coming too. While I may not be able to enter the gate, I can protect everyone if any escape, the president said. Izuku understood why people loved their country, a just and strong leader ready to face danger for his subjects. I will help too, Anna added, determination in her voice. Izuku nodded. I'll teleport us there in 10 minutes. He left the room to give the officials and the president some time. Outside, he approached Zest. We're leaving in 10 minutes. Are you sure you want to come with us? He asked, concern in his voice. Zest stood up. Yes, I will. She narrowed her eyes at Izuku. Are you not overworking yourself? This week has been tough for you, and don't lie to me, your mental fatigue is rising. Izuku sighed, leaning against the wall. Indeed, it has been busy, but that doesn't excuse me from helping when needed. He looked at Zest, speaking quietly. You need to understand, I'm still a hero, or at least a provisional one. A hero's work is never over, especially with the gates. The villain activity may have dropped, but the deaths of innocents are rising. I don't want any children to grow up without their parents. With that, Izuku left to get some fresh air. Zest, hearing his reasons, felt her respect for him grow, but worry lingered as well. Outside the hospital, Izuku spoke to his shadows. Baruka, stay outside the gate. Your ice powers will be enhanced with all the snow and ice around it. Pain, be ready to absorb any poison if the gate is breached. Both nodded in readiness. Now, he waited for the 3 other participants. Russian gate location. Izuku, Zest, Vladimir, and Anna were teleported to the location of the gate using Izuku's kamui. Immediately, Izuku noticed a barrier surrounding the gate, manned by dozens of S-rank heroes and over 100 A-rank heroes. The Russian army stood behind them, weapons aimed at the gate. As the 4 materialized, relief washed over everyone upon seeing their arrival. Zest, Anna, and Vladimir realized they could only handle monsters that might escape, as they were not resistant to poisons. Thank you, everyone, for standing guard, Vladimir expressed gratefully, noting their location in western Siberia. Izuku began walking toward the gate, turning his head to address the group behind him. I will be leaving Baruka here, otherwise I will be going in. With that, Baruka emerged from his shadow, accompanied by Gabriel, Mikhail, Payne, Igris, and Raphael. Even though Baruka was still a captain, his level was 48, nearing mid-national rank. It's a shame we couldn't help Monarch, Anna sighed. Zest approached her, saying, only he has resistance to all poisons, and according to the gate readers, this is a low national rank gate, meaning the boss is on the national scale. I know he will be able to do it, Vladimir replied confidently as they continued to stand near the gate alongside the other heroes from Russia and other countries. Inside the gate. Inside, a large open space revealed multiple tunnels. So, insect types again. Izuku summoned the Demon King's longsword in his right hand and the chain of 1,000 miles in his left, eager to try a different weapon type. Weapons. Demon King's longsword. Item class is tip longsword. Attack plus 400. A longsword brimming with the Demon King's power. Each swing activates the effect, Storm of White Flames, summoning a storm of endless lightning within a certain area. Split Soul Katana. Item class. Type, Katana. Attack plus 700. A katana that can cut through not only the body but the soul. If a living organism is cut, they can no longer heal that area. If killed, their soul can never be resurrected. Effect, Soul Destroyer. Inverted Spear of Heaven. Item class, type Spear. Attack plus 600. A spear with a shorter handle that pierces any and all defenses. Effect, Defense Nullification. Chain of 1,000 miles. Item class is a chain made of metal that can be attached to another weapon or used by itself. It holds no attack damage but can extend endlessly. Effect, Never-ending Chain. Playful Cloud. Item class is Staff. Attack SRX 10. A 3-part staff that can deal unimaginable damage. Effect, Blunt Force. With the creator. Thinking you have defeated one of the 5 original dragons? How foolish, the old man muttered. That was only the child of the original. He referred to the supernatural defeat of Trihexa, the oldest and strongest child of the original Apocalypse dragon, who was sleeping. The oldest child of the 5 sleeping dragons adopted the name of their parent but only held a third of their strength. Soon, young Shadow Monarch, the child of salvation, will be coming to Earth. However, it doesn't have good intentions for humans, the creator sighed. Although pleased with Izuku's progress, he contemplated visiting him soon. Good luck dealing with one of the 8, my child. Was that it? After receiving permission to consume the grunts, Zetsu traveled to a secluded part of Japan. With a smile, he began absorbing the grunts that worked for overhaul. It took him nearly 5 hours to consume 228 bodies. But Zetsu increased his level by 14, as some of the soul energy from each body converted into permanent power. Rumi was patrolling the streets of Tokyo when she discovered a store selling hero merchandise. A smirk appeared on her face as she entered, taking a shopping cart and filling it with various items that caught her eye. Meanwhile, Izuku was returning from a lesson when he spotted Rumi, Nijire, and Gabriel fussing over something. Approaching them, he face-bombed. I won't even ask. In front of him was a body pillow of himself in his hero suit, various plushies, and more. The 3 girls promised to find every new piece of Shadow Hero merchandise to expand their collection, completely ignoring the original hero standing next to them. Chapter end. With Michael. The leader of the angels sat on his throne, examining a device that his father had used when he was alive. I need to send some help to the Vatican. It seems an A-rank gate opened there, Michael mused to himself. He knew that Italy's national rank hero would likely handle it, as she was in Rome. Just then, his sister Gabriel entered the throne room. Hello, Gabriel. What brings you here? Michael asked with a smile. I have a twin, she replied, showing Michael a picture of the shadow soldier Gabriel, who looked just like the original angel but with slightly larger wings. Michael chuckled. You'll meet her with Izuku on Tuesday, so don't worry. But it was already known for nearly 2 months now. Gabriel pouted. One of the angels told me there's a separate angel army made of shadows, so I found out that there are also Uriel and Raphael. Even Zadkiel is there, but you aren't. Why? The leader of the angels began to sweat. The first S-rank gate involved angels, which Izuku dealt with. Apparently, the Michael from there wasn't the best. Gabriel shot a disapproving look at her older brother. And Izuku couldn't get that version of me as his soldier. That day, the leader of the angels faced a reprimand for the behavior of a different version of himself. Meanwhile, All Might, the hero and president of the Hero and Hunter Association, sighed once again. Sir Night Eye had informed him that multiple countries were requesting Izuku's help, from dealing with monsters that escaped gates to having Izuku or one of his shadows heal people. I need to talk to young Izuku. I'm glad he's in Russia. Our relationship with that country will improve. He looked out the window overlooking Tokyo. The villain incident rate is now at 2% compared to 6% from 3 months ago, but the trigger is slowly rising again. Returning to his desk, he noticed his paperwork pile had magically increased. He sighed and read the top paper. Yaoyorozu Company wants to obtain the potions Izuku creates again? That was one of the basic documents Toshinori had to reject. He understood the power of even a simple potion. I wonder if I can get young Izuku to sell them himself instead of letting a different company handle it. All Might was relieved that scientists from China and South Korea couldn't figure out how Izuku created the potions. After an hour of contemplation, he thought, I will need to visit All for One, as Izuku's report indicated his shadows still haven't found Nana. Back with Izuku, he summoned the Demon King's longsword in his right hand and the chain of 1,000 miles in his left, eager to try different weapon types. Holding one end hidden, he began twirling the other end. Izuku was pleased to see he had leveled up twice from what his shadows dealt with in France, Denmark, Africa, and Japan, accumulating more monsters and mana stones in his inventory. They are coming, Gabriel announced. She, Mikao, Pain, Igris, and Raphael prepared themselves, with Gabriel and Raphael conjuring magic circles. Igris drew Michael's longsword, while Mikao and Pain tensed, ready for action. Projectiles were launched and Pain acted a barrier, realizing the projectiles were made of blood. When the barrier fell, Izuku used the chain to extend and capture 2 monsters, swiftly slashing them down with his longsword. Blood-manipulating mosquitoes, the Shadow Monarch noted. A mid-S-rank opponent indeed. Arise. With that command, 2 mosquitoes, each 3 meters tall with large noses and 6 insect-like legs, rose up. Nodding at them with a small smile, Izuku sent the 2 into his shadow while his other 5 shadows engaged the remaining blood-manipulating mosquitoes. Even if they are fast enough to trouble S-rank heroes, we only have to deal with a dozen at most at a time, Gabriel observed as she shot multiple down effortlessly. Indeed, I thought it would be similar to Jeju, Mikao added, using one of his mouths to shoot spikes and eliminate more foes. The reason will be coming soon. I think the rhino beetles or whatever they are called will be rushing towards us shortly, he informed his generals and commander. As they navigated the dungeon, Izuku summoned 48 more blood mosquitoes, bringing the total to 50 in his shadow. He left some of his shadows to collect any mana stones and corpses for his shared inventory, planning to arise them when he had more space in his save shadow. The new monsters charged toward the group. Izuku summoned his 2 weapons and summoned the Lance of Longinus in his left hand. Pointing his right hand horizontally toward the group of over 200 monsters, he declared, Total pressure. As he flicked his fingers downward, the pressure increased, causing all the monsters to fall flat on their stomachs. Izuku then used Darkness Overlord to create spikes, eliminating them all. He threw the spear with a swift motion, piercing 2 more monsters at once. Gabriel and Raphael unleashed concentrated light beams at the approaching horde, but they hardly needed to, as Igris used cleansing from Michael's longsword to take down another 130 monsters. Mikao and Pain teamed up to handle the rushing praying mantis monsters. The praying mantis monsters towered nearly 4 meters tall, a larger and more intimidating version of the creatures found in the wild, complete with spikes protruding from their joints. The blue monsters Izuku had defeated resembled rhinoceros beetles, measuring around 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height. They had thicker legs and the ability to fly, but even with their hardening ability, the Darkness Overlord managed to eliminate most of them. Izuku sighed as he noticed poison seeping from the corners of the dungeon. Approaching cautiously, he realized the system was clearing it, so it didn't affect him. It seems that we are getting closer, he said, leaving some of his shadows to handle the cleanup as he pressed on. Darling, this seems to be a minor problem, Gabriel remarked when some of the poison touched her. Izuku glanced at his MP and nodded. I see, this poison is causing you to regenerate at a faster rate. Don't worry, my MP regenerates easily. He smiled lightly, squeezing his girlfriend's hand. Pain began absorbing the poison to see better when a woman's voice broke through the tension. speaking in a stuck tone. Oh my, if it isn't my love. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku asked, Are you talking to me? He noticed Gabriel tense slightly, with Mikao, Igris, Pain, and Raphael moving closer. I am my love. Have you forgotten me? A tall, striking woman with glowing red eyes, pale skin, and long flowing black hair appeared before him. She wore greenish-black armor that left her shoulders exposed and had insect-like features. Nope. Never seen you. Although something tells me I met you. Izuku replied, his tone deadpan as he thought, what power? In an instant she was behind him, an arm draped over his shoulder. His danger sense remained calm, indicating she meant no harm, but she used her mana to create a barrier that blocked his shadows. You know I can deploy my shadows with ease, and you're not even touching me, Izuku said calmly, his infinity ability activated but only 0.5 centimeters thick. I am aware, my love. She traced her finger along his jawline above the barrier. While this barrier is annoying, I guess I need to introduce myself, Shadow Monarch. Stepping back, she bowed. I am Koracia, the plague monarch and queen of insects. Another monarch, Izuku replied, his tone steady. I have so many questions it isn't funny. Would you mind if we spoke calmly without any fighting? I would like that, my love, but I will ask questions too. With that, she lowered the mana barrier, noting that one of Izuku's soldiers was absorbing her mana, which she found both annoying and useful. Please return to my shadow, he requested. As they hesitated, he added, my danger sense isn't sensing any danger, meaning she doesn't want to kill me. They all bowed and returned to his shadow except Gabriel. You too, Tenchi, please. The angel huffed, he is mine. She kissed Izuku before joining the others in his shadow, leaving him with a small loving smile. Noticing Koracia's twitching eye, Izuku spoke up. I have 3 girlfriends, with Gabriel being one. He said this affectionately, observing the insects under her control vanish into a green portal. Most likely something similar to my shadow, a separate dimension, he thought. Don't worry, love, I won't harm them. But please tell me more, Koracia replied sweetly. Izuku sighed. Before we start talking, are you the boss of this gate? I am, my love. Now can you tell me more about those 3? He understood the exchange, a question for a question. Summoning a picnic table and 2 cups filled with tea, he invited her to sit across from him. Rumi, Gabriel, and Nijire. You've already met Gabriel. Rumi and Nijire are both in Japan while we are in Russia. He pulled out a picture of the 4 of them from his hero suit pocket. This one is Rumi, and the blueonette is Nijire. That is an acceptable answer, she said, finishing her tea with her human hands. I have parts of Ashbourne's memories, but why have the gates appeared on Earth? He asked, taking another sip. The gates were not our doing, my love. Our original plan was to surprise Earth all at once. It was the Creator who made those things here, she explained, spreading her arms. He is making the humans defeat our armies. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. What do you know from Ashbourne's memories? I only know a little, Koracia. I saw Ashbourne fighting a ruler, then he had to battle the beast and demonic armies. It seemed like he was betrayed by them, the Shadow Monarch explained. But that is all I know. That explains why your black heart is partially sealed, my love, Koracia answered another of her questions herself. How is my black heart partially sealed? Izuku asked, a little surprised. Each of the monarchs has a black heart, my love. While you are strong with it being partially sealed, imagine the gain of power if you unlocked it. The plague monarch liked her lips. It seems you have a really similar personality to Ashbourne, and I guess you are protecting those humans. Izuku refilled his and Koracia's teacups as he nodded. Guilty as charged. You are right, although if I weren't on Earth, you would have easily taken over it by now with the gates only. Their reliance on me is quite, how should I say it, concerning. One of the strongest humans fell because of your insects and poisons, so you get the picture. However, on the upside, I am gaining power from defeating them. The Queen of Insects had a genuine smile as she treated her army as her children. Ah, that presence I felt. His power was quite annoying but nothing I couldn't have dealt with easily. She then spotted the ring around Izuku's neck and realized something. I will give you an offer, my love. I am listening, he hummed, resting his head on his hand. I will help you unlock your black heart, but we will be lovers again. A stuck smile appeared on her face. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Again? So you are saying you and Ashbourne were lovers? She nodded with a smirk. Are you not replacing him with me? If I fall in love, it is with someone who actually loves me. And wouldn't that be painful for you? While I may have his powers, I don't think I am him. He spoke calmly but with some worry. Coratia smiled gently. I have watched how you started from nothing to something. How do you think you actually gained resistance to all poisons? She placed her hand on Izuku's. You might not know a lot about me, but I am willing to wait. Now Izuku's eyes widened fully, and he gently squeezed her hand in gratitude. I must thank you. Without resistance to poisons, I wouldn't have come this far. He smiled but was confused about one thing. But how could you leave the gate? The boss can't escape it. The ring you have around your neck is one of the creator's artifacts. It is called Braham's ring, if I am not mistaken, my love. I will agree to be sealed there, but in return, we will date, and I can explore this human world. Coratia gave her offer. Only if you talk with Gabriel, Rumi, and Nijire. If they agree I will. That is a promise I gave them, and I won't break it. But are you okay with that? Izuku asked gently. For the first time since she was locked away with other monarchs trillions of years ago, her stomach had butterflies hearing her love worry about her. I accept. Both stood up, and Izuku took the ring off his neck. Coratia, do you consent to be sealed inside Braham's ring? I do. With that, a red magic circle appeared under Coratia's feet, and a second later, she was transported into the ring. Can you hear me, my love? She asked through the mental connection that the ring provided, as Izuku placed the ring on a string around his neck. I do, Coratia. I will release you when I finish here. With that, Izuku spread his shadows to collect every mana stone and dead body to place in his shared inventory. Darling, why have you allowed that woman to go with you? Gabriel rose from Izuku's shadow to ask. I didn't feel any bloodlust from her at all. And don't worry, Tenshi, you can talk to her after we finish dealing with this gate. Izuku kissed her cheek and gently took her hand as they began to walk out. Gabriel admitted to herself that she indeed needed to talk with the Plague Monarch to see what her deal was with Rumi and Nijire. Outside of the gate, no monsters came out, making Baruka bored as he waited 2 hours for his liege to emerge. A smile appeared on his face when Izuku finally came out, and he bowed, going into Izuku's shadow. I am back. It is all dealt with, the young monarch said. Zest rushed and hugged Izuku quickly. Well done, Izuku. How? That fast? Anna spoke. It takes Squad Alpha at least 2 hours to deal with an A rank. Is this the power of a monarch? She wondered. Vladimir whispered to her, and remember, from what I heard, he didn't rest after fighting Toji Fushiguro when he went to France and then to Denmark. Mind you, he was finishing a night patrol when he dealt with Toji. Indeed, she said, still in awe. Izuku walked up to Vladimir. As much as I would love to stay, I have to be going to Japan soon. That is understandable. Once again, I want to thank you for this, but please come to Russia again. I promise you will enjoy it. The president extended his arm for a handshake. The provisional hero smiled and nodded, giving a handshake. I will. He took a couple of steps back. This may not be much, but... Izuku pulled out a portion of the mana ores his shadows collected from the gate, worth a couple $1 billion altogether. I'll be seeing you soon. With that, Izuku used Kamui for himself and Zest to return to his dorm, but he miscalculated and ended up in the common room, where he fell face first onto the couch, instantly falling asleep. Zest landed on her feet but then collapsed onto another couch. Warm, Russia was cold. She was grateful Izuku had given her winter clothes, but in her opinion she was made for summer, not winter. Shoko walked up to Izuku and poked his cheek. He's asleep. A small smile appeared on her face as she leaned closer to him. Gabriel emerged and was about to speak when Nijire rushed from the elevator to hug Izuku's sleeping form, ignoring zest and prompting Shoko to take a couple of steps back from an unseen force. Back in Russia, Vladimir walked slowly towards the pile, speaking lightly, "Not much my butt. This can power all of Europe for a couple of months." He sighed and spoke louder for everyone to hear. "I want to thank every one of you for coming and helping, even if Monarch dealt with the gate. The mana stones that Monarch gave us will be shared among everyone here and the late Squad Alpha. To the heroes who came here from other countries, you are also included, and I hope that our relationship with your country will improve." He finished as he noticed the spirits of the heroes, medical personnel, and the army lifting. The president was aware that the media was present, but he was just happy that the gate was dealt with and his people were safe. With burrow, the strongest insect moved towards a forest, ensuring no one was near as he began consuming the 11 bodies he was allowed to eat. Burrow smiled, knowing this would not only increase his level but also grant him abilities that his liege desired. It took him just 30 minutes to finish and clean up the mess, after which he began practicing with some of the powers he could use. Burrow chuckled to himself as hair grew on his head, resembling arrows, and he thought about asking his favorite non-liege person to braid it. For the rest of the night, Burrow continued to practice his new quirks in low-level gates or quietly outside. In Izuku's dorm room, the alarm sounded at 5 a.m., waking the occupants of the bed, which had once again increased. Izuku was hugged by Rumi on his left side, Gabriel on his right, Nijire on his stomach, and Croatia in her miniature form on his head, accompanied by the 3 kwamis. "I don't even want to ask," Izuku thought to himself. "We have to wake up. We have a busy day today." Gabriel looked at Croatia, who quickly returned to the ring, not wanting to be squeezed again. "Still too early," Rumi murmured while hugging Izuku tighter. "Ancient, too early," Nijire echoed, and Gabriel nodded in agreement. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face as he said, "I'll make breakfast." This instantly roused the 3, all of whom loved Izuku's cooking. In the bathroom, Izuku was finishing changing when a smile appeared on his face. "Well done, Baruka and Conan, for reaching general rank." "I am thankful too, my liege. We can finally talk." An icy tone came from Baruka, who materialized next to Izuku. "Me too, my liege. This was a wish of mine for us to finally converse," Conan said with a small blush as she admired the shirtless young man she served. "After we deal with the raid," Izuku replied with a hint of sarcasm, earning light smirks from both shadows. "I have something to celebrate the increase of generals and the level-ups." The 2 shadows chuckled, aware of the truth behind the raid. "My appealing liege, I have done what you asked me to," Burrow, the now highest-ranking general, announced. "Love? Is that?" "He's adorable," the queen of insects cooed. "I'll introduce you to Burrow later, but he's the 10th strongest in the army," Izuku explained. "Well done, Burrow. I know you want to test more of those abilities, so when I have free time, we can fight." "Thank you, my liege." "I love you," Burrow said, hugging Izuku's legs as the monarch patted the insect on the head. By now, every shadow understood that Burrow was a child and loved their liege, with some even thinking of him as a father figure. "I received a report from Zetsu a couple of minutes ago. The heroes in Okinawa are being too irresponsible. Can the near high-end Nomus, Archlich, Jima, all Nagas, the Rainbow Serpent, and the Centaur go there until all of the gates are dealt with, please?" Izuku felt them bow as they left the shadow. "I will talk with you 3 later." A smile came to Izuku's face as the 3 general-rank shadows bowed and went into his shadow just in time for him to leave the bathroom in his hero suit. "Tenshi, can I ask for a favor?" Yes, darling?" Gabriel asked, stopping her reading. "Nizu wanted to talk to you, but I don't know the reason." This piqued Nijire's curiosity, while Rumi seemed indifferent. "The rat? I'll meet up with him after breakfast." With that, she stood up and began helping Izuku in the kitchen. At Sir Nitai's agency, Izuku walked with Rumi, giving a small yawn. "I sadly want more sleep." "Me too," Rumi replied, yawning as well. "This will be my first time actually seeing Sir Nitai. Every time I talked with him was through All Might. He may act serious, but he is one of the biggest All Might fans," Rumi joked. "Oh, and we are going to travel to Canada tonight. You need rest." She poked his chest playfully. I was planning on going to Canada anyway, but I'm happy you're coming too. Izuku side-hugged Rumi and kissed her temple. In response, she snuggled closer to him. It is rare for just the two of us nowadays, Miruko said. Truth be told, I am happy about this. I don't mind Nijire and the angel, but it is nice being together. After a moment, she added, although I do want to fight against you again soon. A competitive smirk appeared on her face. The last time they sparred was before Izuku's 3-week internship in the USA. I would like that. I need more experience against humans compared to monsters. What is power when you don't know how to utilize it? Izuku wanted to improve, the memories of his fight against Toji still fresh in his mind. And I'll help you. Sure, I may not be a national rank, but I will help, Rumi said. I plan on making you and Nijire national rank. I mean, look at you, Bun Bun. You are a high S rank now. Sure, you might be slightly weaker than Endeavor, but not for long. He winked at her. Her eyes widened slightly. You don't need to, but I guess thank you. Sometimes I feel like I am using you in this relationship. Izuku squeezed Rumi's hand a little tighter. Believe it or not, but I feel the same. The three of you are the reason I am happier. You helped me when my dad died, you even cried when I was injured by Toji, you take care of me. He quickly wiped away a tear. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Rumi. With that, they entered the room where the raid meeting was taking place. Welcome, Miruko Monarch. Sir Night-Eye greeted respectfully, a small smile on his face. Mirai Sasaki wanted to meet Izuku in person to judge him. He was thankful for the young man healing his friend but curious why his quirk couldn't predict anything involving the national rank provisional hero. Good to finally meet you, Sir Knight, Izuku said, walking up to the man. He used his quirk to create a barrier around 2 millimeters thick as he shook Night-Eye's hand. He theorized that the time aspect of his quirk was the reason foresight didn't work on him. The hero shook Izuku's hand and tried to use his quirk, but it didn't allow him to. But why can't I use it on him? I can still feel my quirk working, so it can't be Eraserhead, Mirai thought to himself. After a few minutes, everyone was present. Good morning, everyone. To quickly go over the plan again. After we present the warrant, myself, Bubble Girl, Centipeder, Lemillion, Rocklock, Eraserhead, Fat Gum, Sun Eater, Miruko, and Monarch will go into the building with a dozen police officers. When we find Overhaul, Monarch and his shadows will deal with him. Miruko and Eraserhead will handle chronostasis. Finally, the rest will deal with the grunts, which number over understood. Everyone nodded. Some didn't like each other, but they were heroes, and that was what Izuku hoped for, even as he noticed Mirio's eyes narrow at him. Nijire and Ryuko approached Rumi and Izuku. It is good to see you two again, Rumi, Izuku. Izuku smiled lightly and nodded in greeting while hugging Nijire. You ready to kick some butt? Rumi said with enthusiasm. Indeed I am, although I must admit this seems a bit much for this raid. There's a national rank, 5 S ranks, and a dozen A rank heroes here, Ryuko pointed out logically. There must be a reason, Rumi shrugged as she noticed Shota approaching them. The teacher greeted the two pro-heroines before walking over to Izuku to discuss his recent days. The previous day, when Izuku returned with Zest, Shota had also been in 1A's common room and took Zest to a spare teacher's room where she would stay, as Nizu instructed. Now, they were catching up on how Izuku had been doing. Outside of Overhaul's base. Sir Night-Eye, I can't sense anyone inside except for 2 individuals, Izuku said as he approached the raid organizer. All Might's old sidekick furrowed his brows. My quirk indicated we would have to fight, he replied. Who are the 2 individuals you sense, Monarch? One is underground, a child. The other is on the ground floor, an elderly person in a medically induced coma, I believe, Monarch stated. The police officer in charge spoke up, Sir Night-Eye, I believe we should go in now. Izuku glanced in one direction for a moment. There's a gate, B rank in strength. I will go in. With that he jumped over the gate and ran toward the old man, teleporting him to the medics on standby. Meanwhile, Eraserhead, Sir Night-Eye, and Ryukyu rushed to the location of the little girl, finding her in a room and taking her out. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he sensed two other people nearby, whom he hadn't informed Sir Night-Eye about. He saw them panicking and jumping into the gate. "Itachi, stand guard please." With that, Izuku jumped in after them, needing to talk for several reasons. He gave a deadpan look. "A red gate, great. From the seams of it, it's a high A rank. The boss is at least S rank, but the underlings are mid-A rank at most." He found the two individuals trying to hide behind some red rocks. Using gravity manipulation, he drew them closer. "Himiko, Toga, and Twice." "Oh, it's Monarch." "Oh no, we're captured," Twice exclaimed in a panic. "This isn't nice, Izuku," Himiko pouted playfully. "How about a truce for now? If you answer some questions, I'll teleport you to safety," Izuku offered kindly. "Fine, I guess that's okay." Twice nodded enthusiastically. Sighing gently, he placed the two down and pointed his hand toward a location, gathering the monsters rushing at them into a group. Using gravity manipulation, he formed the cursed spirits into one ball and crushed them all. Then he used fire manipulation to eliminate them completely. "Before we talk, I must warn you. Those monsters are weak, D to C rank in strength, meaning the boss will likely be high S rank or above." Understood. He didn't like those kinds of gates, but he knew the total gate strength was the average of all auras combined. "Yes, bossman." "Sure thing," Twice replied, revealing his split personality. "So what are your questions, Izuku?" Himiko asked, leaning closer to him. "But we have our own questions too. First things first, did you know about Overhaul torturing a little girl with a horn?" he asked sternly, knowing this would determine his next move. The two villains halted, staring in disbelief. "He did what?" "That monster." However, Himiko was reminded of her own past. "That gives me the answer I wanted. Don't worry, that little girl is in safe hands now." "Do you know why Overhaul or anyone else isn't here?" Himiko asked gently, relieved that a child was saved from suffering. "Oh, they were dealt with a couple of days ago. They sent an assassin after me, a national rank villain, but they not only tortured a child but experimented on people aged 3 to that's how they developed the quirk-destroying bullets. Additionally, this Yakuza group was involved in human trafficking, particularly targeting quirkless and mutation types. Most of them have been dealt with, while some are still being handled," Izuku explained, occasionally dispatching any remaining monsters. The terrain had red skies, casting a crimson hue over the muddy ground. "I see. Although this place is scaring me," Himiko admitted. "It is appealing but indeed scary," Twice added. "So, why has the League joined forces with Overhaul? No offense, but I didn't think Tamura would go this low." "I know, right? It was my fault for not realizing when I introduced them. Boss's plan was to eliminate them. We only knew about weapon dealings, information trading, and muscle hiring, not the experimentation or human trafficking." A shiver ran down Himiko's spine as the temperature dropped. Izuku tossed 2 coats to them gently. "Wear these, I don't want either of you to get cold." "Outside of the gate. I honestly question if Zuka's luck is acting up these days," Rumi said as she tried to break through the red gate, but it didn't budge. Itachi began writing on a piece of paper, which Nijire read aloud for those present. "Lady Rumi, Lady Nijire. My liege suspected this gate was suspicious, and he was correct. Lady Gabriel will be arriving any minute. Now." Nijire blinked. "Why are you calling me Lady Nijire? You can just call me Nijire." A piece of paper was handed to her. "Sorry, Lady Nijire. However, because you and Lady Rumi are our liege's girlfriends, you two are respected." Suddenly, the top of the building exploded. "These are monstrosities." A shout was heard as one of the heroes fell, gunfire echoing in the chaos. Inside the gate, the trio was camping as night fell. Himiko and Twice were surprised that Izuku didn't seem to mind their villainous pasts. Sitting around a campfire, Himiko cursed softly. "Is everything okay, Himiko?" Izuku asked. "My quirk. It needs me to drink blood," she admitted, hoping Izuku wouldn't reject her like everyone else had. Her craving intensified as the monarch extended his arm, pulling his sleeve back. "Drink," he said gently. Her eyes widened. "Are you sure?" Izuku nodded reassuringly, and Himiko gently bit him, savoring his blood. To her surprise, it tasted amazing, filling her with warmth. Their moment was interrupted by Twice's voice. "Oh, someone is coming. Oh no, someone is coming." Izuku sent out a wave of darkness to capture the approaching threat, but it was cut through easily. He realized this monster was formidable. Quirk spoke through their communication rings, the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna. "He is the second strongest in the Monarch's army." Izuku responded, "Thanks, I'll handle him. Bru, Mikao, protect Himiko and Twice. This opponent is different." Sukuna smirked, sensing another monarch. "How interesting. My Imser will be pleased with what I bring him." He charged at Izuku. Meanwhile, the creator coughed, blood staining his hand. "My time is running dry. Please deal with them all. Be careful, my child." Outside the gate, chaos erupted as the gate's rank escalated to S rank. Heroes and officers, including Itachi, Slimy, and an 8-winged angel, fought against the monsters. Itachi unleashed fire enhanced by the angel's wind, taking down several foes. Donald charged a large monster, smashing through it, while Luna leaped from Donald's back to slice a flying insect. Leshy battled a swarm, extending wooden spikes to fend them off. Nijire flew upward, activating her new bracelet, which transformed into a bow. In a flashback, Izuku had given her the bracelet. "Thank you." "A bracelet? What's this?" she asked, intrigued. When she accidentally pressed a button, it became a beautifully crafted bow. The bow of energy arrows. It uses your quirk to create arrows. You can shoot 1 or up to 10 at once, and infuse them with explosive power. Nijire smiled brightly. "Thank you. I love it." Back in the present, despite not having used a bow in ages, Nijire's aim was precise, taking down any monsters that threatened the police or civilians. She saw her teacher dealing with some of the larger monsters. Rumi, on the other hand, was using her legs to kick and take down the creatures. Izuku had helped her gain strength, and it was evident as Rumi was barely noticeable to an untrained human eye. "I hope Zuku is fine. This isn't so bad," she thought. Just then, she cursed under her breath as she spotted a lone, large monster flying leisurely toward her. An S-rank, I see. It resembles a nomu, but it's made up of monsters. Overhaul, that's sick BSRD. She rushed forward, attempting to kick the monster's head, but it blocked her with its arm. Using her dominator's touch, she closed the distance and, with her dagger, severed one of its arms. Jumping onto a building wall, she sprang back as the monster released a weak poison mist, but her regeneration helped her withstand it. Miruko saw Nijire distracting the monster by shooting an explosive arrow at its side, which allowed her to execute her ultimate move, Luna Fall. With that, she caved in the monster's head, and the 8-winged angel finished it off by shooting a concentrated light beam through its body, eliminating its regeneration ability. Walking down the street in casual clothes, Izuku was contemplating what to buy for his girlfriends when a magic circle appeared beneath him and 3 other teens. Unaware of what was happening, Izuku suppressed his power and found himself in front of what appeared to be human magicians. "Is that a princess?" he thought. "Oh great heroes, please save us from the Demon King. He has been terrorizing the lands," the princess pleaded. "What nonsense. Never mind that, she must be faking it," Izuku thought. "But how, miss?" "We are all powerless," one of the other students said. A mage responded, "Worry not. While you have been teleported here, you were granted powers." A magical device pointed toward each of the 3, revealing powerful and holy abilities capable of defeating the Demon Lord. When it was Izuku's turn, he was surprised to find he had received online shopping. He realized that his system powers were not captured by that device. Now, the 4 stood before the king, who appeared quite rotund, adorned in gold and diamonds. Izuku ignored their complaints about being poor due to the Demon King and, when there was a lull in conversation, spoke up. "Excuse me, my power is completely useless against the Demon King's army. Would it be possible for me to leave?" They agreed and handed him 20 gold coins. The system's gold can't be converted into this world's currency. As he received curious looks, Izuku quickly purchased some second-hand clothes to blend in with the medieval crowd. I need to find a way back home, but I guess I can enjoy some vacation time. He began asking locals questions and soon boarded a carriage to a town on the outskirts of the kingdom. After the meeting with Gabriel, Nizu sighed as he watched Gabriel break another wall. If only I could have asked Izuku first, but no. They wanted to speak with one of his girlfriends. He glanced at his screen displaying a paused video call message. The chimera-like animal narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with possibilities. I need tea. He pressed a button on his desk, summoning a tea set. I need to thank Izuku for this gift once again. The magical tea set poured one of Nizu's favorite teas into a cup, which he gratefully sipped. I wonder how the raid is going? That was Nizu's final thought as he activated the cameras to monitor the raid, narrowing his eyes at the sight. How low did Overhaul fall? Outside of Overhaul's base, Rumi took a deep breath as she leaped toward another monster. These creatures were amalgamations of at least 3 or 4 different beasts, likely a result of Overhaul's quirk. The monster she slashed with her dagger had bat-like wings attached to a skeletal body, with arms and legs from a yeti. There seems to be no end to these monsters, the number 6 hero thought. Itachi, aware of the situation inside the gate, was grateful to remain outside, not wanting his liege to suffer if his girlfriends were injured. He knew that both Rumi and Nijire would be fine against the weaker foes, but he worried for his liege's teacher and friends. Throwing a dozen kunai infused with fire, he pierced several monsters in the head. Thanks, Itachi, Shota nodded, stabbing another monster with his capture gear as he swung from one lamppost to another, taking down another creature. Or maybe I don't need to worry about him, Itachi thought, sweat dropping as he watched the man his liege called a teacher dispatch yet another monster. However, he did wonder if he and Shota Aizawa were from the same family, as both had red eyes when they activated their powers, black hair, and were skilled in combat. Shrugging off that thought, Itachi spat fire to protect the police officers from a monster's water attack. Nijire was in the air with Ryuko, dealing with a couple of flying monsters, all of which had various types of wings. She wondered how her boyfriend was faring at the gate but shook off those thoughts, knowing it would take a Monarch or one of their top commanders to leave a scratch, right? With Izuku knowing that Twice and Himiko were safe under the protection of Burrow and Mikao, Izuku shared his plan with the shadows in his mind. He observed Sukuna, the second strongest in the Iron Body army. Sukuna was a tall, muscular man with 4 arms and 4 eyes, his body covered in tattoos and wearing only trousers. As Sukuna took a step, Acnologia's head emerged beneath him, attempting to attack, but to Izuku's surprise, the dragon's head was slashed into shadows. Those tricks won't work on me, Sukuna mocked. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku activated his Sharingan and sprinted behind the pink-haired man, attempting to land a punch, but Sukuna dodged. Summoning his spear, Izuku slashed upward but had to activate Infinity to block Sukuna's attack. At the corner of Izuku's vision, he saw the rocks behind him cut in 2. An interesting technique. Could my gravity manipulation do something like that too? He mused as they exchanged blows. Izuku managed to land a few punches, causing Sukuna's nose to bleed. What are those skills? Izuku wondered, realizing that Dismantler seemed to be a more advanced version of Cleave. Using Infinity, he blocked an attack that created a crater, reducing everything within 400 meters to small cubes. With Gabriel, she thought, those insects, those morons, what are they commanding me to do? I only listen to Darling. Gabriel was flying toward Overhaul's base, her opinion of the humans in this world diminishing. She respected only a few humans besides her liege, Nijire, Rumi, Shota, Kathleen, and Zest, even if her respect for the last one was minimal. After a meeting, the UA building, designed to withstand a 50% all-might punch, had 5 new holes. Taking a deep breath, her flying speed increased, reaching the location in mere seconds. Narrowing her eyes, she produced a dozen magic circles and shot hundreds of light spears at the modified monsters, eliminating them all. However, more Chimera-type monsters were being teleported in. Lowering down, Gabriel asked a nearby police officer, "Where is Darling and what is happening here?" After a startled response, the officer explained, "Lady Gabriel, thank goodness. The Monarch is inside the gate, which has turned red. Monsters modified to have multiple traits are being teleported in, but we don't know how." Gabriel nodded and unleashed a beam of lightning, taking down more monsters. "Thank you." She flew higher, muttering to herself, "Why is it always targeting us? I know Darling is one of the strongest, but still." Sensing the gate's ranking, she was surprised that no one could detect its national-level ranking. Worried, she summoned more light beams, wondering if the creator was making Izuku face the strongest of the monarchs and their armies. With Himiko, her childhood could be described as traumatic, feeling trapped. Once her quirk was discovered, her parents' personalities changed, marking the beginning of her difficult days. The final straw came when she was falsely accused of murdering a classmate she had a crush on, leading to her being kicked out of her house. Himiko Toga has a quirk that some find repulsive, while others see it as useful. However, without proper support during her childhood, she went down the wrong path. Now, as a teenager, she watched with her friend twice as a hero student fought against a monster of unimaginable strength. Like Tamura, she had never experienced kindness from someone who didn't want to use her, but this young man even offered his arm for her to drink his blood. "I am not made for fighting. I think Shiggy said that I am a thief, gaming terminology, right?" She shook off her thoughts as Burrow picked her up with twice while Mikao shot spikes from his mouth toward the boss, escaping an AoE attack. "I guess I am getting more into gaming," she thought with a small smile. Still, Himiko wondered what Izuku wanted to ask. Meanwhile, Izuku continued his fist fight for another couple of minutes. It was clear he had both speed and strength advantages, but Sukuna had unpredictability. The Curse King jumped back, realizing he would be defeated if the fight continued, but a light smirk appeared on his face. "I will be back, Shadow Monarch, but next time, you will face the full force of the Iron Body Monarch's army." With that, a green portal appeared, and when Izuku rushed at him, the curse was gone. Skill, hand-to-hand expert leveled up from LV.6 to LV.7. "This is more troublesome than I thought. Croatia, how can I unlock my black heart fully?" Izuku asked, taking a deep breath. "Be aware, my love, but there is a requirement you probably won't like." The Queen of Insects spoke with a hint of worry. "Don't worry about it," Izuku reassured her. "Your human heart needs to go. However, you also need your full army that Ashbourne sealed to come to you, and lastly, you need your own domain," Croatia explained through the ring's communication ability. Izuku stood silent for a moment before speaking. "Thank you for telling me. Getting stabbed in the heart will surely be painful." He tried to add some humor, but even with a gamer's mindset, he felt slightly worried. Shaking off the thoughts, he saw Baru and Mikao coming down to him with the two villains. "My liege, I am sorry that I couldn't help you. Please forgive this foolish servant of yours." Baru prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face. "My attack was easily deflected, my liege. I am sorry for not being of better help." Mikao spoke in perfect harmony with three voices. "Don't worry, you two," Izuku said, patting them on the shoulders. "I am happy you protected Twice and Himiko. That was scary. Bro, that fight was amazing." Izuku was confused about whether Twice's real thoughts were in the first or second sentence. "What happened at the end?" Himiko asked curiously, hugging her coat tighter against the cold. "That monster left for his own dimension, apparently," Izuku shrugged, producing a letter. "Give this to Dabi, please. And as promised, I will teleport the two of you out safely." With that, Izuku teleported Twice and Himiko to a safe location far from the late Overhaul's base. Now alone, Izuku looked at the store. "Ah yes, here it is. Although my gold is in the thousands now." He sweat-dropped, realizing he had spent over 4 trillion gold on one item, a runestone. One of the conditions will be met now. With that, he crushed the runestone. Alarm! New skill has been learned. Skill, Dimension of the Monarch. Job-specific skill. No mana required to upkeep. A dimension that is 10 square kilometers, the land is habitable but needs modifying to fit the owner's needs. Shadow soldiers can teleport there instantly and can either return to where they were or to the owner's shadow. The owner can form a black portal to enter it. 100,000 MP to increase the land by 1 square kilometer. Congratulations! Now your body is adapting to host the full force of the Black Heart. Secret quest completed. Quest, personal dimension. Make a dimension your own. Rewards. 1. All basic stats increase by plus 10-2. HP increase by 10,003. Elemental resistance plus 1 level. I guess my body is still too weak to manage the Black Heart. I should get a little stronger before I fully unlock it. Accept all. With that, Izuku felt an increase in power. I will check the dimension of the Monarch with the girls later, he thought as he jumped out of the gate, only to see that most of the surroundings were in rubble. So, what happened here? Izuku asked one of the heroes. You missed it, Monarch, but during the time you were completing the Red Gate, modified monsters were teleported here. It's all dealt with, and Lady Gabriel apprehended the teleporter. The hero, Fatgum, was eating some yakisoba. Izuku nodded as he went to look for Rumi, Nijire, and Gabriel. With Sukuna, he reflected, I met the Shadow Monarch today, and he is strong. Although he has a barrier that blocks every attack of mine. A laugh echoed, revealing the strongest monster under the Iron Body Monarch's army. I will adapt and overcome it. I always do, and I will win. Izuku was near the chimney sitting area, reading a large book titled, Support Equipment Production for Dummies. Why, one might ask, because helping both May and Melissa had become his luck, allowing him to say the right things. How on earth does string theory apply to this? Izuku muttered to himself, as the book covered topics he wouldn't even touch upon, even if he were in the support course. The camera zoomed out from Izuku and onto his bookshelf, where 4 books stood out, Being a Hero for Dummies, Being a Boyfriend for Dummies, How to Act Like a Ruler for Dummies, and Ruling Over the World for Dummies. Nizu remained skeptical when Izuku claimed he acquired them from a man in an alleyway in exchange for some KFC. I see, so I can create a portal from the battery straight to the output for the most efficient use, Izuku mused. He never realized this would be impossible without the book and was puzzled as to why the support equipment he helped May develop was banned from being sold by both Nizu and Power Loader. With Dabi curiously examining a letter from Toga after their encounter with Monarch, Dabi opened it in his room. It read, Hello Dabi, or should I say Toya Todoroki. Don't ask how I know, but I want to tell you that your sister misses you. She has spoken about you, and I would like for you two to meet. I promise you won't be captured, and I will help restore your life force. I've done some research. When the incident occurred, the doctor who treated you used your life force incorrectly, causing you to lose it faster than ever. I want Shoko to be happy, so please meet me on January 11th, her birthday. My shadow soldier will help you get to the location. P.S. Tell Tamura Shigaraki to be cautious of the doctor. He isn't loyal to all for one. A troubled expression crossed Dabi's face. Not only did Izuku know his true identity, but he also knew about the meeting and other facts Dabi was unaware of. Rubbing his head, he groaned as he burned the letter. He held no negative feelings toward Shoko. She was the only family member who enjoyed spending time with him, even as a baby. He knows all of this and could have captured us easily. What is his game? He whispered to himself, a light smirk forming on his face as he began to appreciate Izuku more. He stood up and walked toward his boss's room to discreetly share his findings. Post-overhaul raid meeting. Izuku mentally groaned as he finished his report on the gate and his findings. It seems odd that no one was there, although I wonder if they truly left. It appears the girl, Eri, was the blood source for the quirk-destroying bullets, he said. Sir Night Eye shared his thoughts in a room with his sidekick, Ryukyu, Fatgum, Bubble Girl, Centipeder, and a police officer. Some heroes were absent due to other commitments. Miruko had asked Izuku to sit in for her, citing girl talk as her excuse. Eraserhead was in the hospital monitoring Eri. We have inspected every room, but after those modified monsters attacked us, it became harder to gather evidence. Still, we found that they did not leave, and a teleportation quirk wasn't the reason for their disappearance. The one who teleported those monsters could only move objects under 2 tons within a 5-meter radius to anywhere within 20 kilometers. The police officer, who led the raid, concluded. His quirk allowed him to look into the past of a location for up to 30 minutes. I'll have my shadows keep an eye out for them. However, I did find something that might interest you all, Izuku said, producing a box containing a single bullet, having secretly stored the others. While helping to clean up, one of my shadows found this. He passed it around. After getting a sample from Fatgum, I can conclude that this is the final product. But there was only one. The room fell silent. If what Izuku said was true, it was concerning that 4 were missing. I will take this for further investigation. Thank you, Monarch, the police officer said with a nod, which Izuku returned. The meeting continued for another hour, and as they were about to leave, Izuku approached Sir Night-Eye. Sir Night-Eye, I have a question, he began. All Might's former sidekick nodded for him to continue. Star and Stripe informed me that I should have been notified about Russia asking for my help with the S-rank gate. Why haven't I been informed? Sir Night-Eye looked puzzled for a moment. Monarch, we were never informed that Russia wanted your help. He was responsible for foreign affairs for the HXH and was supposed to receive information from other countries regarding requests for assistance. It was strange that you went to Russia without us asking for your help, but I may have an idea why. Follow me. Izuku nodded, a clearer picture of what might have happened starting to form. With Rumi, Nijire, and Gabriel. The 3 were back in Izuku's room, which had become their base of operations and a home. Rumi got straight to the point as Nijire passed around cups of tea. Gabriel, you've changed. After the dragon dungeon, something happened, and when you arrived, you were different. She narrowed her eyes slightly, determined to uncover the truth. Nijire looked between the two, unsure of what to say, but she nodded internally as she noticed the subtle changes in Gabriel's behavior. Gabriel stared into her tea for a moment before speaking. We, meaning myself and the Shadow Army, don't want anything to happen to Darling. When we found out that Hisashi was killed, I saw the pain, the anger, the distress on Darling's face. It hurt to see that, knowing we could have done something but didn't. I know Darling would have revived his dad to say a final goodbye, but he's already lost too much. I just don't want him to experience more loss, especially of those he loves the most. Nijire and Rumi both hugged Gabriel, acknowledging the pain in her voice. Rumi gently asked, "What happened today then?" She understood the feeling of losing loved ones, as both her parents were killed in a villain attack. The World Hero Association called. They wanted to talk with me and Nizu was there too. The World Hero Association, or WHA, oversees heroes and influences national hero agencies, though they don't have total control. What did they want? Nijire asked, but before Gabriel could respond, a magician and Conan appeared next to them. I apologize for the interruption, but we believe you should see this, Conan said as the magician conjured a black smoke circle showing a live feed of Izuku and Sir Night-Eye entering the hero's office. Back with Izuku and Sir Night-Eye. Once in Sir Night-Eye's office, Izuku sat in front of the hero's desk while the older man faced him. Night-Eye continued, I don't know if All Might told you, but you are the center of a lot of paperwork. Most of it is to learn more about you, to request your potions, to buy a shadow soldier as a bodyguard, and even marriage requests for alliances. Izuku leaned back in his chair, unsure of how to respond. After a moment he asked, could one of those people be interfering with the call from Russia for help? Niza did some digging and found out it was the World Hero Association. Both Izuku and his girlfriends fell silent, processing the information. After a moment of thought, Izuku asked, do you know why? Many lives could have been lost. I'm lucky I have poison resistance. If that gate had broken, not only Russia would have fallen. The boss of that gate could have easily defeated Vladimir, even without the poison. His tone remained calm, but Sir Night-Eye sensed the anger beneath it. How much do you know about the WHA? Mirai asked gently, understanding that if Izuku hadn't arrived on time, more lives would have been at risk. Each country has a representative in the WHA, but the leaders come from one family. They organized this at the beginning of the Quirk era and are among the richest and most powerful families in the world. Correct, but what you may not know is that they have branches. There's the Hero branch, which is public, and then there are espionage and assassination branches that are intricately connected. There's also a market branch and a newer hunter branch. That's why I asked you to come to my office. The espionage branch is the best in the world and knows nearly everything. Although they don't know about you and your quirk. A sigh escaped Nitai's lips. Izuku was an enigma, and the fewer people who knew about his powers, the better. Going back to the paperwork, the WHA wants to monopolize you, both in terms of loyalty and your abilities. All Might and Nizu have a lot of influence, but I recommend you do one thing, Izuku Midoriya. Expand your influence as you have been, so the WHA can do practically nothing against you. You have strong ties to Star and Stripe, Vladimir, and several countries. Talk with Nizu to find out more. It was clear that the more influence Izuku had, the less vulnerable he became. Thank you, Sir Nitai, Izuku said, bowing in gratitude as their meeting concluded. Back with Rumi, Nijire, and Gabriel, the atmosphere was tense until Conan broke the silence. I will excuse myself. Gabriel nodded, and the shadow departed to continue her patrol in the south of Tokyo. Many shadows were assigned to patrol all of Japan, as promised during the HXHA meeting, which also served to enhance their abilities. Rumi and Nijire contemplated the new information they had received, while Gabriel's thoughts diverged. She was not from this world and held different beliefs. Part of her considered destroying the WHA, while another part cursed humanity. After a few moments, Nijire spoke up, "You still haven't told us why the WHA wanted to see you instead of Zuzu." Gabriel sighed before responding. Nizu explained that they originally wanted Darling to meet with them, but he blocked their contact. A meeting with me was the next best option. The first question they asked was. Meanwhile, Izuku had left Sir Nitai's agency and was leaping from building to building at a leisurely pace, deep in thought. Using his mana, he summoned Koracia from the ring, and she appeared in her miniature form. "Where you going, love?" "UA is in a different direction," she asked, settling on his shoulder. Izuku remained silent for a moment before replying, "I need to think things over. A lot has been happening, and it's hard to keep up." They continued in silence until Izuku stopped in front of a familiar set of doors. Realizing whose doors they were, he retrieved his key and opened it, revealing his old apartment. "I haven't been here since UA started." Koracia flew around, her attention drawn to a picture of 3 people, recognizing only one. The apartment was slightly dusty, and Izuku approached the picture. "That's a photo of my parents and me." Koracia remembered from their conversations that his mother had passed away after a villain attack, and his father had become an angel. Izuku placed a finger on Koracia's head, infusing her with more mana, causing her to grow to a height of 4 feet. A sheen of sweat appeared on his brow as he said, "Even with all my mana, this is how much I could summon." Koracia looked at her larger form and asked, "Thanks, love, but why?" There was curiosity in her tone about why he had poured so much energy into her. "I still don't know the answer to that, but I can say that if we had fought, I'm not sure I would have won," Izuku admitted with a shrug as he prepared tea for them both. The female monarch took the cup he offered, and they moved to the balcony. As they looked over Muzutafu, Koracia asked, "Do you have any idea what to do with the WHA?" Although her expression was calm, she was worried about him. "I can't just take over the WHA like I did with the Hero Commission. What Sir Nitai said has merit. I may be called the strongest human, but I'm still just a child, not yet an adult." After a moment of silence, Izuku continued, taking a calming breath. "Not long ago, I was a quirkless nobody with a dream of becoming a hero to save people with a smile. Most wanted me to give up, and it wasn't always out of concern for my safety." He noticed his breath fogging in the chilly air as winter approached. This world is filled with suffering, pain, and greed, but there are still appealing things to see. My goal is to lessen the cruelty in this world, though I can't call myself a saint either, as I've killed or ordered to kill. However, there are those who thrive in this cruelty, which is why the WHA still exists. Koracia absorbed his words and finally spoke. "From what I've seen of Earth, it seems destined for destruction. One of my abilities is to commune with nature, specifically with insects and plagues. The information I gathered suggests that humans are a race that would ultimately eliminate themselves. It's no wonder the ultimate being created the so-called gods. It's to ensure humans don't do anything reckless, right? Izuku asked. She nodded. Long before humans existed, the ultimate being created a tower. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. The tower was used for training when we monarchs and rulers were young and weak. It was filled with mazes, dungeons, and monsters, a dream for any explorer. It had around 100 floors and no one ever conquered it, but we all agreed it was fun. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the end. Understanding her implication, Izuku asked, "Are you suggesting I should create a tower too?" "The heavens and demon towers were basic ones, I guess," Koreisha explained further. "The dimension of the monarch skill you have is unique, shared only with the ultimate being. You can control the laws of that world, meaning if you choose, no one dies." A knowing smirk appeared on her face. Leaning against the railing, Izuku continued, "If I make the dimension accessible to the public, I can create not only the tower but other possibilities as well." He took out his phone and found some stories online that featured towers as their theme. A smirk appeared on his face as he said, "How about we create a new currency, like gold? It could be a fun project." Koreisha leaned closer and whispered, "Indeed, my love." Couple of hours later, in Izuku's dorm, he decided to clean up his apartment with Koreisha's help, planning to put it up for rent. He needed a legitimate way to make money, realizing that he was slightly impacting the Japanese economy with the gold to yen conversion. On their way back, they picked up some takeout, and when they teleported to Izuku's room with Kamui, they were met with his 3 girlfriends, who wore expressions of anger, frustration, and irritation. "Did anything happen?" Izuku asked uncertainly as he placed the takeout on the main sitting room table. "Zuku, you might want to hear this," Rumi said as she approached and kissed him. He and the Queen of Insects sat on the couch, while the others ignored the female monarch's change of size. Rumi looked at Gabriel, who understood and turned to her. "Darling, I had a call with WJ this morning," the angel said hesitantly. "They wanted to speak to me instead of you first." Everyone listened intently, even though Rumi and Nijire had heard it already. "They want you to be in an arranged marriage with the heir of the Kalmoth family, the ruling family of the W." Silence fell over the room. Koreisha gritted her teeth lightly, while Rumi and Nijire wore tight expressions. Izuku remained blank. "Yeah, that won't happen. It's clear what they want to accomplish with this," he said in a monotone after digesting the information. The others nodded, all understanding his perspective. This was a common strategy covered in history at UA. A person of power would offer a daughter to marry, and when the female became PRGNT, the male often mysteriously died, leaving the female's family in charge or using the child as a bargaining chip. Of course, there was a possibility they had no ill intentions, but everyone knew that wasn't the case. "We saw the meeting you had with Sir Night Eye, Zuku, and I agree you need more influence, but we don't know how. I hate to say it, but even if everyone here is S rank or above in strength, none of us have any political power except you." There was a hint of frustration in her voice, which was rare. Izuku smiled gently at Rumi, who said, "Don't worry about it." Koreisha suggested a plan that could work in our favor in the long term. A light smirk appeared on his face as he explained the plan involving the dimension of the monarch. While he admitted this plan would take time, he added, "although, we need to find a short-term solution that won't cause harm." "Can we see it, Zuku?" Rumi asked, intrigued by what another dimension looked like. Nodding with a smile, Izuku created a portal that cost him 10,000 MP for others to use. He placed it on a free space on a wall in his room, where it would remain until he decided otherwise. The 5 of them stepped through, their eyes widening at the sight of the 10 square kilometers of land, all surrounded by rock. The sky was filled with stars, seemingly set that way. "Wow," was all Nijire could say as she looked around, and the others nodded in agreement. "You said I can do whatever I want in my dimension, right, Koreisha?" Izuku asked the Plague Monarch. "Yes and no. From what I remember of what the ultimate being said, he could manipulate it with reason. The ground and the laws of the world are pretty easy for some reason, But making things happen like life is way harder, she explained while floating with her wings. I guess you need to use mana as a substitute. I see. A minute later, laughter erupted as nearly everyone rolled on the ground while Izuku transformed the rocky surface into soil filled with fluffy grass. I guess I won't mind staying here for a while. After a dozen minutes of everyone lying on their backs looking at the stars, Izuku began exploring his shop options. Nijire looked curiously at her boyfriend's hand in the air, most likely checking his system. She then asked, "What are you doing?" I promised Raphael and Payne that we would celebrate their promotions and everyone else's. I am just preparing what we need, he replied gently. He then gave an order to his shadows, to everyone, in an hour we will be celebrating everyone's promotions. Zetsu, would it be possible for you to create clones to patrol France, Denmark, Japan, and for those who stay in the shadows? You can teleport to the dimension where we are holding it. With that, Izuku asked the four girls to help him prepare. An hour later, the dimension was illuminated by artificial fireflies larger than usual. Tables filled with food and drinks catered to the whole group, while Izuku expanded the dimension by a kilometer squared for more space. A bonfire blazed in the middle with a small stage in front of it. During this time, Zetsu's clones ensured everything was secure around the world. Now on the stage, Izuku stood alone before 3,377 shadows, all of them present. Nijire, Rumi, Gabriel, and Koratia stood to the side, or in Koratia's case, levitated. Thank you for coming. It is rare for us to see everyone together, Izuku said with a smile. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you for your hard work leveling up and rising in the ranks. Thank you for staying with me during these challenging times. I promise we will defeat anyone who threatens Earth so we can all live happily and grow stronger together. This may be nothing much, but please enjoy yourselves today. You are all the stars. The shadows responded with cheers, claps, and magical displays of joy at their liege's words. The celebration continued with everyone socializing, eating, drinking, and enjoying sparring competitions. Izuku made his rounds, talking to each shadow, petting them, or playing with them, while other beings joined in the fun. The funniest moment was Burr running away from Koratia, who was calling the shadow soldier her son, while Burr shouted for his dad, Izuku, to save him. After the party concluded, the shadows stationed in other locations departed, while the temporary French team stayed with Izuku. Additionally, the African team, made up of all Dracos, returned officially. Now, Nijire, Izuku, and Rumi rode Kaisel toward the airport, while Gabriel remained in the shadows and Koratia stayed in the ring, as they needed to fly to Canada. Meanwhile, Shoko sighed as she slid down her bedroom door, feeling she had missed another opportunity. Her mother, Rei Todoroki, had asked her to invite Izuku over for dinner to thank him for improving the Todoroki family dynamic. The problem was that she couldn't muster the courage to ask him. Hugging him was one thing, but asking her crush, Izuku, to have dinner with her family felt like skipping too many steps. During the time Izuku had thrown Enji out of UA and faced that man in the UA Sports Festival, the hero had mellowed in many ways, but one thing remained. He was encouraging Shoko to marry Izuku. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't waited for Katsumi and Heiin and just asked him during the festival, she thought as she moved toward her balcony overlooking UA. It all started then with Miruko. If I had asked him out then and not waited, if I hadn't been scared of rejection. Shoko saw her own breath in the autumn night but did not feel the cold. She wanted to talk to him, hug him again, and spend more time with him, but opportunities were scarce. The only time was when Izuku landed on the couch, but he was somehow pushed back. She had seen him exhausted, worrying if he was pushing himself too hard. Shoko had pushed herself hard during training to cope with her oldest brother's death, hoping to help him as he had helped her. Countless times. Izuku had assisted her with her quirk, and now her control over her ice was nearly twice what it had been at the beginning of the year, along with increased resistance. A new plan began to form in her mind, though it had been there for some time. I need to ask him when he gets back, she whispered into the soundless night, reaching no one's ears. It was a couple of hours after Zest returned to UA with Izuku from Russia. She had organized her room in the teacher's building and was now trying to fall asleep. Her conversation with Izuku in Moscow replayed in her mind. I am still a hero, or at least a provisional one. You know that a hero's work is never over, especially with the gates. Sure, villain activity has decreased, but the number of innocent deaths is rising. I don't want any children to grow up without their parents. She remembered his words clearly. She had learned that Izuku would be going to Canada, and he would start training her on Thursday, leaving her with no chance to talk to him for the next 3 days. I know both of your parents died, your mother when you were younger, while your father worked in the States. I want to learn more about you, Greenie. With that final thought, Zest fell asleep after a long day, not realizing she had subconsciously begun calling Izuku Greenie. Meanwhile, Mirio, the blonde-haired successor of One for All, was in his room finishing homework when a message popped up from his teacher, All Might. I need to cancel tomorrow's training due to an issue involving the WHA. I asked my friend from I-Island to come and help you for a week. They should be arriving in a week's time. Mirio whispered the message and replied, thanking All Might for the help. After his recent outburst towards Nijire, their friendship had become strained. The rest of the class noticed the tension, but they also observed Nijire growing stronger at a faster rate. However, Mirio's focus was elsewhere. A small black crack had appeared on his abdomen, stretching a few centimeters to the left. It wasn't deep or painful, but it looked ominous. I need to see Recovery Girl in the morning, he thought to himself. Back with the group, they were on the private plane that Kathleen had given Izuku, which he discovered was now his. They were ready to depart, and it wasn't long before they fell asleep as they traveled toward Canada. When the plane landed early Monday morning in Ottawa, they were greeted by 10 people in black suits, whom Izuku guessed were bodyguards. A man with a bald head approached them. Welcome to Canada. I hope your stay is pleasant. He smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself as Louis, the secretary of the Hero Association president. Izuku shook Louis's hand and replied, Thank you, Louis. I'm looking forward to this. Louis then greeted Nijire and Rumi before leading them to a nearby limousine. The car ride took over 40 minutes to reach the Hero Association office, during which the four discussed the situation in Canada. Apparently, the mainland was managing the monsters well, but the islands owned by Canada had become uninhabited due to monster attacks on the people and heroes living there, with reinforcements arriving late. Inside the office, Izuku greeted the Hero Association president, William, and quickly caught up since their last meeting. Rumi and Nijire sat on either side of Izuku on the couch while Monarch continued to discuss plans to help clear the gates and leave some shadows in Canada, all while being compensated for their services. Every country that requested Izuku's shadows for patrol was paying him, recognizing their usefulness. Izuku planned to speak with All Might about this topic when he returned. Rumi thought about how her partner was gaining support from more influential countries. Izuku is getting backing from more influential countries. He wants to go to the Bijou Gate next weekend. Possibly in 2 weeks we could go to Africa, but didn't Izuku mention he would have a school trip abroad then? She pondered while sipping tea that had been offered. After the meeting, Gabriel and Coratia, having used nearly all of Izuku's MP, emerged, both complaining about the length of the meeting. They all headed to a restaurant to enjoy traditional Canadian food such as bison meat, bannock, and poutine. While they ate, Izuku began strategizing his commands. There will be 2 groups, the temporary ones and those who will patrol Canada. The group that will stay here will include all of the dragon commanders, Baruka, Sadkiel, Haydn, and the ant soldiers. I want you all to travel north, where the most monsters are. After sensing their acknowledgement, Izuku wanted his commanders to have more opportunities to level up, especially after Sukuna's defeat had dampened Acnologia's spirits. He continued, the ones who will remain here will be Itachi and Orochimaru, Golu and his snow golems, the poisonous mage flies, and the armored ones, along with the Ice Yeti boss and his Ice Yetis. Enjoy hunting. Once again, he felt them bowing, and he continued eating as if nothing had happened, while Gabriel sent a wink his way, knowing what he had just commanded. So what are our actual plans? Izuku asked, his original intention to visit the association president and return to Japan. However, Rumi and Nijire wanted to stay and relax, so he inquired about their ideas. Ice skating, Nijire suggested. Food tasting, Rumi added. Touring around, Koratia chimed in. Fighting strong opponents, another voice said. Hot spring, Koratia concluded, and Izuku gave a sweat drop as the three women nodded in agreement. Monarch saw them finish eating quickly and took Izuku by the hand, dragging him toward a hot spring. He whispered, "Perverts," with a smile, while using gravity manipulation to hold his food. Izuku sighed and began to use flight as he was pulled along. Once they found a hot spring, Rumi rented a private room and the group split up. Izuku changed into swimming trunks and headed toward the springs. As he settled into the warm water, he felt the stress of the past week begin to fade away. He sensed his girlfriends and Koratia approaching, and they all relaxed together, each in their swimwear. Izuku thought, appealing, and Gabriel smirked, aware of his thoughts unless he concentrated on blocking them out. After nearly 2 hours of chatting and unwinding, they decided to change and leave, all satisfied with their visit. Once dressed, they continued to explore Ottawa, with the female monarch shrinking down to sit on Izuku's head. During their exploration, someone jumped from a skyscraper in front of them, joyfully exclaiming, "Haha, I can finally meet you, Monarch. I am such a huge fan." Koratia quickly hid into the ring. The group recognized the newcomer as Maple, a mid-level national hero known for his invulnerability. Izuku and Nijire spoke in unison, "Maple." He stood at 6 feet 6 inches, with a broad frame, short brown hair, and a beard. His costume featured red trousers, black boots, a white shirt with a red maple symbol, and a darker red jacket, complete with metal arm guards and a large axe at his hip. "One and only. You must be Miruko, Nijire-chan, and Gabriel. Nice to meet you all and welcome to Canada," he said with a smile. This marked the beginning of their encounter with the 4th national-level hero, who showed them around the city and expressed gratitude for Izuku's shadow soldiers. As night fell, the group separated from Maple and found themselves on the balcony of their hotel, overlooking the clear Canadian sky. "The night sky is still as appealing as ever. It never gets boring," Rumi remarked. "Earth's view of the stars is something to protect," the insect queen added. Izuku smiled, appreciating the time spent with his girlfriends and the fun they had exploring. The 4 women agreed they loved the experience and wanted more days like this, though they were aware that the current situation could worsen. Later, as Izuku settled into bed, his last conscious thought was a notification about his level rising. Izuku found himself covered in maple syrup from head to toe after a villain doused him in the substance. Despite the sticky situation, he mumbled, "Delicious," when some syrup got into his mouth. The villain was soon captured but instead of prison, was tasked with producing maple syrup for all Canadians.